Chapter 261. The so-called standard errand is actually jargon, generally referring to a bounty with a moderate difficulty and a moderate reward. The target's past and past are traceable, and the individual is relatively traceable, eliminating the need for extra effort to uncover their true identity. Pochio definitely couldn't have chosen a college student as a teammate to complete a standard errand. Anyone could sense something fishy was going on. Anna reasoned that since her goal was to rescue Professor Leisho and keep an eye on Luing and Mr. Blade, it would be easier to accomplish her plan by adopting a less law-abiding, more effective persona. Before entering the Estina system, Silver Wolf and Pam each received a message. The former reported that the original person's anthropomorphic master seemed to be hiding in a dream, while the latter informed Anna that a Void commander had appeared in Pinaconi and even slashed a Preservation secondary commander with a single blow. This brawl was clearly not over, and it was inappropriate to engage in public while wearing a scholar's coat. After a short wait, about 20 minutes, the bartender sent the waitress out with a message. "Beautiful lady, the scholar you're looking for is currently visiting Origami University. Here are his exact coordinates from an hour ago, but we haven't found the legendary golden retriever. It's a company dog. As long as it's not in the way, you can ignore it." The waitress placed the hot, freshly printed pictures in front of Anna, who glanced at them over the brim of her hat. A burly, blue-haired man stood beside a colorful field, observing something intently. Surrounded by a group of innocent, naive university students. Great, it seems the tutor doesn't need anyone's help. It was a rare moment for him to relax, and Anna, not considering herself a troublemaker, decided not to bother Professor Leisho for now. Tomorrow I complain to him later. For now, she should contact Luing and Mr. Blade to inquire about the situation. Mr. Blade, as usual, didn't reply, and Luing's phone was busy. Anna, Suddenly, I felt so redundant. Got it, I put it on the books. The customer approved of the information, and neither the buyer nor the seller had any objections. The maid happily returned with a glass of syrup garnished with a lemon slice as a bonus. Anna nodded in thanks for her kindness. This bar was truly interesting. Besides the regular creatures that came and went at the door, there were also some less regular ones. An old-fashioned TV, a clockwork doll, a mask with bat wings, a cat sitting on dice. Or was it a dog? She dozed off in her camp chair. Suddenly, she didn't have to do anything. The feeling of being completely idle was both novel and strange. Roll the bar. This place doesn't need to roll. Lie down, but it seems impossible to truly lie down comfortably. Wait! She suddenly remembered Silver Wolf's words about the original owner being in Pinocchio. That's understandable. Every prominent figure in society has received an invitation to the Harmony Festival, so it's no surprise that the board members of the Interstellar Peace Company are invited to participate. Remembering that she still has debts to pay, she perked up. She put on her hat, stood up, and randomly chose a direction to stir up some trouble to integrate into the local network. Pinocchio internal messages can be sent normally. Anna told Podio that she was going to walk around the bar, and the cowboy who was still looking for people sent an emoji to indicate that he had received the message. Searching for the enemy's whereabouts is not a good idea. No information dealer can be trusted. If they can sell other people's information, they can also sell hers. In terms of the size of the credit point pool alone, Anna is no match for her original master's family. TSK, look at you, it's just a job. Why take it so seriously? You look like an honest kid who's been fooled around. Mr. Aventurin, are you okay? Do you need some syrup or wine? The girl shyly glanced at the blonde youth's profile. Even the slightest eye contact made her blush, and her heart beat fast. This newcomer to Dream Reef was truly handsome. He was brought here by an armored knight. At first, he looked pale and dying, but after a short while, he recovered and looked exceptionally radiant. Kakavaja lowered his eyes, and smiled nonchalantly. Thank you, kind girl. Just let me be quiet for a while. Save the delicious syrup and rich wine. Perhaps you meet a more exciting guest soon. Anyway, don't worry about him, he doesn't need it. Although he received a lukewarm response, the Evakin was truly beautiful. The girl who spoke to him was unhappy, but she wouldn't give him any embarrassment. The man was injured, and his drooping eyelids trembled slightly, like the colorful wings of a butterfly, fragile and soft, so delicious that you couldn't bear to raise your voice to him. The girl who appeared every 10 minutes sighed, once you enter Dream Reef, it's difficult to get out. Be optimistic. The family will find you soon when they clean up the house. Flowing Dream Reef lies deep within Pinocchio's dreams, a starting point from the past, now forgotten. The fact that an outsider had drifted here could only mean that he had experienced a death in a shallow dream, a fact that coincided with the scars appearing on Adventurin's body. He realized he was injured, and the scars he imagined that best fit the situation appeared on his body in his dream. "Thank you for your comfort, kind lady," Cock of Asia said perfunctorily. He tested his current state, and found he couldn't move quickly on his own. In other words, he couldn't escape. Even so, I still won. The life of EP45 executive was enough to shatter the family's propaganda about Pinocchio being absolutely safe. Short selling on bad news was a familiar tactic for the company. Emeralds are not vegetarians. No venomous snake would let go of its prey. Mission accomplished, the thrill of the life-or-death struggle faded, and he felt like a fish left on the beach by the receding tide. Emotions fueled by hormones floated in the air, unable to land. Boredom and emptiness quickly took hold. No matter how ingenious his schemes, in the end, nothing remained on his tongue. Oh, triple-eyed Earth Mother. The girl had left. She was at an age filled with romantic whims, and Cock of Asia didn't want to cause trouble for himself or others. As soon as her skirt disappeared behind the door, he forced himself to stand, pried open the window, and quietly climbed out. If he couldn't walk fast, he could walk slowly. He couldn't show his face in public right now. He had to wait until the company had established its intimidation, until Pinocchio's shareholders had softened, until the matter was settled. Only then could he quietly depart. Wearing sunglasses to hide his recognizable, multicolored Evcan eyes, and lowering his hat to conceal half his graceful face, the young man slowly walked into the night, leaning against the facade of a dilapidated building. The medical instructions written by Dr. Truth remained in his pocket, and the metal cryptex felt a bit awkward. In the thick, chilly night air, the cryptex suddenly reminded him of someone in the Polytechnic Institute. "I wonder if my sister is feeling well these days. Is her studies going well?" The will she made before leaving for Pinocchio should have taken effect. He now has countless credits, enough to buy anything he wants except... Well, scholars' research funds are always insufficient, otherwise Professor Veritas Ladio wouldn't be so resigned to the company's orders. He clearly didn't like working with me, but he suppressed his impatience with illiterate people and completed his work diligently. He deserves respect. Of course, it would be better if that guy didn't look at him like a child who dropped out of school. It's true that he lost both his parents and didn't finish school, and he had no plans to return to school, but that didn't mean he didn't read. My sister loves reading, and reading is useful, so there are many books scattered around his office and bedroom. My sister wants to be a scholar, and she needs research funding. It just so happens that he doesn't have much except credit points. Ahem. Nothingness. The two slashes of the master were truly impressive. A faint fishy smell rose in his throat. Cock of Asia knew that his body, lying in the dream pool of the Daydream Hotel, was safe and sound, but the master's injuries could easily be reflected back to the body through consciousness. Relying on the Amber King's protection, he still had some time to leave the stage of life. He couldn't bear to let go. He truly possessed few things, and each one was precious. Walking alone in the darkness, whenever he felt a difficult moment, he would look down at the warm memories in his palms, and the road beneath his feet seemed less bumpy. Ahem. He paused, leaning against the wall, intending to take a short nap. The chilly night wind blew in gusts, scattering the scent of his carefully selected perfume. It was truly frustrating. If one day, blessed by the Mother Goddess, he happened to meet someone, the fragrance would erase the dark memories of the past. She always treated him like a child, but the generation gap only existed when one was 3 years old or older. He was only born a year later. Damn! How could he be only a year later? Cock of Asia's lip curled, and he couldn't help but imagine meeting Anna at Dream Reef. It was a secluded place, where few knew them, and her identity wouldn't be revealed. And this was a dream. If he could see her, even nightmares would become dreams. But that was impossible. There was no reason for her to abandon her studies and venture to Pinocchio. Anna wasn't some unknown wanderer wandering the universe. Everyone knew her, and everyone could be around her openly, except poor Cock of Asia. Cough, cough. He bent down and covered his mouth, trying to stifle the cough that escaped. Even if he had to take 2 blows from the void order, he couldn't look bad. He wanted to look better. Even if it was just a photo that appeared in a will, it would make her eyes light up. "I'm very beautiful, sister. Can you please stop looking at others and look at me?" With the skill of an Evcan, he had no idea he was being targeted by a hunter lurking in the night. Or perhaps being targeted was an inevitable outcome, he just didn't expect who would be targeting him. Neither did Anna. She only thought the golden retriever in front of her was suspicious. He matched the bartender and the maid's description of a company dog, blonde hair, gorgeous clothes, and jewelry and watches that nearly blinded anyone. He looked familiar, but Cock of Asia was short, and she mostly remembered him in prison uniform, smiling shyly. Further along, there was a dimly lit corner, perfect for a kidnapping. Chapter 262. Anna had her sights on the target from a block away. A few wisps of light blonde hair peeked out from beneath her ornate hat, the ends a bit long, a few strands playfully tugging at her collar, and a few stubbornly curling up. This guy's flamboyant attire was completely out of place at Lemingio. Besides the price, it was also the style. He was as arrogant and ostentatious as a peacock with its tail spread, fitting the stereotype of a company executive. Mr. Shuji was certainly annoying, but his fashion sense and emotional intelligence were both exceptional. The man in front had some similarities to him. Even if she was wrong, she figured it wouldn't be too far off. Besides, she was now bandit number 08241321. Wasn't kidnapping her job? No one would have considered the possibility that she might have kidnapped the wrong person. If they tied the wrong person, well, they could just find a place to return him. But what if they hadn't? She couldn't quite face asking Professor Leisho if he had any luck at Pinocchio that had made him forget there were a bunch of students waiting to be fed, but she felt no guilt in questioning the company representative. Given the company's style of stirring up trouble wherever they went, there was a good chance they wouldn't ask the wrong person. She wanted to track someone, and a place like Looming Reef, with its advantageous terrain, would definitely not fail. The target seemed injured, walking slowly and occasionally holding onto the wall to suppress a cough. Could he be the lesser preservation commander who'd taken 2 blows from the nothingness commander not long ago? Nearly as powerful as a commander, well, even if he looked like he was about to collapse, one had to be on high alert. Anna hadn't fought much recently. The strength in the simulated universe was merely a reference, not a practical matter. This was her first real encounter with an opponent at or near the level of a commander. She quietly trailed behind her target, initially from a distance, observing for a long time before gradually closing the distance, taking advantage of the darkness and the terrain. Continuing forward, she encountered a group of abandoned high-rise buildings. The other side, backlit by the darkness, was so dark it practically disappeared from the background. She wasn't about to kill anyone without a reason. Besides, the opponent's protection spell alone made it difficult to kill him in one go. Adding the added bonus of a familiar figure, Anna followed him in the shadows for a block before finding a spot where she could strike with minimal damage. The cramped conditions and darkness impeded both vision and movement, making it impossible for the opponent to mount an effective response. As long as he didn't struggle, she wouldn't use too much force. The blonde youth leaned against the wall, taking a few breaths, then released his grip and, with a determined determination, picked up the rack and continued forward. He instinctively leaned forward, wary of someone darting out from the dark alleyway to his right. He had misjudged the situation. The danger lay not in the alleyway, but behind him. Silently, a faint golden light flashed to his left, and before he could react, he was pushed around the corner. Then, a chill ran down his neck as the liquid gold blade easily opened a crack in the concrete wall behind him. Thankfully, this particular kidnapper was probably after money, not his life. Otherwise, that attack would have been enough to send him packing. Friend, you. Those piercing gray-blue eyes swooped down from the clouds like a hawk, a tiger pouncing with a sure wind strike. It was also the clear spring, familiar beyond belief in countless dreams, the gentle ringing of the bell as luck walked past his door. The triple-eyed Earth Mother, had she appeared? Kakavasa stood there in a daze. How could it be Anna who had pushed him into the dark alley of flowing Dream Reef? Shouldn't she be at the Boiji Academy at this moment? Do people dream within dreams? Or was this just another illusion beneath the aurora? Sister? Is this dream a reward for him? That would be far more exciting than a performance bonus. Sister. Hey, you. Shock doesn't even begin to describe Anna's feelings. Fortunately, she had followed cautiously and refrained from attacking with all her might. Otherwise, Kakavasa's fragile body would have been crushed by Pinocchio. No, how could it be this guy? Before she could ask, the blonde youth, a look of relief on his face, closed his eyes and collapsed to the ground. That's great. If this was a dream, no wonder people indulged in it. She couldn't just abandon him. She sheathed the wire, concealed Yenya's blade, and hurriedly carried the seemingly seriously injured little golden retriever. Using her dark explosion baton, she found an open floor with a faint light source and lowered him down. Thanks to her experience on Avel, her space button was always overflowing. Even now, in a dream, she dug out and put to use things she hadn't used during her part-time job at Yepala Palace. He was indeed seriously injured, but fortunately, Pinocchio was experiencing a massive synesthesia dream. In reality, even if he were to be quartered, the 2 cuts would only cause partial mental damage. Of course, there was also the blessing of preservation. In this highly subjective and idealistic environment, mental trauma is more resilient than physical damage. Thanks, Amber King. Anna decided not to splash water or spit in the direction of St. Clipper's Church the next time she visited Madame Maya. Thankfully, he's a protector. Kakavasa? She called softly from the seat beside her. The young man seemed to be struggling to open his eyes. Forget it. Let him stay unconscious. How can a person fall asleep? Being unconscious means his mind is at its limit, just like an omnic that needs to be shut down for maintenance. A little longer in unconsciousness is a good thing. Rest assured, I'll be by your side and won't go anywhere. Anna took off his hat and used it as a pillow. The insulation pad used to separate sand could also be used as a moisture and insect repellent mat. The child is so beautifully dressed. He'd probably be unhappy if his clothes get stained and dirty when he wakes up. Kakavasa seemed to hear Anna say she wasn't going anywhere, and she closed her eyes in peace. You said you wouldn't leave. I meant it. Miss Wang Chuan's 2 blows were truly worth it. Not only did she see her past self, but she also saw the person she longed for. While waiting for Kakavasa to recover, Anna spoke with Poshio and Luying separately. Cowboy said he had found Inji, but the mission had changed, and the operation would have to be postponed. As for Luying, who had finally finished her work, they agreed to go back to Golden Hour for snacks and shopping. Anna hadn't dared to contact Professor Leisho before, and even more so after accidentally holding Kakavasa hostage. How else could she explain it? Professor, I was worried you have no one to review your paper, so I took some time off to come to Pinocchio to join in the fun. I even kidnapped your work partner, I suspect. It's bizarre and unacceptable no matter how you think about it. Just think of it as just having fun. Yeah, I just keep saying it no matter what the professor asks. Yes. I came to visit Professor Cartwright's and to check out the cafeteria at Origami University. After repeated mental preparations, she opened her personal computer and tried to send a message. Don't worry, Professor Leisho is fine. TSK, why is it still failing? She tried several times, but the network outage message was frustrating. With nothing else to do, Anna could only read the textbook on the screen. This semester, Professor Anax's final exam was a one-on-one defense. Even if there was a risk of retaking the exam, she couldn't fail too badly. She was reading while her mind wandered. Only people who were simultaneously in Pinocchio could send messages to each other. What was the barrier between the dream and the outside world? Kakavasa had to say goodbye to the dream within the dream. When he opened his eyes, he saw Anna sitting beside him, intently staring at the virtual screen of his personal computer. Huh? It was real, not a dream. Great. He carefully and stealthily rolled over to his side, the emergency blanket used for insulation and moisture making no sound. She was wearing a black suit, her black bowler hat removed and tossed aside. Her half-length hair, dyed a mottled gold and silver, was tied back in a small bun. What was so fascinating on the screen that had her staring so intently? He moved quietly, curious. He didn't quite understand. Kakavasa lay back, his gaze lingering on the line of Anna's jaw. If it weren't for the blurriness of not blinking for too long, he have wanted to just hold on. After finishing a densely packed page, she lifted her hand, resting on her chin, and turned the page. Strange symbols and graphics interspersed the text, revealing areas of comprehension that even synesthesia couldn't fix. Anna's long, powerful fingers didn't retract as she continued reading. After turning the page, she touched Kakavasa's forehead. No signs of fever, no signs of being struck dumb. If her gaze had any substance, she had been utterly awed by his gaze. It was simply familiar enough. Any young woman staring at him like that would have been unsettling. Sister. Kakavasa made a familiar, sticky sound. When she withdrew her hand, the creature chased her forward a few more times. Sister. Anna, You can't hit the wounded, you can't hit the wounded, you can't hit the wounded. Would you like to lie down for a while, or find a better environment? The abandoned building was quiet, but it wasn't conducive to mental well-being. If I accidentally scared this creature out again, I'd be committing a serious sin. No. The blonde youth rolled over again, burying his head in his arms to escape reality. I can't move. It hurts. It's uncomfortable. Could she have misjudged the situation? Had the mental damage caused by the void command already materialized? Wait a moment. Anna turned off the virtual screen on her computer and stood up to retrieve something from the space button. These were projections of real objects. Anna knew she had them with her, and under the effect of memory, these supplies were recreated with remarkable fidelity. Titanium alloy pot, portable stove, fuel, water, and food. Soon, the red flames illuminated the small mezzanine space. The water in the pot gurgled with a reassuring sound, and the sweet smell continued to transmit information to the brain through the sense of smell. Now here, it was safe. Chapter 263. There was still no news about the standard work over at Porsche. Professor Ladio had been found, Mr. Blade had been found, and Luing said she was also operating in the looming reef area and didn't need support for the time being. Everyone was safe, and all Anna could do was use this free time to continue revising her thesis. After all, she wasn't here to cause trouble at Pinaconi. If she wanted to go to her original body's family to collect debts, she'd have to wait until the passage was opened. Sister, Kakavasa snorted. Anna calmly took out some snacks and shoved them at him. What's ailing you? He felt unwell everywhere. He felt pain in his head, neck, arms, chest, stomach, legs, feet, and bones. Pain episodes would occur randomly every half a system hour, interspersed with cravings for water or food. Kakavasa accepted the snacks and thought for a moment. He didn't seem to have mentioned his eyes hurting yet. Eyes hurting? There was only night in looming reef, never day. He secretly reached out and grabbed the hem of her suit jacket. Well, in this case, she couldn't just quietly leave without saying goodbye. My eyes hurt. Anna sighed, the softest she could. Then close your eyes. I get you some pearl cotton, dip it in hot water, and apply a warm compress, okay? Okay, the blonde youth said, lying down obediently and closing his eyes. The warm, moist compress was quickly applied to his eyes. She shook the water droplets off her fingertips and sat back down, searching word by word for the minor errors she made in her paper. Anyone who's written a paper knows that typos and formatting are two of the most difficult things to fix. Kakavasa was silent for half a second before she spoke again. Sister. If he weren't injured, Anna would have kicked him out of the building's mezzanine. Speak. Feeling he'd gone too far, Kakavasa retreated. No, nothing. Did I cause you any trouble? You're not the trouble. I brought this upon myself. Anna, without even looking up, pulled the cool cotton pad away from his eyes. Less than a minute later, the warm cotton pad was slapped back over them. What I meant was he'd never been a problem to me. Don't underestimate yourself. At least, he'd gotten to know his seniors. While there was still a risk of failing the course, at least he learned to speak human language. Kakavasa closed his eyes contentedly, enjoying his rare vacation. What does Pinocchio's implosion have to do with me? Aren't the worries the family, and that perverted control freak with chicken wings on his head? He was just as he was happily enjoying himself when Anna received a call from Luing. Who are you with? Xiongbao? Oh, I see. Did you tell him your identity? It's okay, as long as you're happy. Me? I'm busy, so I can't join you guys for now. Have fun. What do you say about Mr. Blade? Do you need me to claim him? No. Absolutely not. The blonde youth pricked up his ears, ready to snort. Anna changed the subject. I think that's not necessary. Maybe Mr. Blade has some personal matters he needs to attend to? Oh, no one's getting in the way. That's all right. He lay back, quietly listening to her conversation with the girl on the other end of the line. When will the passage open? I'm planning to visit some professors at Origami University, and Silver Wolf told me there's a debt I need to collect. Yes, that's the thing. I hope it can be resolved smoothly. Ah, Professor Veritas Ladio. I almost forgot about this crucial figure. Anna probably wouldn't mind him calling her mentor an asshole, right? He didn't even use harsher, more offensive slang. Asshole isn't much of an insult. It's almost like a spoiled child. Let's go get some oak roll cake together. Sure, I treat you. It's nothing. Their conversation had almost finished, and Kakavasa quickly pretended to be asleep, trying to recall where to buy the oat cake roll at golden hour. It didn't sound very good. He had no recollection of it. Anna and Luing exchanged a few more words before hanging up, returning her gaze to the virtual screen on her computer. Revising a paper, even one of her own, made her increasingly irritable. Her hands began to move more and more, and she fidgeted restlessly, like a cat being scratched by an unscrupulous owner. Sister, you're in a bad mood. Is studying really this hard? Kakavasa weighed. After weighing himself and deciding he wouldn't be beaten flat by her, he propped himself up on his arm and sat up, removing the piece of EP and hiding it in his palm. The weak soldier cautiously rose, but his strength was insufficient, and he fell limply. He frantically apologized to the young woman he pinned down. I'm sorry, sister. I didn't mean to do that. Are you okay? Anna wouldn't hold a grudge against the injured soldier, and Kakavasa couldn't have any ill intentions. He had always been a gentle and kind child. It's okay. Are you feeling uncomfortable lying down for so long? Lean on me for a while. We move in 2 more days when you're feeling better. Staying in abandoned buildings all the time isn't a good idea. The environment isn't good, and the negative impact on one's psychology outweighs the positive stimulation. It's not conducive to calmly revising a paper. Nor is it conducive to the recovery of the wounded. Kakavasa carefully observed her expressions, confirming she didn't mind this level of contact before resting her arm against her back for 2 minutes. Sister, what are you reading? Revising my paper. Anna discovered another unwritten phrase she accidentally left in. Gnashing her teeth and furiously fixing the loophole, she read the passage over and over again, gradually calming down. It's my final paper for this semester, and also a chapter in my dissertation. Oh! Kakavasa managed to sit back on her own. Can I read it? Whether I understand it or not, it's hers, so it has to be the best. There's nothing you can't read. Anna turned a page and continued to pick out her mistakes. Feel free to read it, but don't read it aloud. Reading it aloud would be too embarrassing. Kakavasa had intended to pretend to cheer Anna up, but after struggling to comprehend the first paragraph, he was surprised to find he actually gotten into it. He understood. She was questioning the injustices of the world through words, trying to uncover the causes and patterns that led to them. In the cold and bleak Iver prison, in the dusty Yepala palace, why were innocent and vulnerable people constantly being insulted and harmed? Where had the value they created gone? Who was trampling on the heads of ordinary people? The Earth Mother never offered these answers, and the star god of wisdom, Boshasan, remained silent. Only those who had experienced the same hell would pay attention, care, and raise questions. Why? Why did the Evocan deserve death? Why didn't Televizov even hesitate when he deceived Abigail? Why did the Bopuk endure humiliation and sell themselves into slavery? Where did all this inequality come from? Is it a rule set by the star gods? Or is it simply the luck of reincarnation? No, Kakavasa was absolutely certain that even as an executive at P45, he would still die at the hands of a greater force. The Kartikas slaughtered the Evocans, the Zyganian Council slaughtered the Kartikas, and the Interstellar Peace Company's security forces could slaughter the Zyganian Council. The director of marketing would order the dismissal of those executioners, but the director of marketing was also supervised by the board of directors. The board of directors theoretically followed the chairman's orders, and the chairman of Interstellar Peace, Kripo, was stationed at the wall, defending against external disasters. Peeling layer by layer like an onion. Is this really how the world works? A heavy, warm weight pressed against her back again, and Anna heard the blonde youth's weak sobs. Why, sister? I don't know. She tilted her head, and his head just happened to touch her chin. I've been trying to solve this mystery. For me, this reason may be the truth of the world. Kakavasa didn't dare move anymore. Anna coughed and turned back to turning the pages, turning them again. A rare silence slowly spread through the dimly lit ruins, until a bright star rose in the sky. That is. Anna stood up and scurried to the edge of the gaping mezzanine, the stars illuminating her eyes. You stay here. I'm going to a grand event. The hunting flying stars always streak across the sky at the darkest hour of night, and then the dawn is sure to arrive. The direction indicated by that star. Kakavasa ignored the weak setting he had maintained for several systems. He stood up and walked towards Anna, bending down and grasping her sleeve with a somewhat humble gesture. Can you please not go? There lies the madman of order, the source of danger, the hiding place of the Star Corps. If she ran there, she would face a romantic but also dangerous war. Don't leave me alone in the darkness, waiting hopelessly. She turned her back to the edge of the building and stared at the blonde youth. A wink curled her lips, then she smoothed his tangled blonde hair with her palm. Some things must be done, no matter what. You know, without someone to awaken the sky, the long night will never be dispelled. With someone knocking on the gates of heaven, those who come after her will no longer lament and weep. Regardless of whether she had promised Podio I definitely help, Anna, upon seeing this flying star and sensing the call of fate, would never ignore it. But Kakavasa looked frightened. He was wounded, stranded alone in a strange and desolate exile land, and it was understandable that she wanted her to stay with him. I take you away first. This place isn't safe. The thread wrapped tightly around the youth's body, and in a flash, Anna brought him to the platform closest to the sky on floating Dream Reef. Watch here. Daybreak will soon arrive. I reckon this dream will be over soon. Don't be afraid. She smiled gently at the young man, an expression she rarely displayed during her time in the Avel interstellar prison, soft, calm, like a boundless, gentle ocean. Kakavaja firmly believed that after only one encounter, no one would be so extravagant as to let go of those gray-blue eyes, which shone brighter than the most dazzling gems. Anna retracted the wire, and Yenya's blade flowed like gold. The blonde young man took a deep breath, loosened her sleeve, and forced a confident demeanor. See you later. Countless meteors streaked across the sky. He had never before realized so profoundly the romantic nature of hunting as he did now. For promises, for justice, for complete strangers, they willingly transformed themselves into the streak of fire that streaked across the night sky before dawn. Even if it illuminated just one person, it was worth burning. She answered the call of fate. Space and time distorted and alienated, but only her voice came through, word for word. I'm not going anywhere. I wait for you in this room. Sister, if you don't come find me, I jump from the roof of the Daydream Hotel. You promised you wouldn't leave me. Huh? No, where did this kid learn that? What the hell is this? You didn't even tell me your room number. How am I supposed to find you? Almost unbelievable at what she was hearing. Anna stared at Kakavasia in astonishment, but before she could say anything, the teleportation was complete, and the desolate night sky of looming reef was replaced by a sea of golden humanoids. Brothers and sisters, be righteous. Poshio stood higher, holding a lightning rod and gazing out. Countless meteors converged on this romantic event at Pinocchio. Who is the enemy? I don't know, but my brothers and sisters have already lit the way for me. The pale golden blade, against the night sky, resembled a flag. It rose, and it would not fall before dawn. Chapter 264. Pinocone's Harmony Festival concluded successfully, and the talented singer Miss Robin left a brilliant chapter in the history of galactic music. This family-organized event will be a hot topic in social circles for the next decade. People will proudly discuss the packed house, puffing out their chests with pride, praising its exquisiteness and its unparalleled uniqueness. Even the carefully arranged flowers and fruits beside the seats are worth talking about. The meteor shower special effects before the opening were particularly noteworthy. They were a rare spectacle, a combination of perfect timing, location, and people. Even the methods of the Boiji Society would have been difficult to cause the asteroids to deviate so obediently en masse. After the entire performance, only one thing surprised the audience. Mr. Sunday, the current head of the Oak family, the leader of the Pinocone generation, the young leader of the Sky Ring clan, the brother of the superstar Miss Robin, and the most popular man in Pinocone, did not show up. Miss Mockingbird's singing is undoubtedly captivating, and her brother's beauty is equally talked about in the secret discussion threads of some Starnet communities. It's already somewhat unreasonable for the Universal Beauty Guide to not include this stunning beauty. It's truly strange that Sunday didn't speak on stage at the Asdena Galaxy's own grand event, full of various speculations. The guests waited 24 systems for a final explanation. Sunday, the young head of Pinocchio betrayed his family and sided with the Order, attempting to use the Star Corps to sabotage the Harmony ceremony. Of course, his plot failed. The unknown guests of the Star Train, with the help of the Sea Rangers, thwarted his plan, reportedly with the covert support of the Interstellar Peace Company. Well, many people didn't believe that last sentence, but only the company's own employees firmly believed it. That's right, we at Interstellar Peace, emphasis added, are truly peace-loving. There's something wrong with Pinocchio's operations, and we need to intervene and take a look. Ahem. The moment the dream within the dream shattered, the pale golden figure bound by order soared into the sky, illuminating every corner of Pinocchio like a rising sun. To the audience at the Harmonious Music Festival, it was merely a rare and precious firework. In reality, it was freedom, a cry, exploration, the resentful echo left by humanity after repeated failures in its quest. It illuminated the sky, and only after it did the radiance of the stars dispel the gloom. Daybreak has arrived, and it's time to wake up from the dream. The sea patrollers arrived in the dead of night, and returned at dawn, leaving behind nothing but romantic legends and adventures. Anna sheathed her fangs and walked over to Podio, high-fiving him. The cowboy still had a bullet of impressive caliber in his mouth. Hey, mate, I got the standard assignment ready. We meet at the Daydream Hotel Starport in a week. The buyer wants us to teach those corporate idiots a lesson. I thought, how about blowing up a starship to test its quality? Anna nodded absently. Understood. Send me the exact time. Without a concrete reference, everyone's time in the interstellar age is different. With systems and planets, how can it match up? No problem. Pinocchio local time, 11 a.m. Brother Silver Branch will escort us in, but he won't be doing the rest. Podio removed the bullet from his mouth and put it back in the magazine. Anna scratched her hair and asked, "You said?" "There's someone who insists I go find him, and if I don't, he'd jump off a building." "What's that all about?" She'd been thinking about this during the fight, wishing she could even capture the pale golden figure beneath her blade and question him. Hiss. Cowboy Tactics recoiled, gasping. "Who's this? Such a harsh threat? You're so out of credit that someone's using this method to collect your debt?" "Debt? Impossible." Anna shook her head vigorously. "No, I always repay favors and pay debts. I never deny what's mine." That ruled out financial reasons. Podio pondered. "Hey, sister, I think this isn't a simple matter." "Indeed?" Anna nodded. "I think so too. I don't owe him anything. I shouldn't. No, I definitely don't." She grew increasingly confident, her certainty unwavering. "At most, I let him stay on the rooftop for a while to enjoy the view. Aren't we rushing over to lend a hand? What's the point of bringing a protective guardian into the sea patrol? If they were discovered by the lurking joy believers, she couldn't imagine the terrible rumors that would spread through the Starnet community tomorrow. But then again, if someone's been pushed to the point of jumping off a building, there must be a reason. Pocio feigned knowledge and offered advice. "You should go and have a look. Try to persuade them. Who would just abandon themselves so easily? Maybe we can find the reason through conversation. If that doesn't work, beat the guy up and see if you can bring him back. You can't just watch someone jump from a building for no reason." "You make a point. Thank you. I go right away." She lifted up Yenya, who had been reduced to a stick, and glanced down at the anchor she prepared. A pink Paradska. "Abigail, it's time to wake up." My body gradually rose from the deep sea, and I opened my eyes to find the control panel of the rare and uncommon. Experience time for 08241321 has ended. Next up is the young scholar Miss Febricott, seeking a mentor. Anna piloted the rare and uncommon to dock at the planar starport outside the Daydream Hotel. As soon as she stepped out of the starship, a self-service robot presented her with a number plate corresponding to her berth. When guests wish to leave, they must use this number plate to locate the starship, ensuring timely transportation and an orderly exit. "Thank you." She received an ultramarine sign. Turning it over, she saw a brand-name store from her dream printed on the back. It turned out to be an advertisement. She took a photo of the sign's number and sent it to Inji. The external device nearly froze when she turned it on. Phaeton and his men's indiscriminate bombardment was truly terrifying. Anna hurriedly sent a call request, which was answered almost instantly. "Anne, are you okay? What happened?" "I heard Pinocchio has a star core. The head of the family is rebelling. There's even a fight?" Whitehair's familiar voice was like a machine gun, interspersed with Damon's furious roar of "Can you control yourself?" and Sid's lingering question, "Are you hurt? Have you found Professor Lachaud?" Anna expressionlessly removed the external device, letting it play for a moment. Once Phaeton's composure had returned, she approached the speaker again. "I'm fine. Communication has just been restored. Everything is normal. Professor Lachaud is fine, as are most everyone else. Only the head of the Oak family is injured." Her roommates breathed a sigh of relief after hearing that everything was fine. "I plan to stay in Pinocchio for a few days before returning to school, and stop by to visit Professor Calites. After all, I'm already here." Although everyone was still a little worried, the fact that communication had been restored meant nothing dangerous would happen next. Anna's plan was sound. It was a rare trip to a resort, and it wouldn't be a waste to spend a few days enjoying the scenery after everyone else had already arrived. Then go and have a great time. Don't forget to bring back a gift. Phaeton patted his chest in relief, the thump audible over the network. "We take care of your notes. Have fun." After hanging up her friendly correspondence with her roommates, Professor Lachaud finally received a message. A reply to the messages she sent at school. "Got it. Anna, you said it yourself, got it." After making all these arrangements, the line in the Daydream Hotel lobby finally reached her. "I came to attend the Harmony Festival, but I was inexplicably locked out. My invitation has expired." "What the hell are you doing?" She slammed Professor Anax's invitation on the marble table, and the staff member's face paled. The service venue turned away the customer. If the family had never advertised absolute safety, she could have easily dismissed him with force majeure. That was the response of the last unfortunate person who lost his job. The customer's next question was, "Don't you advertise that Pinocchio will never have any accidents? Either admit that the family's management is flawed, that Pinocchio isn't as safe as people think, or offer appropriate compensation to cover up the matter. Anyone should know what to do. Excuse me, miss. Please believe that we extend a warm and sincere welcome to every guest." We are deeply sorry for this incident. How about this? We can upgrade your room according to the room number on the invitation, and give you 2 2-week relaxation experiences, along with a certain number of tokens. Have a wonderful time in your dreamland, okay? The 2 relaxation experiences were because the invitation was authorized by one guest to another. If you offended them, you'd be offending 2 people, both scholars from First Truth University. Who dared to mess with them? They were just a bunch of trolls. Anna frowned, debating whether to accept the offer. That way, she could still return the accommodation and leisure card to Professor Anaxa, sparing Sid the harshest of criticisms. The guest's expression was grim, and the front desk staff understood. They were there to attend the Harmonious Music Festival, not just to stay in the hotel for sightseeing. No amount of compensation could turn back time. They missed out on more than just a few days' accommodation. But her authority was limited, and besides, she couldn't turn back time to before everything happened. At most, I give you some small gifts to take home with friends and family, and some invitation certificates. Nothing more than that, I really can't do. Give her more, give her more. As long as she doesn't cause trouble, these small things aren't costing the front desk staff's salary anyway. A small gift? An invitation certificate? This hit Anna right in the heart, and she readily agreed, making both parties happy. Please scan your personal computer account here. Okay, take the elevator to the right. Any staff member can direct you if needed. The receptionist happily arranged a number of gifts for the affable guest. 2 accommodation packages, one a new invitation at the guest's request, the other a room card. Dean tokens jingled in a special bag. Anna left the reception desk, carrying the exquisite little bag. A few steps later, she saw several black-suited, armed company security guards in a booth in the hotel's real lobby. Yeah, why did Kakavasia end up working for the Interstellar Peace Company? I forgot to ask him about that. She pretended not to notice the security guards, raised her hand to push the slit-plane glasses on her nose, and walked past them nonchalantly. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen young scholars out having fun? Chapter 265. What are you looking at? The security guard, wielding a baton, kicked his toe at a colleague wielding a rifle nearby. He was staring intently at a young woman, unafraid she'd get angry and slap him. It's fine if you want to flirt with a girl, but don't get your buddies involved. If that happens, will I stop you? Pinaconi is Tongshi's territory. As one of the most untouchable forces in the universe, even the company's executives have to keep a low profile. Not to mention these smaller players, who don't even dare to unleash their weapons, and can only use their rifles and batons for show. The security guard, having been kicked by a colleague, snapped back to his senses, and couldn't help but glance in the direction of the tall girl. Nothing, I just thought that woman looked familiar. You think she looks familiar, even if it's a woman? Agan rolled his eyes, almost to the sky. This is the lobby of the Daydream Hotel. She could be a stripper, or perhaps the mistress of some wealthy businessman or politician. How many brains do you have to think she looks familiar? The words were blunt, but they were a bit too blunt. The girl in the white shirt and blue skirt seemed to have heard it. She raised her hand to adjust her glasses, the chain reflecting a cold light in the crystal chandelier. Maybe I got it wrong. Achyong, whose experience was less than Agan's, lowered his head in frustration. Maybe I really did get it wrong. Normally, reading wanted notices and watching surveillance footage makes people dizzy. Now they finally have the opportunity to go out with Director Topa to get some fresh air. The matter of recovering Pinocchio is handled by the 3 directors, so they should save their limited brains and try to accompany them next time. What are you 2 talking about? A silver-haired woman with red highlights walked briskly up to Achyong and Agan. These 2 had followed her from Bellowbird to Pinocchio. Even if they hadn't done anything for her, they had certainly worked hard, so she was willing to get along with them. Ms. Tapa, have you met Mr. Shah-Jin? Agan bowed enthusiastically to greet his superior. Achyong was a bit slow to respond, so he could only follow behind with a grin. At Topa's feet sat a chubby, dimensional piggy bank. The little creature hummed and nudged its owner's heel. The girl narrowed her eyes in amusement. I saw it. I don't know why the guy is holed up in his room and won't come out. But he's doing a good job. He's borrowing and returning things. The rest is up to Ms. Emerald. Ms. Emerald and I will be meeting with old ODI aboard the Falconite later, as invited by her. You stay here and notify Shah-Jin promptly if anything happens. Company employees weren't all about competition and hostility. Topa was always unfazed by his comrades. Go check on him more often. He's seriously injured. His Aventurin was shattered. It was the cornerstone that sealed the power of the Preservation Order. Yes, Ms. Topa is kind-hearted and intelligent. We do whatever you command. Aegon squeezed in front, nudging Ah Cheong away with his butt, his face filled with the desire for a raise. Behind the circular booth was another circular booth. A young woman in a white shirt and blue skirt sat near the outside. Before her was a virtual screen on her personal computer, a pink cocktail beside her. Topa glanced at her as he stood up. The densely packed text and charts on the page were constantly changing. She was focused on the task at hand. She wasn't a colleague at Interstellar Peace, but she didn't look like a spy either. What kind of spy would write a paper while working? With such professionalism, what could go wrong? I was just looking at her. She looks familiar, but I can't place where. Ah Cheong muttered softly, and Aegon nudged him. Topa ignored the two clowns and walked straight towards the increasingly irritable young woman in the booth. She tapped the virtual screen's input keys with increasing force, her rage visibly rising. Hello? Can I sit here? The beauty and the cute pet combo are always welcome wherever they go. Anna looked up from her paper, her eyes calm but with a hint of annoyance. Certainly not directed at Topa. She found another typo in the paper. Why are there so many typos? It's all because of this crappy input method. Hello, please make yourself at home. She replied, then lowered her head and continued with her work. Zhao Zhao circled around her ankle a few times, not wanting to pounce on her or be abrupt, yet reluctant to leave. After waiting for a moment, she tilted her head and turned around. Topa smiled, putting down the external device in his hand. May I have your name, please? The woman with the golden and silver hair finally fixed her gaze firmly on her. Who are you? The girl with the dimensional piggy bank was most likely a young executive at the company. She didn't even need to wear the jet black uniform. It was obvious she wasn't just an ordinary employee. Someone recognized my cover? I'm Topa, P44, Strategic Investment Department, Interstellar Peace Corporation. She introduced herself frankly, not hiding her interest at all. Anna turned off the virtual screen. Anna Fiberrich. Aegon gasped and elbowed Ah Cheong again. It was that universal beauty. No wonder you thought she looked familiar. Now I think she looks familiar too. Oh! Topa was a little embarrassed. She actually recognized Anna. Not only was she listed in the Universal Beauty Guide, but she had also dealt a heavy blow to the company last year in the Avelstar prisoner abuse case. She was a talented and responsible person. It's just that. The name Anna was a bit more common among one of my colleagues. Luckily, Shah-Jin didn't bring his assistant to Pinocchio this time, otherwise how awkward it would be. She changed her address affectionately. Miss Fiberrich, nice to meet you. I'm glad to meet you. What can I do for you? Anna was far from enthusiastic towards Topa. Her coldness was even a bit distant. Topa had seen this kind of attitude many times. It was a constant presence at every job. Miss Faber-Richter was relatively restrained, merely expressing her refusal to communicate without saying anything unpleasant. Nothing, just getting to know you. Perhaps we meet again in the future? She picked up the fluttering piggy bank. Sorry, but Zhang loves you. It's adorable. I won't hurt it. Anna nodded and turned the screen back on. The little black pig kept staring at the Padparadska on her bow tie. Considering it was just a clueless piggy bank, Anna had no intention of getting mad at it. The topic was over. It seemed Miss Faber-Richter had a strong prejudice against the company. If there were time, Topa would have loved to chat with her a bit more, but Ms. Emerald's message had arrived, and she had to attend to work first. Well, I have other things to do. Sorry to bother you. She picked up her pet and gracefully exited. A gun glared at the woman who nodded calmly, but showed no intention of getting up to see them off. How could you be so rude? Do you know what being a P44 executive in the company means? Miss Topa has the power to mobilize a fleet of starships to surround the planet. Anna didn't care. She didn't understand Topa, didn't intend to, and certainly didn't intend to be friends with her. Nodding was enough. At least, she wasn't like Podio, constantly drawing her gun and petting. Her character was worthy of the professor's painstaking education. She just wanted to wait for the two security guards to go find the gold dust director they were talking about so she could follow them upstairs. Usually, colleagues on business trips booked rooms close together. Finding one meant finding a whole group, and Kakavasa would always be found. Goodbye, I won't see you off. She didn't rise from her seat after all. The virtual screen's pale gold color was switched to a dark blue by its owner, perfect for extended reading in daylight. I don't believe I can't outlast you two security guards. Aegon and Ah Cheong stared until their eyes dried out. Miss Faberricht remained motionless. Aside from her periodic bouts of anger, she was as quiet as if she didn't exist. TSK, these scholars are each stranger than the other. I really can't understand them. The two men returned to their original positions, weapons in hand, and stood there for a moment. Agen, remembering Director Toppa's instructions before he left, nudged Ah Cheong with his toe to send him off on his errand. Go upstairs, and tell Director Sha Jin that Ms. Emerald and Ms. Toppa have gone aboard the Feldspar. The staff privately gave the executives a plethora of nicknames, but since they were out in public, they had to be more restrained. Ah Cheong didn't want to go, but since he was junior and inexperienced, he had to go anyway. Got it. The young man mumbled for a long time, not moving, and only had to be urged on by his senior before heading to the lobby elevator. Small minions like them weren't eligible to book a room at the Daydream Hotel, and the hotel staff wouldn't let them near the elevators without the director's authorization. After going through several formalities, he encountered Miss Febrick again at the elevator door to the right of the lobby bar. In the Beauties of the World section, she had been photographed in a black suit. Back then, her hair was still black and short, making her look like a handsome, sharp man. Now, she wore a white shirt, a blue pleated skirt, and a BLO tie embellished with pink gemstones. If it weren't for her impressive height, she'd be the epitome of a good boy. When did she leave the circular booth? The young woman, clutching a notebook with a chubby orange cat on the cover, held it up in front of her face as she entered the elevator, yawning softly. Some dark circles under her eyes. Studying must be hard. Ah Cheong gathered his wandering thoughts and entered the floor he was heading to. Miss Faber-Richter simply swiped the room card. Ah, those who study well are great at everything. She's already a guest at the Daydream Hotel before she even left school. How enviable. The elevator quickly took the guests to their desired floor. Ah Cheong got out first. Before leaving, he subconsciously glanced at Miss Faber-Richter. She was leaning against the car, her eyes closed, resting. The young scholar looked much softer with her eyes closed. Her glasses and eye chain distracted attention from her features, so even at such close range, her true identity was not recognized. The company's security guard, armed with a rifle, emerged from the elevator car and emerged into the red-carpeted hallway. Mr. Shajin's room was just ahead, next to the small living room on the right. A shadow seemed to flash behind him, and he turned sharply, but there was nothing. He scared himself. He looked back and took a few steps forward. Turning back, he saw a cyborg standing before him. He was dressed like a native of some remote planet, with long, distinctive hair that was half black and half white. He's so precious. I give him a good look. A metal hand, like a palm leaf fan, pressed against Ah Cheong's forehead. The man grinned, his shark-like fangs bared. Time for bed, young man. With a free punch, the young security guard fell into a daydream. Poshio dragged him into the small living room, placed him on a round chair, and helped him get into a sleeping position. He had circled the hotel lobby several times before finally finding someone to lead the way. Office dog, where are you going? Chapter 266. After stepping out of the elevator, Anna didn't look for her room. Instead, she walked around the corridor, returned to the elevator, opened the fire door, and descended the stairs to the floor where the company's security guard had gotten off the elevator. He had made a noticeable gesture of looking left as he exited the elevator, so the person he was looking for lived in the left corridor. The entire corridor was lavishly decorated, permeated with a strong sense of hedonism. Hand-painted oil paintings lined the walls, expensive natural pigments splashed freely. The finest gems, the finest minerals, finely ground into powder and mixed with auxiliary materials, these are the original and most beautiful colors. Anna stepped on a thick red velvet carpet past a painting titled Swing. The frivolous color scheme and layout exuded a strong sense of worldly desire. It might not be elegant, but it was absolutely vivid and real. Facing one's own desires. This is the subtext hidden deep in Pinocchio's dreams. At the end of the corridor was a corner. The recessed area had been set up as a small public living room. A company security guard, armed with a rifle, was taking a nap on a table. Anna immediately turned back the way she had come and found a guest room door, only ajar and pushed against the frame. The lock had been completely ripped out and then, with a veiled intent, shoved back in, evidently having been subjected to some rough treatment. Kid, I spare your life this time. If I ever find out you lied to me, darling, I chop off your pretty little head and shove it down the toilet. The cowboy, with his back to the door, was shouting threats at the occupants. Although his words were extremely harsh, Anna knew he wouldn't kill anyone unless there was a deep hatred. He probably just wanted to scare the target. He used a gun, not a knife. She stepped back to make room for the door. After swearing, Podio left the room and turned. Huh? Hey girl, what a coincidence. Dreams are dreams. Reality is reality. It's a sheer coincidence that they could actually walk into a hotel this size. Anna raised her chin toward the closed door and whispered, "From the company?" Podio looked back and nodded, "Yes, a little golden retriever. See you in 7 days at Star Harbor. Bye, girl." He raised his hand to adjust the brim of his hat as a gesture of respect. Anna bowed her head in return. They passed each other and went their separate ways. The door, violently invaded by the cowboys, had lost all practical functionality except for its appearance. The young woman stepped forward and gently knocked twice. A familiar voice echoed from within. "Come in." Oh, listen to Kakavaj's movements. Is she sulking because she got beaten? A spring thread slipped through the crack in the lock, and the wooden door, which wasn't even locked, slowly swung open. A handsome young man, his back to her, rested his hands on the decorative fireplace relief, as if trying to project an air of commanding confidence. It was all in vain. She closed the door with her backhand, leaned against it with her arms folded, and cleared her throat with a cough. Ahem. You become more powerful, haven't you? You learned how to threaten me, haven't you? You're going to jump off the building, haven't you? Sister, you're finally here. Kakavaja turned joyfully. Even if he tried to conceal it, he couldn't hide the red, round mark on his chin. Probably from being pressed at gunpoint. It's the nature of the Epkin. TSK. Outside the dream, Anna was wearing the clothes tailored for her by Madame Maya. Her hair, neither too long nor too short, was dyed a model pattern of gold and silver. Her gray-blue eyes, hidden behind her glasses, effectively softened her fierce aura. That's the height. Kakavaja, walking in front of her, subconsciously adjusted his posture to stand a little straighter. It's common knowledge that women over 1.7 meters tall can visually appear taller than men. Even if Anna didn't wear high heels, the blond young man couldn't help but feel a sense of height anxiety. He's already a year younger than her, and now he's even shorter. He'd be completely ignored as a brat. Anna looked down at him from over the top of her glasses, then raised her head to survey the room. The thin chain on her glasses swayed slightly, creating ripples like broken stars. The sister looked absolutely stunning in her glasses with a chain, a certain aura that made one blush and heartbeat. Anna took in the layout of the luxurious guest room and raised her right hand, as if to tuck her hair behind her ear. Kakavasa was all too familiar with her initial attack, but it was too late to dodge. The flexible springs instantly bound him tightly, and she leaped onto the viewing window behind the dream pool and kicked it open. Didn't you say you were going to jump from the rooftop? Then jump. Go! The Daydream Hotel in reality, converted from a former prison building, was incredibly magnificent. To accommodate the vast array of guests, the engineers had exhausted their imagination. So its height was also quite astonishing. Kakavasa felt a sense of relief, then plummeted under the pull of gravity. The springs released after flinging him out the window. Gold and silver hair brushed against his eyes. He stared at Anna's profile, unable to think about what would happen if he fell. The instinct for survival screamed, the will to protect his life stirred, but now, even more, he wanted to hold her in his arms. No, no. He couldn't be so selfish. The invisible force of destiny enveloped Anna like a thick eggshell. She sensed it and, unexpectedly, grabbed Kakavasa by the collar, swung him in a circle, and flung him upward. The bone-deep fear finally settled, and the wind choked Kakavasa, speechless. Are you crazy? She accelerated downward, like a bird folding its wings. Even if the power of preservation took effect, surviving such a high-altitude, high-speed fall would be difficult. No! I know I was wrong, I really do. Kakavasa trembled with fear, the importance and fragility of life now clearly visible before his eyes. Even a destiny walker cannot escape the laws of the material world. Anna's actions taught him a harsh lesson. When you treat your own life as worthless, your family and friends feel the same way. The Yukon people value family and community, these are their few weaknesses. The lack of oxygen blinded him. A flash of light flashed beneath the bottomless darkness. Anna threw the golden-haired young man, panting heavily, onto the carpet. He held onto the shell-shaped edge of the dreaming pool, trembling and breathless, looking a mess. Cold sweat dampened his light blonde hair. The hairspray had lost its effect, leaving soft strands tangled and clinging to his forehead. The sensation was unbearable. Anna knelt before him, reaching up to brush away the sticky stubble. Did you scare me? You scared me too, Kakavaja. Jumping from a building isn't a pleasant experience. Death would be unsightly, but lying in bed, unable to move, would be even more unsightly. She gently patted his forehead. I've been thinking all this time, at least give you a good beating to teach you a lesson. But, People can't teach people 100 times, but once is enough. You have to cherish yourself, right? You're cherished. Her hands were warm and dry. As soon as he caught his breath, the young man immediately moved forward, clinging to her in a panic, tangling with her. His damp, cold hair left streaks on her shirt collar. I just wanted you to come find me. I thought you didn't want me anymore, and you never came. In 2 years, he had completely shed his teenage appearance. His arms and legs had grown, and he clung to her like a spider, clinging to her tightly. You're scaring me to death. The jeweled earrings were a little uncomfortable. Anna patted Kakavasha on the back. Okay, don't be afraid. Let go. You're too heavy. No. The blonde youth shouted at the top of his lungs. That cyborg just hit me so hard, and you're scaring me again. That's too much. It's really too much. Only when he felt a healthy, vigorous pulse against her neck did Kakavasa's heart settle. His lungs and trachea greedily demanded oxygen, and even though his hands and feet were limp, he refused to let go. What if he finally let go, and realized it was all a dream? He couldn't tell reality from fantasy. The door's broken. Anna patiently reasoned with him. I just ran into your colleague downstairs. We didn't get along, but he really cares about you. You never know when he might come up to see you. You get misunderstood. What? A misunderstanding? How could that be a misunderstanding? That's great. I won't let go. I won't let go. Kakavasa meowed bravely. It's all my fault. I'm such a bad girl. Okay, I'm bad enough, okay? Let go. Anna struggled to tear him apart, but Kakavasa refused to be torn apart. Like a stubborn plaster, he was about to collapse. It hurts. Ouch. Just bear with it. I take you to the medical station. What's the point of you clinging to me? Am I a painkiller? Even the twin mushrooms wouldn't have escaped a brutal RU. Anna, still remembering Kakavasa's injury, couldn't bring herself to hit him. After a half sentence of sternness, she softened her tone and said, let go, okay? No. Kakavasa was a man of steel, and he wouldn't let go until he said so. Anna had no choice but to unleash her ultimate weapon. If you don't let go, I really abandon you. Hunter was as easy as Prank to escape Protector. One had legs so long, they could travel anywhere, impossible to catch, while the other had legs just for show. Kakavasha rested his forehead on Anna's shoulder, lowered his arms, and suddenly became remarkably quiet. Don't go. He was filled with those words. Anna stroked his loose blonde hair. Kakavasha, you must live for yourself. You are the most astonishing of countless life miracles. Why do you so easily disregard your own life? The head pressed against her shoulder shifted silently twice, which Anna interpreted as a nod of reassurance. Director Shah Jin was probably most thankful that Anna didn't know about his wonderful life of risking his life over the past 2 years. Otherwise, the lectures would have accumulated for years to come. Miss Febrick's teaching methods were even more radical than her mentors. No one, regardless of heart condition, could withstand them. Of course, Mr. Kakavasha didn't want anyone else to have the privilege of being taught by her. Chapter 267. The Grand Stage of Pinocchio, which brought together order, harmony, exploration, nothingness, hunting, and preservation, finally came to an end. The battle between the Fate Walkers had been decided, and the next game would naturally be taken over by those more skilled. Aboard the Hibiscus, Tapa and Emerald racked their brains in negotiations with old ODI, completely unaware that their good colleague had completely gone on vacation. Kakavasha, using excuses of being injured and frightened, pestered Anna. Just then, his door to his room was broken down, and he unabashedly suggested going to Anna's room to avoid the spotlight. Clipper only then realized what the guy was trying to avoid, but seeing how frightened he was, Anna finally relented and agreed to his request, opening the door and letting him in. Professor Anax's invitation was already quite high, and the front desk even offered a free upgrade. It was obvious that the floor was higher, the room was more spacious, the decor was more opulent, and the dream pool was even larger. It was truly enormous. Several adults could easily squeeze in. I have to go back to school in a week. I can't play outside too long, or I fail my final exam. Anna, with one foot in the pool, insisted on the time. Kakavasha nodded half-heartedly. I got it in mind. Do you want to take a ride on a Tailwind starship? What do you like to do, sister? A week in Pinocchio was plenty. Staying longer would get tiresome. If I owed her a little, I could always invite her back next time. The excuse was readily available. I have a lot of things to do. I can't spend all my time having fun. Anna tried to reason with him, but the golden retriever immediately went into whining mode. Am I so bad I can't be introduced to my sister's friends and teachers? Anna thought about it carefully. Friends didn't matter, but what about teachers? Stop thinking about it. The more she thought about it, the more she felt a chill down her spine. Seeing this, he continued to push, but Anna didn't want to listen to this guy's slanderous talk anymore. She grabbed Kakavasa and shoved him into the dream pool. Go in. The blonde youth had already quietly extended his claws, and the moment he landed in the dream pool, he took the person who pushed him with him. The condensed memory was a bit like water, but not quite. When Anna opened her eyes again, she found herself standing on a bustling street, a bustling city of splendor and bustle. From outside the dream, it was impossible to tell how many guests the Daydream Hotel actually had. Only when you enter the dream can you truly appreciate the sheer prosperity of this place. All sorts of intelligent creatures wandered along the smooth paths, with comfortable seats and accompanying services everywhere. 3 bottles of different colored wine huddled together, chattering. Anna stared at them for a moment, before someone gently tapped her shoulder. Sister? Yeah. She rubbed her chin, her gaze fixed on the bottles. Staff? She had ordered a pink drink at the Daydream Hotel in reality, but didn't drink it. She couldn't possibly be that drunk. Cock of Asia found her serious nature incredibly endearing. She wanted to pull her along, but didn't dare. After careful consideration, she said, it's one of those things. Where do you want to go first? Pinacone has 12 hours, 8 of which are currently open. She wouldn't encourage her to go to any of the overly glamorous places. The golden hour was just right. I don't know. I never been there. Just take a stroll. She glanced up and down the street. Inside the luxurious floor-to-ceiling windows, tailors were circling customers with eager attention. A tailor, a tape measure dangling from his neck, pointed at rolls of fabric and enthusiastically explained them. It seemed like the items here couldn't be taken out. The meaning of consumption was probably similar to Silver Wolf paying for skins for his game character. Cock of Asia followed her gaze. Making clothes? No, Ms. Maya's clothes are very comfortable. Anna shook her head, declining the offer. By the way, she's Abigail's mother. Abigail's case was overturned, and the useless St. Clipper's Church was demolished by angry parents. I'm sorry that justice is delayed, but I'm also relieved that it will eventually come. The pink gem on her bow tie. Abigail? Cock of Asia felt like reaching out and touching her, but felt it would be too abrupt. Anna took off her bow tie and held it in her hand to show him. Ms. Maya wanted me to take Abby on a cosmic adventure. She was once a carefree girl, yearning for freedom. The two of them fell silent, their pink sapphires gleaming with a captivating light. After standing for a moment, Anna put her bow tie back on. Cock of Asia suggested going to a theme park. There were open-air performances there, as well as a cafe where you could watch the performances. In the center of the sunken plaza was the Clock Boy statue, Pinocchio's most valuable IP. Sister, do you want to try your luck? A corner of a theme park was filled with a variety of rides. Anna, remembering the token the front desk had given her, turned and walked over to these period-inspired machines. 3 machines formed a group, each standing upright in a shallow, circular pool less than a centimeter deep. The open-air dance floor not far away was ablaze with lights and vibrant tunes. Instruments played their hearts out, and tourists, engrossed in the music, waved their limbs. Some danced with a smooth, flowing rhythm, while others seemed to have just learned how to use their limbs today. It seems even dreams can't guarantee everything. Those who can't dance even in their dreams. Just drop your token in here and pull the lever. Cock of Asia nodded at the coin slot. Anna, unsure of her luck, took out her token and inserted it. The resulting pattern was so fragmented it made her want to cry. I knew it. She scratched her hair, circled the device, and returned to her starting point. The machine next door suddenly blared with music, and 3 or 5 young people happily raised their hands and high-fived each other in celebration. Cock of Asia, Her luck was truly incredible. Remember, the data on Pinocchio's rides is modified, and the odds of winning are much higher than those of similar machines outside. After all, this place's main revenue stream relies on room fees, and the real purpose is to keep guests entertained and lingering in their dreams. How about we go eat? This is a dreamland, so there's no need to feel pressure to eat anything. Cock of Asia spared no effort to intrude into Anna's current circle of friends, fearing that someone might be unaware of his existence and wish to hang out with Miss Febricate. Of course, he wouldn't just say, I heard you had an appointment for an oak roll, but the best approach was to subtly bring up the topic and then innocently offer to join. Anna took the bait without a second's hesitation, suddenly realizing, I just said I forgot something. She immediately contacted Luing, who replied immediately, agreeing to meet at the Clockboy restaurant in half an hour. Where is the Clockboy restaurant? Putting away her external devices, Anna suddenly realized that Kakavasa seemed to have an inexplicable obsession with image. He was like a bird with magnificent wings. He had to stand in the most conspicuous place and sit with a graceful posture. In the hotel room, he was clingy and humming, but when out in the crowd, he had to appear proud and confident. It's hard to imagine a peacock in its prime rolling on the ground or slumped over. Anna couldn't help but rub her eyes. The contrast was too stark. Go up there, past the Audi shopping center, and then head east. Kakavasa, having already prepared a plan, didn't hesitate at all. Sister, can we take a leisurely stroll? Anna calculated the time and nodded in agreement. At her affirmative answer, he was delighted like a child, donning a hat and sunglasses to lead the way. The sunglasses were to hide his colorful eyes and minimize encounters with ignorant people, and the hat, well, it made him look taller. He occasionally glanced to the side, always caught unawares by Anna's expression, as she observed her surroundings intently. Walk carefully, look ahead. Is there a road or a map on my face? The shops along the shopping mall were filled with a dazzling array of goods. Similar items would be sold out, likely out of stock, and wouldn't even be displayed to anyone. But in Pinocchio's dream, they could be had for a relatively modest sum. It's just that they couldn't leave the dream. Wouldn't it be better if the guests stayed within? Would you like to try them? I help you choose. I have a good eye. Kakavasia had never been so eager to buy anything before, but Anna, despite looking, didn't want anything afterward. No, I'm just curious about how these traditional crafts work. I respectfully refuse to wear them. To give the wearer a stylish look, tailors often deliberately tighten the shoulders and joints, even requiring special support around the chest and abdomen. Anna felt suffocated just looking at it. When she picked up work clothes from company employees, she would always choose a slightly larger size, and even rolled up her sleeves when she needed to work with others. Overly restrictive, aesthetically pleasing clothing held no meaning for her. As for the cosmetics, jewelry, perfume, and watches, she didn't even glance at any of the miscellaneous luxury items. Only a large grandfather clock, placed on the floor as a sign, drew scrutiny. Anna, will the internal structure be the same as a cuckoo clock after disassembly? She didn't need anything to adorn her body, nor did she have any material desires. Kakavasia sighed softly. Sister, you're making it difficult for those who want to please you. After strolling through the Audi shopping center, the two of them arrived at the entrance of the Clockboy restaurant, seemingly just strolling along. Luing was already there, and with her was Xiong. Hey! Gold Dust. What are you up to again? The opponent he fought so fiercely not long ago suddenly appeared before him. If Huang Quan hadn't wielded his sword, he might have been pelted with chips. Little Gray Hair took a half step back and fetched a hat. What's the matter? Is he someone I know? Luing smiled, her hands behind her back tightly gripping the transformer. Director Gold Dust, Oh no, this kid probably won't say anything nice. As expected, Pioneer grinned and said, I wouldn't call him an acquaintance, just a familiar boss. And, have you been tricked by this guy? Those bad men and women like Pinocchio have been screwing me over. Ugh. Anna, this. Everyone had so much fun while I was gone. Kakavasa? Do you have anything to say? She narrowed her eyes and smiled brightly. Xiong, Luing, and Kakavasa all shuddered simultaneously. Marina. Chapter 268. Anna, Kakavasia, Table, Firefly, Pioneer. The waiter at the Clockboy restaurant served the food at lightning speed, and he hid his favorite jokes carefully, fearing they would be dragged out and beaten by customers if they were too loud. The atmosphere at this table was so solemn that even a funeral would be considered lighthearted compared to it. So, Luing, you completely disregard your health, repeating experiments over and over again, just to prove that fate is unchangeable. Kakavasa deliberately created a conflict, actively provoking the nothingness commander to strike you, so that the company could gain control of Pinocchio. Xiong. Anna glanced at the gray-haired young man, who swallowed hard. She looked away. Forget it, you didn't mean it. Kakavasa could only mentally flip the table. Why should we just let it go, when it comes to this little gray-haired kid? He's been reckless too. And, you know me. Xiong choked, I'm so innocent. Anna, expressionless, picked up the external device and requested a call. Mr. Donheng? It's me. Xiongbao's business. Thank you for your hard work. Who could have imagined that this kid would become like this after returning to the game and refreshing his phone? The contrast was so great that it seemed like he had completely changed species. Dan Heng, confused, politely replied, Are you okay? Ah! The gray-haired young man held his cheeks with his hands and pretended to scream. At least he remembered this was a public place, so he only moved without making any sound. Why is this guy so mean and sinister? She said something so abruptly and hung up the phone. He'd definitely be caught and questioned by his companions later. Their eyes met, and Luing smiled sweetly. Anna placed the oak roll in front of her and said, "I go ask my roommate to teach me how to make this later." Cock of Asia twitched her ears, her eyes becoming pitiful. "Thank you, I'm sorry." Luing couldn't resist this genuine concern. She lowered her head and whispered an apology. "I'm sorry, I just wanted to try." Her life, as fleeting as a firefly's, was precisely because she encountered this precious warmth that she was reluctant to let go. Next time, tell me in advance. Deliberately changing fate often keeps it on its predetermined path. How should I describe it? Anna tilted her head and thought for a moment. Like flowing water, you can only change its direction at the moment of decision. You can't force it to change its course while it's breathing evenly. So we need to discuss this together. I don't know when that moment of decision will be, let alone what the outcome of that choice will be. But I think... She poured Luing a glass of the least sweet drink. By drawing on the lessons of history and considering current circumstances, we could always avoid many wrong choices. No one can guarantee that their decisions will be wise. Faced with the one-way street of time, everyone is as naive as a baby. Thank you, Anna. Luing sniffed, smiled, and lowered her gaze. Really? Kakavasa tried to speak several times, but Anna always gave him a look at the perfect moment to silence him. I haven't told you what happened to you, kid. Wait till I get a big fight, and see how I deal with you. Luing took a moment to calm herself down. A smile crossed her face as she cut the oat cake roll into 4 equal pieces. Come on, everyone, eat together. The heavy, stagnant atmosphere vanished. Cheong helped her distribute the cake rolls to everyone. Anna poked a piece with her fork and ate it, calmly devouring the sawdust mixed in with the cake. Even if it weren't in a dream, this thing wouldn't kill you. She didn't say anything, nor did Kakavasa, and Cheong certainly wouldn't say anything to dampen the mood at this moment. Luing was delighted that her taste was accepted by everyone. She began enthusiastically carving up each dream delicacy. Anna had never understood Mr. Blade so well as she did now. Compared to the food from the immortal boat, the treats that Pinocchio presented to the guests looked more like toys. They were brightly colored and whimsically shaped, fully satisfying the sense of sight and curiosity. But they didn't consider the taste buds. You can't say it's unpalatable, but it's not particularly good either. 1 bite raises your blood sugar, 2 bites send your pancreas into a state of panic, and 3 bites put you on the brink of ICU admission. That's what it's like to feel hopeless. Anna nibbled at the fries and ice cream. The vegetables on the pizza had been grilled to a rather stale green, and she didn't want to eat them. Mr. Herring and Mr. Salmon's eerie, gleaming eyes were a constant reminder that this was a dream. But forget it, aesthetic appeal is also valuable. Kakavasa, huddled nearby, nearly choked out laughing. She never endured such suffering in Avel, and she doubted she ever eat with these two again. I think we should just pack this up and take it back to Elio. What do you think? Anna stopped Luing from reaching for the unbreakable sex knife. Maybe you'd like it. As a cat, it's unlikely she wouldn't like fish. Perhaps this slightly scary design just hits the spot for cuteness. Luing hesitated for a moment, then took Anna's advice. Before leaving, she'd go to the hotel lobby outside her dream and order an identical one to take back home. That way, she wouldn't have to worry about it. Huh? Cheong rubbed his stomach and breathed a sigh of relief. He picked up his cup and shook it, then realized he overlooked something. Wait! 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 The gray-haired young man stared at Anna, his eyes narrowing. Anne? Why are you so familiar with Luing? You know she's... He glanced at the blonde company executive. The combined bounty on the Star Corps hunters was a fortune most people couldn't refuse. Anna yawned slightly. Star Corps hunters? How would I get the money to go to school if I didn't work part-time? First Truth University doesn't charge tuition, but it's definitely not cheap. The Polytechnic Institute is already a prestigious organization without a monopoly on knowledge. How can it support those money-burning tycoons if it doesn't make money? Although, he already forgotten the past, and wouldn't know that Elio doesn't actually pay his salary. The Star Corps Hunters' currently released roster doesn't seem to include Anna Fabricate. Cheong was eager to try. While you're still a name, why don't you quit and join us on the Star Train? You rejected Black Tower twice, which means you don't like conventional office work. Let's go explore together. Kakavasia's eyes grew sharper. This guy's trying to steal someone right in front of him. I didn't even ask my sister if she's willing to work for the company. Given her skills, she should be at least AP40 to start. No, Anna shook her head. I'm wanted. Lu Ying nodded subtly. Yes, her bounty is higher than mine. With all the new and old grudges added up, the company could easily swallow number 0824131 whole. Xiong lowered his head and used an external device to open the Interstellar Peace Company's bounty page. He lowered his head, then raised it again, then lowered it again. Anna tilted her head. What? Number 0824131? Little gray hair was so shocked that he nearly buckled. The company described number 0824131 as a villainous person. Beating up children and snatching lollipops was just basic stuff. He couldn't imagine the connection between a fierce gangster and a refined scholar. No matter how strong and capable Miss Feverick was, she still had the aura of a weak academic about her. Lu Ying, just catching up, suddenly realized, so that's why you're so familiar with this gentleman from the company? If I remember correctly, he's the last Evican. He escaped with you, right? Yes, a former gang member. Anna pinched a colorful jelly bean to test her taste buds. After a suspicious pause, she calmly held the open bottle open to the crowd. Not bad, want to try it? Cock of Asia was the first to respond, randomly selecting one and popping it into his mouth. His expression was impeccable, and Xiong was undoubtedly fooled. The Interstellar Raccoon was nearly betrayed by the sour taste. Bad guy. He's a bad guy indeed? Xiong covered his cheek, tears streaming down his face. He looked at Lu Ying, hoping to find a like-minded person to challenge him to justice, but to his surprise, she smiled and held out her hand, the round jelly bean lying perfectly still in her palm. Hee. There are 3 wanted criminals sitting at this table. The only one who isn't wanted, guess who it is? Cock of Asia has been observing the pioneers. The company has conducted an assessment since the Yalalo deck case. This young man suddenly appeared at the Black Tower space station, which was being attacked by both the Antimatter Legion and the Star Core Hunters. His unique ability to seal a Star Core within his body immediately made him a high-risk entity. During the Pinocchio incident, he intentionally used the Star Train's existence to create confusion, but now it seems that besides being a major force within the Pioneer organization, we must also pay extra attention to his possible past identities. Anna is a Star Core Hunter, and Miss Lu Ying, who sits across from him, is also a Star Core Hunter. They freely mention the Star Core Hunter leader, Elliot, in front of the gray-haired boy. So, could the pioneers have also been Star Core Hunters before becoming pioneers? In that case, the strategy must be adjusted. Little gray hair slumped down on the table, groaning in frustration. Lu Ying teased him with candy beans. Cock of Asia carefully observed Anna's expression. A familiar, slightly distressed expression, the kind of lenient look one gives to a child. Want to go somewhere else? He analyzed the current situation and felt he couldn't just go along with the crowd. He wasn't at an advantage to begin with. If he didn't fight for it, he had no chance at all. Director Shaw Jean had never been less than dashing when it came to paying the bill. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers to get the waiter's attention, then smiled softly and said, "Check out here. I pay." Lu Ying's personal savings had long been taken away by Xiong, whose family managed their spending money. Anna had originally planned to pay for her, but she was a bit slow. "Okay. Don't worry, sir. The bill will be added to the room charge." This meant there was no need to pay on the spot. The waiter looked at this god of wealth with more affection than they would their own father. Xiong and Lu Ying realized they'd been wasted on this guy, and they felt too embarrassed to go with him anyway. No, you guys go on a stroll. We have things to do at the Dreaming Border." Declining the director's enthusiastic invitations, the former and current Star Core Hunters fled. That's probably what it means to be soft-spoken after a good meal. Chapter 269. The unrelated personnel retreated too quickly, which was neither good nor bad. The good thing was that there would finally be no more accidents. What was bad about that? TSK, the pioneers were talking too much. As soon as the gray-haired duo withdrew, Anna dropped her gentle smile, gave Kakavasa a cold glance, and turned to stroll on. She didn't even choose a direction, which showed how furious she was. There was really no need for me to get so angry. Kakavasa isn't a minor, and I'm not his guardian. As a healthy adult male with a sound mind, he has the right to decide his own lifestyle and conduct. She walked silently through the crowd. Cheers and praise couldn't stop her, and money and extravagance couldn't make her look back. Kakavasa followed her nervously, trying to act all movie star-like and cool to attract her attention, but Anna wouldn't even glance at him. The enthusiastic glances from passers-by meant nothing to him. Sister Anna didn't walk fast, she simply didn't stop. The blond young man took a few steps forward and came to her side. Sister? Sister. Are you angry? They walked on an elevated walkway, below them a pedestrian street, and a sunken plaza surrounded by various taverns. She walked for a while, her expression gradually becoming relieved, and Kakavasya felt that this might not be a good sign. Sister, don't be angry. That was all in the past. I know I was wrong now. He knew he was wrong, but he never mentioned whether he would change. As Professor Lachaud had said, without the Foundation, without the codename Gold Dust, he would be nothing more than a wanted criminal on the company's wanted list, a death row inmate, a desperate gambler clinging to life on the strength of luck. Only in the thrilling game of life and death can one truly feel alive. Stop reminiscing about the past, and let go of the stench of blood that slowly seeped beneath the vast yellow sands of Saiganja. Kakavasya, I think. Maybe we need to talk? Anna suddenly stopped, the blonde's heart racing. What was she going to say? What would she say? Kakavasya suddenly realized he had no leverage to negotiate with her. Credit points? She didn't need them. Friends? She had plenty. Reputation? Status? Someone who hoped to graduate from Veritas Ladian's fold would even care about that. Want to play? He waved his hand. The first time, his fingertips were empty. The second time, 2 12-sided dice, polished from Aventurin, were between his fingers. Let's find a place where no one will bother us. The winner will ask questions, and the loser will answer. In the end, he could only sadly place his hopes once again on the elusive power of luck, hoping that the goddess of fortune would continue to favor him, yet he was conflicted about her favor. Anna watched Kakavasya quietly. He had suddenly become agitated. Though he tried to suppress it, his wandering eyes, and the increasing movements of his hands and body suggested he was on the verge of losing control. Okay. She agreed to his suggestion, and the young man grew quieter, his eyes gradually revealing the despair of a drowning man. Then let's go back to the hotel. There's a nice spot in the corridor of the Dreamland Hotel. Going back to the room was still a bit premature. Even though she might be chased away at any moment, he couldn't bear to offend her in the slightest. Kakavasya, after shedding his flamboyant and frivolous exterior, exuded a soft, easily manipulated air, like a fragrant, soft honey cake. Anna smacked her lips, thinking it was dangerous for him to be out in the open like this. No wonder he always had to put on such a show of bravado. Thinking of it, the child was a bit like a kitten just separated from its mother, having to puff out its fur to pretend to be strong to protect itself. Wow, is this where the Avakin's natural abilities lie? How could she refuse this? There was no way she could refuse. Okay. She looked away at the nearby flowers, where a frustrated wine bottle lay. I loved her silently and hopelessly, enduring both shyness and the torment of jealousy. I loved her so sincerely, so tenderly. Note 1. The wine bottle grumbled as it fell into the flowers, looking more pitiful than a dog caught in the rain. Sensing someone watching it, it let out a loud, choking sob, sobbing like a true drunk. Her eyes are the sea I never see again. Note 2. It looked like a secret crush had failed, which was indeed quite tragic. Kakavasya seemed lost in melancholy thoughts, and Anna felt a little embarrassed. Trying to appear frantic, she looked around and quickly found another bottle on a bench not far away. 1,000 milliliters bottles of red wine all looked almost identical. The only thing that distinguished them was the embossing and label. Hello, Anna said politely to the bottle, which swung and tilted its mouth forward, perhaps as a gesture of bowing. Good day, miss. How can I help you? There's a sad bottle lying among the flowers over there. Do you know him? Judging from their voices, both bottles must be boys, though this one seemed smarter than the other. The bottle moved, the label turning a dozen degrees as if to look, then turning back. Yes, miss, I know him. His beloved bottle was married to a Calibi bottle yesterday. The bottle replied calmly, it's just the way it is. Girls prefer foreign bottles that exude a scholarly air. To be fair, local bottles are often less reliable. Anna, Sorry, I didn't realize there were such complicated love-hate relationships between you bottles. And Calibi. Isn't that a specialty of the Black Tower space station? I see. What about his friends? We can't just leave him alone. What if he accidentally gets knocked over in the flower bed? He miss out on the next beloved bottle. Nothing is more tragic than losing love and life at the same time. You're such a kind-hearted lady. Smart Bottle jumped twice. I go tell his friends to come and comfort him. I hope they don't use this as an excuse to get drunk again. Anna, How do a bunch of bottles get drunk? I'm so curious. Smart Bottle staggered away, returning to the flowers to claim Kakavasa. Back to the hotel? How? I don't seem to remember this when I got here. She opened her eyes in the blink of an eye, and was standing on the street. This is normal. People who are sensitive to memory will experience some unusual symptoms when using the dream pool for the first time. For example, they may experience memory loss or find themselves in situations that defy logical reasoning. After this brief interlude, the atmosphere eased. The blonde youth looked at her sadly. Okay. If my sister could be so gentle with a silly bottle, she wouldn't be too cruel to me, would she? The Daydream Hotel in the dream was deserted. The entire journey from the room to the exit belonged to the guests themselves. The human brain wouldn't waste energy creating so many unnecessary spectators. Kakavasa found Shuang's bar, a familiar place. It was quite unique. Besides the bartender, most of the people sitting at the table were staff from the dream. Big-headed TVs, 10 alarm clocks, soda dolls, and so on. No wonder he said it was quiet. The customer base was far lower than at prime times, so it was very quiet. What can I do for you? The bartender, wearing a suit, waistcoat, and tie, and a gothic-style choker, rested his hands on the bar. Anna remained noncommittal. She had never been to this bar, didn't understand its theme, and had no particular preference for alcoholic beverages. So why not show respect and honor to the bar owner? It's up to you. Thank you, Margaret. Kakavasa didn't want to waste his time with this renowned figure from the Iris family. He found a spacious corner, clear of other guests. The adventuring dice rolled with a crisp rhythm on the table. Shuang glanced at the blonde youth with a half-smile, and said gently to the young woman, "Yes, miss, please take a seat. I hope you enjoy my work." Anna then walked over to the table, sat down, and examined a dice carefully. Aventurin and Jade are very similar, yet their prices are vastly different. There must be a reason for this. The bean-green dice had a chaotic, dense texture, their surface meticulously engraved with various numbers, and adorned with a gold leaf technique, creating a sense of false prosperity. Aventurin. The dice spun between her legs, like a spoon in an interstellar prison back in the day. What are the rules? Who rolls the highest number? Anna tossed the dice onto the table, a neat, freshly rolled dice. Kakavasa, Unless he crushed the dice, he couldn't lose no matter how he rolled them. Who rolls the lowest number? He picked up the dice in front of him, and rolled a single one. Anna wouldn't cheat, so at worst she could roll a single one to tie. A soda pop halfway across the bar exploded a bottle, and the bottle cap, for no apparent reason, flew across, knocking the dice off the table. It was gone. If you're willing to accept the loss, ask. Anna has always been confident in her luck, and it's not just about asking questions that can communicate, answering can also achieve the same goal. Kakavasa took out another pair of dice, and placed them on the table, stubbornly insisting on keeping them next to each other. "Sister, what are your plans lately? I mean, life-related matters, life plans, or something like that." He decided to first test the waters in a roundabout way to see if there was a rival. Constantly searching for enemies in the air was a bit too passive. Plan? Try not to fail this semester. Anna's wish, like that of all students at First Truth University, was simple and unpretentious. Not failing. While donating a building could solve the problem, this outdated answer was clearly too outdated and inconvenient, perhaps even annoying. Kakavasa shifted his posture and rolled another one. If he wanted, he could make his dice always roll one in front of her. I just don't believe it. Could every dice be lost? Chapter 270. Gulyulu. The dice rolled onto the table and landed a 2. Kakavasa nearly jumped up and applauded. Although this behavior was completely inconsistent with his current mood, Anna's painstakingly rolled 2 points, which were truly precious. She had finally won. She would always roll 1 for the higher number, and a 6 for the lower number. In a sense, she was a rare and special creature. After trying many times and confirming that normal methods were completely ineffective, Kakavasa came up with a solution. Let Anna roll first. Huh? Is it my turn to ask? Anna, who had lost so much that she had described her recent situation for almost 200 chapters, blinked. That's rare. If she continued to lose, she would have to use her brain to recount all the lessons she had taken over the past year to Kakavasa. Thinking about it, it was actually quite good. She only paid 1 fee to learn something, but 2 people got it. What a win! Kakavasa was a little nervous. He didn't know what he was nervous about. Logically, Anna was easy to fool, but he was nervous. She knew her luck was in jeopardy, yet she still agreed to play dice with me. I guess she didn't dislike me, did she? Anna pointed at the dice on the table. Aventurin, you? She raised her finger and glanced at Kakavasa. Can you tell me? Even if she couldn't, she wouldn't force it. There was no need. Aventurin, the pronunciation of Aventurin, tickled my ears. Kakavasa shuffled awkwardly. The story wasn't complicated. After the bounty hunters were repelled, Edmund, Kakavasa, and Rosemary and the twins successfully escaped capture and arrived safely in the Enolia system. The problem was that Edmund's first step in making peace with the company was to demonstrate sincerity. He couldn't bear to part with Plata and Praya, and Rosemary wasn't important enough, so the person being betrayed was the Evican, also on the wanted list. To regain control of the family, Edmund Honoria struck a deal with Jade, a senior executive in the company's strategic investment department. In exchange for the necessary compensation, he also traded Kakavasia, one of the wanted criminals, to the other, buying a break. Strictly speaking, this level of exploitation and betrayal could be considered a win-win situation. They successfully saved Plata and Praya, and Rosemary, their biological mother, was pardoned. Edmund regained control of the family, and Kakavasia joined the Interstellar Peace Company's strategic investment department, becoming its current gold dust. The first few months were incredibly chaotic. Edmund faced assassins sent by his tribe 3 times a day. He was fragile and weak-willed. After a few days of bluffing, he began to pin his hopes on others. Bad luck. Let's not talk about that guy anymore, Kakavasia said, rolling the dice back and forth. I was so confused when I was brought to Jade. They said you were left in the explosion, just like everyone who helped me has suffered misfortune, like Abigail. For an Evican like me who is useless, prone to trouble, and notorious, there's no better place to be than at the company. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. They only care about profit, not affection. Anna listened quietly. After a moment, she picked up a dice and threw it casually. You actually like your current work environment, don't you? If you and your colleagues really only care about profit and not affection, Miss Tapa wouldn't have specifically instructed security to keep a close eye on you. She knows you're hurt and need care. Kakavasia, No, sister, can you please stop putting on such a happy face? Like I just started elementary school and became good friends with my desk mate? She threw another dot, and Kakavasia accidentally rolled a 6. My number is high, I win this round again. He'd been circling around for almost the entire afternoon, and it seemed like it was time to clear the map. Hey sister, do you have someone you like now? He cleared his throat, making it all the more obvious, and added, I'm just curious. Someone you like? Anna, caught in his apprehension, stared at the ceiling and pondered for a moment. I don't particularly dislike anyone, do I? The ones I disliked are all dead. Hunting don't wait for revenge. They usually settle things on the spot. Golden Hair choked, waiting for her to roll a 5, his bulging chest, before fiercely rolling a 6. Anything happy? According to the customs of the Immortal Boat Alliance, it's probably time to give out red envelopes and prepare for the feast. Anna's mention of this immediately brightened her spirit. I have a friend who's successfully pursued the person she likes, chiming. They already met each other's parents, and Delaney has expressed her hope that I could be her bridesmaid. Finally getting some useful information. Kakavasia quickly wrote down Delane in his notebook. The dust director must attend her wedding. Following the principle of give and take, he waited for Anna to roll another dice, and he smoothly lost the dice. It's not good to keep changing the rules. You can't cheat like that. Miss Xu Wang, standing behind the bar, rolled her eyes. After closing time today, she was afraid she could make a small fortune just by collecting the Aventurin dice. Does it still hurt? Anna bent down and searched under the table for a long time, but couldn't find the dice. She was deeply puzzled. Why did every thrown dice disappear? Was there a trap in the floor of this bar? It doesn't hurt. It's healed. Kakavasia raised his beautiful, multicolored eyes. Sister, I want to prove I'm not completely useless, but I have nothing but this life. This is my only bet, my only bargaining chip, my only value. Rather than risking my body and dignity, I rather risk my life. Anna put down the dice, sighed, and gulped down the pastel blue drink beside her. She stopped talking, leaned against the table, stood up, and walked out without looking back. Sister. The blond man barely had time to stand before the young woman's back disappeared. As a protector trying to catch up with the hunter. That's an innovative idea. Try to think about it. She understood Kakavasia's choice. She would do the same. But a nagging sense of discomfort lingered within her. This was probably what Luing had described. The powerlessness and pain of facing fate. After leaving the bar, Anna wandered aimlessly through the Dreamland Hotel. The glittering crystal chandeliers were replaced by fountains transformed into swimming fish, while the distant, Desolate cry of wails drifted from an unknown source. The external device vibrated continuously. Seeing the signature, she didn't want to answer. Didn't want to talk to Kakavasa. It wasn't that she disliked him, but the sight of him made a surge of resentment surge in her chest. Kakavasa had done nothing wrong. Just like Anna, she had done nothing wrong. Why is the universe so full of injustice? Why are there always people forced to walk a tightrope in desperate situations to please fate? Fate, what the hell is that? But which star god forged this fate? I will persevere, unyielding, and slash it with my sword. Cough, cough, cough. The sudden pressure was like an arrow swirling with lightning, piercing through her vitals, even as Dina's enchanting dreamscape was split in two. Anna raised her head with all her might, the wail's cry in the darkness transforming into a series of pressing questions. What is your grudge? What do you seek revenge on? Where is your enemy now? Me? Ha! This unfair world. I will tear it apart. Chew it. Crumble it. Ha ha. Anna could barely breathe, the heavy force bearing down on her like a child trying to crush an insignificant ant. Force me to bend down, bow my head, and beg for mercy? Don't even think about it. The chill turns into a sword, slicing through the soul, but a brave person can transform such pain into the strength to keep moving forward. She must not only hold her head high, but also straighten her spine. The thunder and lightning grew increasingly low. The power of heaven was unpredictable, but human will could also be as solid as a rock and unshakable. When struck by the lightning, Anna was completely stunned. Could Pinocchio's dream be so real? Even the pain was perfectly recreated. With just this little force, he expected her to bow down and beg for mercy like a tamed dog. What a joke. There's no such thing in the world. There shouldn't be such a thing in the world. Pa! She raised her head fiercely, and spat a mouthful of fishy saliva at the exploding thundercloud. You dying thing, I'm not afraid of you. If he wasn't outwardly formidable, how could he only dare to flaunt his might in his dreams? The rumbling thunder projected a horrifying, twisted, and mutilated form. A massive hand with 5 claws bared furiously clawing at Anna's brow. Without a second thought, she swung her Yama Fong in a desperate counterattack, determined to inflict a wound on her opponent that would never heal, even if her life and reputation were annihilated. The golden blade pierced the night sky, its crescent-like light suddenly surging, like a tiger cub finally growing sharp claws. The thunder and the film abruptly ceased, and the whale's cry once again echoed the rhythm of heaven and earth. The unfamiliar voice said coldly, "Then raise your sword towards Bu Ping." The shattered lightning fell again as the giant hand dissipated. She raised her hand, stretched it out, and gestured to the uncontrollable golden light and shadow. Above fate, there is also the starlight that never falls. Bang! Like a child's playful onomatopoeia, the pale golden arrow of light bit into the opponent's throat without hesitation. The light and shadow, riddled with holes, bled blood, transforming into a stream of slowly falling sand. Sister! Anna felt herself fall like a toppled cabinet onto the cold, hard floor of the Dreamland Hotel lobby. A gentle, kind power enveloped her body, accompanied by the strong scent of perfume. Kakavasa's light gold hair mirrored the lightning behind him. His eyes, a riot of pink encased in purple, were moist and reflected a familiar figure. What I'm saying is, Kakavasa, perfume is a scent ornament, not something you buy to bathe in. Do you think you stink? Tears welled up in my eyes. Stay away from me next time you do this. Chapter 271. Puff. Cough cough. Pew. Cough cough. Anna suddenly sat up from the shell-shaped dream pool. The pool was filled with liquid mementos, so there was no reason to suffocate. The violent coughing was more a self-regulation of the body after sensing the danger was escaping, not a result of being choked by the mementos. The cold sweat pouring down her face was a true reflection of the moment. No matter how her powers shifted, normal physiological phenomena would always occur based on biological instinct. She looked down at the hand raised in her dream. Her nail shone a healthy pink, and the faint golden light of the arrowhead's tip flickered as her mind shifted. It was faint, like a star in the night sky. Imaginary number? That must be one of those attributes, right? Those who walk the path of destiny often possess an additional attribute beyond their destiny, and imaginary number is just one of them. She wiped the sweat dripping from her forehead, and the senses in her body gradually reconnected. The astringent feeling of being immersed in the memory essence, the slightly cool room temperature, the tactile sensation of textiles rubbing against skin, the soft bottom of the dreaming pool, and... Sister! The blond young man who had shared the dreaming pool, before even opening his eyes, panicked and sprang up like a tapeworm, instinctively pulling anything within reach towards him. Sister? The blurry figure didn't look like she'd been in an accident, but the sight of her standing where the meteor had fallen was truly horrifying. It didn't matter what it was, as long as she was safe, he didn't have to ask or say anything. Kakavaja once again clung to Anna with his spider-like hands and feet. The dreaming pool was, after all, a pool with limited range. The memory essence spilled out like bathwater, scattering all over the floor, catching the nearby carpet and velvet sofa in tatters. Sister? The warmth of the body in his arms slowly seeped through his clothes, and the breath that had been stuck in his throat finally escaped. The young man greedily pressed his head against the young woman's shoulder, his golden hair covering his face. Anna wiped his impressively voluminous head several times before pushing it slightly further away. There was a knock on the door, and the memories in the dream pool slowly drained under human control. The family had always insisted they had emergency procedures for unexpected events, and it seemed this was one of those procedures. Miss Favoricht? Miss Favoricht. Are you okay? Do you need any help? The speaker installed at the remote end kept repeating the call, Miss Favoricht? Please answer. If she didn't answer, the staff would likely open the door and force her to wake up for her safety. Anna replied hoarsely. The knocking stopped, but the speaker continued to work. Dream Realm has detected abnormal energy fluctuations. We strongly advise you not to carry or use potentially dangerous high-power energy devices. If you already have any, please leave them at the front desk for safekeeping and collect them upon departure. The surveillance systems monitored by the Hidden Thrush family were nearly completely paralyzed. If they hadn't verified that this guest was a young scholar from the Society of Knowledge, they would have sent their hounds to capture him. Well, scholars, that's not surprising. Any noise they make is not surprising. The door opened. Miss Favoricht's clothes were a little disheveled. She nervously smoothed her hair down her cheeks, her voice a little hoarse. I'm sorry, what happened? The staff member was startled by her height, then took a half-step back before escaping the inexplicable sense of oppression. Excuse me, the monitoring system detected unusual energy fluctuations in your area, which could pose a threat to other guests. So, Miss Favoricht flung the door wide open. You just woke me up. Look, there's nothing here. I checked in and went through security normally. On the red velvet sofa sat a blond young man in a sumptuous suit. His hair was a bit messy, and his multicolored eyes held a hint of irritation. So that's all the family's emergency plan is? Should I thank you for not sending security to break down the door? Staff member, A closed room, a single man and a single woman, their clothes disheveled. It felt like things were slipping into an unfathomable dark abyss. TSK. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Someone will provide a compensation plan later. But for the safety of the vast majority of guests, please allow us to perform an energy field check, please? Miss Favoricht shrugged nonchalantly and stepped aside. Her friend pulled out an external device and tapped away. What a bummer. He caused trouble for others, yet instead of reflecting on his actions, he confidently called in people. Finding fault? Complaining? If Pinocchio was afraid of this, he'd have quit long ago. Even with the current turmoil within the Oak family, the entire Estina system remains stable. The Gala Star remains the Gala Star. The staff member muttered to himself as they circled the room several times with a handheld inspection device. This device is specifically designed to detect energy field changes, allowing for testing the hotel environment without infringing on guests' privacy. The expected alarm didn't sound, proving that Miss Favoricht and her friend hadn't brought any dangerous items with them. But the uncontrollable energy overflowing from the backstage earlier wasn't fake. It couldn't be two adults in a room causing a building-shattering explosion. That would be too much. He subconsciously glanced at the blond young man. He looked clearly professional, his appearance providing emotional value. The pretty boy glanced at him unhappily, as if blaming him for ruining his business. Tapa? Could you please tell Ms. Emerald that Pinocchio's security is a joke? I have to lower my valuation for this place. Has the company been scammed again? The director calmly complained to Xiao He. I write a report on the case and send it over later. Who says to and who can't mobilize people? It just takes hands. The project's rating will directly affect the company's attention to it, and many things will change accordingly during future operations. The Interstellar Peace Company isn't just about collecting money, they also undertake necessary investments and construction. But investment always needs to be planned, and the level of funding is generally proportional to the expected returns. Simply put, the more profit, the more investment, and the higher the policy support. No one opens a business to lose money. Take, for example, the giant ice ball at Yalolo No. 6. It was a completely undervalued sale, A pure loss-making operation that would have affected the rank of the person who handled it, Topa. Of course, that was because Topa was too soft-hearted. She chose to go around the block when she could have collected the debt. She shouldn't have gotten involved in the murky waters of Yellow number 6. If there's any blame to be placed on her, it's probably on the veterans above who keep pushing tasks they don't want to do onto the newbies. Excuse me, is the inspection complete? Anna called to the dazed staff member. Any questions? The unfortunate man stared back at her with a bitter face, desperately hoping the young lady would offer some advice. We're just doing our normal work. Could you please not push the issue too far? Well, this handsome man looks familiar. He's a senior executive. As expected, outstanding people tend to mingle with equally outstanding people. A talented man and a beautiful woman, no, a talented woman and a beautiful man, is truly enviable. Could that stop him from complaining? Don't look at me like that, Anna said, spreading her hands maliciously. We were just casual acquaintances. We met on the street and sat down to chat. It's that simple. You're overthinking it. Why are you interfering with Kakavas's work? I'm not his biological sister. Even for blood relatives, interfering in someone else's work is a bit excessive. The blonde young man glanced up at her resentfully. It didn't look like a chance encounter, or a chance encounter on the street. The staff at the Daydream Hotel excused themselves, with immense trepidation to seek help from their superiors in cleaning up the mess. Anna approached Kakavaja, leaning against the sofa backrest and peering curiously. Huh? You can even write a work report? That infuriating tone again, like coaxing a child. Director Shah-Jin, eager to be misunderstood by the entire universe, said unhappily, I can input by voice. Voice input automatically generates a file. Is there a problem? Sister, he insisted on saying for 7 words, then immediately turned to a whimper. Sister, are we just casual acquaintances? At least we share joys and sorrows. The annoying thing was that Anna actually looked up and thought for a long moment. I hadn't originally planned to travel to Pinocchio. Second-year courses are incredibly difficult. I tell you, last school year, I was so tired from cram school that I felt like vomiting. I slept a maximum of 3 hours a day, and everyone's face was covered in math and writing. I finally caught up this school year, and now I have to take cram school every day when I take leave. Who has the time to travel around the universe? It was all because Professor Leisho suddenly lost contact, and as a temporary assistant, she had to take on the heavy responsibility of going out to find the professor. So how could Mr. Kakavasia not have just picked it up by chance? Class. At this point, she jumped up as if a sudden thought struck her, clutching her forehead in agony. Oh no! I have a professional class with Professor Anaxa today. I'm doomed. Will Sid be scolded by the professor as well? She was thick-skinned enough to pretend nothing happened even when publicly scolded, but Sid's personality. Forget it, I watched the replay later, and submit a written assignment. Sigh. If the professor didn't see it, he wouldn't be reminded of the mysterious disappearance of the invitation. At least, he wouldn't be punished today. As for returning to school, well, we talk about it after we get back. One has to give up when it's time to do so. Constantly working hard will eventually wear thin. First, visit Professor Cartwrights at Origami University, then go see Professor Leisho. You? She looked at Kakavasia, who rested his chin on his hand with a curious expression. Kakavasia blinked her beautiful eyes and said, I'm going with my sister. It's a rare day off. He shook his unpowered external device to indicate that he was just trying to scare the hotel staff. How could this be called a lie? It was clearly a friendly reminder from the Evican. Chapter 272. A minor incident nearly crippled the Pinocchio's security system. Anna secretly decided to bury the incident as a dark history. Not 5 minutes later, there was another knock on the door. This time, it was Kakavasia who opened it. Upon seeing him, the person outside greeted him warmly, and with a warm, service-minded spirit. Although, one of the company's executives is currently missing. If something else happens, everyone should quit their jobs and go home to collect trash. The hotel's guest relations manager, beaming, apologized for the employee's sudden interruption. Then, she kindly soothed the guest and addressed her needs. Finally, she said that as long as compensation was within her rights, everything would be negotiable. Anna wasn't worried about Kakavasia haggling with the other person. She leaned back on the sofa, opened her personal laptop, and diligently worked on her lessons. Thankfully, she made some progress every day, so she wasn't completely ruined by her debt. Your requests aren't excessive, we can accommodate them. Where's Miss Febret? Does she seek any compensation? The matter was almost settled, and the manager, out of compassion, asked an additional question. Not wanting to disturb Anna's class, Kakavasia had blocked her in the entranceway and refused to let her through. Only after hearing her question did he slightly move aside, creating a gap. Anna, without even looking up, he said what I said. Don't forget to close the door when you leave. The professor was analyzing some complex text, which was impossible to understand without guidance. I know every word, and when they were put together, they said, what's for dinner? Oh, sorry. The manager retreated to the door and apologized to Kakavasia. I'm sorry, but our staff's primary concern is to protect the safety of every guest. Please believe in our sincere welcome. As for choosing the wrong approach, well, we be strengthening our training on this kind of professionalism, which is related to personal ability, later. Please don't take it personally. You two come to Pinocchio to relax, so don't ruin your mood. At least this sounded pleasant. Kakavasia glanced at Anna, and seeing she didn't object, he said magnanimously, this won't happen again. Although this trip had its ups and downs at the beginning, it also had its share of surprises. I hope I can share interesting stories with others when I return. The guest's words essentially meant to let the matter go. The account manager breathed a sigh of relief, exited the room, closed the door, and hurried on to the next location to resolve the issue. Customer coordination is essentially about dealing with people. Most guests aren't difficult to deal with. As long as the service provided is worthy of their spending credit, and a few kind words are offered, there's little problem. The difficulty lies in judging who's willing to listen to what. Some people just aren't very good at speaking. There's nothing you can do about it. Kakavasia saw the account manager off and quietly walked back into the room to sit next to Anna. She was concentrating on her lessons, staring at the screen. When she noticed someone approaching, she moved a little to make room. What was that? The little golden retriever followed without hesitation. 5 minutes later, her eyelids felt heavy, and 10 minutes later, her consciousness began to shift. He yawned softly as someone gently touched his head, then ran after her. Sister. Hey, lie down and get some sleep. Anna couldn't do anything about him, so she moved to make room for him. As a wounded soldier, he'd been bullied, beaten, and given a few stern lectures these past few days. He really needed more rest. The second-year philosophy course at First Truth University's graduate school was too extensive for him. Perhaps the textbooks Plata and Praya were using would suit him better. Kakavasia, still unsure of what lay ahead, happily collapsed onto Anna's lap, finding a comfortable position and drifting off to sleep. Pinocchio's dreams were different from true sleep. Humans hadn't evolved to the point where they could eliminate it. 3 hours later, Anna woke Kakavasia and urged him to go out to the hotel lobby for food. He was half asleep, with a red mark on his face. I'm done with class. Let's eat, and then go to Origami University to visit Professor Cartwright's. Professor Lachaud is busy right now, and he told me to come back when he's free. She stood up and stretched her arms and legs, then walked to the dressing mirror to adjust her shirt and skirt, and then straightened her messed up hair. Kakavasia, slowly sitting on the sofa, waited a moment before turning on the computer. Her silly expression gradually shifted back to her usual shrewd and confident demeanor. Okay. Sister, you're not nearsighted, are you? To be honest, few people become nearsighted simply from reading too much. Most often, it's related to unhealthy eye habits. Anna glanced at herself in the mirror, took off her glasses, and blinked. I'm not nearsighted. These are purely decorative. As a highly sought-after criminal, she was considerate enough to avoid causing any trouble for the school. Oh. He fell silent, stood up, and walked towards the door, his external device open as he frantically searched online stores. Glasses, chains, ties, cufflinks, brooches, hairpins. It's best not to overbuy, so he just order a small box first to see how it goes. Really, it's so cheap, I'm embarrassed to say I'm buying it for my loved one. Just so happens, he wants a new watch, and buying two is enough for a gift. After a quick lunch provided by the hotel, the dream pool had already been cleaned, disinfected, and refilled with memory by the hotel staff. Housekeeping robots are rare here. In the interstellar age, labor is more expensive than machines, and there's a huge demand for jobs in Pinocchio. The sight of a row of diligent waiters working diligently gives guests a sense of great value for money. Therefore, the family chose to make people more visible, while the smart devices were hidden deeper and deeper. Origami University. Entering the dream again, Anna found herself in a hotel room, just like a game character spawning at spawn. The door had changed, a moon-white light streaming through the half-open crack. You need to take the ball cage to get to Origami University. The platform is a little further from the front desk in the Dream Hotel lobby. After Anna offered to take him to visit his elders, Kakavasia became incredibly excited, as if he were studying. Yes, okay, got it. Anna lazily replied. If she didn't say anything, he talked non-stop, but if she responded, he quickly quieted down. The ball cage was a circular vehicle, a commemoration of the cage. This place, Pinocchio, was once an interstellar prison. Its beauty lies in its limited space. It can only accommodate 3 people, and they need to be relatively slender at that. I can legitimately cuddle with my sister, out of the room, through the corridor into the lobby. A cordon has been erected next to the higher observation deck diagonally opposite. A few papisi with pom-poms on their heads were busy repairing the atrium, which had been largely destroyed. Blue and purple bubbles were everywhere, and one could imagine the dire situation inside. Anna glanced at it, then turned nonchalantly toward the bar. Who did this? Just stay at the hotel. Why tear it down? Whistles, looking away. This way, sister. Kakavasa didn't care about the fate of the Dream Hotel. It was all made of memory matter. As long as Anna was safe, they could tear it down if they wanted. It wasn't like they hadn't paid for the room. Anna withdrew her gaze, and walked over to the ball cage he had stopped. The round vehicle sat on a double metal track, like a marble game that children love to play. She chose the direction to Origami University. The roaming cage moved, and the bright yellow hatch slid open. Be careful of the gap. She ducked her head and passed through the hatch. In front of the circular space was a transparent viewing window. Below it was a strip of benches, not particularly long. Handrails were installed at each end of the inner wall for stability. Generally speaking, the roaming cage was just enough for 2 people, but it wouldn't be impossible to squeeze in another. Kakavasia was extremely grateful that there weren't any extra light bulbs. After helping Anna unbuckle her seatbelt, he closed the hatch and slowly, without a care in the world, fastened the buckle. I haven't been to Origami University yet. Is the professor you're visiting transferred from the Institute of Knowledge? It doesn't matter whether I've been there or not, I haven't been there yet anyway. Anna lowered her head, carefully adjusting the straps and the route, confirming that everything was in order, and signaled for the CDJ to start. Professor Carlitos has never taught at First Truth University. The 2 schools have different styles. Origami University focuses more on artistic performances and the development of talent in related supporting industries. The professor teaches fashion design, and her adopted daughter attends First Truth University, focusing on propulsion. The last time she was visiting, she helped Sid's little D-Ting with a new outfit, and also helped me choose a hair color. Here, this is it. She shook her head to show the effect, her medium-length hair swishing. Oh. Kakavasia narrowed her eyes. Sister, is Sid your friend? There don't seem to be many girls with that name. He still hadn't forgotten the 3 extraneous figures in the photo in the World Beauty Guide. He remembered them so clearly. Anna felt something was amiss. She looked around. The cage was sealed perfectly, the ventilation system was working, and Kakavasia was normal. How strange. She was a roommate and a good friend. Alas, my current identity is fake. Some second-hand dealers in Pierpoint somehow managed to trick a young woman into giving them away. They tricked her into giving her a chance to get some buffs, and then filled in all sorts of information in my profile. I just made a mistake that time, and then I completely forgot about it. When the academic system assigned me dormitories, they randomly assigned me to the men's dorm, mistaking me for a diverse student. Anna wanted to laugh when she talked about it now. Sure enough, everyone has their moments of confusion and foolishness. Thinking back to how Phaeton and the others had even gone to great lengths to get a few dresses to welcome the newcomers, ensuring the diverse students felt comfortable integrating into the group. She shook her head helplessly. In the end, it's my own fault for forgetting. Kakavasia, The boys' dormitory, that's terrible. But I can go in. Chapter 273. Huh? In the dormitory, Sid wiped his nose with one free hand while reading. Phaeton, who was wading through a collection of exam questions so thick it could kill someone, tossed him a blanket across the seat. Cold? The galaxy where First Truth University is located has undergone several amber ages of tireless transformation by the Society of Knowledge. The temperature and humidity fluctuate only within the range most suitable for human survival. Heat stroke and colds are practically non-existent, but weaken immunity and viral infections. Even after tens of thousands of years, someone will inevitably be unable to escape. I don't know. Sid draped the blanket around himself and tossed the paper ball to the long-awaited housework robot. It's nothing serious. Get some rest tonight, and you'd be well tomorrow. What he meant by not feeling well depended on who he was compared to. With the animal-like constitutions of Phaeton and Damon's, even a human wouldn't be considered well by comparison. Would some exercise help? Sweet soup tonight? Damon's looked up from his historical materials. This simulated universe was incredibly helpful to historians. The data Anna was constantly helping him extract was enough for an average student to graduate twice. Sid shook his head without a second thought. No. I'd rather lie in bed and take medicine than get all sweaty. Phaeton, Damon's, No, brother, do you really have to be so much like Professor Anaxes? Well, you say. Phaeton returned his gaze to his practice test book. When will Ann be back? She's only been gone a few days, and the dorm suddenly feels so empty. Aren't we all human? Damon stood up and grabbed another pack of tissues, placing them next to the sneezing Sid, while teasing white hair, or do you want some new roommates? The rooms upstairs are still empty, and those dresses from last year haven't been thrown away yet. It's been so long since the start of school, and the academic system hasn't assigned new students yet, so there shouldn't be any more activity. They thought so last year too, and then they made a huge mistake. What's wrong with new roommates? Aren't freshmen cute? Phaeton was just objecting for the sake of objecting, and Sid's glare beside him almost chopped him to pieces. Not everyone can handle living with the opposite sex. A new roommate might mean, and has to move out. What are you thinking? He didn't want to add a stranger, who would have to adjust to his already comfortable and familiar life. Well, forget it then. Phaeton thought about it. He really preferred to be with his old friends rather than with a new, unfamiliar roommate who still looked like a dark figure. The conversation ended, and the dormitory fell silent. A moment later, the three people's external devices began to chime simultaneously. Sid was particularly quick. Sniffing, he opened the group chat and took a look, his lips and eyes curling softly. Anna posted a photo of her and Professor Cartwright's in the group chat, asking them to help pass it on to Castorea's roommates. She also briefly recounted her experiences at Origami University, planning to return to campus with Professor Leisho in a few days. Yeah, and we'll be back soon. Commemorative coins, candy, dolls, and Salada? Phaeton's chair shifted with joy. I love Salada. As long as it tastes sweet, is there anything you don't like? Damon saw Anna's photos of the Watchboy restaurant sample display. The lingering sight of Mr. Salmon and Mr. Herring made him frown. What the hell is that? Good fish can be grilled, stewed, or roasted, but why must it be stuffed into pie crust? Phaeton also saw these things and secretly rejoiced that Damon's wasn't so creative. Making food like this is no ordinary talent. No wonder it's become a specialty of Pinocchio. It's like a nightmare. Origami University looks so cheerful, and Professor Cartwright seems quite spirited. In the background of the photo, someone was improvising on an instrument. At First Truth University, impromptu speeches and debates were more common, and scholars occasionally tried to broker a consensus when they couldn't. Whitehair smacked his lips and sighed. This is the cradle of artists. It's so lively. He enjoyed the hustle and bustle, but he still preferred being with his friends. Damon's poured cold water on him. Have you ever considered that these future artists either have minds or inherited wealth, allowing them to live in the Daydream Hotel and treat the resort as their own bedroom, enjoying the bliss year after year? Studying art is a waste of money. A poor country boy shouldn't even think about it. What's wrong with thinking about it? It's not illegal, right? Huh? Phaeton and Damon's were close friends, constantly arguing. Maybe I have the talent to be an artist too? Having talent doesn't mean you have to be an artist, right, Sid? Sid, wrapped in a blanket, continued to look at photos and grin. Are you planning on becoming an antique jar appraiser? Phaeton, furious. He lowered his head and flipped through the book for a moment, then, noticing his accuracy rate had improved, burst into a new smile. Oh, Anne's finally coming home. I must invite her over this summer. Those who are sure to graduate next summer will be busy working on their final papers, so she won't be free. After graduation, friends will inevitably part ways, so we should always cherish the time we can still be together. He happily took a photo of the book he was reading and posted it to the group chat. Anna replied with a big-eared bunny cheer-up emoji. Sister, what are you looking at? Kakabasa's vibrant outfit was both out of place and appropriate at Origami University. It was out of place because it was expensive and difficult to maintain, and the style didn't look like a student's. But the colors were harmonious too. It was bold and eye-catching without being too eye-catching. As he said, he has excellent taste and a unique aesthetic sense. Sometimes Anna wondered if this guy had been born into a healthier environment, he'd probably be a student at Origami University at his age. Exam materials. Anna showed him Phaeton's photo, and the little golden retriever was preoccupied. Oh law. Does this student need an internship? I can recommend him. The company's legal department, nicknamed Galaxy Pizza Hut, and the universe's strongest lawyer, is highly skilled in all kinds of business tactics and is an excellent trainer of new hires. They definitely keep this guy too busy to take photos or send messages. No, they're all students who are taking the special talent training track. After graduation, they must return to their home region to serve for at least 10 years. The Galaxy Phaeton and his kin had only recently joined the ranks of interstellar civilization. All walks of life needed a vast number of talented individuals, desperately absorbing knowledge from the outside world to keep pace with the overall system. This process had to be expedited, not slowed down. The faster the better, otherwise, Sigonia and Popuk would become a lesson for them. Anna stood by the statue of the owl principal, waiting for someone. Professor Cartwright had gone to retrieve something. She hadn't expected a visit from First Truth University students, but now she wanted Anna to bring some newly tailored clothing as a reward for her adopted daughter. She would take a starship directly back to the Polymath Institute, which was much faster than interstellar freight. Kakavasia was intrigued by the lady with exceptional taste, feeling a sense of pleasure at meeting someone like her. He was indeed confident in this regard. Even if Miss Cartwright's noble birth meant little to him, her talent was far more valuable than her surname. Oh, so that's how it is. His smile grew more genuine after hearing Anna's answer. Those people all had to return home after graduation, unlike him, who was all alone and free. Wherever his sister went, he went, and no one could compete with him. Having gathered enough information, Kakavasia finally found a moment of peace and began to think about what to do after his trip to Pinocchio. The starfield of First Truth University itself was open to the public, but the teaching areas were inaccessible to outsiders. Without student status, he couldn't even get a taxi. He couldn't just walk to Anna. He had to find a way. This year's ceremony invitation had to be snatched up. It was only a few months away, so it was best to prepare early. And what if he just bought a house in the Star region? He couldn't let Anna's studies get in the way, but he couldn't help but want to be there for her. Moving her to Pier Point wasn't realistic, so he had to solve the physical distance issue himself. Well, that was an idea. Residents of this Star region didn't enjoy free transportation like students, but he didn't mind spending a few extra credits on commuting. Being able to move around the campus was what mattered. Besides, Anna would eventually graduate, right? She couldn't live in the dorms forever. What if she loved First Truth University so much that she didn't want to leave? Wouldn't that be perfect for her? The blonde youth silently flipped through his unattended payroll account, feeling slightly relieved when he saw the long string of numbers. While there were many difficult things in this world, few were so difficult that even credits couldn't do them. As long as he could do it, it was fine. Credits were the least important thing to him. Professor Cartwright returned quickly, leaving Anna with a suitcase filled with several neatly packed outfits. Thank you for your willingness to help me, dear. The blonde woman wore a golden laurel wreath, and her every gesture was exceptionally elegant. Anna quickly expressed her willingness to help. Professor Cartwright smiled and said, "We're collaborating with the renowned director Mr. Rick during the summer. If you're interested, you're welcome to come to Delphi to see the show. Thank you for your invitation. I go if my thesis isn't in trouble." Anna thanked her for the offer, but the professor, still hurrying to class, smiled at the two young people who had come to visit her and gave Kakavasia an admiring look. "I'd be waiting for you in Delphi." Anna hadn't mentioned that Kakavasia wasn't a student, so Professor Cartwright mistakenly assumed he was also a student at First Truth University. It was mainly because the blonde's confident and proud demeanor was so deceptive, and First Truth University certainly had no shortage of people who paid for their degrees. Well, probability and game theory are also mathematical concepts, so they can't be too far off. Chapter 274. After crossing the visit to Professor Cartwright from her notebook, Anna suddenly realized that her plan to stay in Pinocchio was mostly complete. There were only two things left: waiting for Professor Lachaud and settling accounts with her former self's family. The priority, of course, was to wait for her own mentor and see that he returned to school quickly, lest his fellow students cry out in fear. But the professor was busy at the moment, and there were no personal safety concerns, so her attention naturally fell on the improvisational plan. Silver Wolf's help was needed. Luing and Mr. Blade were ready to retreat to their base, which was a bit far from Lyra, another desolate planet ravaged by war, leaving only desolate ruins. Elliot had specifically sent a message to Anna, urging her not to rush back to the base. It was fine for her to stay within the Institute of Knowledge, as a way to mitigate risk. Silver Wolf had secretly told her that Black Cat had foreseen the inexplicable appearance of the cucumber behind them, hence his suggestion. "Haha, you just say you don't want it?" Destiny is truly something you hold in your own hands. Miss Scholar unpacked her external device and traveled thousands of miles from the immortal Luofu to order a container of cucumbers to Mr. Blade, kindly telling him it was a gift for the leader's life. Feel the unpredictability of fate, hee. Proof that people don't feel tired at all when doing bad things. Anna, with a malicious grin, spent the money and turned on her personal computer to catch up on her lessons, feeling extra motivated. I collect the debt after I finish my lessons. I read Silver Wolf's reply first, and then figure out how to handle this matter. She wasn't from Bopek, and her original body's affection for her homeland hadn't been passed on to her through her continued physical body. But she felt the grief and indignation, the questioning of injustice, and was willing to repay this debt on Anna's behalf. Cock of Asia sat across from Anna, reviewing her OA document on his laptop, glancing over occasionally. The assistant argued forcefully in the group chat. The other assistants in the strategic investment department were no match for her, completely defeated. The winner would receive a seat at this year's Politeness Society and First Truth University graduation ceremony. Director Shajin promised that if she could secure the spot, he would take her to meet Miss Ferbrecht and reimburse all expenses, including the starship fare. No level restrictions. He even posted a hard-earned photo of Miss Ferbrecht at Pinocchio. It said that the assistant and her siblings squatted in the tea room and hollered at the photo for at least 5 minutes. Humph, it was just a simple photo. Its only advantage. Probably being close enough. Anna didn't care what he was doing. While she was taking extra classes, it was as if she had automatically created a barrier. Whether it was street bombing or building demolition, the outside world had no bearing on her. Some people can rise to become top students, while others remain sluggish students. It seems there's something inherently personal about this. Pa. After today's class ended, she quickly turned off her personal computer. Seeing this, Kakavasa quickly withdrew the approval process that the publicity department had repeatedly pushed through. The family really knows how to manipulate people wherever they can. Old ODI and Faitsue had just reached an agreement, and then they asked the company to collaborate on a promotional video. He already rejected it 3 or 2 times, yet they were still diligently sending out applications. Huh? You seem troubled? Anna looked up and saw the roll of his eyes, which he hadn't yet managed to suppress. The blonde's expression quickly changed, and he smiled. Yes, sister. The publicity department insisted that I help them shoot a commercial, He recalled the mud that the public relations and public relations departments had thrown at Anna during the Evere Interstellar prison abuse case, and a bad idea flashed through his mind. How about this? I tell them. Ahem. Only Miss Febrick's forgiveness and approval can convince me to cooperate, okay? As a key figure in Miss Febrick's fan base, Mr. Aventrin didn't think his request was unreasonable. After the incident, the 2 departments apologized to the board of directors, to the traditional business unit, to their colleagues and employees, but not to the victims of this incident. She didn't care about such trivial matters, but he did. Anaton paused for a moment before grasping the logic. Tell me if you want to take this job. If not, I have 1,000 ways to prevent them from forgiving me. If you do, I can authorize you right now. This isn't a matter of whether you want to take it or not. In the workplace, it's not so easy to just say no. If repeated attempts to communicate with the publicity department yield no results, they definitely refer the matter to Faitsue, seeking a higher authority to force him into agreeing. In the end, he have to do it whether he likes it or not, so why not take advantage of the situation to secure some benefits for himself and complete it happily? Cock of Asia was much more patient with Anna than with his colleagues. He immediately changed his tone. Just like the Xianzhou Alliance, you have to ask them 3 times for the same thing before you get a positive response. I'm going to ask the publicity department a few more times. It's their fault for bullying you. I don't quite understand the internal dynamics of your Interstellar Peace Company. But even after they said it, Anna nodded. Okay, I forgive them the 3rd time, but only this time. It's not that she doesn't hold grudges, it's just that the list in her notebook is too long, and it can't be counted against just a few employees at once. Director Sha Jin, full of malice, once again rejected the publicity department's application. When sending the work milestone record, he very accidentally included a photo of himself and Miss Febrick sitting together from behind. If the publicity department were smart, they would immediately realize what to do. Why didn't he approve it again? It's just a promotional video. It's not like they haven't shot something similar before. The publicity department employee in charge of the project slumped over at his workstation, swaying rapidly from side to side to express his anxiety and dissatisfaction. Rejected? The lunch partner at the next workstation looked sympathetic. P45, having just conquered the tough nut of Pinot Grigio, is a bit harder to hire. How did you manage to get Mr. Shah Jean to work on the Universal Beauty film last time? Can't you do it again this time? The Strategic Investment Department hasn't been giving the Publicity Department the benefit of the doubt for a long time. They're full of weirdos. The man crouching at his workstation said despairingly, "Last time, we went to Madame Emerald to talk him out of it. If he does it again this time, there's probably going to be a scene. Do they really think they don't have a temper? When the Emican gets angry, they can treat them like dogs. Does it have to be him? Can't we just find someone else?" The food partner also thought that this constant practice was a bit excessive. Not everyone wants to be in public so often. If P45 gets angry, he doesn't even need to resort to violence to cause trouble for his subordinates. The family has designated him. The Emican's beauty is impeccable. If any star god were responsible for shaping humans' faces, that guy would definitely be the best. The project team member sighed, and he's truly a protector, and the higher-ups agree that he's the perfect person to represent the company in the family's cooperation. There's nothing we can do about that. The food partner threw up his hands. There's nothing we can do. Why don't you ask a middleman to ask his assistant? Maybe he can help with something, like trying to appease director Shah Jean with something he likes. The company doesn't pay them for filming commercials, so why should they invest their time in cooperating with you? Assistant? Mr. Shah Jean's assistant was much harder to talk to than her boss. She's a die-hard fangirl of Miss Fabric, and the publicity and PR departments happen to be Miss Fabric's biggest haters. They'd be lucky if they didn't get beaten to death if they met. The project team member looked at his food partner with a dead look of despair compounded by despair. "You want me to die a violent death and inherit my meal card?" Not really. Really not. Is there any hope for Seaview Valley? As expected of a capable member of the publicity department, he's incredibly flexible and quick-witted. Ahem. Do you think I wouldn't want to? I just don't have the talent. It's impossible, dear. Miss Fabric is a true scholar. She rarely leaves First Truth University except for academic activities. Last time, she took a trip to Luofu, and then immediately brought in Luofu's Danning Division and Gongzhou Division to challenge us. The people at the Buji Society absolutely adore scholars like this. Bringing their own research resources is even more exciting than bringing their own funding. And her mentor is so protective of her. Why else do you think the company can't do anything about her? Given the size of Interstellar Peace, bullying someone is no easier than doing anything else. Scholars don't have more eyes, noses, or mouths than anyone else. How could she remain unscathed even after squeezing the company so hard? Even if they couldn't do anything to her then, they wouldn't have found an opportunity after the hype died down. There's a reason for that. This won't work, that won't work. It's hopeless. Just wait for death. Goodbye. The lunch companion slid away on the stool. Luckily, he wasn't from the project team, or he'd go bald just thinking about it. 10 minutes later, he heard the guy's wolf-like howl. Swish. The stool slid back. What's wrong? If you're planning on making some inhuman changes, please give me your salary and meal cards. Eating melons is not much different from eating. Only workers can truly appreciate the joy of slacking off with pay. Come and see what's going on. The voices of the project team members gradually rose, filled with a thirst for fresh melons. The dining companion, like a catfish, eagerly shook his head and squeezed forward. He was considered a slow runner, while the longer-legged ones were already surrounding him. Since Director Shah Jean was working remotely on a business trip, he took a photo and clocked in, as per company regulations. The problem lay in the photo. There was another figure from behind. A straight back, medium-length hair, a clean, simple white shirt, and a knee-length blue skirt. Wow! 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 Who's this? Who is this? The project team was in an uproar. Just one moment, they were worried about finding a way to convince Director Shah Jean, when a solution suddenly appeared out of nowhere. No wonder the director is always so critical of the publicity department. It turns out he's also a fan of Miss Fabric. It seems like they bumped into each other by chance, and their relationship has progressed dramatically. As expected of an Evican. With the Avel Planet incident, I was worried about whether or not Fabric would spit on me the moment I appeared in front of her, and yet the director can sit next to her and clock in without incident. That lady is a real tough nut to crack. She's a love-hate relationship within the company. Unexpectedly, the Strategic Investment Department quietly got to their target. This honey trap worked brilliantly. What's going on between Miss Fabric and Mr. Shah Jean? That project team application that's been repeatedly rejected. Is it related to this? It didn't take long for someone to realize the hidden meaning behind the photo, and the publicity department office went from a frenzy to a freezing point. Either of these two people would be difficult to deal with individually, but now that they're together, the difficulty isn't just doubled, it's quadratically increased. Chapter 275. At sunrise, Anna placed the box entrusted to her by Professor Cartwright into the space button, left Origami University, and sat under the parasol outside the Chushing Library. Silver Wolf's efficiency was impressive. He had just set another intelligence report. The Wahlberg family, who purchased Anna, now holds a significant voice on the board of directors of the Interstellar Peace Company. Data from the think tank of the Poly-Science Society indicates that the head of the family currently has 6 direct blood relatives. Mrs. Wahlberg, Mr. Wahlberg, Mrs. Wahlberg, 2 boys, and 1 girl. A year ago, Mr. Wahlberg married the second daughter of his in-laws. Even now, it's impossible for him to have 3 children of similar ages who aren't triplets through normal means. Anna scratched her hair, suppressing the recurring urge to vomit. A year ago at this time, Popcorn and Anna would have most likely perished in a bounty hunter's encirclement. Of course, the subsequent resurgence of 0824131 negated this, but the people at the time were short-sighted, and no one knew the Star Corps hunters would rescue her. Then, in the eyes of the Wahlberg family, Anna was essentially equated with 0824131. The family lost control of her, and she unilaterally severed ties with the family. That's roughly how it all went down. Silver Wolf's intelligence indicated that Mr. Wahlberg had appeared in Pinocchio to spend a wonderful anniversary with his wife. Anna wondered what Mrs. Wahlberg, who had become a mother so soon after her wedding, felt at this moment, but she felt like crushing something. But this kind of interfamily marriage involving sentimental relationships is a joke. Mrs. Wahlberg's most important job is to maintain cooperation between the two families and ensure her family's weight on the Interstellar Peace Company's board, not to satisfy her own personal sentimental needs. Under this premise, as long as Mr. Wahlberg's actions don't interfere with the interests of either family, winning him over as an ally is unlikely. If she can tolerate 1, or even 3, non-biological children being an eyesore in her presence, what else can't she tolerate? It will probably take a few more years before she can no longer tolerate it. Only when she has children of her own blood will Mr. Wahlberg and those 3 unknown cubs become her true enemies. At this moment, Mrs. Wahlberg is likely more of a hindrance than a help. Anna squinted her eyes, carefully examining the photo sent from the external device. A pale, elegantly dressed man in a top hat was escorted by his wife into the auction at twilight hour. Another photo showed the same man dining with a renowned Pixie tycoon at gold hour. A third photo showed him cheering for the team at a varsity race at star hour. He looks quite human, but it's a shame he's never experienced much human connection. That was her assessment. In Xianzhou terms, his repeated disobedience to his parents was unfilial, his having a strange child with his wife was unfaithful, and he couldn't even show the most basic respect to a capable subordinate like his original self. Yet, he managed to become a significant figure. One can only say that this guy's reincarnation skills are remarkable. He's put all his skill points into reincarnation. She carefully described him, observing his prey. His overly pale skin and feminine demeanor suggested a life of luxury and a life of ease. His retro suit and top hat hinted at his conservative political stance. In public entertainment venues, they appear to be in a loving relationship, but when it comes to actual business dealings, they abandon their natural alliance. This suggests he despises his wife, but is wary of her family. The Pepisi man brought a female companion. For both etiquette and equality, he should have appeared with Mrs. Wahlberg. Of course, it's possible that Mrs. Wahlberg simply didn't want to attend such an event, but a prominent family with in-laws to the Wahlbergs wouldn't confine their daughter's upbringing to a small family, even if she's the younger daughter. He's even afraid to marry the eldest daughter of his supporter, and considering his repeated attempts to lure Anna into becoming his lover, Mr. Wahlberg harbors a deep sense of inferiority. He seeks a strong position within his family to achieve self-affirmation, and therefore constantly looks down when seeking a partner. Either incompetent or of humble origin, they always need a flaw to reassure him. To put it bluntly, this is being both incompetent and playful, timid and shameless. Looking at Mrs. Wahlberg again, in any photos of her, the couple's eyes rarely meet. The so-called accompanying and supporting are more like gestures. With Delaney and Jinyu as her examples, Anna could tell at a glance that each couple had their own unique circumstances. Mrs. Wahlberg was thin and short. She had thick blonde hair and green eyes, perfectly in line with the childish aesthetic of an upper-class family. Purely beautiful, of course, but without bodyguards, she probably wouldn't even be able to leave the house on her own. Luckily, the original owner didn't like Wahlberg. Look at his aesthetic. A beautiful girl has grown up to look like she's not strong enough to hang herself, and now she's being asked to shoulder the responsibility of managing a household and bearing children. Isn't this just some disguised form of murder and robbery? After looking at the couple's photo, Anna turned to the next page. Silver Wolf had provided extensive and detailed information, even including a high-definition photo of the three still wriggling Wahlberg cubs. At this level, even if the wheel were turned sideways, it would still be taller than them. Anna was simply trying to recognize their faces. The two boys bore some trace of their father's features, while the girl's gray-blue eyes gave off a sense of foreboding. Professor Anaxes, armed with only blueprints but no samples, could create the chimera. It seemed like a scholar with low ability and moral standards, armed with both samples and blueprints, could create a human cub without difficulty. The nausea grew stronger, as if the emotions that had long been dwindling from her original form had suddenly erupted completely out of control. Anna turned off her external device, took a deep breath, and grabbed a bottle of drink from the side, chugging it down. Only after finishing did she realize the taste was off. Sticky, sweet, and very soft. "Kakavasa, what's this?" she asked, looking over at the nearby blonde young man who had quickly ended his call. He knew things weren't going well the moment he touched the bottle. 500 milliliters of strong liquor, chilled. Luckily, this was a dream. In reality, he would have given her an emergency call for a gastric pump. "I don't know who left a bottle of frozen Stunita here. I take you back to the Dream Hotel to rest. This stuff is 96% proof. What's the difference between drinking it neat and drinking it straight?" Anna didn't know much about alcohol. She wasn't a fan, nor did she collect it. Back at Avelle, she preferred cheap, sweetened soft drinks to alcohol. After entering school, she became more reserved, usually only tasting it to fit in. She understood what 96 degrees meant, but she wasn't sure to what degree of drunkenness the memory would simulate. She had never been drunk before, so she had no idea what she would look like if she was high. "Let's go now. I'm afraid if I lose control, it'd be hard to deal with." She shouldn't let her temper get the better of her and turn the library upside down. She wouldn't regret it then. Professor Lachaud, arriving upon hearing the news, would be so enraged he'd bury her with a digital pen. Kakavasia looked at her face worriedly. "If you feel uncomfortable, just tell me. Don't be hard on yourself. This is a dream. It's okay." Many people, when drunk, would hold onto a roadside railing or a tree and vomit a rainbow. While others might find it amusing, the person who vomited often experienced extreme social disgrace. He couldn't bear to see Anna make a fool of herself. He had to be the only one to see it, but all that seemed less important than her feelings. As long as she didn't feel uncomfortable, it was fine. It was just a rainbow, after all. Anna had already realized the severity of the situation. A halo of tiny pink diamond flowers sprouted from Kakavasa's light blonde hair, petals scattering in the wind. Of course, this was impossible. Plants like this didn't grow naturally. The situation worsened after she left the cage. She saw a row of Lachaud professors sitting at the bar in the hotel lobby. That was terrifying. I think it's best to close my eyes." To anyone, she looked like she was about to pass out as soon as she left the cage. She reeked of alcohol. Thankfully, the lobby of the Dream Hotel was sparsely populated. Kakavasa wanted to carry her, but he didn't have the height advantage. He could only hold her arm, half dragging, half carrying her, sweating profusely before finally getting her back to her room. He helped Anna lie down on the sofa. 5 minutes later, she sat up and, without a word, swung her yafang, slicing the round table in front of her into a stream of blue bubbles. "Let's just kill them all. If that doesn't solve the problem, I can deal with the problematic individuals." She looked at Kakavasa with lifeless eyes. "What do you think?" The blonde youth pressed on, eager for more chaos. "Who? You need my help disposing of the bodies, right?" For a moment, Anna wanted to name a few names, but Papuku's terrifying promise, guaranteeing the lives of his people, stopped her in her tracks. The original had parents and relatives, but when they chose to send their daughter to the camp, the blood-bound ties between them were completely severed. But, Anna vaguely thought, the original had chosen suicide to protect the ordinary pop-up people behind her, and she probably didn't want to see them become human prey in the hunting grounds because of her resistance. "I'd rather not kill him," she mumbled, taking Yinya back with her. She sat upright, her hands folded neatly on her knees. "Beat him 9/10 of the way to death. Keep him breathing so he can sign the documents. Sign a statement voluntarily giving up all property, and sign Anna's indenture contract and release her." Yes, the Bopex even had contracts for selling themselves into slavery. When Anna learned about this from the biochip, she almost laughed out loud. In this day and age, indentures still exist. Shouldn't they be found and burned immediately? Chapter 276. Kakavasha secretly observed Anna for a long time. My sister's drunkenness was different from other people's. She was indeed euphoric, but she had none of the symptoms of incoordination, delirious speech, or mental disorder. She was even quieter and less talkative than usual. She sat silently on the sofa, her expression serene, motionless like a porcelain doll, but the turbulent aura around her was truly terrifying. Like two celestial bodies that come too close, the smaller one is destined to be torn into pieces by the larger one. Even simply being in the same space with her felt like an arrow aimed at her throat. Kakavasha only stayed by her side, suppressing her instinct to escape. She was simply drunk, not intentionally. Anna repeatedly stroked Yenya's black staff, her chaotic mind briefly considering how to chop the Wahlbergs into pieces, but then she decided that physical destruction was less effective than mental devastation. When it comes to destruction, Hunter is truly uninspired, unable to come up with many torturous methods. As her thoughts raced back and forth, Kakavasha was forced to ride a roller coaster of tension, perhaps even more so. Using the power of the cornerstone, he could reach the level of a lesser commander, but that was only 1/10 of the diamond's power, and he had even shattered the adventurer himself. Right now, it was a bit difficult. The sense of danger she felt facing Huang Quan's 2 strikes was much the same. After finally enduring 3 or 4 systems, the abyssal dread suddenly dissipated. Leaning against Yenya, Anna's breathing became steady and shallow, and she fell asleep. Huh? Kakavasha breathed cautiously. As soon as she reached her side, Anna's tightly closed eyes immediately opened, their gray-blue brilliance sharp as the gleam of silver arrowheads. Seeing it was him, the coldness paused for a moment before softening, quickly hidden again by her closed eyelids. Kakavasha finally relaxed, continuing to cover her with the blanket. The blond young man didn't move away. After ensuring the warmth was adequate, he sat down next to Anna, his chin resting on his hand, thinking silently. Something must have happened that he didn't know about, causing his sister to act like this. She was clearly unhappy. If Anna Febrick was unhappy, then Director Golddust was unhappy. If Director Golddust was unhappy, then no one else should be happy. He carefully considered the events of the day. Anna had been in a good mood during her visit with Professor Carlitos. Origami University was filled with an atmosphere of freedom and art, devoid of unpleasantries. The likelihood of emotional disturbances caused by environmental stimulation was extremely low. So, bad news had arrived from the external device. If something had happened to Professor Veritas Ladio, he wouldn't have been silent. Plata and Praya had Rosemary with them. That woman would never hold back when someone needed help. My sister's classmates, destined to return home, were all at First Truth University. Their safety margin was higher than anyone else's. The only possible source of her unhappiness could be the circles he wasn't familiar with. Thinking about the circles he wasn't familiar with was a bit depressing. My sister had some friends he didn't know, perhaps even many. After guarding 6 systems, Anna stretched before she even opened her eyes, subconsciously pushing her legs out to stretch. Something seemed off about the touch. She scrambled to her feet, and when she looked back, Kakavasha was already sitting on the ground. The blond young man, sister, wasn't angry, his beautiful, colorful eyes were pitiful. It hurts. I'm sorry. Resilience returned, and Anna felt a little embarrassed. Where did I kick you? I think I drank something wrong. Did I cause you any trouble? She hadn't been holding back her strength. It was mainly because she just woken up and her brain hadn't fully recovered yet. Her legs were numb, and she instinctively moved. Kakavasha quickly chose between being gentle and considerate and being rude. He sat on the ground, turned around, and said to her, "You kicked me there. Luckily, I'm a protector." She was right. If he weren't a protector, she'd probably have kicked him right into the dream reef. Seeing Anna's honest, guilty expression, the blond youth contentedly slid back onto the sofa. Sister, you haven't said who you're going to kill yet. I already requested leave. Shall we set off now? She didn't utter a word. It didn't matter. It wasn't important. He could get the general idea from asking. Huh? Anna blinked in confusion. Thinking back, she seemed to have mentioned that. No need to think about it. Just slaughter the Wahlbergs without a trace. That level of deterrence would surely deter anyone from even coveting the Bapuks or the planet they inhabited. This was the simplest solution, requiring only a little effort, no brains needed. But what happens after that? Can she protect the Bapuks once and protect them every time? Then again, the vast majority of forces in the galaxy acknowledge or implicitly acknowledge the existence of slaves. It's unfair, but this is the simple understanding of many civilizations. Just like pedophiles are condemned by everyone, but some self-proclaimed civilized and advanced regions have given child marriage a legal cover in the form of laws. The Wahlbergs will inevitably pay a heavy price for their actions, but Anna's goal isn't simply to make them pay. There were many factors that led to the original suicide. The master's coercion was just one. The oppression of the Rumi royal family, the slave owners who hyped up the slave trade, the blockade by the Interstellar Peace Company, and even the poor upbringing of the Popuk slaves themselves. Compared to that, the Wahlbergs seemed like the straw that broke the camel's back. Sister? Kakavasha smiled. Why aren't you saying anything? Anna, The Wahlbergs are important members of the Interstellar Peace Company's board of directors. As an employee, Kakavasha probably shouldn't get involved in this. If he gets fired over this, she'd be in serious trouble. With his restless and adventurous nature, it's better for him to find a job where he can be less of a worry. At least at work, he has some reliable colleagues. With someone keeping an eye on him, the chances of him getting himself killed will be greatly reduced. Let me guess. The blonde youth tilted his head, his fingers brushing against the red velvet cushion beneath him. She bit her tongue tightly, seemingly more serious than he imagined. Sister, I thought I was useful to you. The Evican man lowered his eyes melancholy, his blonde hair falling to his forehead, casting a faint shadow on his face. A hint of guilt flashed in her eyes, but it quickly became firm, suggesting she was deliberately excluding him from the incident for protection. So this matter is related to the Interstellar Peace Company? Is she planning to take action against the company? Oh right. Kakavasha raised her eyes, her tone tinged with seduction. Sister, would you like to intern at the company? It's common for young scholars from the Boiji Society to intern at the Interstellar Peace Company. It counts towards social practice points, right? Good. She didn't show much disgust at the name of Interstellar Peace. It seemed the targeting was directed at someone within the company, someone he couldn't afford to offend given his current power and status. Board member? Schneider Osvaldo was definitely one of them, no need to worry. The Evican's grudge against that guy was no news, so it wouldn't affect him. My social practice points can be earned at school. I can teach undergraduates, or at an adult education college. It's easy. Anna thought he'd forgotten the previous question and quickly changed the subject. I already earned more social practice points in my first year. I don't have to worry about getting a free lab project in my second year. I talk about next year. Don't ask me about the company position, I'm not going. If those junior employees, who had to take dozens of exams and scramble to get into the company heard this, they'd probably be furious. Why? Kakavasha lowered her voice, a hint of disappointment in it. Sister, do you hate me? Sister, you must hate me, right? I'm so clingy, but I'm useless. Now I can't even make you happy. He looked like he was about to cry. Anna was frightened, waving her hands and shaking her head. No, I never hated you. He seemed deeply hurt, his eyes slightly red. He moaned in self-pity, glancing at Anna's expression from time to time. Really? Sister, don't lie to me. Transparent tears welled in her eyes, threatening to fall. The Evican looked both beautiful and fragile, and even the most heartless couldn't bring themselves to speak loudly to him. Seeing her expression of growing guilt and self-reproach, Kakavasha finally let the tears fall. Sister, so it's not me you hate, it's the position the company has given me? In that case, I can resign. Anna was completely bewildered by his deception. No, why are you talking about resigning again? I have no opinion on the existence of the Interstellar Peace Company. It's normal for an organization of this size to have structural and management problems. The problems with the Bopuks are complex, and the company's role here is more of a catalyst. The root of the problem lies elsewhere. Oh, I understand. The blonde youth quickly wiped away his tears. He had almost figured it all out. This matter was related to the Bopuks. Expensive Bopuk slaves, even on the board of directors, few could afford to purchase and maintain them. So the man who had bought Anna was a member of the company's board of directors, and it was for this very reason that she didn't want him involved in this matter. To put it bluntly, executives were just working oxen and horses. How many stable oxen and horses that kick at the one distributing the fodder end up with anything good? But he was a gambler, and gamblers knew better than the dealer what they wanted. All or nothing, except Anna Febret. She wasn't his bargaining chip, she was everything. Chapter 277. Kakavasha spent an entire system hour figuring out which members of the company's board of directors were currently vacationing in Pinaconi, focusing on the newly minted elites, who had risen to prominence in recent years, primarily the less intelligent types, who would throw at least 1 billion credits into an interstellar prison for no reason. What else could be more foolish than idiot? The ability to afford public slaves was already a strong screening criterion, and adding the word stupid to the mix, he quickly zeroed in on his target. The Wahlbergs, a family of utter hypocrisy. Even if a family like theirs bought slaves, they wouldn't publicly announce it, but if you trace back a few years, you always find clues. When the current head of the family was still the young master, he had a very young bodyguard. Almost no photos of that time exist on the Interstellar network, but some internal company records have been erased. A few years ago, my sister was a chubby round-faced girl. Too cute. Following this lead, I was shocked to discover the new head of the Wahlberg family was so foolish that even Kakavasa couldn't find an adjective to describe him. He wasn't just throwing credits into the water for fun. He was destroying the house's only support beam, not just the wall. But it was fortunate he was so foolish, otherwise how would he have met Anna? A young commander, fresh out of his britches, entrusted with commanding a battle in a crisis, and a con man who could be bought for 30 red copper coins. These two people, no matter how you look at it, would never have crossed paths. Unless he was caught as a spy and brought before her, that would be terrible. Sister Kakavasa looked at Anna, who had been huddled in silence on the other side of the sofa. She was a softie, not a pushover. Because she just accidentally made him cry, she'd been too embarrassed to speak for a long time. Yeah, go ahead. I'm listening. Trying to brush it off again, with a hint of annoyance, he flipped the external device over to show her, I need a female companion to attend an auction. Sister, come with me. The more confident he was at this point, the harder it would be to refuse. Once they got to the venue, she wouldn't have to do anything to scare the idiot half to death and vent her anger. If Wahlberg bullied Anna, he was bullying Kakavasa. If he didn't kick this guy off the board, he'd write his name backwards. Okay, I go with you. Anything I should be aware of? Anna glanced at the electronic invitation on her external device. It was an auction at dusk. There was a high chance she'd run into the original owner, which would be a good opportunity to provoke him. She had no intention of swallowing her anger. This guy better sign the property relinquishment statement and slave release documents obediently, saving her the extra effort of persuasion. Speaking of these two documents, Anna's gaze fell on Kakavasa. She thought for a moment, then opened her personal computer and quickly generated two electronic documents. Anna quickly signed electronically and opened her palm towards Kakavasa. Give me anything. She drafted a property relinquishment statement, declaring that number 0824131 relinquished ownership of the Efkin slave, Kakavasa, and signed his release documents. Just like the documents Plata and Praya had, she had to free Kakavasa before meeting with the head of the Wahlberg family, even if the formalities were incomplete. She hadn't done this before because she had always thought it was just a joke. How could human existence and dignity be measured by price, let alone a meal? Kakavasa was far more valuable than a meal. Although this subordinate relationship originated from persecution within the interstellar prison, for the slave owners, Kakavasa was essentially a cash cow. Even if it was just a verbal promise, those hypocritical people would find ways to create it. Slaves had no legal property rights. Everything they acquired belonged to the slave owners. To avoid unnecessary complications, even jokes had to be taken seriously. The blonde youth moved over to her side, without a word, raised his chin, and placed it on her palm. Sister, I'm all alone. Her expression of shock and confusion was indescribably adorable. Kakavasa pressed on. If you ask me for something, I can only give you myself. She lowered her hand, and he followed suit. Anna shuddered and almost slapped him. I want you to give me something worth a few credit points. You're a human being. How can you haggle over prices? Stop it. She spoke fiercely, her lethality less intense than the murderous intent radiating from her drunken state. Kakavasa began to play dirty. I don't care. You already accepted it, and you can't be irresponsible. Someone like her, with her integrity and strong moral compass, was easily bullied, but he was the only one who could bully her. TSK. Anna squinted her eyes, surveying him. Pointing at his jeweled earrings, she said, Give me this. It's enough to cover a low-level natural meal in the cafeteria on Avel. The blonde youth covered his ears with his hands. No, it's too cheap. It's unbearable. It's cheap. What did she mean by suddenly bringing this up? Kakavasa racked his brains, quickly figuring out the whole story. As expected, Anna acted as if nothing had happened. Don't forget we kept records back in Avel. You and Prataprea were brought to the island as my property. This isn't a good thing. Back then, we had to act swiftly. But now that you're a grown man, you should redeem yourself. It's my fault for not handling this matter quickly. Now that I remembered it, I'd better do it now to feel more at ease. She was trying to find a way out for him, and Kakavasa understood. You can't use this either. He loosened his grip, flipping his palm, and the power of preservation materialized into a bargaining chip. A chip whose value cannot be defined. This is me, sister. Please don't push me out. He placed the chip in her hand. I'd be heartbroken. Once she had it, she immediately handed him the 2 documents that represented her freedom. The right to ownership of property transcends employment, and the status of being bought and sold. This means that even the Interstellar Peace Company cannot assert any claim on your personal freedom without my permission, whether you are an employee of the Interstellar Peace Company or an inmate in a Vel Interstellar prison. Of course, slave owners were also part of this network, whether they were scholars of the Society of Knowledge or the black sheep among the most serious criminals. As the saying goes, ownership is paramount, and private property is sacred and inviolable. This is the benefit of reading. Even when faced with unreasonable rules, one can find ways to exploit them. With these 2 documents, neither the company nor any other authority can use the word slave to intimidate, deceive, or mock Kakavasa. He was freed, having redeemed his freedom with his own ability. The blond young man, who clearly didn't care, even saying things like you can use me as you please, or betray me when the time is right, was silent for a long time. This person, why is he always like this? It was dusk. Outside the auction hall's open doors, a long red carpet stretched from the foyer to the curb where the limousines were parked. Accompanied by the manager and waiters, well-dressed upper-class people gradually walked onto the red carpet to join the social scene. Of course, not everyone received the manager's heartfelt welcome. Most guests could only follow the waiters, admiring the architecture and decorations while trying to appear upscale. Only a very small number of truly wealthy individuals were worthy of the manager's personal presence. Really good things rarely come to market unless they're incredibly valuable and have a ton of buyers. Auction houses also have to maintain customer relationships, and using auction items as favors for major patrons is common practice. For things like land, negotiations are often made before the auction begins. Kakavasa forced his arm through Anna's, insisting on doing so even if she didn't need it. Since she was attending an auction, her white shirt and blue skirt were definitely inappropriate. Of course, she couldn't wear a black suit, or Wahlberg wouldn't be the only one to be shocked. Thanks to this, he finally achieved his wish, using his discerning eye to help Anna choose a women's evening gown suitable for social occasions. Wrapped in black silk, her minimalist style brought a profound impact. Sharp, indifferent, and powerful, she was no mere ornament, but rather a goddess appearing at dusk, ready to go hunting. Director Shah-Jin, you finally shown up? Haha, your arrival truly surprises us. Who is? In any way, the young executives of Interstellar Peace Company weren't yet worthy of the personal hospitality of the manager of a veteran auction house. But the family's loss to him was a fact, and it was because of him that Pinocchio had been forced to open the door and accept Interstellar Peace Company's involvement. The Strategic Investment Department had already reached an agreement with old ODI, the leader of the Alfalfa family. At this moment, Shah-Jin's initiative to emerge from hiding was at least a gesture of goodwill. Considering the various symbolic implications, the manager took the initiative and walked down the stairs. This charming lady will not tolerate any intrusion, my friend. Don't blame me for not warning you. The blonde Evican gave the manager a meaningful look over his sunglasses, and the dark-haired woman beside him cast a cold glance his way. It was like a snowy mountain crashing down on him, and even the experienced professional manager felt a bit dazed. I apologize, I was being frivolous. This woman's strength is unfathomable, respect her if you can. The manager was a man who listened to advice, not only from the guests, but also from the security guards. The Hound family was full of fate walkers, and no one, regardless of strength, could see through that woman. This only meant that she was already above everyone else. Considering that Shah-Jin had previously clashed with the emissary of the Void, it made sense for him to recruit a comparable skilled helper from the company to protect him. Please follow me. He bowed and walked to the side, ushering in the guests. In a few words, he briefly outlined today's auction items and key clients. Anna listened the entire time, and by the time they were seated, the manager's witty remarks had just come to an end. How could this person be the manager? A top seller is always a top seller wherever he goes. She clearly had no interest in auctions, but after listening to him explain so much, even if she didn't buy anything, she was tempted to sit down and take a look. Chapter 278. Pa! The wine glass carved from natural crystal fell to the ground, spilling blood-red wine onto the expensive handmade carpet, leaving an unsightly brown-yellow stain. Anita looked at her husband with a hint of surprise, puzzled by his public indiscretion. Although the Wahlberg family had only truly risen to prominence in the last 2 generations, their ancestors had always owned several star systems, making them the guardians of old money, judging by the length of their wealth. Heirs educated in such a family would be most particular about their demeanor and etiquette when traveling, displaying the air of composure even if the house was on fire. Even if they were the only 2 people in the private room, the half-open terrace faced all the guests attending the auction, so he shouldn't have knocked over the wine glass. Furthermore, the current situation was different. In addition to their dedicated waiter, there was also a distinguished guest in the room. "Vincent, dear, are you feeling unwell?" Mrs. Wahlberg, with professionalism, covered up for her husband's gaffe. The pale man, controlling his body stiffly, forced a gentle smile. "Thank you for your concern, Anita. I'm fine. Perhaps it's just a passing flurry. It reminds me of the past." To them, dear and thank you were merely catchphrases, used to flaunt their upbringing rather than to express genuine affection. "I'm sorry, Professor Lachaud, I'm sorry to have made you laugh." Vincent Wahlberg was a little intimidated by the guests several seats away. The young man with the plaster head sculpture always made him mistakenly believe he was facing a stern father, a serious teacher, and a woman he'd forgotten for over 2 years, almost 3. She always sat quietly, her eyes fixed on her nose on her heart, as silent as a stone statue. Brida's Ladio, Being human is so difficult, especially when dealing with an idiot. He couldn't even make this guy understand what idiot meant. It was strange. Were these people, who had been obsessed with being misers for generations, really so stingy that they didn't even own a mirror? Otherwise, if he had just glanced before leaving, he would have known what stupidity meant. He glanced at the source of the commotion. On a lower terrace, the golden-haired Avignon of Adonai, like peacocks, were attentively circling a tall, dark-haired lady. That looks familiar. Isn't that the foolish disciple who came to Pinocchio to rescue him not long ago? He was upset. He stopped looking. He settled the score later. She probably came to redeem her freedom, too. It was understandable. Humans are indeed creatures constantly making comparisons and trade-offs. For example, a few days ago, he had been completely disgusted with that gambler. But once Vincent Wahlberg appeared before him, the Ekin immediately seemed exceptionally intelligent and well-behaved, a promising talent. A catfish in a pond. He sneered inwardly. It seemed his earlier misjudgment had finally led to Fabriquette's friends outside of school. For old money, their circle was small, regardless of age. Without a 3- or 4-generation legacy, no one would speak to his family's women in social circles, let alone discuss the private topics of the club. The auction house manager suddenly ushered 2 unfamiliar newcomers into the upstairs terrace box, which displeased some of the customers, who took pride in their surnames. The buzzing of whispers hadn't stopped since they reached the stairs. Is Pinocchio going bankrupt? How can they let outsiders in here? Complaining against a shared enemy is also a way of expressing one's stance. The gentleman holding the wine glass won his friend's agreement with this statement. Indeed, I haven't heard of any new rising family lately. Pinocchio has truly fallen into the hands of the company. They even managed such a tasteless act. I have to reconsider whether to continue this gathering. That was just a saying. No one would give up their hereditary social circle. It's easy to leave, but hard to get in. Anyone so foolish as this would be a laughingstock. But new people also meant new topics. Everyone criticized the young man's newly emerged unfashionable tastes, but they were full of praise for the woman he brought with him. After all, she wasn't their wife or daughter, so a change of scenery was certainly something to enjoy. Generally speaking, at high-class social gatherings like these, women's clothing is expected to coordinate with the men's, whether in style, material, or embellishments, prioritizing harmony with the men. This is true even in the interstellar age. But this tall woman defied convention. It was clear she relished the elegance hidden within simplicity, not caring at all about what her male companion wore. The black dress perfectly revealed her sleek back and long legs, while pearls and gold tassels concealed the exposed areas of her figure. Like a proud Amazon queen. The gentleman nodded. If the opportunity arose, they wouldn't mind becoming friends with such a woman. She truly possessed a savage, unconventional beauty. Powerful, independent, unconquerable. The lone beast king of the wilderness. In comparison, the finale of tonight's auction seemed a bit too immature, lacking that thrilling quality. Put your things down and get out. You're not needed here. Cock of Asia preferred to delegate tasks to robots rather than waiters, who looked honest but actually had ears similar to those of information dealers. For some families seeking publicity, waiters served as information outlets, but neither he nor Anna needed them, especially not with the identity of 0824131. There was no need to raise their profile. Yes, sure, Mr. Goldust. The waiter looked meek and docile, but deep down he felt a pang of regret. After today's auction, he knew there would be dozens of gentlemen inquiring about them. It looked like they wouldn't earn any tips. The Evakin's beauty was as well deserved as it was known, and the lady he brought was even more mysterious and captivating. Listening to the flapping of Credit's wings as they flew away, the waiter's heart bled. But the guest had said it bluntly, leaving no room for negotiation. There was no reason for him to remain in the private room. As soon as the waiter left, Cock of Asia flipped open the auction house's product brochure. There were two versions, paper and electronic, allowing customers to choose according to their preferences. Wow, look at all this stuff. The last lot has a reserve price of 1 billion. It's a Papakono being sold because of blindness. There are no detailed photos or descriptions. Looks like we have to see them on stage later. Anna, She resisted the urge to rub her face and flip the table. Do you have money? This isn't the time for pretentiousness or fuss. It's time to speak up. A blind warrior being sold off. It's easy to imagine what awaits him. The contract stipulates that Papak slaves have the right of self-determination, but this isn't always enforced, as the original's fate demonstrates. Cock of Asia cleared his throat. Spend as much as you want, I pay. To be honest, he wasn't sure how much money he had in his account. What got him excited was the thrill of gambling and danger. As for the money he earned after that, it didn't matter, he couldn't spend it all, no matter how extravagant he was. Bye! Finally, a chance to spend credit. The poor student, Miss Anna Febrick, turned away silently. I hate you rich people so much. If it's not enough She paused mid-sentence, opened the screen, and glanced at it. Suddenly, an air of uneasiness emanated from her. Professor Veritas Ladio had sent her a message, telling her not to borrow money from others without authorization. If she wanted to buy something, she could first withdraw from her professor and repay him later. It was reasonable to assume that the professor was at the auction and had seen her. He knew what she might buy. It was better to think differently, without worrying about being exposed. She had never disguised herself in front of the professor. Cock of Asia came over just in time, reading the message word for word. He stood up and walked over to the dishes left by the waiter, painstakingly moving each dish to Anna's hands. He placed them neatly beside her. Even the cutlery and fork were neatly arranged, as if he couldn't wait to feed her mouthful by mouthful. Do you want me to fail the course and delay graduation? Anna gritted her teeth, warning him not to go too far. The blonde youth smirked deliberately. I can't let anyone misunderstand me, especially my teacher, right? No school had a rule prohibiting students from being pursued. Having been caught red-handed by that Laisho, he chose to let Anna have a problem with her mate's values over her morals. It was normal for her serious nature to be fooled, but to say she accompany and entertain for credit points, that was putting them both down. Anna flinched silently for a moment, then poked at a piece of fruit and accepted his suggestion. She wasn't stupid. She understood what Kakavasa meant. In such social situations, unless a married couple was known to be together, anyone of the same or opposite sex going out together would be considered a lover. The blonde youth would rather be a worthless and unpromising suitor than be mistaken for his mistress. There were still some discerning people in the venue. It didn't take long for the gentlemen in the private rooms to notice that the Evakins from the Interstellar Peace Company had infiltrated and were aggressively courting a cold and beautiful woman. There have been so many new surnames rising in the Amber Age in recent years. Has anyone heard of any famous families headed by women? The gentlemen's witty remarks were so captivating that they almost wanted to find a way in. They discussed the new scene over and over again, but when there was nothing more to say, they decided to go out and visit each other. The auction hadn't even begun yet, but the middle class and entertainment stars, who had been confined to the hall below, were gradually taking their seats. With nothing else to do, they might as well use their time for healthy socializing. At first, there were 3 or 5 people, then more and more. Soon, the gentlemen found their like-minded friends and engaged in lively conversation, exchanging pleasantries and politenesses from the familiar private rooms. Chapter 279. Vincent, my dear friend, can you tell me why you've been so quiet today? Mr. Wahlberg's friends from the club had come to visit, to greet Mrs. Wahlberg, to greet his guest, Professor Veritas Latier, or simply to while away the hours before the auction. There were so many reasons, and the Wahlbergs couldn't just turn them away. Mr. Wahlberg wasn't feeling well, but Mrs. Wahlberg was fine. The friend raised his glass to Anita Wahlberg. This is a wonderful evening, don't you think? If it weren't for that little incident, I think it would have been even more wonderful. The arrival of your good friend has made up for all the suffering we endured. You're so kind, my dear. Mrs. Wahlberg also raised her glass, turned pointedly downward, then quickly turned back. The men immediately responded with a kind, understanding laugh. Isn't the purpose of beautiful scenery to be appreciated? Someone mentioned the name of a prestigious and expensive private university. I remember you were a distinguished graduate from 2 years ago, and you always had a keen eye for aesthetics. Luckily, there were no students from First Truth University in this small space, Professor Lachaud thought, rolling his eyes behind his plaster head sculpture. If there were, that person would have better changed their classes and teachers immediately to avoid years of teacher-student torment. Though the people present were proud of their surnames, they were not blind to the atmosphere. Their strongest subject was measuring value, and within that context, outsiders with sufficiently high values could earn at least superficial respect. No one presumed to discuss science and philosophy here, lest they be humiliated by a true scholar. Everyone concurred to keep the conversation focused on art and appreciation, allowing the stern teacher to quietly serve as a backdrop, while others smoothly basked in the aura of celebrity. A photo of a certain generation of the family enjoying a lively conversation with a renowned scholar would be worthy of a spot in the ancestral hallway. Mrs. Wahlberg didn't refuse the topic presented to her. Of course, she wouldn't publicly disparage anyone, and no one here would do that. Even if a beggar passed by, they would only criticize human nature and politics after the poor person left. No one would publicly express disgust. After all, the private rooms were rigorously disinfected every time they were opened, and gifts for such social occasions only appeared once. Accidentally polluting the air was a minor matter. Dwelling on it would inevitably lead to ridicule as petty. She laughed as she spoke of the tall, cold-faced, sharp-eyed lady on the terrace below. Her words were pertinent and fitting, showcasing her fine rhetorical skills. The woman's dress seemed to be made by a dream tailor, though she wasn't sure, as the style wasn't particularly striking. But her accessories were tasteful. The pearls were a highlight, though the gold tassels were a bit too dark. A lighter gold might have suited the hair color of her companion. In short, she was a frosty beauty. The gentleman laughed, and everyone felt free to discuss the cold beauty. Professor Lachaud glanced at his idiot student, relieved that he was sitting quietly, waiting for the auction to begin, completely uninterested in interacting with the fools. Very good. The purpose of learning rhetoric and logic is to make your writing understandable, not just to frivolously polish your words. The gentlemen sat for a while before taking their leave. The seats in the hall below gradually filled up. A few charming actresses from the entertainment industry were quite popular, so they had to leave some time for the waiter to pass out business cards. A business card signifies an olive branch and the beginning of a friendship. Printed with contact information and a suitable location for a meeting, aspiring young men and women can easily use this card, made of any material, to open the door to high society. Probably. Hello, the Marquis of Shalova, of the upper class, would like to invite you to a small gathering. When the door to the private room was knocked open for the 8th time, Anna glanced sideways impatiently at the waiter, employee number. Cock of Asia, who had already dealt with several similar situations, chuckled to herself. I just like seeing my sister's self-righteousness. Excuse me, what did you say? The waiter smiled uneasily, trying to build a staircase between himself and the guests for a convenient exit. But Anna no longer wanted to save face for him or his colleagues. It was just bad luck for her to be called out on this person. I said, give me your employee number. She turned on the intercom, which was in every private room. The customer service representative at the auction house spoke sweetly. Hello, it's a pleasure to serve you. But I'm not happy, Anna said rapidly, not giving the other person a chance to say a second word. Does your staff training allow waiters in certain private rooms to harass customers in other rooms without restraint? Sorry, please believe our intentions. The customer service representative had clearly dealt with similar complaints for years, and their apology was smooth and fluent. Kakavas's cold, yin-yang expression made him say, I'm sorry, I can't believe your true intentions. Customer service, Here comes a tricky situation. Excuse me, ma'am, sir? Could you tell me which wait staff members have upset you? We will punish them accordingly according to regulations. Normally, by this point, the guest's anger would have subsided. With a clear scapegoat and appropriate financial compensation, the matter would most likely be resolved smoothly. However, he hadn't expected to encounter two difficult people today. Is the problem with the wait staff? Anna countered. Can wait staff refuse requests from private room guests? This is a management issue for you, Pinocchio, the entire family. Stop putting the blame on a few individuals. The customer service representative could only offer a humble apology. He was just a small-time customer service representative. What could he do? His only authority in trouble, besides delivering a fruit plate, was to report the issue. How? What? Reporting a guest upstairs asking a guest downstairs how much a night costs. That should be a report to the police, not the responsibility of customer service. I'm sorry. You must have misunderstood. Our customers are all polite people. The waiter probably misinterpreted the situation. Please don't take it personally. We definitely handle it properly. In reality, there was no way to handle it. Anna raised her chin and gestured for Kakavasha to accept the small cards. She hung up the phone, glanced at the waiter, and told her to get out. Just say I hit you. Don't come back. Leave now. Kakavasha looked back and forth at her, then at the unsure young woman. He stood up and walked towards her. If I were you, I would listen to your sister's words and do exactly what she said. He snatched the small card from her hand, held it before his eyes, glanced at it, and smiled. I wonder what local tyrant from some remote star system is playing it so extravagantly. This kind of small card, coupled with a disrespectful invitation, was already rife with ambiguity. Kakavasa had seen it all before. He was an Evican, and he'd been subjected to the stripping naked, kneeling, and crying for mercy taunting before his eyes. He knew what was going on the moment the waiter knocked on the door. Some invited him, some invited Anna, and this so-and-so marquis was even more outrageous. He invited both of them. He truly didn't know how to spell death. The waiter didn't dare breathe. His body trembled, his face pale, as he nodded vigorously before sprinting away. Being stared at by that tall woman felt like a knife pressed to his throat. Shaking his head would mean his head falling off. Kakavasa tossed the new card on the table. Anna, taking a look at its thickness, assumed she had to ask the hound for the overtime pay later. The auction opened as scheduled. Sitting in the upper terrace rooms offered a clear view of the podium and the surrounding hall. The agents sat below, mostly agents. The buyers behind them were reluctant to show up, giving them a chance to collect commissions. The manager took the stage with a few witty remarks to liven up the atmosphere. He was also the auction's chief auctioneer, and quickly focused everyone's attention on the items being auctioned. Sister, besides the last one, is there anything else you like? The items at the dusk auction are all physical objects, so you can take them with you when you check out. Kakavasha closed the brochure. There was still some time before the final item went on stage, and he needed something to keep from getting bored and sleepy. Anna's response was to turn on her personal laptop, put on her Bluetooth headphones, and prepare to project the lesson. No, I already read the booklet. I leave it for those who need it. Professor Anaxis's lectures are best attended as they are, rather than reviewed later, as reviewing later can easily lead to a loss of focus. She'd fumble with something and lose her focus, and when she looked back up, she'd have no idea where the professor had been. Kakavasha, Okay, wanting to support a philosophy scholar only to discover she doesn't even need much stationery. Does anyone resonate with this frustrating feeling of having money but nowhere to spend it? The blond young man opened the shopping page and gazed anxiously at the long, pending payment page in his cart. Buying something she didn't accept would be a burden, wouldn't have the desired effect, and wouldn't satisfy her in the first place. He occasionally glanced at Anna, selected a few items, marked their addresses, and, in a fit of rage, randomly selected acquaintances in the chat group to give away the rest. It wasn't free gifts, like the gray-haired pioneer on the Starry Sky train. Getting along with him was a sure win, both in terms of connections and other benefits. The most important thing is that he's, in a sense, incredibly simple and easy to please. He can be caught even without bait on the hook. Spending money to win over those around Anna is a way to get closer to her. If one path doesn't work, there's always a chance to try a few more. Who knows, one might finally work. Anna had no idea what he was thinking. Not long ago, she was complaining to Rosemary on the phone about Kakavasa's flawed spending habits. Why not spend your money on enriching yourself? Go to school, learn some principles or skills, and you can spend credit on anyone you're close to without worrying about scaring off your simple friends. She sighed amidst Rosemary's nearly tearful laughter, indicating she was mentally prepared for her brother to slam her hands down if she couldn't kick him. With his character, what decent, intelligent young man or woman would be interested in him? They'd be attracted to him for either his looks or the credits he give away. In another 50 years, would that beautiful young man become a beautiful old man? It's terrifying to think about it. Chapter 280. Silence returned to the private room. Mrs. Wahlberg poured Mr. Wahlberg a glass of red wine, and sat beside him, listening intently to the auctioneer's description of the items. Adding items of either elegance or interest to the family collection was also the hostess's responsibility. She disliked the tall man with the plaster head sculpture that Professor Veritas Lachaud. His tone, pitch, and overly muscular body made her uneasy. "Professor Lachaud, the deal you're talking about." Mr. Wahlberg finally found his voice. He glanced down every few seconds, nervous and annoyed. Although Anna was equally rude to the blonde Yukini, she didn't refuse his advances. What kind of taste was that? Was she a slave? So she also sought a slave as a match? Self-degradation. But he couldn't deny that the minimalist style suited her better than the sweet embellishments he had chosen before. The pearls and gold also took on a cold luster. But thinking of the 3 children in the nursery, he felt a bit more reassured. A family like ours has always bought, never sold, but since the professor has requested it, I can transfer her permanent rights to you. Ownership is truly. Please forgive me. He was still unwilling to give up. Ever since she was imprisoned in the Avel Interstellar prison, the family's spies had been killed, and they could no longer contact Anna effectively and promptly. He was busy arranging marriages and finding a laboratory to customize the 3 children, so he couldn't spare the energy to comfort her. How could a slave quarrel with his master over such trivial matters? Yes, her behavior over the past 2 years wasn't exactly treason, but it wasn't exactly loyalty either. Isn't the Avel Interstellar prison a vacation spot for her? She even met a few people she could talk to. The Enolia family was a bit shabby, but they were barely considered a tech upstart. If Anna liked it, Wahlberg wouldn't mind investing some money in Edmund Enolia. Just think of it as setting up a fund for her. As for that Evgen slave, no. A lowly breed couldn't bring shame to Wahlberg's family. Even if they kept slaves, they wouldn't keep such a thing. He was like someone watching their precious cat run away and be meowed by a yellow-haired cat from nowhere, dreading the day they see a row of small, miscellaneous hairs sprouting from under its belly. Veritas Ladio, Fools often don't understand how their own stupidity killed them. Education is truly a long and arduous journey. In that case, there's no need to discuss this further. He made a gesture as if he were to leave. With all due respect, 0824131 has the potential to become a hunting emissary. If she were ever to become an emissary, it wouldn't be good news for the Wahlberg family. Mrs. Wahlberg's eyes moved, but she said nothing. Vincent Wahlberg's pale face flushed crimson. If Anna became an emissary, the slave contract that bound her would, if not completely shattered, at least become meaningless, and the 1.5 billion credits would become meaningless. The hunting star god opens his destiny to all, and no one can force a god to change his will. Revenge? Anna would seek revenge on whom? Even if she turned against her master, who would dare to challenge a hunting emissary? What if anyone dared to touch Bopuk, and she would slaughter their entire family? Even the Rumi royal family couldn't suppress her. In the past, slave owners had ways to deal with such troublemakers, but Anna was a stubborn person. In Wahlberg, she refused to become a member of the family. After leaving Wahlberg, the Interstellar Peace Company's bounty on number 0824131 had exceeded 10 billion credits. And bounty hunters had taken action. And then what? The hunters who pursued her were all reduced to fireworks in deep space. She went all out, joined the Star Corps hunters, and even continued to oppose the Interstellar Peace Company. Bopuk slaves are not afraid of death, as fully demonstrated by their retained right of self-destruction. Back to the point. Professor Latier scientifically determined that Anna, the Wahlberg family's Bopuk slave, had the potential to become a hunter-commander. Vincent Wahlberg took a gamble, wondering if she wouldn't even be able to ascend to the next level even at the end of her lifespan. It seems the power of science trumps the blind wishes of fools. Professor, excuse me for asking, but what is your purpose in taking over 0824131? I'm a responsible man, and even if I'm a family slave, I can't let her die. May I remind you that Bopuk slaves have excellent genes, but they're known for being stingy with them. A careless act could lead to loss of both life and property. Mr. Wahlberg's words almost made Veritas Lachaud laugh. This guy seemed to truly believe he was responsible, as innocent as snow on a garbage dump. Even Mr. Televizov, the previous warden of Avel Interstellar Prison, could call himself a good man. I need an assistant capable of venturing into dangerous situations, and bringing back experimental materials and samples. Gender and age are not restricted. The only requirements are strength and a commitment to integrity. In fact, I've been approached by several families. Disobedient or elderly slaves need a place to go. Perhaps the Wahlbergs view credit points as worthless, but clearly not everyone does. 0824131 isn't my only choice. She simply has a longer useful life, and I happen to be a hunter destiny walker, that's all. Professor Lachaud's acting was quite impressive, and Cock of Asia commended him. Mrs. Wahlberg was somewhat tempted. As the mistress of the house, she certainly couldn't hide the family's wealth. But her husband's mother was a powerful and harsh old woman. If she wanted to fully seize the housekeeper's power from her, she had to find a good way to break through. An uncollectible bad debt, an expensive asset that couldn't be liquidated but was depreciating every second. It was the perfect entry point for stirring up trouble. As for the slave girl they were talking about, her existence undermined the fundamental interests of the two intermarried families. The Wahlbergs already had a mistress, but this slave hadn't returned in time to pledge allegiance. She was most likely a safety net left by the previous Wahlberg family head, or perhaps the designated mistress of the current Wahlberg family head. A mistress in and of herself wasn't worth her concern. The problem was that she also represented 1.5 billion credits, and possibly even her competitors for profit. Illegitimate children. For example, the three little creatures squirming in the nursery. Every time the nanny appeared with them in her arms, Anita felt distraught and short of breath, and sincerely hoped that the star god in charge of this area would quickly take them away. It would be fine if she had some leverage to control them, but the surrogacy agency used artificial wombs and amniotic fluid, with no third person involved in the pregnancy. This meant that the three little bastards had only one biological mother. The long-legged uterus that served as their moral trump card didn't exist, it was congenitally missing. As their biological father's only wife, she, the legitimate Mrs. Wahlberg, had become a stepmother? Absurd. Too much. Even more abominable was the fact that both Vincent Wahlberg and his mother refused to reveal the woman who provided the other half of their genes. Even if the marriage contract stipulated that Wahlberg's future heir must be of her bloodline, the age of these little creatures was enough to threaten her unborn child. It's unclear when her child will arrive, but these three little bastards are growing up day by day. At least for now, they appear to be healthy and intelligent. If they survive to adulthood, they receive a share of the family fortune. That's her money. Her future children's money. The best way would be to prove that the three little brats are related to the slave girl Vincent Wahlberg was talking about. It's not uncommon for slaves to seduce their masters. As long as there's evidence, the bastards born from slaves will remain slaves, and they won't be able to take advantage of anything. Whether to trade or send to the family's exiled planet, whatever the mistress says is final. A trip to Pinocchio is enough to appease her? Just think about it. She is the wife of the Wahlberg family, and only she can be. The next head of the Wahlberg family can only come from her womb. As for Professor Lachaud, who was introduced to buying slaves, Mrs. Wahlberg didn't believe him at all. Is becoming an emissary just a weed by the roadside? Even becoming an emissary shouldn't be something a lowly slave girl can aspire to. How could such an unreasonable thing exist in the world? It's just a bargaining tactic. Professor Lachaud, I need to discuss the sale of public slaves with the family members. 1.5 billion credit points, and the Wahlberg family's investment in her over the years. Those aren't the costs that can be justified in a single sentence. Vincent Wahlberg finally rejected his offer with hesitation, seeing the deathly look in Veritas Lachaud's eyes. The loyalty of a Bapuka slave comes with the buyer being allowed to hunt freely on their native planet. This alone makes it impossible for Anna to betray him. She's just being angry. In a few years, once she discovers how cruelly the outside world treats slaves, she returned to Wahlberg. Besides, there are those three children. No mother would abandon a cub carrying half her own genes. Even if she were promoted to commander, she wouldn't be able to resist her instincts. This method is common among many families that have purchased Bapuka slaves. Men often commit suicide, but women always grit their teeth and endure, eventually becoming accustomed to it. Wouldn't it be better if they got used to it? Ultimately, he still didn't want to sell Anna, especially after seeing her mature appearance. The thought of even a goddess as beautiful as a snowy mountain being conquered by him made Mr. Wahlberg tremble with excitement. In the middle of class, Anna suddenly interrupted the projection and looked around. Something disgusting seemed to have appeared. Chapter 281. Sister, what are you looking at? Kakavasia always picked up on Anna's mood swings instantly. She seemed a little disgusted by something. Anna frowned, searching in circles. No, are there cockroaches in dreams? They're those brown beetles that appear in houses, flat and round, and they buzz like bombs when they fly. They swarm in any garbage dump with the right temperature. Kakavasia looked at her helplessly. Sister, Evel has a lot of cockroaches. You don't need to describe them. Pinocchio doesn't have those. The family's dream builder regularly removes negative image projections. Otherwise, with the human brain being so sophisticated and complex, the star god had no idea how many twisted monsters the festival star could spawn. Anna could certainly imagine this, but the feeling of being possessed by something foul lingered, and it made her very irritated. Aren't you going to class? Kakavasia reminded her, But Anna shook her head. No, get out of class ends in 2 minutes. The reprojection will take time. Professor Anaxes never stays after class. He doesn't highlight key points. He just leave after the lecture. What's the point of staying after class? Okay, the blonde youth checked the time. It's almost time for the finale. The reserve price is 1.3 billion. The rule is a minimum of 1 million credits per bid. How long do you plan to play? How long? Anna picked at the heavy ornament clipped to her ear. Not interested. I get you off the hook later. At the Daydream Hotel, items are delivered to the room and payment is in person, right? Although both Kakavasia and Professor Leisho offered to lend her a small amount, Anna preferred to use her Yama Fong to pay for the fee. I, the Star Corps hunter, am a robber. Kakavasia, unaware that his sister had abandoned the law, nodded. Yes, the details still need to be paid in person. Sign the contract. Sign a contract. She turned off her personal computer and removed her Bluetooth headphones. Suddenly, as if sensing something, she raised her eyes to a terrace high above. The few remaining emotions in her original form boiled over again: pain, disgust, hatred. Kakavasia paused for a moment, then quickly stood up. I go ask around. Sister, you sit here and wait. Hold up the sign, and spend it however you like. He hurried away, and Anna fought the urge to raise her hand and aim in that direction. With her current strength, a burst of golden light from her fingertips would be enough to render every living being in that private room brain dead, unless Hippie herself arrived. Hunters' attacks are causal. Simply put, they kill first, then offer you an irrefutable excuse. Anyone who's killed dies anyway. The target's already dead, so what else can you expect? Until the finale, the blind Papikonu appeared on the stage, and Kakavasa didn't return. Anna calmly watched the agents raise their hands, their 1.3 billion credit points rapidly doubling. Papikonu are carefully selected genetic lottery tickets, trained in camp from childhood. Naturally, appearance is a crucial factor in the selection process. They don't necessarily have to be incredibly beautiful, but each possesses a unique charm that becomes more captivating the more you look at them. The young man, brown-haired, was pulled onto the stage. Through the holographic projection, Anna could see that his silver-blue eyes were unfocused, truly blind. He was handsome, with a touch of Phaeton's righteous, royal elegance, perfectly in line with the common aesthetic of intelligent creatures. This flaw, blindness, gave a powerful warrior a flaw and weakness, greatly reducing his usefulness on the battlefield. But in other areas, it was undeniable that when humans were inferior, they had no limits. 29 billion credit points. 29 billion. Anyone else want to bid? The auctioneer's hands moved in various motions. The price was already too high for a toy. It was 29 billion, not $29. Just as the auctioneer's hammer was about to fall, the sign for the terrace private room appeared for the first time. There was no agent holding the sign. Someone sitting in the room personally bid. The auctioneer was stunned when he saw the price. He certainly remembered the numbers and locations of all the private rooms and the occupants within. Was he unfamiliar with the paddle-raising mechanism? The customer, stingily, added a number according to the rules. Only 1 million credit points. Okay, I see. 2,901 million. Are there any other gentlemen or ladies who would like to bid higher? This item wouldn't normally come to market. Its owner encountered some financial difficulties and was forced to part with it out of sheer desperation. Perhaps we could be more generous for the sake of a child's future? Anna lowered her head and scrambled through the seller's documents, searching for information from Silver Wolf until her finger left a shadow. The bid quickly approached 3 billion, and number 0824131 calmly raised her paddle again. It was only 3 billion, a fraction of her current worth. Silver Wolf never failed to deliver in crucial moments. Anna, through a description peppered with punk-lord profanity, managed to piece together the true story. The master had committed suicide, and the slave took the blame. It was that simple. Since it wasn't the child's life-saving money, there was no point in paying it honestly. She couldn't afford it anyway. The sign for the terrace room was raised again, this time with the price raised straight to 3 billion credits. Anna, I already decided to default on the payment, so no matter how much you offer, it's useless. 3 billion. 3 billion credits. This buyer is incredibly kind and socially responsible. Thank you. Anyone else trying to raise the price? For a blind Papuk slave, this price was beyond the reasonable price of most buyers. The auctioneer called out for a moment, but no one raised a paddle to compete with the terrace room. The hammer fell, and the deal was sealed. The pale gold on Anna's fingertips shimmered, and Cock of Asia was forced offline. The incident happened so quickly that the waiter, receiving the consumer's confession, had barely finished speaking when the company executive in front of him vanished. At Pinocchio, there was only one possible scenario. A guest's life was in danger, requiring the Hound family to rush to their room in the real hotel for emergency assistance. Why is it him again? Why is it always him? A golden arrow tore through the auction hall's resplendent dome, revealing the memory's most pristine form. Dusk was forced to halt for 2 seconds, and all guests and staff within the auction hall disappeared. Wake up, everyone! Stop dreaming, Professor Veritas Lachaud, who was among those being manually unplugged by his troublesome apprentice, said, I tried my best. The teacher tried his best, but he really couldn't get anything out of it. Wahlberg couldn't wait to try the hunting arrowhead. So try it and you die. In the real hotel, upon receiving the report, the Hound squad rushed to the room of Shah Jean, director of the Strategic Investment Department of the Interstellar Peace Company. Upon entering, they found Mr. Shah Jean nowhere to be found, and the dream pool was empty. Soon after, numerous alarms sounded in the upscale guest rooms, and the person in charge frantically mobilized all available personnel to maintain order. It is said that the arrows from the twilight hour even reached the album of the Feldspar. Old ODI of the Clover family was bargaining with the company's Jade, and the draft contract was torn to pieces on the spot by the aftermath of the arrows. So, they're cooperating pretty well? What happened? The several Alfalfa family staff members, who had come to deliver the goods, exchanged bewildered glances. The goods were relatively stable, showing no signs of suicide. But Papuk knew, if you don't give him face, he'd be killed in a second. 3 billion credits, there's no way we can feel at ease without a clear settlement. The Hound family member running towards them was stopped and questioned. The man exasperatedly said, Don't you know? Something just happened at twilight hour. You guys are lucky you weren't forcibly expelled from the dream. The last time someone was expelled from a dream was during the golden hour, when the Void Commander nearly killed the Protective Commander with a single blow. Huh? We didn't know. The delivery worker turned on the external device, and the old communication interruption happened again. Have these things become as common as street cabbages now? They just appear whenever you ask, so this thing. Should we still deliver it? As the men were debating, the door to a room opened, and a man in a black suit and black hat emerged. He walked directly to the goods and, with a hint of dissatisfaction, asked, What the hell is the family doing? Is Pinocchio closing down? Don't tell me those 3 billion credits are all wasted. The man's voice was low, making it hard to tell whether he was speaking male or female. The staff member perked up. Are you Mr. Shahjeen's agent? Here are the contracts and the auction items. Take a look. The man beneath the black hat stretched his lips into a perceptible smile. He took the paperwork and signed with his finger. Then, a light golden wire slithered from each person's throat like a cold, venomous snake. I got the goods. Credit points, go ask the company for them. The voice had barely faded when the figure vanished. A string of numbers remained on a fluttering paper contract. 0824131. A half-system hour later, the Hounds found the unconscious victim somewhere in a real hotel. Miss Febricht of the Polyscience Society. She had undoubtedly been kidnapped by the Star Corps hunters and imprisoned in an unoccupied hotel closet. Their motive was clear, to use her room to lure another victim. Mr. Goldsand, the company representative, who remains missing. Professor Veritas Lachaud, who had hurriedly arrived to claim the student upon hearing the news, was furious. As the technical advisor for the Interstellar Peace Company, he practically sullenly woke the student and carried her away. The Hounds, presumably after recording her testimony, quickly let her go. Who hasn't been to school? The long, complex sentences Professor Lachaud spoke, barely requiring a breath, instantly etched a shadow on everyone's minds, successfully awakening a complete memory of their childhood. Poor Miss Febricht. Not only did she endure the violence of being kidnapped, but she was also scolded by the professor for being not smart enough. It was so pitiful. Chapter 282. On the rare world, 4 men stared at each other. No, strictly speaking, it was 3 men staring at each other. Then they all looked at the 4th. 3 billion credits, this guy's worth. Now that must be my sister's worth, right? Pochio stroked his cowboy hat. I envy those rich people. Spending money is as easy as drinking water. Director Shahjeen, who hadn't spent the 3 billion he hoped for, said, My sister, after adding and subtracting, had probably put the bounty closer to 20 billion. Since the company was founded, it hadn't suffered a loss of 20 billion a few times. My hard-earned warrior, I will defend your safety and power as I would the pure goddess Adrila. The red-haired knight's field buff was several times larger than before, suggesting his resolve was unwavering. After having his liquid metal restraints removed, the Bopuk man, who attempted suicide but nearly killed himself, said, "Thank you. Is that my sister? I can sense it. She spent 3 billion to buy you, no doubt about it." Kakawasha could see the Interstellar Peace Company suffer, but not Anna. Although she would eventually receive slavery papers, her fate was now clear. Don't even mention Anna not paying for her purchases. She clearly put the bill on a wanted list. The family's inability to collect the payment was due to Harmony's incompetence, but they couldn't blame it on others. I know. Has she ever been freed? The Bopuk man looked worriedly at the receptionist at the Daydream Hotel. Poshio waved his hand curiously in front of him. "Hey, buddy, are you really blind or are you just pretending to be blind?" His eyes didn't look like he could see, but his sense of direction and objects was impeccable. After being shoved into the starship by Anna, he moved with ease, even dodging a bullet. "Sorry, I can't see." This Papuknu seemed to have a good temper. He'd clearly been trained in common etiquette, and his voice, tone, and word choice were all very particular. "Sorry, you just said cut your neck, and I almost scared the hell out of me." The cyborg scratched the back of his head and squatted down in front of him. "What's the problem? If you don't know, tell me. If you have a point, we're not afraid to stand up for you. Don't cut your neck so easily, man. Show some courage." The cowboy was always direct. Papukna smiled gently. "I know. As long as there's a way forward, I won't commit suicide." He had wanted to commit suicide before because he didn't. Knowing the situation he was headed for, and now that he was certain his sister's rescuers were surrounded by good people, there was no point in dying. "Ah, that's right. I see you're quite skilled, and with this incredible ability to be as good as real even when blind, what can you possibly do?" Poshio's quick words amused him. "Thank you for your reassurance. My name is Phobos, both my name and my code name. Once we enter the camp, we lose the names our parents gave us. We will be given a random name by the first slave owner to conduct the auction." He hesitated for a moment, then opened his mouth again to inquire, "My sister? She be fine." Gold Sand looked at Podio. "I need your help. We stage a kidnapping and murder scene. Of course, you can't tear it off. This is to protect my sister's peaceful school life. He had to be kidnapped by number 082411321, and it couldn't be Anna Febricht of the Society of Knowledge. Perhaps I can help a little?" Phobos spoke immediately. He had only lost his sight, not his intelligence or brains. "I can also lend a hand." The pure knight gripped his spear. The four exchanged glances, quickly reaching a consensus. The family's weaknesses were obvious. As long as the attention of the majority of members was diverted, the IQ of those left alone would likely be questionable. While Anna wasn't a humanoid computer-like intelligence, her abilities would easily overwhelm family members, whose intelligence barely reached the passing line. Elsewhere, Professor Leisho dragged Anna to a corner of the lobby of the real hotel for a lecture. Blowing up an entire house because of the illusion of a cockroach crawling across your foot is a bit of a willful act. She lowered her head dejectedly, appearing obedient but actually 9/10 rebellious. Professor Leisho had nothing to say. He scolded her in front of the hound just to confuse her and get her out of trouble. Now that the crisis was mostly over, the troublesome disciple had embezzled 3 billion credits on his own. Well done. No one's funds come from the wind, so saving whenever possible is a good habit. The master and disciple stood straight with their hands lowered and their head bowed, while the other sat on the sofa, arms folded, a solemn expression on his face. "Febertech." Professor Leisho resumed the conversation after a long pause. "When did the power change? This wasn't just any Fate Walker, there were also attributes involved. The Fate Walker's advancement is a vast subject with many branches within natural theology." Anna reported obediently. "First, I repeatedly met with the star god in the simulated universe, and then I encountered a small technological leap. The leap was a bit too big." "Commander?" Professor Leisho's gaze fell on Anna's fingertips. She shook her head. "Probably not quite there yet, but not far off." "Lesser commander?" The classification of commander is subjective, and she preferred to be conservative on this issue. "Is humanity still there?" Professor Leisho shifted his posture with interest, observing the troublesome student more closely. "I give you a test. Don't think, answer instinctively, and submit immediately." He nodded at Anna, then handed her the test after she opened the virtual screen of her personal computer. What other herald or sub-herald could be so obedient as his own student? You know, once one wields absolute power, one will inevitably become less peace-loving. The professor himself couldn't guarantee this. Anna dazedly completed a test. After submitting it, Professor Laisho reviewed her answers and said, "Your slave contract is in the hands of the Wahlberg family, and will be inherited as property by the head of the family, Vincent Wahlberg." He said this to remind Anna that only if she backstabbed Vincent Wahlberg would it count as betrayal, others were exempt. If Mr. Wahlberg had been smarter, he would have released Anna as soon as he learned of her potential to become a herald. He could have at least established some kind of bond. But that idiot was determined to head down a dead end. Even the star god couldn't do anything about it. It wasn't that he sympathized with such beings whose very existence was polluting the human gene pool. He was simply concerned about his foolish disciples' impulsive behavior. "Oh," Anna grumbled dryly, and then her instructor said, "You have a year to resolve this matter without affecting your thesis. If not, you can postpone your graduation." "Okay. Okay." She nodded vigorously. None of the domineering aura she had displayed earlier when she demolished the house. After a while, Professor Laisho finished reviewing the test paper and calmly closed his tablet. "Join the lab in a year. I handle any remaining unfinished business then." Generally speaking, the common theory is that the further a fate walker travels on their path, the closer they become to the star gods, and their humanity will gradually be eroded by fate. But Anna Febrick was clearly not one of those people. She remained a person of rich emotions. Either the inference was flawed due to a limited sample size, or it was the influence of different fate's origins. Having a commander/subcommander capable of cooperating with the experiment is definitely a pleasant surprise for the Polytechnic Society. Furthermore, this subcommander is very young and still making progress, with the potential for further advancement at any time. As for her native planet, that level of power is a non-issue for the Polytechnic Society. After all, it doesn't contain any crucial resources, just a unique geographical location and a small amount of minerals. The Interstellar Peace Company would be happy to use it to deepen their cooperation with the Society. Especially now that the Polytechnic Society is engaged in a fierce battle with the Immortal Boat Alliance, it's a rare opportunity for the Interstellar Peace Company to be at a disadvantage. This is truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Things that were previously impossible to negotiate are now, in principle, generally negotiable, and the conditions for things that have always been negotiable have been slightly relaxed. To win back its allies, the company must make concessions. "Oh, where's the lab's address?" Anna asked honestly, but Professor Laisho had no answer, to be determined. The Polymath Society certainly wouldn't work. Febriquet was still a student, yet she was to be the subject of an experiment, so naturally, they had to choose a natural environment where she could relax. The specific address would be determined by the Society in due course. Until then, the simulated universe that Black Tower and Screw Gum were working on has been updated. I've been invited to create a new section within it, and the entrance is located on the Magnificent Stone. You can find time to explore with the pioneers. Although I grant leave, I still have to work on homework. Don't go away for a year, and come back to find yourself back to being illiterate. Laisho thought there was nothing else to say, so he paused, waiting for his disciple's response. "Professor, I have to wait a few more days before returning to school." Anna calculated that a proper talk with that guy named Wowa would probably take some time. The rest was just the standard errands Podio had mentioned, and sending the original member of her clan, whom she bought on credit, to Rofu to see if his eyes were salvageable. He wasn't born blind, and the Danning division could probably treat his acquired injuries, and it wouldn't cost much. Save him! Save him! After spending 3 billion, why worry about a few credit points for treatment? There's no need. I had expected her to immediately set out for the Wahlberg family's core system, but seeing that her idiot disciple had calmly and rationally considered complex issues, Professor Laisho was relieved. In that case, I wait a few days. Perhaps there's still room for adjustment in the simulated universe data. Anna nodded obediently, looking chastened. It was impossible to guess what she was planning. Hee, since the professor can't kill me anyway, just blow up a few more starships. Chapter 283. In reality, a line of agents stood outside the reception desk at the Daydream Hotel, all checking guests out. Most of these distinguished guests had annual service packages handled by their butlers or agents, or they would occasionally take the starship to Pinocchio for a leisurely stay when they remembered or needed to socialize. A large-scale checkout incident like this was clearly abnormal, but the hotel had encountered a true safety hazard, and it wasn't time to force any agreements at this moment. Contracts were contracts, agreements were agreements. When these truly wealthy individuals were about to fall out, would they still reason with others? Come on, are you sure you're even human in their eyes? The last time, during the Golden Hour, the Void Envoy and the Preservation Envoy engaged in a brawl. Since the fists didn't land on them, everyone naturally acted like they witnessed a high-level spectacle. This time, the arrows tearing through the sky, and dreams were right before their eyes. Some even felt the power of the envoys firsthand. The sport wasn't quite so amusing anymore. The Clover family held a meeting. Never mind what the various faction leaders were doing at this hour, let's first figure out how to save Pinocchio's business. Outside, the Interstellar Peace Company was watching covetously, and within, an undisclosed emissary was stirring up trouble. Their only capable fighter had just been put on the wanted list, so even asking Robin to bring her brother back Sunday wouldn't be possible. When they needed someone, they stepped forward. When they didn't, they stepped back. The family couldn't afford to lose face. Without adequate military protection, Pinocchio was as fragile as a wealthy daughter repeatedly abused by thugs. Finally, old ODI came up with a somewhat unwise solution. Seek the help of Pioneer and ask the Star Train to send someone to show up and help maintain order. The hibiscus and the 5% equity dividend weren't given away for free to the nameless guests. While there was a deeper meaning behind it, as compensation for the watchmaker, it was also more about building goodwill. Now, goodwill would come into play. Pioneer was a bit abstract, but he was powerful and had a good appearance. He didn't have to do anything, just standing there would make people slow down their pace out of curiosity. This guy was inexplicably likable, and it could be said that he had friends all over the world. Perhaps the reluctant envoy would be willing to do him a favor and disappear. In fact, everyone knew who she was, but they just didn't want to say it, as if they would hear it. Number 0824131, a wanted figure on the Interstellar Peace Company's wanted list. Another company executive is currently kidnapped and missing. The Strategic Investment Department has expressed its willingness to negotiate with number 0824131, provided their few protectors are spared. Hilarious. Interstellar Peace Company, followers of the Amber King, a protector force, but they also employ a group of hunters. Mr. Pocio, another prominent figure on the wanted list, remarked, "Dear me, the company actually has some moments of deference? It's not about being a human being, it's about not showing shame and showing weakness." Cock of Asia, struggling to tie himself up, said calmly, "Even if I follow the normal procedures and return to Pier Point, I still have a lot of trouble. Now that I've been kidnapped for work, maybe I can even ask for a bonus." Just because he wasn't needed didn't mean he'd given up. He was also planning to hire a demolition expert. Each renovation project would cost at least $5 million. He couldn't afford not to make money. "I understand," Cowboy Chun said, treating this supposed kidnapping as a game, eager to try it out. "Hey, buddy, how are you preparing?" He turned to look at Phobos, the pop-up man dressed in a black suit and a black bowler hat. Ready to act? If you didn't say anything or look closely, he looked 80% similar to Anna. Anyone dressed like that would look alike, except he didn't need to imitate her, just dyeing his hair would be enough. Inji, who was in charge of technical support, checked the time with Posha and looked at the hostage together. "No problem, let's get started." Kakawasha, of course, had no problem. Outside the Daydream Hotel, there was a dedicated space for starships, convenient for tourists. Generally speaking, security here was mostly provided by security robots. The purpose of human service workers was to interact promptly, making this free service appear valuable and expensive. No one expected the robbers to choose to hold hostages here, nor could anyone have anticipated the lethality of the Evokin when cornered. The gold dust kidnapped by number 0824131 managed to escape after paying a small price. Everyone watched as the golden arrow of light fiercely pierced the protection shield, and chips condensed from the power clattered from the sky, blocking the pursuer's sight. A pure and beautiful knight, who accidentally passed by, came to the rescue. Number 0824131, in black clothes, black hat, and black hair, gave a thumbs down to the company executives and, with the help of his accomplice, a wanted criminal, escaped calmly without further property damage or casualties. This was truly commendable. Anna, hearing the news, said, "I've been away from my mentor for less than 10 systems, and you already pulled this on me? It's not that I'm not touched, but it's just weird. Am I that cruel?" "Heh." Professor Leisho sneered, waved his hand, and let his disciple go free. She had already completed all the required assessments, including the basic data checks and record keeping, patiently following each step as required. It's truly rare to find another, secondary, commander in the world who's so obedient. I wonder what kind of answer she'd give me when I do this again in a year. Anna knew where to find 0824131, the accomplice. Podio, probably worried his bounty was too low, hadn't even avoided the cameras. Rare and uncommon. After Cock of Asia successfully escaped and returned to his colleagues, Anna boarded the Pure Night starship, gave a lazy hello to the cowboy, and sat down in front of Phobos, who had changed out of his black suit. "Your eyes." She shifted her gaze, confirming it wasn't a congenital defect. Children with congenital defects wouldn't be sent to the camp. The combined effects of medication and physical attack. He smiled gently, as if the same horrible thing had happened to someone else. The Master family had no clear understanding of their own strength, and someone would have to pay the price for the child's momentary arrogance. The solution was to send a slave to appease those they couldn't afford to offend, but had provoked anyway. Anna wiped her face, pulled out her external device, and contacted helpful netizens while she spoke to Phobos. "I take you to Luofu first. I have connections at the Danding division there. If you can, get your eyes healed first. We can deal with the rest later." "Okay," Phobos answered without hesitation. He could compensate for his lack of vision through touch and perception, but it wasn't very convenient. A sister of the same clan had risked her life to rescue him, so he had no reason to refuse her kindness. Besides, he could only be of use to her if he was healthy and functioning properly. If nothing else, he had to at least be worthy of the 3 billion credits she owed him. She signed the slave purchase contract. According to Pinocchio's local law, the transfer agreement took effect upon signing, and his ownership was clear and undisputed. Anna lowered her head and chatted with Jing Yuan on her external device. Of course, favors had to be paid, but fortunately, she could now use her skills to gain recognition. Luofu quickly expressed its willingness to accept a persecuted short-lived species and provide medical assistance. The secret of her being number 08241321 couldn't be hidden from enthusiastic netizens. According to news from Pinocchio, a wild hunting envoy is in the process of developing. Why would the Xianzhou Alliance push away this natural ally? General Shinsa hasn't reached Alzheimer's level yet, is that right? It's arranged. A girl from the Luofu Taibu division will be visiting Pinocchio for vacation in a few days. She give you a ride on her way back. Many things are easier to handle without being public. If anyone asks, Luofu can simply say it was a private matter. We Xianzhou people are so kind-hearted and compassionate. We can't bear to see others suffer. What's wrong with offering our swords to help others when we see injustice? What's the problem? Phobos nodded, indicating he had memorized the plan. Miss Chi-K, Luofu Xianzhou, Danding Division, eye treatment. Anna nodded, then realized he couldn't see and quickly added, "Yes, if possible, I hope you can protect the girl on the way. We're going to ask for help, so it's not bad to act like one." Just recently, a destruction order was issued, causing the entire Luofu caravan to be slaughtered and then impersonating the leader to sneak back to the immortal ship to cause trouble. This behavior sets a bad precedent. There's no guarantee someone clever will follow suit, so we have to be on guard. "I know, don't worry, sister." Phobos smiled and agreed. Rather than taking the blame for the troublesome master, he preferred to protect a girl he never met. At least protecting the latter was meaningful. He's seen too many lives lost, and he didn't want to commit murder again for the rest of his life. "Anna, my code name." The young girl felt awkward, remembering that they hadn't exchanged names for so long. She always felt a sense of unreality when facing her original tribe, but she had to admit that the Bopuk people truly value the inheritance and survival of their tribe. Anna's final emotions were essentially all here. The instinctive reactions she left in her body were dwindling, perhaps never to return. Phobos was stunned for a moment, then his smile became genuine. "So it's you, the little one who was sent to the camp crying. I never seen you, but I heard of you." He suddenly looked a shade brighter, his black hair and blue eyes somehow shimmering with gold. Poshio sat far away, seemingly busy with his body, but in reality, his ears were perked up straighter than a rabbit's. He was trying hard to stop himself from laughing, his whole body shaking like it was about to fall apart. "Anna, this is the original body's dark history, not mine." "Ha ha. It's not mine, you hear?" Chapter 284. "Vincent, dear, are you hiding something from me?" After being forcibly expelled from the dream, Mrs. Wahlberg, surrounded by bodyguards, safely returned to the family starship, the Glory. Mr. Wahlberg also made the safe journey, though his mind wandered off at every turn, a sight that truly brought disgrace upon the family. "Huh?" Vincent Wahlberg was startled by the wine glass his wife placed before him. He glanced around with a hint of panic, only to be relieved when he saw the bodyguards nearby. When Professor Leisho suggested that Anna might be promoted to a hunter envoy, he was still hesitant. As long as she didn't receive the promotion, she would remain his property, and no one else could dare to touch her. But before the professor had finished speaking, the golden arrow that had ripped through the sky appeared before his eyes. He couldn't help but wonder if Anna had been hiding in the shadows, waiting for revenge. The timing was so perfect, Even deliberate planning wouldn't have been possible. To say that Veritas Lacio was setting him up for a slave. Well, that wasn't the case. He seemed completely unsympathetic, and his desire to acquire a Popuk slave was nothing new. It had been rumored in the industry for a long time. He hadn't had the time to patiently plan this for a year. Anna, or rather, number 0824131, had no connection to Professor Lacio. She was a slave who had never attended a single day of school, unworthy of the time of the academic star of the Boiji Society. Look at Professor Lacio's current research projects. The evolution of the star gods, the application of the destruction factor, and so on. Each one involved highly dangerous material. No wonder he wanted to hire a substitute. Scholars are generally weak and frail. Even though Professor Lacio appears burly and robust, he lacks the robust genes of the Bapuk slaves, and many dangerous areas remain inaccessible. Buying Bapuk slaves fresh from the camp directly from slave traders is certainly convenient, but those newcomers lack the experience and knowledge to handle various challenges. They might even die accidentally, which would not only waste money but also delay the progress of experiments. If he were in his shoes, he would also consider buying secondhand first. For example, the two slaves once owned by the Wahlberg family. The older one was used as collateral through exchange. As steady as a wisp, he successfully secured the Wahlberg family's first galaxy for expansion. After that, my father tasted the sweetness of success, and, a few years later, he invested heavily in a second, younger slave, Anna. With the experience passed down by the older slaves, the new slaves quickly learned to work, ensuring the family's steady and continuous expansion. Anna was still very young then. She began serving the Wahlberg family at the age of 15, and at the age of 21, her mother sent her to the Interstellar prison. Then she changed, never to respond to the family's call again. At this thought, Vincent Wahlberg felt a twinge of regret. Even if he could sell this slave, whose loyalty was flawed, at a discount, he could buy a new, more obedient and docile buck from the slave trader. Mostly, he was unwilling to accept the fact that, as her master, he hadn't even tasted her. Dear Anita Wahlberg emphasized her displeasure, so her husband could hear, "You've been distracted for far too long. Is there anything you can't discuss with me?" The last time he acted like this, within 2 days, he'd given her 3 unlucky little bastards. Now that the signs had returned again, Anita had to be on high alert. "Ah, I'm so sorry, dear." Vincent Wahlberg didn't miss the flash of anger on his wife's face, but he couldn't let it show. The existence of those 3 children affected her interests, and even his repeated assurances that only children born to Mrs. Wahlberg could become the new Wahlberg masters couldn't quell her anger. But this matter touched Wahlberg's core interests, and he wouldn't give in no matter what. The genes of the Bopuk were simply too strong, especially those who entered the camp for training. They were the cream of the crop, the best physiques, the best looks, the most resilient characters, and the highest IQs. The blood of the head of the family must not be tainted, but a family can't have just one, and introducing better genes would benefit the family's continuation. Starting with these 3 children, they weren't destined to become the head of the family, but they would certainly become its pillars. Wasn't this a better deal than spending billions, even tens of billions, on Bopuk slaves generation after generation? His wife's heart was ultimately with her family, so this matter shouldn't and couldn't be made known to her. Her unfounded jealousy was laughable, short-sighted, and unsuitable for cooperation. Raising and treating those 3 children well would only benefit her own children, not harm them. She wouldn't want to have multiple children, and the Wahlberg family couldn't have just one heir. That was still a long way off, so it wouldn't be too late to make plans later. Thinking of this, he suppressed his irritation and tried to comfort Anita. He didn't want her to realize his intentions towards Anna. Just as her mother had said, her small mind was devoid of anything but power-grabbing and destructive activities. "My dear, I'm considering Professor Lacio's suggestion. There's some room for maneuver, isn't there? You see, a prime-age Bapuk slave can fetch 3 billion credits. Even if I resell 0824131 at its original price, I still get 1.5 billion credits, enough to buy new slaves and invest in a new star region. The so-called investment simply means spending money to encourage ordinary members of the family to collectively migrate to a new star region, artificially creating the illusion of possession, and then announcing it. This is how the Wahlbergs have been encroaching on territory since Anna left the family's military. The Bapuks have always been inflexible on this point, insisting on military conquest as a means of expansion, even though the situation isn't that complicated. Can't we hunt freely? How dare she refuse to respond to the family? Mrs. Wahlberg simply wanted to inflict pain on her imaginary enemy. She didn't care how many ordinary Bapuks died as a result. What a joke. Can slaves be human? Dang! Mr. Wahlberg slammed his glass down on the table and impatiently waved his guards back off. There was no need for these outsiders to overhear the dispute between the master and his wife. Even though they had signed a confidentiality agreement, how many of these hired guns could be trusted? These dozens of people combined weren't as effective as Anna alone. I really don't understand what the security company responsible for training them is all about. 0824131 is a high-ranking criminal who escaped from Interstellar prison. What good will it do to anger her? You're not even thinking about how she was sent there, are you? You probably figured out that your family can't have any public involvement with her, are you? Did you know that Wahlberg and your family are both on the board of directors of the Interstellar Peace Company? What? Let everyone know that 0824131 was acting at Wahlberg's behest in Pierpoint. I tell my parents-in-law about this, or ask them to teach their daughter a lesson. Still feeling unsatisfied, he kicked the footstool in front of him. Mrs. Wahlberg's momentum weakened, then she raged, as the mistress of the Wahlbergs, why should I be kept in the dark? A valuable asset worth $1.5 billion is missing, and no one has ever thought to explain it to me. A mere slave of Pocky, and you're so rude and disrespectful of etiquette about a slave that you're yelling at me, Vincent Wahlberg. Aren't there more secrets about me besides those three little bastards? Haha, you're using my parents to threaten me? I want to ask how the old lady raised her son. You fathered 3 unlucky children out of wedlock. If I'd known this earlier, I'd marry a retainer and never even look at you. She snatched the crystal wine glass and threw it to the ground. The thick carpet effectively protected both the floor and the wine glass, and the glass rolled a distance under the mistress's force, finally coming to rest in front of the toe of her black leather shoe. Good day, both of you. Number 0824131, wearing a black suit, had been standing there for what seemed like an eternity. She wore a playful smile, gently stroking a stray piece of pale gold hairspring. I seem to have come at the wrong time. Sorry, I forgot about the appointment. Her voice was a little hoarse and low, accentuating the dead silence within the starship cabin. At some point, the bodyguards had become incapacitated and collapsed to the ground. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. This security company isn't very capable, she said, bending to pick up the wine glass and slowly approaching the Wahlbergs. I suggest you try a different one next time, or try to do some good deeds. This will save you a lot of pain when you die. Anita Wahlberg's face froze, her gray-blue eyes clearly reflecting something. Anna? I'm glad you're back. You've been hard-pressed these past 2 years. Do you want a seat? Vincent Wahlberg tried to appear calm, but his trembling hands betrayed his fear. The brunette glanced sideways, then continued to smile calmly. No, the stool is a bit far away. I'm tired and don't want to walk all the way. No! Don't come! He took a few breaths and said to his wife, who was huddled behind him, Didn't you hear Anna say she's tired? Go get the stool so she can sit down and rest. Mrs. Wahlberg, of course, was reluctant. She had never served anyone in her life, let alone bent down, like a maid to pick up a stool her husband had kicked over. Anna stopped 3 steps away from them, her brow furrowed in confusion. You seem afraid of me. Why? Shouldn't this be a joyous reunion? Celebrating Wahlberg becoming a key member of the Interstellar Peace Company's board of directors, and celebrating my ascension as a Popok slave to a star god's emissary. A pale golden light flashed, and the carpet beneath her feet vanished into dust. It must be said, but this posture reeked of destruction. If it were hunting, Vincent Wahlberg might have dared to bargain with her, but destruction was fine. Nanook was a fiendish deity who could crush even his own homeland when he got ruthless. Congratulations. A bitter taste lingered in the Wahlbergs' mouths. Not long ago, someone was willing to pay for this guy, but now, 1.5 billion credits had been thrown down the drain with no further news. The combined strength of the entire Wahlberg family wasn't enough to buy or sell an envoy. She didn't even need to say anything. Vincent Wahlberg was eager for her to leave. It was only because of Popok's support and protection that Anna was merely threatening him. If she got angry enough, this envoy of destruction would likely crush the Popok native planet before slaughtering the entire Wahlberg family. For destruction, everything is ultimately annihilated. Bloodlines, family, and everything in the world are illusory. They simply don't care. It's even true that they themselves are on a journey of constant destruction and extinction. What? Veritas Lad Island said she might become the herald of hunting? Disguise, it must be a disguise. Wouldn't it be easy for a herald to deceive a fate walker? Everyone knew that destruction and hunting had a grudge. The Immortal Boat Alliance's flagship was nearly destroyed by a herald of destruction. Is it that hard for a new herald of destruction to disguise himself as a hunting? This is clearly a frame-up. Ah! Anna simply used a hairspring to control the wine glass and let it fall onto the round table, and Vincent Wahlberg screamed like a chicken with its neck cut. The natural, highly transparent crystal wine glass slowly straightened itself, then dissolved into a cloud of shimmering white sand. Sorry, she smiled, retracting the spring. I haven't tightened it yet. This shouldn't be too expensive, right? I'd be more careful next time. Who dares complain now, expensive or not? I'm just touched. I'm so touched. Mr. Wahlberg stretched out his hand and waved it frantically, his smile even more awful than the tears he cried when his father died. To celebrate your advancement, please accept this. He trembled as he quickly retrieved the property relinquishment agreement and slave emancipation documents. The air around Anna twisted, and the antique vase and antique painting closest to her also scattered to the floor. If he didn't hurry, he might be the one to fall. Technically, Wahlberg hadn't suffered much, and letting her go now could even earn him the reputation of being generous. Mrs. Wahlberg hid behind her husband, watching him sign the documents, her teeth clenched, not daring to look up. Even Kakavasia, a guardian with experience as a lesser order, had to exert herself to suppress her instinct to flee. Others, faced with her like this, were overcome by a sense of danger, their minds blanking out. Their minds told them they couldn't win or escape, so they might as well play dead. Anita Wahlberg had only one thought in her mind. She couldn't let those three little bastards hiding in the nursery of the Wahlberg family home live. Chapter 285. Dear, and look at this. Are you happy? Vincent Wahlberg used all his life's work speed to print out 2 documents before the deadline. The distinguished head of the family was fiddling with the mobile office equipment for the first time, and his clumsiness nearly stumbled several times. After a long struggle, he finally managed to print out the 2 documents. He wanted to hold them up to Anna, but he was terrified by the matter annihilating around her, so he just stood there, at a loss. Would he die if he touched those golden threads any further? Seeing the couple about to fight over the document's action, Anna, unwilling to watch the farce, said, I'm happy. Thank you, Vincent. She said that deliberately. Mrs. Wahlberg's face was almost as pale as the black, unidentified liquid Phaeton had stirred up in the kitchen. When she left, Mr. Vincent Wahlberg would face his wife's dissatisfaction. A huge, overwhelming amount of dissatisfaction. A wealthy family can't be destroyed from without, only internal strife can bring it crashing down and wiping out. This is exactly what Huanlong intended to do in Luofu, and it hasn't given up yet. Anna didn't mind waiting until this high-rise building was riddled with holes before giving it a good slap. Right now, the more important thing was how to properly manage the settlement of the Bopuk people. Saving 3 billion didn't mean having 3 billion more, the extra would go towards the value of the bounty, and not a penny could be spent. Professor Leisho gave her only 1 year. Within that year, she had to find a way to seize, the ownership of the planet from the Rumi royal family of the Rumi system. Then, she had to spend money, either on technology from the Xianzhou Alliance or the Broad Knowledge Society, to remove the planet from the Rumi system and place it in an environment more suitable for its development. A system with a technologically advanced civilization wouldn't be suitable for it. It would ideally prefer a newly joined, developing system, such as Phaeton's home. Lyra would also be a good option, but the Senate exists in its central ring, which is bound to cause trouble in the future. The Bopuks are highly resilient, so there's no need to worry about them adapting to this alternative method of interstellar travel. As long as you're happy. A golden thread, like a snake with its head raised, swished the 2 documents from his hands. Anna glanced at them, finding nothing amiss. In the blink of an eye, the documents vanished, and the Wahlbergs breathed a sigh of relief. She leave after she takes the documents, right? As expected, the dark-haired, blue-eyed woman, without a word, merged into the pale golden halo, more effortlessly than a breath. As soon as she left, Vincent Wahlberg immediately abandoned his ancestral decorum, untying his tie and taking a deep breath. Who? He glared at the unconscious bodyguards, not even considering how the couple, facing the same order, could remain conscious. These bastards. The man cursed under his breath, and when he tried to contact the security company, his fingers loosened and dropped the external equipment. Everything went wrong. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, unsure who he was cursing. Mrs. Wahlberg was remarkably quiet, her eyes gleaming with anger. 2 hours later, the bodyguards gradually regained consciousness. The security company had no choice but to accept the scolding. If they had the ability to stand up to the order, would they have sold their labor to others? The fact that no one was killed was a testament to the new order's restraint. The head of the Wahlberg family immediately ordered the starship to set sail, and returned to the core system. After a while of struggling, the crew had to regretfully break the bad news. The starship's power plant had been damaged, finally crushed and scattered. Just how mean-spirited is this person? Why did you dismantle the starship's power reactor? Just find a custom-made one from a supplier now. Not only will it cost more, but it won't take that long. Buy a new starship. The Glory bears the Wahlberg family crest on its bow. It can't just be scrapped. Where did they learn this dirty trick? Anna appeared in the cabin of the Rare and Uncommon with documents. Silver Branch had already returned. Cock of Asia had managed to avoid minor injuries during his escape and was now resting on the company's starship, enjoying the care of his colleagues. Then forget about him, poor show. Standard business? She casually found a chair and slumped in, pulling 2 sheets of fragrant paper from the knight's desk and set to writing. When Pierpoint's timer ends 53 system hours, right on time, sister. The cowboy didn't even need to look. She was writing up property relinquishment and slave emancipation papers for Phobos. If the family that sold him claimed ownership because they couldn't receive the credits, a freed slave wouldn't be able to sell himself again. It was better to do it sooner rather than later. The rustling of writing continued, and after half a system hour, Phobos had 2 more documents in front of him. The ransom is 1 credit point, anything you want. The ransom and the documents were strong evidence, more effective than any appeal. Anna always strives for perfection in everything she does, especially on this matter, leaving no room for criticism. Thank you, Mr. Phaeton, for your generous assistance with the legal provisions. Phobos pondered for a moment, then pulled a fiery red Silver Branch rose from the vase before him. This rose had been given to him not long ago by the pure knight. Podio also had one, which he wore on his cowboy hat. With the flower condensed from all the virtues in the world, I redeem my freedom from you, my dear sister. He precisely passed the rose to Anna. She fiddled with it briefly, then happily tucked it into her suit pocket for decoration. I have received your ransom. You are free. Papa. It's all good. Buddy, we get together again when your eyes are healed. If you have nowhere to go, just follow me. I guarantee you have a wonderful time. Pocio felt around, finding only bullets and no alcohol. He patted his friend's armor and said, how about we go have a drink on the Albirex now? That ship belongs to the Trailblazers, so they definitely won't be looking for us. My room isn't due yet. See you later? It was Miss Febrick's turn to show up, dressed in a black suit, to go play with the Trailblazers. Anna was worried about scaring innocent passers-by. The 3 agreed to meet at the bow of the Albirex. Anna changed back into her scholar's outfit, left the Rarity, and went to the hotel lobby to check in. Of course she had to change rooms. Her original room had been sealed off by the hounds as a site, so if she wanted to enter the dream world, she would have to find another dream pool. The checkout line at the front desk had practically disappeared, and Anna only waited a dozen minutes before it was her turn. Xiong? She almost took off her glasses to wipe them. The gray-haired young man was happily sipping from a bottle of Salada. Burke? Burke? He put the bottle down and burped as he spoke. Finally, I see you again. I heard you were kidnapped. Are you okay? Anna handed him the room card. It's okay. I got away with it. It's mainly because I live a simple life and never mess with anyone. Maybe there was also a bit of luck involved. Xiong's golden eyes widened, as if she had never seen anyone lie to her face before. What's with Anna Favoric being kidnapped by number 0824131? Are you two the same person? Oh. Hiccup. Little Raccoon instinctively took the room card she handed him, glanced down, then looked up. Question mark. Change rooms? Do you know how to do it? Anna didn't let him off the hook either. Why are you suddenly here, working as a receptionist? Aren't you a shareholder of Pinocchio? Working and paying yourself dividends? The barrage of questions left Xiong bewildered. I was wondering why March 7th was always smiling. He suddenly realized, what a cunning family. Hiccup. My labor was being taken for free. How did they get hooked? He couldn't figure it out. No need to change. I just cancel your room and book a new one, and put it on my account. He put down the bottle of Soledad, opened the screen, and started clicking randomly. Anna didn't care what he did. As long as she wasn't the one causing the trouble, it was fine. Misfortunes at work weren't really misfortunes, they were just necessary experience. Soon, the new room card arrived. Anna glanced at the pattern on it. It looked familiar. Can I go on the hidden stone? There are a few friends with me, 2 you know and 1 you don't. Determined not to let her own people down, she dutifully informed the owner beforehand. The pioneer was generous, No problem, come play. Then I be leaving. I wish you good luck with your work. She waved the rune card and floated away. A flock of origami birds adorned the hidden stone's bow mast. Anna stood at the bow, looking down. Pinocchio's dream was shrouded in a light purple mist, like a veil woven from clouds. It didn't take long for Podio and Silver Branch to appear, flanked by Phobos. He was dressed in a black suit, and apart from his height and the number 0824131, he looked like a twin. Beautiful lady, to make up for my earlier rudeness, could you please buy me a drink? The roses in his hand looked like they were wholesale from Silver Branch, a huge bunch, blazing red like a burning flame. With a bouquet like that, how could she not be the center of attention? She suddenly realized. Phobos was determined to completely establish the fact that Anna Favoric and number 0824131 were two people. He was worried that her identity would be revealed, and she would never be able to return to campus and live a peaceful life again. Okay. Unable to waste someone else's kindness, Anna painstakingly filled her arms with the bouquet of roses and, together with Phobos, walked around the interior and exterior of the Gabion twice. Admittedly, these old flowers were quite heavy. Her eyes lit up when she encountered fireflies. Luing, did the youngest meet a suitor? So many flowers. Soon after, Cock of Asia, holding an external device and browsing the group chat's moments, said, ? Why did the Trailblazer suddenly post a photo like this? Who gave the flowers in the sister's arms? Who's the guy in the black suit next to her? Why are so many people liking it? Meow meow meow. Chapter 286. The Pioneer's Orberite left a deep impression on Anna. A profound one. Looking back, she felt that her decision to not bother Miss Fireworks was a testament to her years of study and refinement. The fool thought it was just a joke, unappealing to the serious-minded. But the fireworks, which obscured the sun, were certainly beautiful, somewhat offsetting the panic as everyone frantically searched for bombs. Even the blind Phobos found two dolls disguised as bombs. You can imagine how urgent the situation was. Haha, a lot of their followers are like that. They're incredibly low-key when it comes to joking. Xiong scratched the back of his head and chuckled. It was said that he encountered a follower of Joy on his first stop on the pioneer journey, and nearly had his baseball bat sold off along with him. Anna, Pinacon's journey has come to a temporary end. Where are you going next? She couldn't handle syrup, preferring a refreshing alcoholic beverage to a mouthful of sticky sweet stuff. The gray-haired young man happily quaffed his solada. Next stop. Miss Black Swan suggested we go to Omphalos. Haven't you heard of it? I really haven't. Anna put down her glass. Can you elaborate? The word seemed strangely familiar, but she couldn't quite place why. It's said to be a place visible only through the observation mirror of the flowing light memory courtyard. It's the place where three destinies converge, the land of eternity. Even the exploration star god Akavili hasn't been there. Xiong had clearly done a lot of research. Anna opened her personal computer and searched the Polyscience Society's database. There were very few entries related to Omphalos, all of which were the same things he had just mentioned. But there's a word with the same origin as Omphalos, even closely related. It's pronounced Delphi, referring to a remote star system that had just joined the ranks of civilized galaxies. Delphi, Delphi, Delphi. Where on earth had I heard that word before? Anna tapped her forehead, the answer on the verge of coming to mind, but she couldn't recall it. Be safe. Call me if you need me. She raised her fingertips, and a pale golden light solidified, finally condensing into a shimmering golden gem. Here, give it to you. If you encounter an unsolvable problem, smash it, and I definitely help you. If necessary, she could continue to wave until she summoned patrol. This was a strong coordinate blessed by the law of causality. If even the power of patrol couldn't anchor it, then the Star Dome train must have never entered that place in the first place. It was within the layers of space-time, and therefore unattainable. Wow! Xiong took the gem and held it to his eyes, looking through it at the sky. Everything has become golden. General Shinsu had given him a similar item before, a tiger talisman that their immortal boat alliance valued highly. Its use was similar to this gem. Simply put, it was a portable coordinate transmitter. The kind you could smash one moment and see the Cloud Cavalry army descend upon you the next. Don't be stingy, just use it. Professor Leisho gave me a year to travel, and I'm pretty free right now. Anna downed the remaining drink in her glass and decided to return to the hotel in reality for a good night's sleep. Pinocchio's dreams didn't offer any mental relaxation. The constant stream of entertainment only raised the brain's perception threshold, and the more sensitive a person was, the more tired they felt the longer they stayed. Anna hadn't felt it before, but now she could. However, this level of stimulation wasn't enough to exhaust her mentally. Being aware or not seemed to make much of a difference. For humans, the best rest is always to lie in deep sleep under the cover of night. That's good. I feel a lot more confident now, haha. Xiong laughed, tucked the gem close to his pocket, and opened another bottle of Suleta Ton. This guy really is like a child sometimes, craving carbonated drinks. The next morning, Anna appeared on the starship docking bay of the Real Daydream Hotel. Miss Ferbrick's vacation was over, and it was time for her to return to school. Not long ago, her mentor, Professor Veritas Lachaud, had departed on a starship for home. The young scholar followed her teacher aboard and disappeared in a flash. She reappeared on the platform, watching the spacecraft burst out of the memory package and leave the Asdina system. The upgraded one is POPNIS 082411321. Miss Anna Favoricht is studying diligently at First Truth University. Alright. 5 minutes later, Cowboy sent a message, and not long after, the rare and incredible, which had been sitting quietly on the docking bay for several days, also took off. Huh. Pochio stretched. Good morning, sister. Good morning to you too. Didn't you get enough rest last night? The cyborg yawned so hard that tears were about to come out. Logically, the only place he needed to rest like a human was his head. Would the fatigue of his modified metal body transmit to his brain neurons? Cowboy yawned again and shook his head. No. I had a few too many drinks last night, and I'm still not fully awake. He dozed off for a moment, then opened his eyes looking more alert. The target's moving. I go back to Pinocchio after I'm done. A girl wants a favor. Anna nodded. I'm leaving too. I'm going to settle accounts with the Glory. Phobos has already contacted Miss Chike, the tourist from the immortal ship. Don't worry. She hasn't said anything about forgiveness. Revenge, of course, requires hitting every enemy head-on. How can a little intimidation be considered revenge? That's just a joke. The two sides reached an agreement, and the Pure Beauty Knight, Silver Branch, had already calculated the coordinates where the two starships' orbits would intersect. This guy is actually an intelligence, Anna couldn't understand. Shouldn't he be a pure beauty? Goodbye, everyone. May we meet again in the vast sea of stars. Silver Branch's voice always had that rhythmic flow like a hymn. Podia waved to him, and Anna nodded. The two hunters entered the escape route. The pod descended toward another massive vessel approaching from orbit below. It resembled a giant black catfish, with a broad head and a dark back. No one could block its path. The Interstellar Peace Company's starship was truly enormous. Even then, it was said to be a mere travel vessel carrying only an ecological pod. If the plants and animals were weaponized, it would be a veritable mobile fortress. Silver Branch's calculations were precise and stable, with negligible errors. The escape pod landed silently like a spider on the broad hull of the Interstellar Peace Company's starship. Portia opened a hole in the tight spot between the two craft and, without a word, jumped in. A series of clacks and booms echoed from the ground. TSK! Anna donned her hat and leaped down, her long legs slamming into the fully extended Yenya. The metallurgical blade spun, like a cutting machine, charging forward. Her goal was to reach the power reactor and shut it down. The person who commissioned her didn't want to truly sever ties with the company, so to avoid accidentally killing Kakavasa's colleagues, the power core had to be shut down. The cowboy distracted the security, and Anna turned and smashed through everything in her path, whether it was a barrier wall or a metal door, carving a hole wide enough for one person to pass through. The starship's hull trembled slightly, probably because the company's security had been equipped. Soon, she successfully advanced to the outside of the power room. The guard had only time to stare wide-eyed before falling asleep. There were two intruders. Anna kindly stuffed him into a sleeping bag and hung him on the doorframe, so that the mechanics who arrived later wouldn't miss the opportunity to rescue their colleagues. Manually shutting down the starship's power core mid-flight is a basic operation for a Bapuk, and it holds a significant weight in the legacy of her original self. She manipulated a dizzying array of buttons while planning, and once she arrived at the core starfield of the Wahlberg family following the tailwind, she had no idea where to begin to settle her debts. Everywhere, Cowboy finished up ahead, and Anna successfully shut down the starship's power core. The shrieking of alarms and instruments was deafening, and the stall warning must have been immediately transmitted to the helmsman's dashboard. She sheathed her Yenya and returned the same way, looking like an ordinary employee hurriedly reporting to her superiors. The escape pod stuck in Big Black Fish's head was still there. Anna jumped up, grabbed the metal plate protruding from the gap with one hand, and wiggled it a few times before nimbly slipping inside. With a bang, she used a piece of the metal that Portia had cut off earlier to slam it in. They hadn't yet left the Daydream Hotel's atmosphere, so they had to make do and return the pod to Inji. The special glass enclosing the bow shattered, and the person emerging from the preparation area looked exceptionally slender against the starship's backdrop. The escape pod successfully detached from the starship, which had a hole in its forehead, and dove in to retrieve the person, leaving behind a series of fiery explosions. Is that the end of it? After receiving the call from Portia, Anna switched the escape pod to automatic recovery mode. The cyborg seemed to roll his eyes. Of course, what else can I do? The starship exploded, but the people survived. I was careful with my actions. After 3 or 5 days in the treatment pod, they'd be back to full health. How about you, sis? She gestured toward the porthole, and Cowboy turned to watch the large blackfish starship plummet down. It looked scary, but large starships like these are actually equipped with backup power, so even if Anna removed the power reactor, it wouldn't be a problem. When the descent acceleration reaches a certain value, the backup power automatically activates, adjusting the landing posture for a smooth landing. Or something. In short, the main goal was a near miss. TSK, that scared the crap out of me, haha. After taking photos to keep a record of their work, the two returned to the vicinity of the rare and unprecedented. Let's go! Bye! Anna waited until it passed its next target, then opened the door and jumped out of the escape pod. To dissipate the force, she had to slide forward a distance along the white hull of the starship. The glory couldn't recognize the human on the hull. Too small, the contrast was horrible, like a rabbit landing on a blue whale, which is less noticeable to the whale than the barnacles. Glory, I wonder if the power equipment Mr. Wahlberg ordered at a last-minute premium has arrived. Hopefully the new power core will be more powerful than the old one, so she can return to the Wahlberg family's core starfield sooner, and settle her accounts and raise funds to buy a planet in the Lumi system. I seem to have forgotten something. What was it? TSK, never mind. If I can't remember, I just forget it. Chapter 287. Phaeton, there's a traffic jam outside with delivery drones. Didn't you hear that? Damon and Sid walked into the dormitory one after the other, surprised to find that Whitehair wasn't reading in the common living room. There was a desk in the bedroom, sure, but for efficiency, it was better to keep it away from the bed. Sid went up and knocked on the door. Phaeton, are you okay? They say idiots don't catch colds, but he hasn't been in the best of spirits for a few days now. When asked, he just said he had nightmares and didn't sleep well. Everyone assumed it was just a symptom from the intense review schedule. Who would have thought he couldn't even get out of bed today? Or maybe just forget it. This certificate isn't something you have to take. If you don't take it, at most you'll be out of Delphi and nobody will recognize you. I'm here. Sorry. The bedroom door opened, and the white-haired young man poked his head out weakly. Sid, I'm sorry. I was so sound asleep this morning I didn't hear. As he spoke, Damon had already signed for all the packages. Glancing at the address, he greeted Phaeton with surprise. Look, it's a gift from Anna from Pinocchio. And is finally coming home? Sid's eyes lit up, and Phaeton perked up a bit. I'm glad she's safe. Pinocchio was so dangerous. Who could have imagined two commanders attacking back-to-back? Fortunately, she's okay. He looked much better. Sid made way for him, and sat on the small round sofa. The white-haired young man followed him out of the bedroom. Why are there so many? I'm surprised too. There are so many. The drones are so densely packed in the yard. I almost had claustrophobia. Damon's rolled up his sleeves and carried boxes of various sizes into the living room. Sid opened his external device to take photos and send them. Soon, Anna replied with a big-eared bunny shocked emoji. She clearly remembered not buying that many things. Could they be compensation gifts from the Daydream Hotel? This was too much. Take a look first. Many of them are souvenirs. If you like any, you can give them to friends. Sid read Anna's reply to Damon's and Phaeton. Then unpack them? Otherwise, there won't be enough room in the living room. Look at the boxes piled up in this room. If they pile up any more, it'd be dangerous. The three of them unpacked the boxes right there. The good news was that Anna had labeled everyone's name on each gift, not only her 3 roommates, but also Delaney, Castorea, and the others. One of the huge boxes was specifically marked as a special delivery from Professor Carlitos to his adopted daughter. Anna had considered asking Professor Lachaud to be the courier, but seeing her professor's expression, she quickly put the idea aside. As Sid unpacked, he looked at the order number on the box and uttered a puzzled, Eventualin? Who's that? Anna didn't seem to have anyone with that name in her circle of friends at school. Phaeton, who was currently shaping a plump, fluffy bird, shook his head without a second thought. No, I remember everyone. It would be great if you could apply that memory to your exams. Take a break for a few days. Taking a half day off is no different than a full day off. At worst, you just have to delay your graduation. Damons tried to comfort Phaeton, but the two had been friends for so long that his words of comfort came off as somewhat unethical. This gift from Aventurin is specifically for Anna. Don't open it. Leave it outside her bedroom door. Sid opened several boxes, revealing jeweled glasses, chains, and various small decorative items. If he changed one item a day, he could keep it for 3 years. The corners of his mouth turned slightly downward. Damons and Phaeton exchanged glances, the latter carefully sending a delivery slip to inquire. Anna quickly replied, saying it was a friend she met in the past, and they were very close. She was frank and forthright, without a trace of ambiguity. Ahem, let's move the boxes first. Damons cleared his throat, and piled the boxes signed Aventurin outside Anna's bedroom door. It took the 3 of them half a day to sort all the boxes. They called in drones to deliver some, and then dispersed the remaining gifts. Finally, only 8 cardboard boxes remained, tightly blocking Anna's bedroom door. That be it for now. It won't interfere with your daily use of the living room. Phaeton, after a long day of hard work, felt much better. He was even picky about dinner. I'm craving cream of mushroom soup. You look a lot like cream of mushroom soup. Demons complained, but the rich aroma of milk wafted across the round table during dinner. He fiercely scooped 2 spoonfuls of porridge for Phaeton and pushed them toward him. Eat. If you waste it, I beat you. Sid, frustrated all afternoon, stabbed the bread into his soup with the force of someone drowning. Although, Anna still hadn't said when she'd be back. A few days later, Professor Veritas Ladio appeared in the lecture hall, and the Xianzhou lecturer, who signed as Ying Xing, also returned to work. But Anna was still nowhere to be seen. Sid pulled his 2 roommates for courage, and after class, he mustered up the courage to stop the professor as he left with his tablet. Excuse me, Professor Ladio, I want to ask you something. Anax's nephew was so nervous, he almost fainted. Veritas Ladio stopped and looked at him. What is it? It was clear the child had some serious mental issues, but he was working hard to overcome them, and the professor was willing to be extra patient for that. I want to ask. Sid's throat felt dry and his mouth sticky. He tried several times before finally finishing his words. When does Anna go to school? This question. Veritas Ladio glanced around. 6 months at the earliest, a year at the latest. She has something important to do. Why don't you just ask her projection during class, or send a message? It seemed Febritratus was still in good spirits. She would project into her professional classes, and receive after-school tutoring for her non-professional classes. But her exact whereabouts, the instructor didn't know. Is that so? Sid sighed in disappointment, his entire complexion turning pale. As disappointed as he was, Phaeton, but even beyond that disappointment, there was a subtle layer of worry. Will Anne be in danger, Professor, if she's out there alone? That's a good question. If she could pose a threat to the hunting envoy, she might have run headfirst into a tan. No, that's not something you need to worry about, Mr. Kyaslana. Professor Ladio nodded. Any other questions? If not, I'd be leaving. The 3 tall, burly young men quickly made way, and lined up along the path, like 3 overweight sparrows perched on a telephone pole. Or maybe we should just send Anna a call request. Maybe she's really too busy? Damons, juggling this and that, was almost exhausted. Phaeton pulled out his external device, and sent the request. It was rejected. His face darkened, and without waiting to try again, he sent the request back. Anne? How are you doing? The request was approved, and the screen shaky a little, but quickly returned to normal. Anna could be seen standing on the busiest street in a galaxy, the crowd thronging like a school of fish desperately darting upstream at high tide. She looked well, but her voice was much louder because of the background noise. I'm fine. What's wrong with you, Phaeton? Why are there such dark circles under your eyes? This guy has classes and exams to take, he's so stressed. Maybe he has autonomic nervous system disorder. Damons appeared in the frame, followed by Sid. Anna, behind her back, held a half-folded yamfong, which looked like a baton used by a young woman for self-defense. She was smiling, but a hint of coldness could be seen in her smile. Aren't you going back to school yet? Sid gently pulled the picture frame toward him, and the coldness in Febrick's eyes disappeared. Social practice. It does overlap somewhat with Phaeton and Damon's majors. I go back as soon as possible. I don't think it will take long. Things are going much more smoothly than I expected. Or perhaps the Wahlberg family is so anthropomorphic in their management of their territory that they don't even need to seek out things that infuriate and provoke public outrage. After a brief conversation, she hung up the phone and glanced at the crowd of protesters holding banners before her. Not long ago, a large number of children's skeletons were discovered in a boarding school somewhere in the central system. They had been buried there for at least 2 years, perhaps since the system's owners decided to eliminate what they considered untouchables in this way. These children were indigenous to the new territory. The Wahlberg family's expansion inevitably involved demolishing villages and bombing cities. While seemingly without weapons of mass destruction, the actual death toll was comparable to that of an interstellar war. They trapped the indigenous people who refused to relocate, forbidding any form of assistance. The purchase price per hectare of land was a uniform 10,000 credits. Since these unruly people refused to take the money and leave, don't blame the Wahlbergs for being rude. In reality, it wasn't that the indigenous people refused to leave, it was that they simply couldn't. Without a starship, they weren't even qualified to be interstellar refugees. To put it bluntly, the Wahlbergs didn't even want to pay the purchase price of 10,000 credits per hectare, simply leaving them stranded. The orphans they discovered were supposedly being sent to the central system for a better and more civilized education, but in reality, Anna found these children desperately struggling to survive at the bottom of the lake. They failed, reduced to piles of bones, looking up and waiting for justice to come. The head of the family and his wife turned against each other, public resentment boiled over, and even the key directors of the Interstellar Peace Company could no longer withstand it. This time, there was no loyal Papukonu to orchestrate the master's actions. The wave of resistance grew louder, barricades were erected once more, and improvised demolition tools rained down on the administrative office established by the Wahlberg family. Just as it had achieved glory by deceiving public opinion, it would also fall by the same token. Chapter 288. Initially, no one imagined the impact this incident would have. Hiring a ride on the Glory, Anna successfully reached the core system, where the Wahlberg family resided. The security on the main ship was even more lax than she had imagined. As a stranger without a ticket, she could even walk into the kitchen without hesitation among the staff and take whatever she wanted. The cooks and cleaners were blind, not asking a single question. It's understandable. For a few cents a month, it's not worth working so hard, right? To save face, Mr. Wahlberg splashed out a fortune on a new power plant at Pinocchio. After 2 long weeks, he finally returned to the ancestral home in a hurry. The first thing he thought of was to see Mrs. Wahlberg. The entourage hurriedly followed their host, ready to provide services at any time, and no one cared who was missing from the team. Mother! Mr. Wahlberg, disregarding propriety, and even less his wife, casually tossed his hat to the butler, who greeted him and, rather ungentlemanly, walked through the long corridor. Finally, he pushed open the tea room door and said, She's been promoted to a herald. Inside the tea room, decorated with precious red and white flowers, the old lady was chatting with several elderly maids. Shocked by her son's outburst, the lady, still quite young despite being called old lady, waved the servants away. Vincent, where are your upbringing? Is this the result of Wahlberg's painstaking training, that you can yell at your own mother so ungraciously? Her tone was steady, barely rising or falling, but anyone could hear the deep disapproval. How could I not yell? Mr. Wahlberg spoke more casually to his mother. Anna, she's been promoted to the rank of Star God's emissary. The old lady placed her teacup firmly on the saucer, slowly raising her free hand to support her forehead. I knew that girl wasn't a good one. Yet, your father, despite all the other Bapukan slaves, was determined to buy her, even at a higher price. Her face twisted with anger. A wave of genuine humiliation and anger welled up in her heart at the thought of her husband's past plans. Anna wasn't the only one the previous Wahlberg family head had chosen when purchasing the Bapukan slaves. Nearly 24 newcomers had left the camp in the same batch, and she wasn't the lowest bidder, nor the best. But the previous head of the family passed on those seemingly more capable male slaves, and specifically selected this youngest female slave. Besides his sexual preference, he had another very important request. He wanted this slave to have as long a lifespan as possible. The slaves acquired through exchange were old, no longer in their prime, and could easily die on the battlefield. The most profitable approach was to buy him a charming young child, one who would inherit everything he had, and then serve the Wahlbergs for the rest of their lives. This was how he explained it to his wife, and she agreed to this enticing plan. However, when the housekeeper brought the girl before her, an inexplicable malice was born. Her eyebrows were so sharp, She possessed the aura of someone so hard they could be broken, but not bent. That thriving vitality, like hot blood splashing on the snow, inexplicably burned the old lady, then still Mrs. Wahlberg. This girl had a classical name, but her temperament and demeanor were anything but classical. After the old slave's death, she felt like a butterfly finally awakening from its chrysalis. Those were truly wonderful times, as Wahlberg's territory rapidly expanded until it completely swallowed up its competitors. Afterward, things took a turn for the worse. No matter how foolish her son was, he was still her own son, and she couldn't allow her interests to be infringed in the slightest. Since her husband was considering replacing the heir, she could take the initiative and force Wahlberg to replace the head of the family. "It's you, you troublemaker." The old head of the family had long since passed away, and now she could only vent her anger on her son. He was already in his late 20s, and when he encountered trouble, he kept complaining to his mother. It was unclear when he would ever be able to be trusted. "You insist on getting entangled with a slave." She hadn't yet grasped the gravity of the situation. "With so many noble ladies, why do you insist on following her?" "Mother!" Mr. Wahlberg's mind was filled with fear. The matter annihilating around Anna was more terrifying than a whirlpool. He shuddered at the thought. "Mother, didn't you hear what I said? She's been promoted to the emissary of the star god. Nanik's followers are all lunatics. To prevent Wahlberg from being implicated in this catastrophe, I signed the documents and let her go. Never mention her again within the family." The old lady wasn't entirely confused about what an emissary was. She was puzzled by something else. If she truly was an emissary, how had her foolish son returned alive? "You fool! You must have been tricked." She angrily grabbed the nearby teacup and smashed it, the precious bone china shattering into a pool of shards at Mr. Wahlberg's feet. However, this couldn't quench her rage. The star god's messenger is so powerful. How could that little bitch? I need to contact the Rumi royal family. I must contact the Rumi royal family. How could she not pay the price for deceiving her master? The old lady pounded the ground with her cane, and the butler arrived. But Mr. Wahlberg wasn't about to listen to his mother this time. After all, he, not his mother, was the one facing Anna. "Get out." The butler dared not disobey the master's order. He barely showed his head before retreating outside, even considerately closing the tea room door behind them. From the butler's appearance to his disappearance, it took only 3 seconds, but it was enough time for the old lady to understand who was in charge in the Wahlberg household today. She leaned back in her chair, as if she had suddenly aged 10 years, her face thick with bitterness. What does the master of the house mean? Just accept it? 5 billion credit points were simply wasted. Since their ancestors began lending money at high interest rates, Wahlberg had never suffered such a loss. Wait and see. Vincent Wahlberg regretted speaking to his mother the way he had just spoken. Mainly because the butler and servants were still outside the tea room, it was a bit disrespectful. But Anna's demonstrated strength was undeniable, and he wasn't blind. Hasn't the news about Pinocchio already spread? You can listen to it more often. As for whether he had been deceived, he had a plan in mind. I sent someone to investigate her affairs with Yvel after a while. If there's something else going on, I can bring the evidence to the Rumi royal family. Anyway, let's put it off for now. If Anna really becomes the emissary, then we just have to pretend nothing happened. After leaving the glory, Anna randomly picked a direction and walked along the road. She had few memories of her original self, and even fewer of the Wahlberg family. Perhaps she subconsciously felt that those people weren't worth her attention. The starship docking port was split into 2 levels. The glory was on the upper level, and Anna's destination was the lower level. Few people walked on foot on the upper level, and the patrolling security guards always cast a quizzical and curious look at her. She reached the bend in the path and peered down. She deftly exploited the security guard's blind spot and slid down. The 20-plus meter drop seemed to disappear, and in the blink of an eye, she appeared next to the cargo pile on the lower level. That's right, in the Wahlberg Central Star region, the upper level was for people, and the lower level for cargo. The main difference between people and cargo was their origins. Ordinary people could only mingle with the cargo ships, because the head of the family was kind-hearted and couldn't bear to see the poor struggling. More people here use their legs. Although it has long since joined the ranks of civilized systems, the level of machinery in Wahlberg port is not high. Unlike Luofu, which has implemented controls to prevent artificial intelligence from becoming intelligent, Liandu and Huisheng port are practically uninhabited ports. The lower levels of Wahlberg port are simply poor. 2-wheeled carts, ancient tools found only in physics textbooks, are scattered all over the ground. The sight of their wheels makes Anna feel like she hasn't finished her lessons. No, I don't want to analyze torque and force anymore. I'm just a weak liberal arts student. Besides the adults working hard to make a living, countless children are running around among the chaotic piles of goods. They were barefoot, wearing shirts and shorts. Some wore hats, others revealed their soft hair. A particularly courageous little creature stood in front of Anna, narrowing his eyes and holding out his hands. "Kind sir, please give me some." Anna slid around him and continued forward. A large army was watching from behind various shelters not far away. If she dared to throw even a single credit into this kid's empty hand, he wouldn't be able to leave the airport without emptying his wallet today. She didn't hit children, but she also didn't want to be attacked by them. Don't assume that children are harmless. In fact, these little bullies can cause more trouble to passers-by than the loaders. "Kind sir. Kind sir." The short, scrawny boy chased after her. The stranger in the black suit didn't offer any money, but he didn't kick or hit her either. The little creature was confident he could pry something out of this guy's pocket. Even if he didn't want to give, it didn't matter, he could take it himself. Anna's nearly 5 feet 8 inches height allowed her to easily leave the beggar behind. His relentless pursuit of her was a bit annoying, but thinking this was probably the only way for the child to survive, she simply pursed her lips and continued walking, pretending not to notice the dirty little hand trying to reach into her pocket. "Don't try. There's nothing there. All the credits are tied to my personal computer account. Not only you, but I can't even find anything currency in this pocket." She walked out of Walbug Harbor with a gloomy expression, like a turtle being chased by a remora. Chapter 289. With a biped cub chugging "Sir, sir, kind sir" following her, Anna lowered her head and walked in one breath from the lower level of Walbug Starport to the warehouse connected to the passageway. This place was even more chaotic than the platform, the ground covered in muddy sewage mixed with the stench of human excrement. It was hard to imagine this scene appearing in a civilized galaxy. To be honest, the slums on the islands of Pier Point and Avel were better than here. At least there was more of a smell of leaves, which was more valuable than feces and urine. The people walking back and forth in the warehouse mainly fell into two categories. One was the scantily clad stevedores, bare-chested or wearing only a cloth covering their buttocks, hunched over, heads clenched, and toiling away, carrying goods. The other was gang members dressed in various suits, chests puffed out, bellies bulging, metal clubs in hand, laughing and smoking with their companions, occasionally hitting the stevedores as they passed by. Why are they considered gang members? Their clothing displays a common theme, a pattern strongly associated with the violence of occult symbology. Furthermore, no normal adult would bother those doing heavy manual labor, much less deliberately poke their legs with a pipe as they pass by carrying heavy loads, then laugh heartily when they fall. They are venting the pressure inflicted by others on those who are weaker, a phenomenon most often observed among those facing difficulties in life. When approached by such a place, the small Rimra immediately cowered in fear behind the good-hearted man's feet, even wishing they could dig a hole and lie down in it. This stranger was so easygoing, so annoying, yet he managed to hold back from hitting or cursing. Little Rimra, in a moment of carelessness, had followed him from the airport to the loading dock. This wasn't a pleasant place to be. "Anna, huh? What's up? Where are you going, buddy? Want a taxi?" A man in a flat cap and frayed suit sleeves approached. He didn't even bother changing into something else. He raised his hand, his body involuntarily leaning forward, as if he wanted to salute but wasn't sure who the other person was, and was afraid it would embarrass him. Anna tilted her chin slightly and glanced at him from beneath the lowered brim of her hat. Her gray-blue eyes brushed against his throat like ice knives. Hee. The man's spine suddenly bent, his back hunched, his face straining upward, tilting and tilting, ready to respond to further commands. The man in black was followed by a small child. His empty hand suggested he might be looking for something to steal after failing to beg. But how could that be possible? When encountering a fat sheep, it's best to strike first. Whoever catches it first gets it. Of course, she didn't need to call a taxi. Getting a ride was easy, but she couldn't necessarily decide where to go. While she wasn't in such danger, she preferred to avoid further trouble, and she didn't want the Walbug family to know her exact whereabouts. Pulling the Rimra child from behind her, she lowered her voice and urged, "Lead the way. If you don't hurry up, it'd be dark soon." The Walbug family's core galaxy system was still a natural system, with the concept of day and night, and its basic concepts were consistent with galactic common sense. This was good news for first-time travelers. They didn't have to offend the locals and make a fool of themselves by ignoring common sense. A simple release of destiny power was enough to deter the fawning individual, and the fawning fish tactfully returned to where they had come from, leaving Anna holding the little fish in her hand as a compass. He was a clever child, instantly understanding his situation and the disparity in strength between the enemy and us. After walking for almost a system, the two finally emerged from the vast warehouse. Anna released her hand, and the little Rimra immediately fled, cursing loudly as if on springs. Judging from the direction he fled, he actually gone back? Perhaps begging had its place, and if he didn't return quickly, his territory would be lost. Outside the airport, overhead was the flying track. There were no high-rise buildings challenging the limits of the sky. The only thing that stretched across the vast plain was the distant Wahlberg family settlement, a castle resembling a royal city. Anna stood at the junction, looking up and down, deciding to walk the surface for a few days to observe. She easily climbed over the guardrails and barriers, and after crossing the barrier, she walked a short distance. It didn't take long for her to find a path with a rather pastoral feel, and she continued her pleasant stroll along it. On both sides of the road were rows of attractive three-story villas, each with a beautiful front garden and a raised terrace with a distinctly subtropical feel. She hadn't seen the backyards. Many families had pets, and before strangers even approached, dog heads would pop out from the walls. The flying cars on the flight path would slowly slow down upon reaching their destination, then make a wide circle and lower their altitude before finally landing in their own backyards, filled with laughter and joy. It was clear that the people living on the surface were quite well off, considered the more affluent middle class. The lovely property, the lovely garden, the lovely family, and the lovely pets seemed like two completely separate worlds from the grimy, smelly warehouses below the airport. Little Duke ran a long way before stopping, panting heavily. He wiped his nose with his shiny sleeve and spat fiercely on the ground, imitating his landlady Ms. Munsa. He cursed with the most common curse words in the core system, practically a national curse. After cursing, the little cub stretched his neck guiltily, glancing back the way he had come, fearing that the man in the black suit would suddenly appear from thin air and teach him a lesson. Whether male or female, even one's own cubs were inevitably used as tools for venting anger and amassing wealth, let alone stranger cubs from other families. Little Duke had no desire to become someone else's fattened meal. He rolled his eyes, glanced warily around, ducked low, and slinked stealthily through various cover. The actual warehouse was owned by the gangs, and if a skinny kid like him were caught, he'd inevitably be thrown into a cage and delivered. Last month, an acquaintance of his had been kidnapped and delivered. Everyone racked their brains, but couldn't rescue him. Now, only the guy's sister was still desperately searching for him. It was no use. Although little Duke was only 9, he could already say those 5 words fluently. His demeanor and tone echoed the neighbors' sentiments. They all said he was a bright kid who learned quickly. In a few days, Claw's sister will disappear like her brother. When she reappears, it'd probably be in a fancy shop window in the upper boroughs. That's the luckiest scenario. That man in the black suit is so strange. His clothes are neat and clean, and he even has a faintly expensive fragrance. Yet, he's in the lower borough of the starport. Could he be a fool who got invited to the Wahlberg system by the upper-class gentleman, but got lost? Yet, he seems quite smart, even able to see through the rat gang's schemes. Maybe some people are just as stupid and smart as they say. No one is perfect, as the neighbors say. For example, Claw, who was shipped. There's no better-looking boy in the entire dungeon, but he's so slow-witted that he can't even count the number of people his age, even though he's 8 or 9. I'm a genius who can count from 1 to 300, and not bad at that. Little Duke puffed out his chest with pride at the thought. He was at least second among the smartest people in the universe. Not ranking himself first would be called modest. Humph, lucky for the little guy. The gang members were all discussing the origins of the man in the black suit, giving the stevedores and the kids eager to go back and grab their territory a break. He dodged left and right through the warehouse yard and returned to the lower level of the airport. Sure enough, hostile forces had already invaded. Children begging in this area had to pay a price, 1 Wahlberg silver coin per week. Otherwise, they would be kicked out and either captured by the gangs in the warehouse yard or returned to the dungeons, losing their source of income. After paying the silver coin, several children could share a certain area of the entire lower level, and others could not enter unless they paid their share. Of course, no one was willing to pay, so disputes arose, and most often resorted to violence. Get out of my territory. Countless hilariously awful curses erupted from his lips. His opponent, clearly no pushover, immediately responded with an equally polite greeting. You were occupying our territory last week. Why aren't you saying anything? If you're not leaving, then come and fight me. With a wave of his hand, 3 or 4 children of varying sizes emerged from behind the cargo box. Some were snotty, others clenched their fists in a threatening gesture. "Get out of here! You got a fat sheep. What's wrong with you giving way to us?" That wasn't a fat sheep at all, it was clearly a stingy villain. Little Duke wouldn't admit he misjudged them. He blew his whistle, and reinforcements from nearby rushed in. 7 or 8 children, armed with various weapons, emerged from all directions. There were boys and girls, big and small. The only thing missing was a cowardly person who retreated and gave in. "Want to fight?" The leading girl's hair was disheveled, her face grimy. Her missing teeth shone like black holes in her grin. Who was it last week, crying and looking for help? Have you forgotten the pain? The reinforcements' morale soared, and they swung their clubs with even more force than before. The 3 or 4 enemies cowered in fear at the sight of her. Even with so many of them surrounding her, they couldn't defeat a single girl, leaving them humiliated beyond the core star region. Not to mention the sniffling attempts of their brothers, who had fought in their own gangs to seek justice. This had been a sound plan, but unfortunately, they accidentally gotten the gang's name wrong, resulting in the brother being beaten for no reason. Yes, this territory belonged to another gang, and they exploited every traveler who landed there through the hands of children. Suddenly, someone from another gang barged in, shouting and yelling. Wasn't that just looking for trouble? It was just bad luck. Chapter 290. The daily grind of begging and scavenging can easily make one forget the existence of time. Little Duke had long since stopped being angry at the unpleasant man in black. Since meeting him, his luck had been exceptionally good for the past few days. Recyclable materials and unspoiled food had inexplicably appeared at his feet, sometimes mixed with a copper coin or two. The most common currency in the universe is credits, but galaxies that have joined the civilized order often have their own currencies. Exchange is permitted only if everyone possesses a synesthesia beacon and a personal optical computer. Unfortunately, at least 70% of the people in the multiple galaxies occupied by the Wahlberg family lack these, meaning they are not considered normal citizens by the civilized galaxies. This alone is enough to trap these people in their current situation for the rest of their lives. Ms. Munsaw, hands on her hips and in her slippers, stood on the porch, exchanging insults with the prostitutes across the street. The focus of their argument revolved unwaveringly around genitals, a topic that resonated quite well with their work. What Little Duke called room was actually a sheltered sewer entrance near the apartment door. He was comfortably nestled on a soft straw mat, eating and watching the fun unfold. The two resilient women kept cursing as they clashed, drawing ever closer. Almost simultaneously, they attacked their opponent, either striking at their most prized possessions or attempting to pull their hair and scratch their faces, effectively shutting them down for the next few days. An elderly couple living upstairs in the apartment building opened their window and peered out. Their meager dinner depended on this little entertainment. The women, locked in a fierce exchange of insults, fought for business for about 20 minutes before their weakened constitutions forced them to cease their attacks. Their respective brokers, panting heavily, pulled them apart. These pimps already have ambiguous relationships with their partners. Sometimes, if the women simply can't get their money, they can still have sex to solve the problem. The two men's hands were pulling, but they weren't actually exerting much strength. Doesn't the fact that the women were competing for business also mean they were competing for business? This is a kind of cockfighting. So cold. Ms. Munsaw was one of those famous women who was quite successful in business. While still young and beautiful, she ignored the men's lies and clung to her money to buy the apartment building behind her. Now that she's getting older, she's followed the example of the sister who introduced her to the industry and adopted a few young girls to train, continuing to attract customers and collecting rent to make a living. Today, she couldn't bear it anymore and started a fight because the new prostitute across the street had stolen one of her regular customers. Men themselves are worthless. What they're fighting for is the credit points flowing from the old man's hands. Ms. Munsaw and her opponent both have personal laptops obtained on the black market. Others without these things can only accept supplies or Wahlberg coins. The hassle of paying is also a hassle. Naturally, if you don't pose a threat, you can't become a competitor. Even if you're not right, you can't let others think you're easy to bully, or you never get any business. The whole street loves to watch this kind of excitement. What's so great about men fighting? It's just white fat and pregnant bellies. The fights between women with impressive figures are really fun to watch, slap after slap, chests shaped by their clothes rising and falling like waves. Key point. Many women working the shops couldn't help but invite customers to lean against the windows to look out for a while before continuing their work. Everyone laughed happily amid the stench. This was the scene Anna, concealed and arriving to complete her feeding today, witnessed 2 prostitutes shoving and fighting like groundhogs, each exhausted and panting before being pulled apart. Their combined damage was only 2.5. The Wahlberg's underground city, like the lower levels of the airport, was essentially a designated area, primarily inhabited by laborers, and those without identification. This included pagans of a different religion from the Wahlbergs, homeless indigenous people whose new territory hadn't been fully absorbed, and undocumented individuals who had managed to sneak in from elsewhere. She couldn't understand what was so good about this place, that anyone would be willing to give up everything in their homeland and sneak across. No, how terrible must your home planet be for the underground city in the Wahlberg core starfield to seem like a good place? Could she have been deceived? Refusing to watch the excitement, she quietly tossed the prepared food outside Little Duke's shack, making it look as if someone had accidentally dropped it and rolled it far away. The little Rimura was still lying at the mouth of the pipe, grinning innocently, carefree and pure. After finishing her feeding for the day, she wondered if she should find him a better place to stay. There was a closed school run by a charity in the upper district. They advertised that children of new immigrants could be given priority and free admission, going straight from elementary school to university. This would surely allow them to bathe in the light of civilization and quickly adapt to the interstellar age. It sounded quite enticing. The closed-door management would ensure the children's safety, the curriculum would suit their needs, and the free tuition would eliminate the financial burden of further education. As long as one had the qualifications, they could continue their studies. Education is an expensive and scarce resource in most regions. Monopolizing it means monopolizing the path from the lower classes to the upper classes. Anna disliked using the term upper and lower classes to describe different human groups, but this criterion kept cropping up. It truly existed, and too many people blindly believed in it. While sending children to such a boarding school risked forcing them into a servile education, just wandering the streets every day, scavenging for food, didn't seem much better. Would the school at least provide him with a sturdy, clean bed? With her excellent eyesight, even through the obstructive lenses, she could already see several round, black beetles crawling in and out of the straw mat beneath the boy. Damn! That naughty kid! At that moment, she understood Professor Lachaud perfectly. The two women's verbal battle dragged on for a while, with the outcome uncertain. Little Duke smiled, and kept stuffing food into his mouth. The food in his hands was gone before he knew it. He rubbed his now 6/10 full stomach, sighed happily, and decided to have a good sleep. Feeling full, it felt so good. A bag of unremarkable junk rolled to a stop near the pipe. Little Duke instinctively grabbed it and squeezed it. It was still soft and warm, and a faint, fragrant aroma emanated from it. This was truly bizarre. Was there really pie falling from the sky? Startled, he quickly scooped the bag into his arms and covered it with his clothes. He glanced around frantically, only to see everyone's attention focused on Ms. Munsaw and the new prostitute before he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't let anyone know that his breakfast had accidentally rolled right next to him. Meanwhile, Anna calmly left the underground city and returned to the surface. It was unrealistic to expect those starving and underfed people to suddenly awaken. Quite a few, perhaps even the vast majority, couldn't even write their own names, they simply memorized the pronunciation, completely unconcerned. In her opinion, expecting those accustomed to submission to take up arms in rebellion, the only possibility was that Wahlberg would steal the last handful of rice from their last jar. The casualties were bound to be heavy, and the time was bound to be long. So, she had to find the fire first. Back above ground, Anna decided to take advantage of the night to see the true state of the boarding school. Many things you can't see during the day are different at night. You can often see more at night. The place wasn't difficult to find, and it wasn't too far away. After all, it was a place for outsiders, and being adjacent to a bustling area wasn't a good idea. Arriving at the towering concrete wall, Anna circled the structure, which resembled a fortification, ensuring it was intact, without any gaps or holes, capable of surviving the constant attacks of the naughty children. This thing was only good enough to protect ordinary people with average physical fitness and equipment. It was easy for the Destiny Walker to scale it. She landed effortlessly on the school ground without much effort. It was already late, and for the sake of the children's growth and health, they should now embrace the future in their dreams. However, Anna was surprised to find that the lights in several classrooms were still on, and the sound of the lights was a mixture of heavy rain and crisp knocking. No one had ever thought to invest the energy to truly investigate the conditions of schools catering to refugee and immigrant children. Why should anyone else silently consider something these children's parents hadn't even considered? So, as Anna crouched by the window, Listening intently, the teacher in the classroom didn't even glance outside to confirm, instead urging the children to work quickly and efficiently. She had only seen similar scenes in the Avel Interstellar prison. She hadn't expected Wahlberg to be several orders of magnitude ahead of Pierpoint. The children in the classroom were divided into groups according to age, with the older ones overseeing the younger ones, each sharing a heavy workload. They sat at the table, painstakingly stringing beads onto the string. Someone else would then proceed to further refine the string. Anna vaguely recalled seeing a replica of this handmade natural stone bead curtain at Pinocchio. She hadn't expected the original to be so handmade. Wasn't it agreed that a brand name would be enough? Why are such young children being forced to work by candlelight? Even if we take a step back and say that boarding schools do need to teach children some skills for their future, it's still somewhat inappropriate to be doing this at this late hour. Many children were drowsy, but even so, the teachers wouldn't let them go back to sleep. It seems this school's interior doesn't match its superficial propaganda. It's simply a recruitment center for young slaves. It wasn't until nearly midnight that the teachers reluctantly relented and allowed the children, who had finished their work for the day, to go back to sleep. Anna waited until the lights went out before she saw her chance. While the lecturers were watching to see if the children had taken anything with them, she tiptoed into the hallway and quietly stood in a shadowy corner, trying to see when the last child would return to their rooms. Chapter 291. Very good. The slowest child rustled away, packing up and leaving after everyone else had gone to bed. Anna glanced down at the time on her external device. 2 in the morning. A bedtime that was far too late even for an adult. Anna, like a shadow, trailed the curly-haired little girl, quietly escorting her through the empty classrooms and deserted corridors to the dormitory by the artificial lake. It was a 4-story brick building. In the silent night, the ivy clinging to the exterior walls swayed in the wind, the clouds thickened and thinned, and the moonlight flickered. There were no night lights along the way, and the little child, shivering and sobbing, ran solely by the sliver of moonlight. After finally reaching the sheltered dormitory building, the tightly closed door showed no sign of opening. "Mrs. Mara, please open the door." The little creature pleaded against the door panel with a sobbing voice. She was cold, hungry, tired, and scared, and just wanted to huddle with her kind for some comfort. But no one answered. It was too late now. Mrs. Mara, after a hard day's work, didn't want to leave her comfortable bed for a little one. The little girl pleaded persistently. Kittens are like that. When their needs aren't met, they keep making noises to alert the adults. She stood in a small ball by the door, crying and shouting, but Mrs. Mara's response was nowhere in sight. The night wind suddenly picked up. The little creature, rubbing her eyes, heard the sound of something heavy falling to the ground. She looked up with surprise to see that the tightly closed dormitory door had opened a tiny crack. Perhaps Mrs. Mara had left the door open, and I hadn't noticed. Was that why she didn't answer? The little creature, without a second thought, wrapped itself tightly in its thin clothes and dove inside, its thin, shuffling footsteps rising higher and higher. Outside the dormitory, a tranquility had returned. Aside from the gurgling of the nearby artificial lake and the incessant chirping of insects in the trees and grass, there was no other noise. Swish, swish, swish. Anna chose a sturdy tree and climbed it. The lush branches and leaves barely concealed her presence. With 3 hours until dawn, there was no need to bother finding a place to rest. She settled herself in a naturally formed triangular branch, swinging her legs and listening to the insects chirping. After a moment of drowsiness, the birds began to sing, their chorus clamoring loudly. She opened her eyes to see 2 small white-feathered, red-billed birds perched on a thin branch in front of her, caressing and helping each other groom their feathers, oblivious to the surroundings. Suddenly, a blue magpie flew over, flapping its wings aggressively and revealing its claws. The 2 white-feathered birds hurriedly flapped their wings and fled, screaming. So noisy. In the nearby dormitories, the children were awakened by a gruff knock on the door from the dorm manager. They were given about 5 or 6 minutes to change clothes. Then, a long whistle blew, each one representing a command, and all the children performed the same action simultaneously. Outside, lined up, walked to the water pipe, turned on the tap, bent over, brushed their teeth, washed their faces, and put away their belongings. It was such a familiar scene, an exact replica of the management methods of the Avel Interstellar prison. Anna mentally gave this school a thumbs down. This strict management wasn't just a question of whether it was detrimental to the children's physical and mental health. It was more a question of whether it was detrimental to their safety. Of course, if a child failed to complete the task between whistles, the staff would whip their shins with a long whip. The children who had been beaten were all grimacing, but miraculously, the team remained quiet. After washing up, all the children were herded out of the dormitory. The sun hadn't yet fully risen, and the air was slightly chilly. A group of children, young and old, formed a circle and ran around the dormitory. This wasn't just a simple exercise. As they ran, they loudly thanked the Warburg family and the kind-hearted people from all walks of life for their generosity, while also lambasting their own past narrow-mindedness and lack of civilization. The Warburg family had sent warships and armies to land on every planet with such fanfare to save them from their ignorance. We should learn to be grateful. Anna, No wonder the original was so upset. It'd be hard for anyone to get over this. After the lengthy brainwashing session, all the children swarmed into the cafeteria at the sound of a whistle and took their seats according to their assigned positions. After a token thank you to the Amber King and a sincere thank you to the Warburg family, Mrs. Warburg, and Old Lady Warburg, they each received a bowl of oatmeal, a piece of bread, and a potato. If this cook dared to appear before Damon's, he'd be severely beaten. Feeding children this kind of food, and then wasting more than a system's worth of brainwashing them in the hope of gratitude is as utterly ridiculous as Anna's attempt to win Pinot Grigio with a single credit point. Aha didn't even dare to think that. Anna sneaked into the kitchen and glanced at the stove. The teachers and administrators had hot, thick meat sauces and fried eggs, and there were ample rations of vegetables like cucumbers and carrots. So it wasn't that there was nothing to eat, it was just that the children weren't getting any. After the horrible breakfast, the children cleared the tables, chairs, bowls, and dishes themselves, and then even had to wash and mop up the floor for the adults, who complained about the lack of breakfast. A moment later, a woman who looked like she was in charge walked into the cafeteria, her chin raised high, and instructed the cook to boil a few more eggs. Today, many students who had reached adulthood and no longer planned to pursue further studies were graduating. They were about to leave school and successfully integrate into the civilized interstellar age, and the sunlight that bathed them would become the radiance of civilization. So, even for graduation celebrations, they only gave out a boiled egg? The Wahlberg stinginess constantly refreshed Anna's perception. Then, there was another boring ceremony. The children carried their own stools to the open space outside the classroom, shivering in the morning light. After satisfying the adults' sense of accomplishment, they swallowed their saliva and returned to the classroom for a brief vocabulary and arithmetic lesson. Thus began the familiar bead-stringing process. Anna deeply suspected that the school's limited teaching of reading, writing, and arithmetic was purely to produce drudges capable of delicate labor. If illiteracy weren't detrimental to labor, they might not even have taught this knowledge. Even if I could find an 18-inch projector and show the free version of Professor Veritas Ladio's compulsory education open class posted on StarNet, it would be fine. It's free. The little girl who worked late into the night to meet her work quota yesterday sat pitifully on a stool, her head nodding as if it might fall onto the table at any moment. The teacher kept looking at her. The little girl was afraid to sleep, but was extremely sleepy. The beating needle kept pricking her fingers, and soon the thread turned red, and the little girl's eyes were red too. Number 21, stand outside. The teacher's pointer finally came down, and the curly-haired girl's eyes widened with a start. Trembling with fear, she obediently climbed off the stool and stood in the dark corridor outside the classroom. This child looked no older than 5. After observing him for a few days, Anna gave up on this boarding school completely. Forget little Duke, even she would have run away after spending 48 systems there. When something is unbearable even for adults, it can be just as cruel to children. Seeing so-called schooling roam the streets isn't necessarily a bad thing. She left and infiltrated the Wahlberg family mansion. This short-lived family, after all, has been passed down for dozens of amber ages, and their aesthetic leans towards a more conservative, retro style. The towering castle, adorned with pure white stone carvings, was relatively understated. Guards, imbued with a sense of ritual and theatricality, stood guard at the main gate. From the main gate to the actual entrance, one had to cross a wide lawn. Ladies in silk dresses, walking their dogs, strolled across the lawn under parasols, unfazed by the wetness of the grass. Anna showed little interest in the daily life of the old money family. She shifted her seat several times, then swaggered into the entrance hall while the servants were busy in the kitchen. Warburg had visitors who came to visit on a pilgrimage. The main courtyard, where the family resided, was naturally closed to the public, but the rest of the ancestral home, especially the corridors hung with portraits of generations of ancestors, welcomed visitors. In the towering castle, large blocks of natural stone were specially crushed and embedded into the fired floor tiles, creating a star-like effect. Anna blended seamlessly into the group of smartly dressed tourists, her black suit and top hat looking effortlessly chic. With its gleaming floor, gleaming walls, and richly painted dome, the Warburg family's entrance hall was bright and warm, as large as a house. Walking inside, the silver-green velvet wall coverings were decorated with historically framed paintings. The ancestors of the Warburg family sat or stood guarding their family's glory. This place. A fragment of her original memory still lingered. Led by her butler through the long corridors, she listened to the Warburg's glories, her mind full of thoughts about food. A good child who could eat and sleep. Not only did visitors look at the paintings, but dedicated servants served as guides, explaining in detail the origins of each painting, who the portrait depicted, their achievements, and so on. At the end of the corridor, Anna saw someone from her original memory. In the corner of a photograph, a white-haired slave named Popuk stood, awaiting his master's orders. Now think about it. How could an assassin deceive such an experienced commander? His lieutenant might be young and naive, but he was a battle-hardened warrior. He wouldn't blindly trust someone simply based on his place of origin. Besides trust in one's own people, evidence is also crucial. Anna wasn't a Popuk, and even if she adopted a Popuk guise, she didn't have that sense of belonging to her race. In her opinion, the evidence proving the captives were incapacitated was likely flawed. The evidence presented to the commander by the army was flawed? Wasn't that a clear sign of a traitor? Given the inherited gene of Mrs. Warburg and the current head of the Warburg family, it was almost obvious who the traitor was. Only the orders of the paymaster could easily lead soldiers to betray their commanders. Chapter 292. The two-day tour concluded. The guests didn't have the pleasure of meeting the current head of the Warburg family, and the old lady and her mistress weren't bothered to condescend to personally entertain them. Everyone discussed the Warburg family's generosity and splendor, the paintings adorning the corridors, and the vibrant fruits in the greenhouses. The butler contentedly escorted them to the guest-only floor. Some were born to live in the entrance of a dry sewer, while others were wrapped in silk swaddling clothes and surrounded by servants. Is the bed they were born in so important? After patiently gathering information about the map of Warburg Castle, Anna calmly left with the tour group. Before heading to the underground city, she decided to check on the clumsy little curly-haired child. She had considered taking the child away from boarding school, but she wasn't sure how to deal with her afterward. She was too young, and Anna herself had no stable place to stay. The Bopuks were struggling, and First Truth University. Phaeton and the others didn't owe her anything, so why should they tolerate the rambunctious children she brought home from outside? She considered the charities in the Star region where First Truth University was located that had adopted Avel children, but she couldn't just grab a sheep and plunder it, and there was no guarantee the Warburgs would let them go. If they let these children go, would they lose the reputation they had painstakingly built over the years? Generosity, philanthropy, compassion. Besides, could she save just one little curly, and all the struggling children in several star systems? Just because this child was pitiful, didn't the others? To solve the poverty problem plaguing these children, the Warburg family had to be dealt with first. Upon returning to boarding school, Anna was surprised to discover that, after only a few days away, a wave of infectious diseases had already swept through. To be honest, even in the interstellar age, humans lack the ability to eradicate all pathogenic bacteria and viruses, but civilized systems all possess comprehensive medical systems. Vaccinations, the most basic form of immunization, are, if not 100%, at least 90% free and accessible to all citizens. This is especially true in schools and daycare centers where children gather. For example, in Luofu, every cave heaven receives medical personnel and assistance from the Danding Division every month from birth until the child's enrollment. Children in the academy receive vaccinations according to their needs. However, in the course system governed by the self-proclaimed, established civilization of Warburg, it is truly puzzling that so many children lack immunization support. Anna understands the dire situation faced by the children of the Yepala Palace. No one there is immune. Warburg has the technology, the resources, and the funding, yet they do nothing. Vaccines to prevent epidemic diseases are cheap, even if outsourced, and are available to everyone, rich or poor. Boarding schools haven't even seen a single box. Several children are experiencing coughs, runny noses, and fevers, requiring appropriate medication, adequate nutrition, and sufficient rest. Yet, not only is there no doctor at the school, they even eliminated the bread from breakfast, euphemistically claiming a light diet is good for health. Having witnessed a certain young Warburg family member's endless diet of candy and cookies followed by roasted meats and stews, Anna firmly believes that the goal of a light diet is misguided. Boarding school children aren't the ones who need to lose weight. At that point, she didn't think too badly of them. After all, the boarding school teachers had been with the children day and night for a while, sometimes years, sometimes months. Even a cat or dog would develop some affection, let alone a docile, obedient, and hard-working child. At least they shouldn't hate them, right? The scene that night nearly brought her to the brink of vengeance. The boarding school teachers and dormitory administrators removed the feverish child from his bed and, without hesitation, threw him into the nearby pond. Human writing often has many ways of combining, but Anna didn't even know how to incorporate this particular method into her thesis. Even the geniuses in the Genius Club might not understand it. This wasn't human behavior. Without hesitation, she dove into the pond from the other side to retrieve the drowned child. Fat and large fish clung to the lush waterweed, and patches of white matter lay scattered in the dark mud at the bottom. She first successfully rescued the dozen or so children and gave them emergency treatment, then quietly sent the dormitory administrator into the water to experience life. Taking her work clothes and keys, she opened the empty room and laid the children inside. She also had to quickly remove their wet clothes and cover them with dry, warm clothing. After finishing all this, Anna, now a second-level hunter commander, turned on her external device, hesitated for a moment, then shut it off, her gaze fixed on the rippling pool. Those white things at the bottom of the pool. The StarNet community is a good thing, a fact both Anna and her original self deeply understood. People's words in the StarNet community are always closer to their inner thoughts, and their complaints and anger are particularly genuine. A new black-clad headmaster suddenly arrived at the Perras boarding school. He appeared one morning, gathered the teachers, and told them that the former principal had been promoted and that the Wahlberg family had appointed him to manage the immigrant school. This has always been the way the family's management was handled downwards. No one felt the need to give their subordinates any instructions. Everyone was expected to follow their superiors' instructions. Asking questions wasn't a desirable trait. This made Anna's substitutionary operation incredibly smooth. After all, the pond was already densely populated, so adding a school director to the dormitory manager wouldn't be a problem. The children lying at the bottom of the pond would likely welcome it. I couldn't imagine any reason why they wouldn't welcome it. Who says children don't have a vengeful heart? The new director treated the children with exceptional cruelty. He harshly ordered them to eat their vegetables and eggs. Anyone who tried to hide them would be caught and spanked. It was incredibly painful. The teachers didn't get his good graces either. Every night, he would harshly reprimand anyone who didn't leave work on time. No one could escape his oppressive rule. The children feared him, the teachers loathed him, and even the staff in charge of purchasing hated him. The purchasing manager had simply made a small profit from purchasing supplies, but the new director hung him from a tree and brutally beat him, even losing his job. Anna, you're getting a little extra? The fifth safe in our house is barely closing. Naturally, there's one more guest at the Lakeside Lounge. The Star Network communities across several star systems are gradually becoming more noisy, a voice the head of the family dislikes. Some even dare to openly discuss politics and criticize Wahlberg's tactics against the natives of the new star region. The voices are becoming more numerous and louder, and gradually, some natives are speaking out. Some have lost their homes, some have lost loved ones, some have lost parts of their bodies, some have lost their lives, their freedom, everything. Numerous photos surfaced, the most chilling of which were the remains of children lying in piles at the bottom of the lake. All evil should not be extended to young children. This was a universal human understanding. At first, people simply hoped that the head of the Wahlberg family would take a stand, even if it meant finding a scapegoat to take responsibility and pay the price, to quell the public's anger. But by then, Mr. Vincent Wahlberg was busy guarding against the missing number 0824131. Mrs. Anita Wahlberg was busy weaving a net to catch the 3 unlucky little cubs, and Mrs. Wahlberg, still reeling from past grievances, was taking her anger out on Mr. Wahlberg's siblings. The 3 adults in the family were all preoccupied with their own priorities, and had no time to listen to the hypocritical whining of the peasants. Yes, those children, or rather, the indigenous people of the new territory, did lose their lives, but they basked in the sunshine of civilization. The head of the family remained silent, the capable members of the Branch family struggled to cope with the old lady's wrath, and the managers dared not act without orders. The ordinary people, left unattended on the interstellar internet, slowly crossed the line. Wahlberg's young masters and young ladies were either showing off their jewelry, delicacies, or their mansions and fine clothes. Ordinary people toiled for a month, barely filling their stomachs with synthetic nutritional supplements, while those who spent their days idle and only thought about something to do for fun in the morning, something to do for fun in the afternoon, and something to do for fun in the evening could freely consume protected creatures from other star systems. They insisted on eating whatever was strange and precious, taking a bite to taste it, and having the servants take the rest away and throw it away. Earrings gleaming with sparkling fire, concept clothing crafted from precious metals, and interstellar travel that's easier than eating. All these are luxuries no one could even imagine. Anna couldn't help but sigh at the Wahlberg family's strong genes when it comes to seeking one's own death. Anyone with this surname always possesses an inexplicable sense of superiority, almost pointing at the noses of the star gods and claiming they're the chosen one. In fact, they've done this before. Those who understand scoff, while those who don't understand simply don't understand anyway, so they just listen and forget about it. A young man in the Star Network community proposed going to the administrative office to inquire about when the land purchase money would be deposited into his account. Enthusiastic netizens expressed their support for his efforts to defend his rights. A few days later, the young man's friend appeared online in grief, announcing that his loyal friend had committed suicide, shot 8 times in the back. Accumulated resentment makes people less docile. Managers promptly noticed this, but the Wahlbergs didn't care. Long periods of comfort had bred them into a habit of taking things for granted. Wasn't it natural that the consumables of the territory should contribute everything they could to the prosperity of the Wahlberg family? A lawyer stepped forward, whether motivated by fame or otherwise, and filed a report with the sheriff's department, demanding a thorough investigation into how the poor young man had shot him 8 times in the back. The sheriff's department quickly responded, and this brave law enforcer was jailed on charges of malicious reporting. Even if we were wrong, it wouldn't be impossible for you to just kneel down and let it go. Then, on an ordinary morning, the lawyer's body appeared on the street. The law guild remained silent, but the sheriff's department felt this wasn't enough. They began rounding up all foreign immigrants living in the core star system of Wahlberg, including, but not limited to, those from conquered territories and those drawn from other star systems. It was precisely because of these people that the land purchase payment issue arose. If it weren't for this, wouldn't there be any lawyers? The sheriffs were scrambling to their feet in the chaos of the streets, when a shocking piece of news suddenly appeared on the front page of the Star Network community. In the heart of the core star system, in a boarding school for newly arrived immigrant children, the skeletons of hundreds of children had been discovered. The core star system of Wahlberg was ignited by a fire, and the natives, already suffering from oppression and abuse, were sprayed with sparks and immediately burned like dry weeds. As if by design, several star systems joined in the chaos, and angry roars echoed from the underground cities of the core star system. How many people here have found their lives increasingly miserable under Wahlberg's rule? Photos that once inspired envy have now become evidence and a source of hatred. The young man, seeking land purchase funds, his friends, the brave lawyer, and the mastermind stirring up trouble online, orchestrating the conspiracy, removed their glasses and rubbed their brows, expressing deep admiration for the original owner's energy in pulling off this scheme. Where did she learn these unethical tactics? People may be fake, but everything is real. The sheriff's response was real, Wahlberg's indifference was real, and the children who died at Perra's boarding school were all real. Wahlberg deserved his death. Chapter 293. The flames first spread quietly underground, aware of their own weakness. The cries and roars of powerless resistance were merely after-party entertainment for the perpetrators, satisfied. The fire was already there, always present. Finding no suitable outlet, it would quietly linger in unnoticed corners. Anna didn't have time to carefully search for the sparks, but she knew they would never disappear. As long as injustice persisted, the fire of anger would always burn. When the hard crust of the earth crumbled under the relentless trampling of day after day, the first tiny crack was the most potent. The rage, simmering for so long, finally found a channel to erupt. The earth was ripped apart by roars, the sky dyed red by wails. The first person spat angrily at the police station, and soon a second would rush forward, hurling stones. The moment the ancient ape left the treetops, picked up stones from the ground, and fought against its predators, humanity broke free from the first shackles of fate. From that point on, every time the banner of resistance was raised, it signaled the beginning of a tragic epic. More and more people filled the streets, and with more people came a larger arrest list. Then, with the constant upgrading of weaponry, the nature of the situation gradually changed. At first, both sides exercised restraint, but this restraint was quickly broken by the vastly different lifestyles. Even in the face of overwhelming opposition, the sheriffs would leisurely enjoy afternoon tea before going to work. How could those who toiled diligently every day, exhausted and barely able to fill their stomachs, accept this reality? The source of the initial gunshots is unknown. Angry residents said it was the Wahlbergs' dogs trying to drive them back to the corral. The sheriffs believed there must be thugs mingling with the crowd, stirring up trouble. Later, the think tank records of the Institute of Knowledge recorded two different versions of the story, and scholars were unable to discern the true story. Barricades were built, and those living underground realized they had a chance to break the seemingly unbreakable shackles. They rushed forward with the most ferocity, struck the hardest, and smashed the most thoroughly. Tinder met dry straw, and a blazing flame erupted from the ground. This wave quickly spread from the central system to all areas controlled by Wahlberg. Certainly, some had ulterior motives, but such is the course of history, it never breathes evenly. Standing on the turbulent street, Anna received a call from her roommate. Surrounded by ordinary people risking everything for their dignity and their future, she instinctively hung up the call and quickly walked to the side of the road to review the request. Not long ago, they'd been discussing the gifts from Pinocchio. Could this sudden request for communication mean something's going on at school? Or is Phaeton in trouble and needs help? The call to the external device was connected almost immediately. The white-haired young man looked much more haggard, a faint shadow beneath his bright blue eyes. He breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing her, like a man finally receiving reassuring news after a long period of trepidation. Soon, Damons and Sid appeared in the frame. The Wahlbergs have had their fair share of troubles, making their already adorable roommate even more endearing. "Anne? How are you doing?" Phaeton's voice held a subtle hint of anxiety and uneasiness. Anna immediately switched to a more complete storefront as a backdrop to ease his worries. In reality, the area 200 meters in front of her was already no different from a battlefield. The crowd was still charging forward, and the Public Security Bureau deployed some light weapons not suitable for internal combat. She wanted them to see that she was standing on the busiest street of a civilized system, at least to ensure a minimum level of safety. The external device's radio could automatically reduce noise, but the video couldn't remove the crowd fighting. So Anna tucked the Yenya in her other hand behind her, shielding it with her body, and pretended to be a daring bystander. "I'm fine. What's wrong with you, Phaeton? Why are you so dark circles?" She felt a little guilty about lying in front of everyone, and her voice naturally rose higher than usual. Thankfully, she didn't usually get into trouble, and her friends mostly came across as reliable and steady, so she didn't arouse suspicion. Damons appeared in the frame, complaining about Phaeton's recent situation. "This guy has classes and exams to take, so he's so stressed. He probably has autonomic nervous system disorder. Didn't sleep well last night? Anxious?" Anna forced a wry smile. Phaeton's condition might be more serious than she thought. "Aren't you going back to school yet?" The frame was gently pulled, and Sid appeared in the camera. Seeing him reminded Anna of Professor Anaxis's theory, and she couldn't help but laugh heartily. Social practice, it does overlap with Phaeton and Damons' majors. "I go back as soon as possible. I don't think it will take long. Things are going much more smoothly than I expected. I hope to go back soon, if only to make Phaeton feel better and less anxious." After her roommates saw her safe and sound and received a promise of a speedy return, they exchanged a few words and ended the call. Whatever the concerns of the young scholars at First Truth University, the people under the rule of the Wahlberg family were truly on the brink of death, either on their knees or standing. She could not, abandon them at this moment. The blindly rebellious crowd had a clear organizer and leader, a young man in a black suit and black hat, his long black hair pulled back in a low ponytail. He was said to have once been the headmaster of a boarding school. He looked like any ordinary person, making decisions that were consistent with common sense. He seemed unremarkable. Perhaps before taking to the streets, he had once toiled for a few taels of silver. The torrent of anger finally overwhelmed the castles of kings and even emperors. The determined rebels, brandishing their weapons, dragged the Wahlbergs, who had trampled on their flesh and blood, from all sorts of unimaginable places. Some trembled in fear at home, while others attempted to hide their identities and escape punishment. Some people refused to repent even when death is imminent, while many more, upon realizing their impending doom, let out the same cries as ordinary people. It turns out even those born in golden cradles cry out in ugliness. Vincent Wahlberg hurriedly packed his belongings and directed his bodyguards to escort his mother to Pinocchio, where the family's reserved room would provide enough space for the family of 6 for 10 years. In 10 years, he could convince the other directors of the Interstellar Peace Company to help. It would simply be a matter of seeding a few star systems. As long as he lived, Wahlberg would surely restore his former glory. The old lady was carried away by the bodyguards, hurling curses. She refused to leave the Wahlberg ancestral home. She had even killed her husband, her lifelong companion, just to remain in this castle as mistress. Now, just a few lowly people rebelled. How could she be reduced to fleeing with her entire family? The old lady's hysterics are getting worse. Don't worry about her. I have the best doctors treat her once we get to Pinocchio. The Wahlberg head impatiently urged the bodyguards to hurry. Where's the lady? Where are the young masters and young ladies? The lady spared no effort in making noise. The bodyguards exchanged glances for a few seconds before decisively obeying the head of the family. After all, he was the one who paid them. Madam is packing jewelry in the warehouse. They inevitably need it along the way. The head bodyguard stepped forward and said, the young masters and young ladies will be here shortly. The nannies have their belongings to take. Send someone to hurry them up. It's already this late, and you're still obsessed with things that aren't worth eating or wearing and can't be resold. Mr. Wahlberg frowned unhappily. Behind him, his mother gathered her strength and launched into another round of scolding. How can you give up a Wahlberg collection that's been passed down through the generations? You unfilial son. Save your energy, Mom. Vincent Wahlberg shook his head impatiently, turning to her and shouting, do you think those lunatics out there will be soft on us? If we don't move quickly, we end up like my uncle's family, piled on our doorstep. The castle where the head of the family lived was the most well-defended, but the other Wahlbergs weren't necessarily so. Some preferred to live in more convenient locations, which naturally made them more vulnerable to their enemies. Old Madame Wahlberg finally shut up her clamor, and the bodyguard leader sent 2 swift young men to inform Mrs. Wahlberg and the nannies responsible for the 2 young masters and 1 young lady to depart immediately. The servants had received their last month's pay and been dismissed when the decision to flee was made. The butler, along with a few servants who had volunteered to stay, stood guard behind their master like loyal guards. Guided by the raging tide, the final door finally broke open, and Anna, surrounded by the crowd, found the last trace of the Wahlberg family's master. Sir, this guy wants to just walk away and hide in Pinocchio. The Wahlbergs have investments in many Interstellar Peace Company projects, and they even have enough suites on Pixing to live in for 10 years. The blood still stained the butler's dagger. The bodyguards had surrendered long ago when their employer was retaliated against by the servants. The dead don't pay them wages, but the living, when angry, can kill them. In the fragments of memory left by the original body, the butler wasn't a very visible figure. He always quietly carried out Vincent Wahlberg's various orders, regardless of whether they were reasonable or not. My daughter, the gray-haired man said with a wry smile. She was too young, blinded by the wealth bestowed upon her by the previous owner. She was captured by the old lady while guarding the gate for him. The last time I saw her, the old lady promised to let her go. She had someone drag her behind a horse and let her go. Anna, this is too hellish. Where are the others? She took a breath, hiding her shattered perspective. The Wahlberg family isn't the only one of these 2. Besides Vincent Wahlberg and his mother, there should be 4 other living people, 1 large and 3 small. Escaped? Hearing her question, several servants behind the butler looked as if they were about to speak, hesitant. You should come with us and take a look. Chapter 294. You should come with us and take a look. The young servant behind the housekeeper had an expression that seemed to be hesitant to speak, suggesting that Mrs. Wahlberg had likely done something incomprehensible to normal humans. After all, someone had to handle the Wahlberg family's affairs. She nodded, and seeing the housekeeper had no objection, the servant slipped ahead to lead the way. The children's room and the nanny's room were connected, located on the sunny east corridor on the first floor of the master's residence. Pushing open the door to the children's room, the 2 nannies were still alive. Sobbing, they stubbornly poured water into the 2 children's mouths, attempting this primitive method of saving them. They had been here since the 3 children were born, spending a year together day and night, and the nannies had subconsciously treated them as their own. When the master's wife appeared with a bottle of milk, they didn't think much of it. After all, she was the children's legal mother. Besides, fleeing a long distance with 3 young children was no easy feat, and necessary belongings were essential. The children's most basic supplies, medication, clothes, and toys, at least a few were necessary. Unexpectedly, this momentary oversight of trust and negligence would lead to irreparable regret. Wake up, open your eyes, and look at your mother. In the heartbreaking pain, blood ties were no longer the only bond. One nanny continued to turn the child, whose face was black and blood was oozing from all his orifices. The other paused, sat transfixed for a moment, then raised a broken piece of porcelain and stabbed the already dead Mrs. Wahlberg repeatedly with it. It's like this, sir, the young servant finally managed to form his words. Mrs. Wahlberg poisoned the children's formula. She tricked the 2 boys into drinking large amounts of milk, and before she could attack the 3rd child, the bodyguards arrived. The children who drank the poison had a rapid onset of symptoms. The nannies noticed something was wrong almost immediately. They killed Mrs. Wahlberg, and this is what happened. Soon, someone more familiar than the castle owner brought out the birth documents and kinship reports for the 3 children. Anna opened the envelope and read a few pages, feeling uneasy. The original person had come to the Wahlberg family at the age of 15 and had lived in the castle for quite some time. No matter how subtle her traces were, they were not untraceable, so Vincent Wahlberg had no difficulty obtaining her DNA sample. The 2 boys were specially tailored, with half-Bapuk genes. The surrogacy agency, thanking the sponsor for their generous support, also created a girl as a backup. She was a byproduct somewhere between a clone and an artificial human, completely derived from the original, a second Anna Faber Richter. Where's the girl? She looked up and around. The nannies, wary of danger, were stopped. The bodyguard sent to hurry her along held the soundly sleeping child in his arms, and showed it to her. Here, sir, she's been sleeping the whole time. I don't know. Normally, with such a commotion, a screaming and fussy child should have woken up and burst into tears. But this child was remarkably calm, his chubby, apple-like face rosy from sleep. Anna suppressed the urge to rub her face. How could it be okay to become a mother without any mental preparation? These children had done nothing wrong. They had only enjoyed Wahlberg's luxury for a year. No one had asked if they were willing to enter the world this way, nor had anyone cared about the pain their bloodline would face in their journey. She knelt down and felt the boys' pulses. Their temperatures were already dropping. Anna didn't know what a mother's feelings must be like at this moment. To say she was heartbroken. Wasn't it? To be indifferent. Was impossible either. Take them down and bury them with the dead children. Whether it's a golden cradle or a plank covered with straw, you see, at this point, everyone is the same. She stood up, wiped her hands, and looked at the still sleeping child, her mind suddenly numb. The nanny's sobs suddenly intensified, as they desperately struggled to reach the children. But who hadn't experienced such heartbreaking pain during the wave that broke into the castle? In the end, they were pulled aside, and watched helplessly, as the 2 small bodies were carried away. The Wahlberg family adhered to the age-old custom of male inheritance, so Anita Wahlberg's focus was primarily on the 2 boys. Ironically, they were indeed a threat. After Vincent Wahlberg's death, these 2 children were the last to carry the Wahlberg bloodline. And now, they are gone. I know who this girl's mother is. I will bring her to her. As for the rest, count the spoils and distribute compensation. She displayed the document to the crowd. This child is a replica of a Bapuk. The 2 children with Wahlberg blood died from Anita Wahlberg's poison. The Wahlberg family is now extinct, and their respective territories are now independent. This was the end of a key member of the Interstellar Peace Corporation's board of directors, a conclusion that should have been drawn long ago. Things like supergenerational enhancements can't be hidden from the heavens or the earth, but they can't be hidden from the guardians. Even though she was busy day and night, Anna found time to quietly report the whole story to Professor Veritas Radio. If the child had nothing to do with her, she certainly wouldn't mind leaving her to the 2 heartbroken nannies as a comfort. But this child could almost be considered the offspring of her parthenogenesis, and there was no way she could irresponsibly abandon her. Veritas Radio saw the photo and the caption and said, The scholar cursed. It wasn't that he blamed Anna for asking for trouble, he was criticizing those unscrupulous institutions. There are always people who treat life like a joke, arbitrarily customizing it. This child was lucky to have met Febrecht, but if he was unlucky enough to be abandoned, he'd be lucky. What are you going to do? Single parent? Unemployed? Drop out of school to take care of the child? The professor's tone grew stronger and stronger. No matter where in the universe, this combination would be a hellish start. Febrecht wasn't short of money, but she wasn't exactly wealthy either. The premise of not lacking money was that she had no materialistic desires, and studied diligently enough to have nowhere to spend money. If she were to drop out of school to work and raise her child, only the star god would know what kind of work she'd be doing. Huh? Anna's mind nearly froze at her instructor's questioning. Fortunately, after 6 months of training, she had managed to stay calm even in the face of a Pierpoint collapse. She quickly regained her composure. No, why should I drop out of school? I can find someone to take care of the child for 2 years, and I just pay for it. But I can't just leave her alone. I have to raise her until she's at least adulthood. As for what little Miss Febrecht planned for her life as an adult, that was her own business. Professor Lachaud remained noncommittal. Young people are always full of confidence, believing they can do anything. In reality, they aren't that strong. After just a few rough rounds of life, they start to regret. But raising a child is a matter of course. You can't just return her to the state of a fertilized egg, you have to raise her until the end. In any case, Thebrick planned to raise her for at least 17 years, even setting a time frame to account for her mind being saturated with violence. He subconsciously began to plan the education of the new human. Prenatal education was definitely too late, and early childhood education was also a bit too late. Preschool education must be firmly grasped, otherwise the compulsory education period that follows will become a constant source of pain. As for higher education after that, judging by Thebrick's IQ, she will only become smarter and more successful. There's much to look forward to. In short, the future is promising, but the present is still bleak. Meanwhile, Anna sent a photo of the child to Kafka and the others to identify. Silver Wolf couldn't help but utter a punk-lord curse word, while Firefly covered her face and exclaimed, "She's so cute." Kafka squinted her eyes for a moment before opening the shopping website. Mr. Blade tilted his head with a puzzled expression. The human-computer interaction seemed to have encountered an insurmountable bug. Elio wagged his tail and fiddled with the external device with his paw pad. "What is this? A new addition to the Starcore Hunters? Fabricator, you need to rent a separate place at First Truth University. Everything will be settled after you're done with this phase." Before hanging up, Professor Lachaud, clutching his forehead, warned his foolish apprentice not to act like a dove that only remembers to build a nest when it's about to lay eggs. Ask your partner or other trusted friends. You can't do everything at once. He truly didn't have the time to help his apprentice with the children, but thankfully, the academic system randomly assigned him cheap apprentice friends across half the universe. Lachaud's original intention was to guide her to seek help from the mother of the red-haired twins. Wasn't that woman a precedent for a single parent raising 2 children? Thebrick was right to approach her. Anna thought it over, and a single message was sent to Kakavas's external device. Trustworthy. It wasn't that she hadn't considered contacting Phobos, but after regaining his sight, Phobos had returned to the Bapuk planet according to her plan. He was currently working to unite his people, raising funds and boycotting the camp. They couldn't continue to siphon the essence of an entire race and lavishly sacrifice them. This model was only suitable for survival in extreme circumstances. To truly gain respect and independence, everyone had to work together. Or maybe we all pay the price together. For the past 6 months, Kakavasia first returned to Pier Point to recuperate, then was summoned to a meeting. He had to explain his smashing of the Adventurer to everyone, no matter who knew him. Otherwise, if every member of the Stoneheart 10 did the same, how would the Protective Order maintain its dignity? He had thought he'd be able to retire early, but unexpectedly, at the end of the meeting, the Adventurer was restored to its original state, and the position of Adventurer remained unchanged. It was better than Toppa going out to collect a debt and having his rank lowered. Pinaconi had more things to follow up on than chips falling from the sky. The originally planned viewing event was cancelled, and even talking to Anna could only be done through an external device. Many galactic civilizations complain about declining or even negative population growth year after year, but looking at the overtime hours ordinary people work, they're so busy, so don't expect anyone to have the time and energy to complete the important tasks of life after get off work. Kakavasia's only comfort was that his earlier plan to buy a house was progressing smoothly. Most of the properties in the system, where First Truth University is located, belong to the Polytechnic Society. Scholars had use rights, not ownership rights, so the idea of buying or selling them was sheer nonsense. But there were occasional exceptions, and those willing to sell were the exceptions among the exceptions. Thankfully, after a bit of luck, after about half a year, he finally found a house that was both located in the central system, close to Polytechnic Society headquarters, and available for sale. The agent simply said it was available, so he immediately sent his assistant to verify the information and pay by credit card. It was a pleasant surprise. The young director signed the transaction contract, and Sue received a deed of ownership. He was just delighted to be getting closer to Anna when he received a message on his external device that was truly beyond his comprehension and imagination. What does successfully resolving historical issues mean? And when did my sister secretly give birth to a 1-year-old daughter? Who did it? That? Could it be mine? Chapter 295. A prominent member of the Interstellar Peace Company's board of directors, a long-established investment family, collapsed in a breathtakingly short 6 months. Including the main family, all members with the surname Wahlberg, who failed to flee immediately upon the incident, were hunted down by the locals. Those familiar faces frequently appearing in the media naturally had nowhere to hide. Other distant branches, hoping to survive, had to publicly renounce the Wahlberg name and all its attendant benefits. Identity or life? Choose one. Some, never having benefited from the Wahlbergs, readily gave up everything and returned to the ranks of ordinary people. Of course, others, driven by optimism or having deceived others for so long, have finally defrauded themselves. The vengeful wrath against such opportunists is unwavering. Things unfolded so rapidly. In the interstellar age, galaxies are separated by such vast distances that even light would have to travel a long time to receive news from elsewhere. The Interstellar Peace Company responded immediately to the distress call. All board members, except the chairman, expressed their concern, hoping that the vengeful citizens would maintain their composure and exercise restraint. And that was it. Even the Immortal Ship Alliance, with its free transport capabilities, would have struggled to arrive immediately to witness the scene. A typical starship would have taken at least 3 months to travel from Pier Point to the core system of the Wahlberg system. By then, all the colonies that had been devoured would have declared independence. Everyone had good reason. On the day Wahlberg Castle fell, the leader of the rebels publicly announced the extinction of the Wahlberg family line. The only 2 young boys had died at the hands of Anita Wahlberg, and the remaining girls were artificial beings created by a surrogacy agency after Wahlberg had stolen Bopweb genes. Based on Pangalactic rules, she has no Wahlberg bloodline and, naturally, no inheritance rights. Wahlberg owes her his life, and she has no obligations or responsibilities to him. So, what should be done with the vast fortune Wahlberg left behind? The company stated that it would send executives from its strategic investment department to assess Wahlberg's estate and offer to act as a helpful intermediary to help mediate the dispute and calm the situation. After all, Wahlberg's family is extinct, and only after the money is divided can we discuss who should seek justice. With so much equity in bonds, even if the debts are settled after death, there must be an explanation. It's not too much to ask for everyone involved. In the eyes of the board of directors, a deceased colleague is undoubtedly a good colleague, but the monsters raised in the homes of good colleagues are not to be trifled with. To this day, no one has figured out the true identity of the person who led the rebellion, but everyone knows that this matter must be resolved quickly, otherwise the raging magma will inevitably spark sparks, and wherever it lands, it could become the next crater of a raging volcano. Revolution is contagious. The people under the Wahlberg family have set an example for the entire universe, and even the Immortal Boat Alliance is preparing to send observers to gain some experience. When it comes to rebellion, they might even be more professional. The difficult, dangerous, and low-reward mission was ultimately taken on by Shaw Jean. The young director has been frowning lately, as if he's faced some life challenge. While his position hasn't changed since the company successfully reached an agreement with Pinocchio, his voice in the strategic investment department has subtly changed. Perhaps his willingness to take on this difficult mission was also intended to further his progress. Some say Mr. Shawjean's expression upon entering the starship was even more solemn than if he had suddenly become a father. He had to convince the rebel leader to cooperate with the company, and any means, from intimidation to deception, were acceptable. The starship set sail the day after the board's decision. After several jumps, it took 2 weeks to successfully reach Wahlberg's only external airport. It couldn't even be called a starport. Even slightly larger starships couldn't dock. The company was forced to place their transport in low Earth orbit and use a small passenger ship attached to the starship to transport the mediation team to the planet where the Wahlberg family's head once lived. Takawasha stepped out of the starship's hatch and was surprised to find construction everywhere. In reality, the place had calmed down. People were busy building new homes and lives. The imagined riots were nowhere to be seen. "Hello, friend, excuse me, can I ask you a few words?" Having fully absorbed the lessons learned at Pinocchio, he modestly removed his hat when speaking to others. No need for jewelry or gold coins. The man working with his head bent straightened, propped up his tools, and wiped his sweat. "What's up?" Director Shawjean hesitated. Although he had never attended school, he felt a natural affinity for the Polymath Society, even to the point of embracing a strange galaxy light years away. "So why does the prototype of this place look so similar to the Polymath Society's airport?" "I'm the person in charge of mediation sent by the Interstellar Peace Company. You could also think of me as an ordinary staff member cleaning up the mess for the Wahlbergs. Where should I go to complete my work?" He acted like a corporate slave forced into a new job, while the workers grinned with their teeth. "You're a little late then. We turned the page and are now working towards tomorrow." The words were too elegant for a laborer's labor. Shawjean lowered his eyes and scanned his palms, where thick calluses almost obscured the lines. Something needs to be explained. The legacy left by the Wahlberg family within the company. He forced a forced smile and only finished half of his sentence. The worker immediately dropped his smile and eyed him warily. The blonde raised his empty hand to show his innocence. Please believe my sincerity. Otherwise, this wouldn't be a tourist ship, but a warship. He successfully persuaded the other party, leaving his entourage on the starship and following the gathering workers on foot to Walbug Castle. It was said that their leader had turned that luxurious castle into an administrative center, and now all reconstruction work in the central star field was being discussed there. Gold Sand didn't want to appear aggressive right off the bat. Analysis of the available data indicated the rebel leader was resolute and steady, a mature leader, completely different from the Eurilo 6 Topa faced. The Grand Guardian hadn't fully changed her mindset. She knew how to withstand the bitter cold and the enemies brought by the Star Corps, but she didn't know how to deal with her cunning brethren. Thanks to her immaturity, Topa was able to complete part of her mission. Walberg's situation was more challenging. In short, he wasn't easily deceived or frightened. He had the land, the population, the reputation, the power, and the military prowess. He also possessed both military prowess and political experience. The depth of the Walberg galaxy was sufficient to mobilize an interstellar war. Unless he showed a willingness to act timidly, the company would have little to no recourse against him. After all, they were the Interstellar Peace Company. All they saw along the way were raised single-family villas. The laborers leading the way cryptically told Sha Jin that everyone here should either pack up their bare necessities and leave Walbug with their families, or humble themselves and engage in honest labor like everyone else, provided they could be reported and proven not to have insulted, harmed, or infringed upon anyone else. You're a little late. If you come earlier, you have seen those people dragged out and shot in rows in the open space in front of Walbug. They truly deserve their deaths. He counted on his fingers. Those big landowners, nobles, high priests, and pimps, madams, and scoundrels were just like that. A single bullet finished them off. How satisfying. Sha Jin pondered carefully and asked, what if someone perjured themselves? This is quite common. There are always people who try to take advantage of the chaos and move someone else's vault into their own. The mud-spattered laborer waved his hand. It's not as simple as you think. It's in public, with the whole neighborhood watching. Justice prevails, don't you know? Our trials are open to everyone, with evidence presented and facts presented under the witness of the stars. It took months to gradually expand from a pilot program to a larger scale. Mr. will even randomly select locations and personally travel to remote areas to preside over citizen assemblies. It's impossible to fool him. And even if the facts are uncovered, considering that the Walberg family bears primary responsibility, Mr. will allow the wrong party to leave. As long as those who aren't guilty of heinous crimes and must pay the price can leave with a property that doesn't belong to them, at least they're given a chance to live. Humph! He looked deeply dissatisfied, and Sha Jin immediately realized that some of the people caught in the wave might be more willing to sacrifice their wealth to save their lives. Those who stubbornly refused to speak out would be beaten to death by the enraged workers with shovels and clubs. Even the bullets were a form of merciful execution, a result of restraint. Even the shields blessed by the star gods might not be able to withstand a person's will. Now he began to take an interest in the leader of the resistance. Not in the sense of a mission target, but in the interest of someone who had once struggled in the mire for a savior with noble character. He had killed thousands, but he had also saved countless lives across more than an entire galaxy. Look, now all the land on the surface has been divided and collectively owned. All those unreasonable contracts from the past are null and void. The master said, you aliens can impose whatever sanctions you want, blockades, embargoes, threats of force, it doesn't matter. We're ready to be self-reliant. The surface is all farmland suitable for cultivation, and those with hands and feet won't starve. The underground buildings are also being renovated. All the weapons left behind by Walberg have been confiscated and sent for repair. We're not afraid. We will never give up the fruits of our blood, flesh, and sweat. The laborer puffed out his chest with pride. Who could have known that just half a year ago, he was a pariah crawling on the ground, afraid to even lift his head? Cock of Asia looked at him enviously. How wonderful. How lucky, these people. Chapter 296. Sha Jin understood why he was assigned to Walbug. First, as a guardian, he had a higher safety margin than his colleagues. Second, as an Evgen, he had experienced hardship, poverty, oppression, and exploitation, naturally earning the sympathy of those who had similar experiences. Third, to complete this mission, he could completely disregard morality, and gamblers, coincidentally, had no morals. Finally, and most importantly, he couldn't further exacerbate the conflict or allow the spark of revolution to spread. Compared to his colleagues who constantly declared, I want to see rivers of blood, a person with a good appearance and a humble background would be more likely to integrate with the locals. And then he saw them truly integrate in the square in front of Walbug Castle. The enraged mother finally found the perpetrators, who had abducted and trafficked her child, tearfully presenting evidence and pleading. With all the evidence, the indignant crowd was momentarily unable to contain their surging emotions. They didn't give the traffickers a chance to fire, and simply manually converted the villain from 3D to 2D. Serves him right, ugh! The laborer leading the way spat. Death is a bargain for this fellow. In the past, over 60% of the prostitutes in the dungeon were lost children. Now, the leader despised all forms of human trafficking. Brothel owners and pimps deserved death, but the prostitutes were being organized for medical treatment, and those who were lucky enough to avoid contracting the disease were being released back into society to start new lives. Arriving at the gates of Walbug Castle, the guards looked less robust than expected, but in good spirits. They politely checked the visitor's identity, and carefully advised him not to do anything suspicious. Then, Gold Sand was led into a spacious, high-ceilinged hallway to wait. The laborer leading the way left at this point, saying he hadn't finished his work at the dock and had to hurry back to shovel some more dirt. Many people sat in the lobby, all on business. They were greeted by people from different departments, but no one showed impatience or perfunctory expressions. The people of this planet were welcoming their fellow humans with unparalleled warmth and sincerity, pouring out all their long-suppressed emotions, on the earth, beneath the strata, and within the castles left behind by the former rulers. A large number of clerks bustled back and forth, their invisible pulses beating powerfully. These clerks were a diverse mix of men and women, young and old, black and white, red and yellow, and clearly of diverse ethnicity. They carried various types of documents into different offices, banging their heads on the desks, glaring, and arguing at the top of their lungs. This time it meets the approval requirements. If you don't approve it, you have to explain everything, or we're not done with this. It's not that I'm not approving you, but do you understand the purpose of this request? There's only so much money, and there are so many orphans. Is it appropriate to give it to you and not to them? Reduce the budget and try again. I definitely do it next time. There's no point in hitting me. Shaw Jean, My assistant is so gentle, she never hits me. I give her an extra month's bonus. The slender woman next door rubbed her forehead and counted on her fingers for the person who came to do the work. Your community has been allocated a total of 100 hectares of land, a mix of wasteland and cultivated land. Grow crops and vegetables on the cultivated land for now. There's no rush to reclaim the wasteland. Wait for the experts to take a look. Farmland infrastructure construction. Like water conservancy, aren't you going to do it? Are you going to manually carry water for irrigation? The person across from her already had 10 fingers, and it looked like passers-by could contribute another 10 fingers to help. Are there still experts to come and help? It seems the new ruler has extensive connections. No wonder so many people are busy at the airport. If it's not quickly expanded and converted into a spaceport suitable for starship takeoffs and landings, the subsequent support teams won't even be able to get in. Good news, I met someone smart and understanding. Bad news, he's a truly smart person, and I guess he can't be fooled. Where is the representative from the Interstellar Peace Company? A young woman with sharp features walked into the hallway. Shaw Jean quickly flashed his harmless business smile, and stood up to let her see him. I'm here, miss. Thank you for your hard work. The other man glanced him up and down, then turned and led the way without a word. Follow me. The ostentatiously dressed blonde youth wasn't embarrassed, but he still feigned embarrassment and touched his nose. This was a subtle sign of weakness, intended to lower the target's defenses. If he couldn't resort to scheming, he could honestly seek a non-zero-sum game. Regarding Wahlberg's legacy, I can assure you it's the blood and sweat of the people of the core star regions and colonies. Whoever uses it without permission will have the pain and tears of millions stained on their hands. The Interstellar Peace Company thinks they can seize the fruits of our victory with a few star ships and a few clever words? Well, try it then. The young woman turned her head and glared coldly at the outsider. Our sickles aren't necessarily disadvantageous either. Arriving at the location, the office door remained open, and faint voices could be heard from within. Shaw Jean secretly clenched his left hand behind his back as he stepped into the doorframe, which had been stripped of its gold foil and filled with gold paint. The office was L-shaped, requiring one to turn a corner to see the people inside. The young director's mind was racing with thoughts as several people of varying ages, dressed simply, hurried out, carrying documents. When two groups met, they politely nodded and sidestepped. He stepped aside, just in time to meet a human cub in a diaper and a ponytail. Oh! The cub was crawling on all fours at a rapid pace, and from a low angle, he had little warning. A paw, stained with an unknown liquid, smacked the toe of Kakavas's shiny new shoe, leaving a 5-pointed star. Gaw! The little creature sat down on the ground with its hands outstretched, looking back and forth in surprise and curiosity, examining the pattern on its own fleshy hands and the marks left on other shoes. Frustrated in its escape, the cub's chubby arms and legs thrashed, trying to change direction and continue its charge. A black suit sleeve reached out and snatched the cub back. Before any clamor could be heard, a wooden pacifier drowned out the noise. The little creature pursed its lips, pursing its tiny teeth. Rap, rap, rap. Kakavasha, come here, sit. The tall figure, carrying the cub, walked to the window and unceremoniously pulled out a chair to sit down. The blonde youth stumbled after them, his limbs moving in an uncoordinated manner. What I'm saying is, sister, last time you only kidnapped an executive of the Interstellar Peace Company, and this time you're just going to take out a director. What about next time? Are you going to randomly pick one of the 9 business sectors and complete the final mission? What's the plan? He sat down awkwardly, and Anna placed the child on the wide table, letting it crawl back and forth. If she got hurt or tired, she would stop and change positions on her own. Overall, the child was easy to care for and didn't require much effort. Hello. Kakavasha swallowed the sister that was on her lips, and tried to act as if she were meeting a stranger. The Walbugs called her sir, a word that had no neutral meaning in the common language, meaning the locals generally considered her a man. A man is a man, as long as my sister is happy. Hello. Anna pulled out the investigation records that her assistant had delivered long ago from the drawer and flipped through them. A debt collection team sent by the Interstellar Peace Company? TSK, what a mess. They dig up the graves of widows, kick down doors, and specifically target orphans and widows. The company has done everything it can to its heart's content. She opened another notebook. This time, the cover didn't have the plump, big orange cat pattern. It was just a notepad with clean, stapled paper. It looked like it contained all sorts of paper. What are your requests? She businesslike fished out a scissored pencil from her jacket pocket. Forget Kakavasha's treatment. Even if the Amber King arrived, the same would apply. Every penny left by the Wahlberg family should benefit those who have been exploited and oppressed for generations, even decades. Everything else should be usable. She probably pondered this internally. Brothers should settle accounts, and so should siblings. At the poker table, they're all players, but since they're not biological, that doesn't matter. The company hopes to properly manage the vast wealth left by the Wahlberg family. What are your plans? He was so docile that he didn't dare to act cunningly, not out of personal feelings, but because his sister would have knocked him off his head if he dared. Personal feelings are personal, but she currently carries the weight of tens of billions of people across several galaxies, so there's no room for jokes. Anna glanced at Kakavasha from under her hat, found a third notebook, opened it, and neatly listed, page by page, all the confiscated goods. Interstellar accounts, stocks, bonds, equity, enclaves, and various other investment projects. She only read the beginning and end. Our opinion is that the colonies become independent, and if independence is not possible, they become autonomous. All enclaves outside the galaxy should be sold off as a package. When recruiting partners for business projects, the Interstellar Peace Company should be given priority. But every penny left by the Wahlberg family is the blood and sweat of the inhabitants of the galaxy, and it rightfully belongs to them. The Wahlbergs have no heirs, but everyone in the galaxy can inherit the surplus value passed down from their ancestors. Do you understand? We will not relinquish our board seats, but we will not participate in the company's decision-making. This was a harsh, even stingy agreement. Kakavasha remained silent, quietly waiting for Anna to turn the notebook to the last page. She had already anticipated what this new power might face, and she had already made various plans. Even if the company resorted to force, its means were limited. The person sitting before her was an emissary, and she herself was the ultimate weapon capable of destroying the galaxy. However, we can apply for a low-interest or interest-free loan from the Interstellar Peace Company, secured by investment proceeds from various locations outside the galaxy. The funds will be used for education, healthcare, infrastructure, and basic industrial development. Wahlberg will also be open to the Interstellar Peace Company as a broad market in the future. Sorry, the reason it's limited is that there are so many high-tech products that no one uses. Also, my options for loans aren't limited to the Interstellar Peace Company. The envoys from the Immortal Ship Alliance will probably arrive tomorrow, and they're also interested. At this point, the cub that had been crawling around the edge of the table crawled over to her and tried to grab the pen in her hand. After being ruthlessly suppressed, the The little creature pouted its butt in boredom, pressed its face against the blank notebook, and fell asleep. Anna methodically gathered the loanable materials and handed them to Kakavasia. Send them back to Pierpoint for discussion. You have a week's stay in the country, including signing the contract. It's okay if you don't sign. I'm very easy to talk to. Director Shaw-Jean, Warning. Another all-night meeting. My hairline is in jeopardy. Chapter 297. The day the news reached Pierpoint, not only the Strategic Investment Department, but also the Board of Directors remained awake all night in their online meetings. According to Shaw-Jean, Wahlberg's new leader was a shrewd and capable man. He lived a simple life, unimpressed by money. He had no family, which meant he had no channels for negotiating secrets. He was also well-versed in pan-galactic legal standards, meaning the company couldn't profit from his opponent's ignorance. Furthermore, he was so powerful that Shaw-Jean doubted he would be able to successfully kill him even after unlocking the cornerstone. Even the orthodox custodian, who had obtained the power of the commander, said so, and the chances of success for other fates were also low. If the assassination could be successful, and the obstacle removed, that would be great. Failure would be a slap in the face, and would only serve to inflame those regions inspired by Wahlberg's revolution. Talking this way would certainly not achieve the company's goals. No! If we didn't, the representatives of the Immortal Boat Alliance would arrive tomorrow. If the two sides fell in love, the company would suffer even greater losses. Should he retain a board seat that only paid dividends, but didn't express any opinions, or should he fill that position with someone who might disagree with his own views? Of course, there was no conclusion. The company immediately announced it would freeze Wahlberg's accounts at Pierpoint. The finance staff then despairingly discovered that these wealthy individuals were simply insane. Rather than simply putting their money in a bank and letting it flow, they preferred to materialize and secure their wealth in various forms. For example, they bought houses and land, jewelry, antiques, and art, invested in trusts and charitable foundations, and even simply exchanged their credits for gold to fill their basements. The only thing she didn't have was enough funds left in her credit account as a trump card. Don't you guys study economics? The only one who jumped up and offered some advice was Wahlberg's in-law, Anita Wahlberg's eldest sister. She was optimistic about inheriting part of the Wahlberg family through her sister's inheritance rights. The difficulty was that Anita had personally poisoned the Wahlberg family line that actually held the inheritance rights, 2 of them. It made sense legally, but it felt somewhat far-fetched. Judging by the information sent back by the gold dust, the mysterious resistance leader would likely dismiss her proposal as nonsense. The next day, before dawn in Pierpoint, the Starship crew remaining in low Earth orbit around Wahlberg sent a letter claiming they had seen the Xianzhou Alliance expedition. Are you serious? On the third day, Marshal Yunqi of the Xianzhou Alliance expressed his understanding of the people of the Wahlberg system's efforts to fight tyranny for fairness and justice, and also expressed the friendship of the hunting faction. Wait, hunting faction? Friendly? Early on the morning of the 4th day, Shaw-Jean received a letter from the board of directors, agreeing in principle to authorize him to negotiate a loan on behalf of the company. Forget about low or no interest. The terms included several packages and a comprehensive deal. Mr. Director's performance this year would depend on his performance in the area temporarily named the Wahlberg system. Cock of Asia, Why don't you send someone else? No need for anyone else, just let Veritas Lacho come and negotiate in person. On the 5th day, the White Sparrow Flower family, from which Anita Wahlberg came, publicly claimed Wahlberg's territory and inheritance. They believed that as the wife of the head of the Wahlberg family, Anita Wahlberg had the right to inherit Vincent Wahlberg's estate, while the White Sparrow family could inherit their daughter's estate through substitutional succession. Besides, the exact identity of the Wahlberg family's last 2 children remained uncertain. Perhaps it was a self-inflicted self-torture plot staged by the rebels. After all, it's better to try your luck first. If you succeed, it'd be like picking up something for nothing. An oppressive military starship arrived within the core star zone's defense circle, revealing its terrifying caliber cannons. The Xianzhou Alliance delegation was urgently sent back to low Earth orbit and transformed into a temporary war observation group. Director Shaw-Jean and his staff returned to the tour ship to observe. Everyone awaited the reaction of the Wahlberg new power, to see if it truly remained true to its promise of never bowing its head. This would directly impact its ecological niche within the civilized galaxy. Will it be a ruler, a follower, a vassal, or a scavenger? Cock of Asia, need I say more? You see, I'm not anxious, which means this one is truly reliable. War is imminent, and the 98% illiteracy rate in the Wahlberg system prevents many advanced weapons from being deployed immediately. Even with these weapons, coming off the Interstellar Peace Company's assembly line, they occasionally malfunction in areas of precision and difficulty evaluating them. So, initially, the White Sparrow Flower family's mercenaries even reached the surfaces of several planets in the core star region. After being beaten by countless unremarkable individuals, they then planned to detonate a few stars to give the peasants a little interstellar shockwave. But a number of highly skilled individual soldiers, seemingly unseen, completely thwarted this plan. The war dragged on for over 3 months. During this time, the royal family of a fringe star system was imprisoned in a basement by their own people, forced to drink water, and their entire family was sent to meet the star god. However, they missed the headlines because they could not compete with a more lively group fight. Finally, the commander of the White Sparrow Flower family, the eldest daughter of the White Sparrow Flower family head, was killed by a single long-range arrow from the leader of the Wahlberg resistance. The war finally came to an abrupt end with the joint appeal of the Interstellar Peace Company and the Immortal Ship Alliance. Garlic bird, garlic you win. The entire universe suddenly realized that Wahlberg's young leader, always dressed in a black suit and a black hat, with the brim covering most of his features, was actually a guest on the company's wanted list, a rising star of the Star Corps Hunters, the bell ringer of Avel Prison. The legendary number 0824131, the former Popuk slave codenamed Anna. Wielding his shackles, the slave shattered the slave owner's cage and dug grave after grave for those who insulted him. For a time, the families who had raised Bopuk slaves were, if not utterly terrified, at least sympathetic. Do you think their loyalty was backed by proof? Yes, guaranteed. They could even call out names, and kill them one by one according to their family tree. Free hunting requires the presence of living humans. Besides, the Rumi royal family, young and old, are now using their basements as submarines. With the galaxy rife with revolution, no one has the time to bother with authorization. As for going hunting in their own starships, good idea. Do you really think the Bopuk are so servile? After enduring trials of blood and fire, the Wahlberg system has finally been reborn. Along with it, Elrose 2, where the Bopuk have lived for generations, has also been reborn. The local indigenous language calls it Morning Star, meaning a planet coexisting with light. The Bopuks were truly furious. Putting aside the few who hadn't yet been freed, regardless of whether they were inside or outside the camp, young or old, trained or not. The entire tribe, young and old, became soldiers. Their superior genes made them natural warriors. It was fine if they didn't fight, but once they did, they went straight for their lives. The Rumi royal family wouldn't allow them to purchase their own planet and become independent, no longer selling themselves. Fine, if you won't let us live, then neither will you. All of you go into hiding. The result of the honest people's outburst was that a large number of active Bopuks were instantly freed. Phobos and his men returned a certain amount from the Rumi royal treasury to the slave owners based on the members' years of service. The Bopuks scattered across the universe returned to their homeland, carrying their slave release documents, packing their bags and preparing to flee, along with their planets. So, the money they initially earned from selling themselves went into the Rumi royal treasury in exchange for their protection of the ordinary Bopuks. Since the former is so uncivilized and refuses to let them go, don't blame them for eating the buffet instead. Elrose 2's location is unfavorable. Without the Rumi royal family, it's directly blocking the strategic shipping lanes. If they don't want to be repeatedly used as a pawn in the future, it's best to leave early. The wise tribesmen came up with a good idea. If they can't bear to leave their homeland, then take it with them and flee. The universe isn't a two-dimensional structure. As for moving, it's just money, isn't it? The entire tribe rolled up their sleeves and joined in. Could they possibly repay the billions owed by the Society of Knowledge? Anna's original plan was to place Elrose 2 in Lyra or Phaeton's homeland. However, after Phobos returned, the tribesmen seriously considered and discussed the matter, unanimously agreeing that joining the Society of Knowledge would be preferable. Don't talk about illiteracy, they can learn. Intelligent individuals abound throughout the tribe. Stupidity is a scarce resource. Within 2 generations at most, they could become the most educated people in the universe. The hardships of life pale in comparison to the hardships of learning. Only by assimilating to the galactic civilization as quickly as possible can they truly stand tall. The Bopuk people, willing to borrow money and repay debts, and so honestly even move their planet, were welcomed by the Bopuk Society after sending Professors Anaxa and Ladio for a thorough inspection. Why not? Most scholars are physically fragile, and seeing the Bopuk people, whose average physique is comparable to that of the immortal ship people, gives them a sense of security. And when it comes to learning, it's never too late to start. The Bopuks were both capable and honest, making them impeccable partners. During their time together, they consistently managed to successfully extract various scholars who were seeking their own deaths. It was a pure two-way exchange of knowledge and power. Anna didn't resort to favors or face-saving tactics to embarrass her mentor. As a Bopuk herself, even when seeking shelter, she would always exchange money for it, never letting kind-hearted people suffer. She respected this. After reaching a consensus, the tribe added and subtracted from the Rumi royal family's treasury to come up with a round number. Phobos and his team also received generous donations from many Bopuks, who had retired and remained in other star systems. Finally, the small amount they were able to borrow from the Institute of Knowledge was so small that no one was willing to mention it. Is that a loan? A personal loan, right? At the end of the tumultuous war in the Wahlberg galaxy, the Bopuks, taking advantage of the entire universe's festivities to witness the White Sparrow Flower family's festivities, successfully absconded with their belongings. They successfully attached Elrose II to the back of a starship sent by the Polyscience Society, and departed the Lumi galaxy without a second thought. You guys can go on your own. We grab our stuff and leave. We're done. Chapter 298. The Xianzhou Alliance's visiting delegation primarily came from the Zhuming, Yaoqing, and Luofu warships. They arrived only a day later than the company representatives from Pierpoint. Considering the Xianzhou Alliance's recent frequent provocations by the Destruction Order, which had made Huanlong a bit irritable, it was a great honor for them to still notice the Wahlberg system. A company joke must be caught while it's hot. The airport, still under construction, didn't embarrass the guests. On the contrary, they scrambled to get down and take a look. Rather than squatting in low Earth orbit and staring at a company starship, it would be better to watch the indigenous people digging for infrastructure. Yin Xiaowei, the escort for the delegation, nearly slipped and fell when he saw the rebel leader. This. No wonder the general smiled so mysteriously as he saw them off. Of course, the rebel leader also had a somewhat strange expression on his face when he saw the visiting delegation's leader. Anna, isn't this the fox girl from the Luofu Minghua caravan who admitted to being harmed by Huanlong? Looking at the other members, Miss Qingke is also an old acquaintance. The somewhat familiar girl in yellow, Yunqi, stands beside her, sword in hand. There are also a few fox people who appeared with Mr. Jucho. And the Zuming people. Their clothes are really hot. I wonder if they catch a cold in the Wahlberg system. The greetings are handled by a dedicated person. After the usual formalities, the host and the guests take their seats. The Xianzhou people's ideas are simpler than the company's. They have no interest in the Wahlberg family's legacy. They just want to explore this planet and understand the true situation. If business can be done, then great. If not, that's fine. Just treat them as kind neighbors who have come to enjoy the fun. Who wouldn't be curious about speedrunning a rebellion dungeon for half a year? Even the Polytechnic Society is curious. They agreed to send young experts from various fields to present papers in a few days. Oh no, aid construction. Half the universe is full of people enjoying themselves. At this moment, long live aha. Of course, you are all welcome to visit and interview, but I must be frank. This is official business, so Anna won't rush to connect with acquaintances. Interviews with both witnesses and those involved must be based on mutual respect. Don't force or induce. Also, while the situation has stabilized recently, it's still somewhat chaotic. If you encounter danger, please contact the local security team immediately. While their combat effectiveness is limited, please don't underestimate their role. You can also attempt self-rescue, but be careful with the intensity. This was already a relatively polite and tactful way of putting it. The army born from the rebellion was in the process of reorganization. Anna never underestimated the power of ordinary people, because she felt she was just that. How ordinary? Being pressed by her supervisor for a paper was just as frustrating. After receiving permission, the guests from the Immortal Boat pledged not to unduly disturb the locals as they resumed their work and daily lives. Shortly after their departure, locals arrived at Fort Wahlberg to ask their leader to convey their gratitude. The new aliens were incredibly helpful today, especially the young man in blue and the young woman in yellow, who pulled farm tools faster than an ox. Anna, Yanqing, do your master know you're so unrestrained out there? At lunch, Anna treated the delegation members to a local home-style meal. After lunch, the break would be perfect for discussing personal matters. Yin Xiaowei leaped in front of her, peppering her with questions, asking questions about everything from the beginning to the end, including, of course, a crucial point that puzzled everyone. You what? He could understand the Wahlberg's resistance, but what did this have to do with Anna Fibericht? His master had only told him to venture out and broaden his horizons, but he hadn't explained how to respond if he encountered something beyond his comprehension. The young man was dumbfounded, bewildered. Even if he rushed out and buried his head in work, he wouldn't have come back with his mind cleared. Only 2 or 3 people remained at the table. Anna smiled nonchalantly, saying, "Because I was once a slave purchased and raised by the Walbugs." Someone had already informed her that the White Sparrow Flower family's warships would arrive soon. It was time to uncover the secrets of the 0824131 cover. Whatever happened to the original body shouldn't remain buried in the darkness, lingering in vain. Revenge doesn't end with simply physically destroying the enemy. Yanqing, huh? Am I hallucinating? What do you think slaves are like? The woman in black leaned back in her chair, relaxed. She took a sip from her teacup, smiled, and looked up, her posture elegant and composed. The young man tilted his head, thinking about her words. Slaves. Dirty, smelly, poorly dressed, starving, their features so dark they couldn't be seen? In short, they looked pathetic. His expression had the dazed, half-asleep quality of a kitten, clearly overloaded and at risk of a brain failure. Anna smiled. You're probably imagining things from decades ago. But that's not necessarily the case. Even now, some slaves who perform purely manual labor are not much different from your imagination. Slaves have no freedom or self. Their purpose in existence lies in fulfilling their master's orders, no matter what they are. To change such a fate, they can only take up their swords and resist the world's incomprehension and slander. From this perspective, the original self wasn't a good slave. Wahlberg's orders were often ignored, but she hadn't come into the world for this purpose. The Immortal Boat Alliance prohibits human trafficking. While employment is permitted, slavery is forbidden. Each law holds profound historical lessons. Yanqing was young and uneducated, and felt a bit lost in such a place. Miss Tingyun lowered her voice and leaned close to his ear, offering some help. We covered this chapter in the academy. The 3 great calamities and the Brown Man uprising are all. Yanqing blushed deeply, resolving to diligently catch up on the lessons he had missed when he returned. Normally, everyone treated him like a child, and he always felt looked down upon. But when the time came for him to establish himself as an adult, he realized he'd been acting like a child. The fox girl chuckled and sat back down, her large, furry ears bouncing with her movements. After the rich fragrance faded, the young man took a moment to recover and look back at Anna. So, you must have suffered a lot, endured many injustices. The boy had a natural chivalrous heart. He clenched his teacup. You're not wrong. I understand, and so does the Alliance. Anna glanced at him, deciding to teach him a lesson. Even if you're just a military officer, you can't just be so righteous and make a clear statement on behalf of the interest group you represent. Didn't you see Cock of Asia didn't dare show up today? He wasn't timid, he was deliberately avoiding situations where he had to publicly express his views. Business is business, it can't be without emotional leanings, but it can't be entirely emotional. She was happy to appear as a good person in Brother Yanqing's eyes, but at this moment, one of them represented the Wahlberg Galaxy, and the other the Immortal Boat Alliance. Thankfully, everyone was sitting at the dining table, and there were no outsiders around. She glanced at Tingyun again. A sly glint flickered in his beautiful, crystal-clear eyes, clearly indicating his approval of this approach. When facing major national challenges, the people you encounter are all your own. You won't suffer any major setbacks due to your principles. The aftereffects will only be a few days of shame and sadness afterwards. Such a good thing is beyond anyone's reach. Since Yin Xiaowei also believes that the people of the Wahlberg Galaxy's rebellion is a just act, I respectfully request that the Alliance Marshal offer some support in this matter. I would be grateful. The unscrupulous older sister kicked the naive child into a pit. Yanqing stared blankly. He finally realized the flaw in his previous statement. Worse still, the opportunity had already been missed, and there was no time to correct it. Words spoken are like spilled water. As the most powerful faction under the hunting star god in the universe, can the representatives of the Immortal Boat Alliance take back their words? The yellow-clad Cloud Rider girl was still musing over questions, while Miss Qingke was already laughing and joking with practiced wit. Yin Xiaowei is dedicated to public service, and the Alliance has always been committed to the pursuit of fairness and justice. The people of Wahlberg have lived a life witnessed by the entire universe, and their rebirth is truly a cause worthy of celebration. She immediately shifted her Alliance stance, freeing herself from the moral shackles Anna had placed around Yanqing. Anna smiled without saying anything, and so did Tingyun. She certainly wouldn't make things too difficult for Yanqing, but as for the others, if they wanted to maintain long-term, stable business at Wahlberg, they had to show some commitment. Either our relationship was strong, or your price was strong, or both. Since the relationship wasn't so strong, should the price be even stronger? The yellow-shirt girl's beautiful, large eyes held a clarity untainted by knowledge, and everyone, but her paused briefly. Perhaps you heard about the recent martial arts demonstration on the Luofu immortal boat? Miss Tingyun changed the subject, and Anna nodded considerately. Despite the distance, news travels quickly. I heard one of the great lords of extinction has his sights set on Luofu and Yao Qing. At this point, everyone fell silent again. What on earth was Huanlong thinking? Why was he so fixated on the immortal boat alliance? Perhaps, Anna pondered, speculating. It's just a guess. Perhaps it's because Emperor Bao Siming is from the immortal boat that he attracted such a powerful enemy. It's not that the great lord of extinction is causing trouble for the immortal boat, but rather that destruction wants to destroy patrol. What else? The 7 heavenly generals of Emperor Bao are the 7 patrol. A single-handed fight might be difficult for the hunting envoy, but 7 of them, united in purpose, surrounded him with weapons and gave him a beating. What was Huanlong trying to gain from this? If the immortal boat is destroyed, the foundation of the hunting star god will be destroyed. A narrow destiny is always a weakness. If we can't broaden our destiny before destruction becomes apparent, losing the immortal boat alliance will be a significant loss for Emperor Gong Siming. Tingyun suppressed his smile and thanked him sternly. I have received your reminder, sir. We appreciate your kindness towards the alliance. Please rest assured, all of this will be submitted to the marshal for his immediate consideration. This is a serious theological scholar. Even his speculation is of considerable value. Chapter 299. The arrival of the immortal ship delegation severely irritated the Interstellar Peace Company's sensitive nerves. The current rulers of the Wahlberg Galaxy are clear-headed and unyielding to either coaxing or intimidation. They are unwilling to relinquish the vast wealth left by Wahlberg, but they are also open to cooperation with the outside world. Though impoverished, they clearly demonstrate their mastery. On the 3rd day after the arrival of the immortal ship delegation, Sha Jin received the board's decision. Negotiations are necessary. The company cannot lose its influence. As long as Wahlberg remains within the dialogue system, it will remain a protective force, not a predatory one. To support his actions, 2 more executives from the Strategic Investment Department will soon depart for the Wahlberg Galaxy. Marshal Yunqi's friendly declaration seems more like a return of favor. I personally believe our company has a better chance of securing the lion's share of the cooperation than the Xianzhou Alliance. The blonde youth was browsing away while speaking on an external device. The foundation left by the Wahlberg family are all standard components compatible with our company's products. Unless the current Wahlbergs are willing to spend a significant amount of money, they negotiate whenever there's a chance. Clearly, they don't have that many credit points. The Wahlberg family is a complete jerk, the kind that specifically jerk their teammates. After chatting for a while, he hung up and took his target and entourage to meet with the rebel leader. If it weren't for work, who would want to sit across from his sister and confront her? All she had to do was frown, and he abandoned all principles and signed the agreement to end the torture. Talk about anything. Can't I just give her whatever she wants? The group re-entered Wahlberg Castle. The Immortal Boat Alliance delegation was also there. The chief's assistant was accompanying the more popular guests as they strolled through the precious botanical gardens left behind by the Wahlberg family, seemingly enjoying a lively conversation. Director Sha Jin, do you think the Wahlbergs will deliberately impose harsh conditions to harass us out of emotion? The accompanying staff were a little worried. They hadn't met the mysterious leader yet, and they didn't know his true character. The blonde young man sighed. Of course not. He's an upright and rational man. Acting out of loyalty wouldn't benefit the Wahlbergs. They wouldn't do that. He was worried about something else. The board of directors wasn't monolithic. Just because the majority didn't want to cause trouble didn't mean everyone was willing to negotiate honestly. There were always those who were more aggressive than a gambler like him in their speculation. The Wahlbergs' in-laws, the White Sparrow Flower family, were among the most aggressive among them, and they were indeed the closest to having Mimi devour the family inheritance. Entering Wahlberg Castle's reception room, the place still displayed a blend of opulence and simplicity. As the representative of the Interstellar Peace Company, Sha Jin requested a closed-door meeting. Being Anna's opponent was already frustrating enough, but having a row of wide-eyed, spectating immortal ship passengers sitting nearby was simply despair on top of despair. This was one of the few serious negotiations Director Sha Jin had ever had. It wasn't that he couldn't use shady tactics, but rather that he didn't want to, let alone dared to. Later events proved him right. Wahlberg's rebel leader agreed to his request. Comparing 3 different companies in business doesn't mean bringing all 3 together for comparison. That's not business, it's inciting trouble. In principle, The company can agree to allow Wahlberg to retain a board seat as a faction, but the future investment direction and proportion. This was bound to be a difficult negotiation. The Wahlbergs argued forcefully, crying poor and complaining. The core point was this: no money. The company wasn't a pushover. Given Wahlberg's current situation, the company couldn't see the benefits of short-term investment, but long-term investment wasn't out of the question. They needed more money. Without money, they could increase their stake in other areas. Either the company could expand into the galaxy, or distance itself from the hunting forces represented by the Xianzhou Alliance. Of course, that was impossible. The Wahlbergs weren't stupid. Only children would form a "we're the best in the world" clique. As long as they could make money and grow, they didn't want to offend anyone. Anna spread her hands, indicating that Kakavasa still needed to work harder. She was merely a presence, not the sole authority to dictate public opinion. Representatives of the Interstellar Peace Company and the negotiating team from the Wahlberg Citizens Congress held talks for a full day. The atmosphere wasn't particularly good, but it couldn't have been worse. The only outcome was a successful, peaceful evacuation of the meeting room without a fight. For the night, the guests were accommodated in the castle's guest rooms, just across the hallway from the visiting delegation from the Immortal Boat Alliance. The accompanying staff repeatedly attempted to bribe the staff to obtain information, but were consistently rebuffed. None of the gemstones or precious metal ornaments could even be given as a gift. They were either rejected outright or returned with a smile by the management afterward. It wasn't just their leader, who couldn't be moved by money. Everyone in Wahlberg's newly reborn life cherished their present life immensely. They refused to return to the darkness of the past, even capable of suppressing their inherent greed. After reporting on their work progress, Shah Jin paced back and forth across the room several times. As the night deepened, he wanted to see Anna, but was afraid of being caught by the locals and causing trouble for her. With no idea where to go, he wandered aimlessly. An external device suddenly blared. This ringtone was the company's universal alarm, specifically for those on business trips to evacuate quickly. The company traditionally only dispatched personnel, not emergency evacuations. If war or unrest broke out at work, they were on their own. Be your own hero, friends. The young man's heart sank, fearing that the White Sparrow Flower family had finally lost their patience and decided to resort to force. He threw on his coat, opened the door, and directed his anxious entourage to assemble and prepare for evacuation. Then, he went to Anna alone to report the news. My sister would definitely not retreat, so all he could do was remind her to prepare as soon as possible. Halfway through, Anna appeared in the hallway, accompanied by her assistant and staff. She was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted and sent someone to wake the guests from the immortal ship while she remained to make arrangements with the company's representatives. Excuse me, there's an enemy attack. Wahlberg is not interested in continuing negotiations right now. For your safety, please return to the starship as soon as possible, or warp away if necessary. The host rolled up his sleeves, ready to engage the hostile guest. Everyone else had to get out of the way to avoid being caught in the crossfire. It's all arranged. Let them go. I stay. Without anyone getting in the way on either side, Kakavasa kept a close eye on Anna, fearing she might object. Even if she disagreed, it was useless. Everyone thought Evikin was treacherous and fickle, but they didn't realize that even cunning gamblers have their principles. Anna's brows furrowed this time. Why are you staying? Win or lose, the board of directors will hold you accountable. You? Then quit. The blonde shrugged casually. There are more important things in life than the position of P45 director. Seeing his determination, Anna knew it was useless to force him out. If he were to find his way onto the battlefield, that would be a real problem. Go dye your hair, change your clothes, and do you have contact lenses? Kakavasa hadn't expected her to be so persuaded so quickly, but that was understandable. With the enemy already at the gates, there was no time for arguing. I'd be there right away. I'd be right there. Wait for me, sister. 5 minutes, no. 3 minutes. The young man ran back without a trace of composure. Soon, the Xianzhou observation group was packed up and transported to the airport construction site along with the guests from the Interstellar Peace Company by a special escort team. After 2 trips on the small starship acting as a barge, only Wahlberg's own people remained on the ground. The rebels were filled with fighting spirit, and their leader, who would lead them to smash their shackles and cages, appeared on the dome of Wahlberg Fort. Sisters, brothers. He was still wearing his almost iconic black suit and top hat pulled low. His voice was firm and powerful, his figure as straight as a pine tree. As we expected, the slave owners, capitalists, landlords, and their lackeys and compradors have indeed arrived. They assume we're poor, uneducated, and therefore spineless, easy prey. If only a starship were to fly overhead, guns flashing, we'd be terrified, groveling on the ground, trembling, and reverting to the past. My dear friends, who still wants to live like that? Working day and night to farm, while our elderly mother and youngest child starve to death. Weaving sleeplessly, yet possessing not a single piece of intact cloth. The Starnet broadcast the events in the square to everyone in Walbug. We must organize, we must unite, using our axes, sickles, and shovels to tell those people they're wrong. The cheers and vows were deafening. He raised his hand and pressed it down, and the vast square fell silent. Some say, why not lay down our weapons and take a step back? We don't want war, war kills. I can tell you responsibly, no. How much suffering have we endured in the past? Wasn't it just tricking ourselves into retreating one step after another? As long as there's the first step, there will be countless more. Without the first step, there won't be a single step in the future. Think of our families, think of our children. We may bleed and die, but if we hold on and don't kneel, our children will never have to kneel again. Countless roars erupted again, and the fire flared up once more. After completing the mobilization for battle, Anna leaped from the dome of Fort Walbug's gate, while her newly recruited adjutant ran faster than anyone else. The young stranger's hair was still slightly damp, as if he just washed his face after being woken from bed. Sir, what can I do for you? The man's dark pupils seemed a little unnatural. The assistant was eyeing him warily. Sir, who is this person? It's okay. He's a friend who's here to help. He's a good man. Anna soothed her assistant, but that was all she said. From now on, my full attention will be focused on defending against foreign enemies. Leave the administrative duties to you and the permanent representatives of the Citizens' Assembly. With constant communication and contacts, we are destined to be the ultimate winners of this war. Yes. Her cheeks flushed with excitement, her fighting spirit surging. You will surely lead us to drive out those bullies. Chapter 300. War is the comprehensive manifestation of the outbreak of systemic extreme conflict. It's not a brawl between two individuals or communities, where victory can be claimed simply by determining the outcome on the battlefield. The Xianzhou Alliance has a saying, one cannon shot is worth 1,000 ounces of gold, which gives us a glimpse into the terrible drain war has on social wealth. In a sense, this is true. Why fight a war without money? But for the Walburgs, this battle must be fought and won. Otherwise, everyone will be reduced to second-class citizens in the White Sparrow Flower family's colony. From then on, not only will they not be able to rule their own lords, but they might even be beaten for walking. The Walburg family's fall was sudden, leaving many weapons unopened in their warehouses. For a rising power with an illiteracy rate of 98% or more, this has both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that everyone doesn't have to fight against Interstellar-era weapons with sticks and stones. The disadvantage is that such weapons require a high level of skill from their users. You have to be able to understand the manual for the defense system, right? Weaponry can be easily learned, but the corresponding system configuration requires professional training. Unfortunately, Kakavasia's primary job at the company is debt collection, not training security personnel. At least, Jade had taught him how to use most types of weapons, so Anna entrusted him with the important task of teaching a large group of people who had just learned to write their names how to properly point their guns at the enemy, not themselves. A makeshift defense system wouldn't be effective in the short term. The White Sparrow family's warships would have penetrated the defenses of the Walbug core planet by daybreak at the latest. What should we do? Without a defense system, we're no match for the White Sparrow Flower starships. All the information comes from the newly liberated outer star systems. They're all formerly enslaved by the Walburg family. After the slave owners' families were wiped out, the new leaders of the core star systems readily released them and delegated power. Currently, neighborly relations are relatively harmonious and friendly. As for those further afield, forget it. The natives of the core star systems have only managed to cobble together a communication network that's intermittent and unstable, but better than nothing. Anna was not shy about speculating with the utmost malice about the Interstellar Peace Company. Profit was paramount. If the White Sparrow Flower family could teach the rebels a lesson and teach them obedience, the company would absolutely approve. While Pierpoint couldn't directly intervene in this inheritance battle, it wouldn't be a problem to offer some assistance to the surviving board members. Disrupting the star network, that shouldn't be a problem, right? If anyone asked, they could just say it was a technical malfunction caused by the war. It would be reasonable and logical. It was precisely because everyone in Walbug, from the leaders down to the gatekeepers, had long since disregarded the capitalists and slave owners that they had time to concentrate their strengths and build the infrastructure necessary for self-defense. Sure enough, before the sun rose over the horizon, everyone living in Walburg with a personal computer almost simultaneously discovered they could no longer transmit messages. "Sir!" Countless anxious glances turned to the black-clad leader sitting at the end of the long table. "What should we do?" He seemed unfazed. Even as he was about to be bullied, he still had the energy to leisurely sip his tea. Anna shared all the unfavorable news with the attendees, watching with satisfaction as they grew from the days of cursing, stripping, and fighting over a disagreement a few months ago to this point. Worried, anxious, but not desperate or impatient. Release the system, show the enemy weakness, and let them lose their guard. She placed the old actor's teacup firmly on the table, her hands folded and her thumbs twirling nimbly. "As soon as they land, forget about leaving Walburg. Just because we're short of starships, White Sparrow Flower has come all the way to deliver them. It's truly touching." She stood up and drew a simple diagram on the whiteboard behind her, drawing gasps from the audience. A leader who risks his life to survive will leave no chance for the enemy, or for his own people. Since that defense system can't be built right away, there's no need to rush it. In the first phase, the Walbugs must first relocate the elderly, children, and logistical support personnel to the underground city and implement wartime rationing to ensure their minimum living needs. In the second phase, on the surface, in addition to the necessary bait, the rebels must be broken up into smaller units to minimize losses, focusing on movement and harassment to prevent the White Sparrow Flower mercenaries from resting and recuperating. The White Sparrow Flower family is seeking wealth. Coincidentally, the Walbugs have been hamsters for over a decade. To seize their accumulated wealth, the starship must land on the surface and load the mountain of gold and silver onto the ship. Then the war will enter the third phase of the counterattack. The defense system may not be built today or tomorrow, but no one said it won't be built this month or next. A shield, like a front door, has always had two meanings: keeping outsiders out and keeping insiders out. What are our advantages? The planets behind us are unity. In comparison, the White Sparrow Flower army was improvised, and some of the advanced team was simply hired. She sneered twice, and her companions, no longer anxious, also laughed. How much money does the White Sparrow Flower family have to waste? The Walbugs are long accustomed to hardship. I wonder what the greatest hardship the White Sparrow Flower's aloof patriarch has ever endured in his life. After clarifying their thoughts, everyone's spirits improved significantly. From the time they received the intelligence late at night until now, everyone had been burdened with a heavy burden, but after a thorough analysis of the enemy and our forces, they realized that the situation was just that. At worst, they could send a starship to destroy those on the surface who hadn't yet arrived. Just blast all the cleared land, saving the locals the trouble of demolition. Once they're done, they can simply shovel away the construction debris and till the soil for farming. Thinking about it this way, Baikwwa is truly a good neighbor, coming all the way from far away to deliver supplies and help with the work, making everyone feel a bit embarrassed. The rest of the process was much easier. Those who needed to mobilize the people did so, those who needed to deploy defenses did so, and those who needed to provide joint logistics support did so. The number of people dwindled until only a handful remained. "Kakawasha, I need you to do one more thing." She looked at the young man who had just returned from outside. He had dyed his light blonde hair black and was wearing black contact lenses. His fancy clothes had been discarded somewhere, and he exuded a simple and steady demeanor. If his colleagues saw him like this, jaws would drop to the floor. "Lord Amber. How could the Epkins be associated with the word steady? You say." The young man pulled his stool closer. Anna looked at the other young man at the table. "You and Mara, you be in charge of identification, and he be in charge of the technical aspects. Take advantage of the fighting to uncover the spy lurking on the core planet of Walburg." This task was assigned to him because no one can surpass the traditional Epkin art of lying, and also to make it easier for him to report back to the company in the future. "I have Pierpoint's own executives apprehend Pierpoint's own spies, but only arrest them, not kill them, to give them face. The Interstellar Peace Company is a typical capitalist. Profit is its ultimate goal. If you give them enough benefits, they have no principles." Kakavasia glanced at the young man, who seemed to be lost in thought. Noticing his lack of interest in Anna, he happily nodded and took on this extremely important task. No one who is not absolutely trustworthy can be a knife. "Okay, don't worry. I will definitely protect you," the young man silently added. Mara's gaze lingered on Kakavasia's face. After recognizing him, she stood up and excused herself to go back to work on her equipment. He was a local technician Anna had discovered in Wahlberg, one of those whose genetics had given him an incredible intelligence. In other galaxies, a talent like this would receive, if not much special treatment, at least high welfare and benefits, all the way to First Truth University or even the Genius Club. However, during the Wahlberg family's management, he was confined to a mail exchange run by the Wahlbergs, bored to death by counting ants. When the rebels stormed Wahlberg Castle, this guy cleverly built himself a miniature fortification capable of both attack and defense, hiding inside it. This caused considerable trouble for the cleaning soldiers, and it took Anna's personal efforts to pry him out of that turtle shell. The turtle shell he designed is now operational, and among those who just left was the one who oversaw its construction and installation. Kakavasha and Anna were the only ones left in the conference room. The young man hesitated for a moment, then finally voiced his doubts. "Sister, why did you go to such great lengths to organize the Wahlberg resistance? Why not just solve the problem directly? When they witnessed the brutality of interstellar warfare firsthand, they surely blame you. If you were to repel the White Sparrow family, your reputation in this galaxy would soar even higher." Uncrowned King. Anna glanced at him with a smile. "I think you need to sign up for Professor Anax's short-term training course." This was a joke, but not entirely. If she hadn't diligently studied Professor Anax's courses this semester, she wouldn't have been able to pass the pre-war mobilization alone. "I'm not interested in becoming a savior or possessing a divine aura," she said, her chin propped up and rocking back and forth. "A Wahlberg must rise from the ground on his own 2 feet. He must slay his enemies with his own hands, building a wall of defense with his own flesh and blood. Building self-confidence is something no one else can do for him." "And," she said, her lips curling gently, her gray-blue eyes quiet and gentle, "Dear Kakavasa, we slaves don't kill our masters to become new slave masters, right?" Chapter 301. In low Earth orbit, guests from the Immortal Boat Alliance crowded around the viewing windows, even more nervous than the locals, to watch the teaching demonstration live. Ever since the Star Network was disconnected, the Alliance had promptly informed the delegation that they were ready to evacuate the Wahlberg system at any time. The visiting delegation consisted of the younger generation of Luofu, Yao Qing, and Zhu Ming. The ruthless war would devastate any family if they were killed. It was said that the 6 Imperials were in charge of this matter, but the 3 generals seemed unfazed. The 3 Luofu disciples, led by Tingyuan, Yanqing, and Chike, gathered all the members for discussion and voted, ultimately deciding to temporarily transform the visiting delegation into an observation group, remaining in low Earth orbit to bear witness to the will of ordinary people. They weren't even immortals, yet in just 100 years they accomplished world-shaking feats. How could one not observe and record them carefully? Is this the White Sparrow Flower clan's main battle fleet? It looks quite impressive. Su Chong, sword slung over her shoulder, stood where Yan Qing was about to strike. She was a Cloud Cavalry soldier, a few years into the service, while Yan Qing was a Cloud Cavalry guard. The distinction between the two was natural. The young man in blue pinched his palms nervously. He himself hadn't felt this apprehensive on the battlefield. The White Sparrow Flower clan's battle flagship couldn't compare to Luofu's warships, but it was one of the top 3 in terms of size among the guards. Sometimes, size is an outward indicator of strength. With such a large size, it must carry a lot of energy, right? It's like a mobile arsenal. Yen guard. Yen guard. Why aren't you talking? Su Chong scratched the back of her head. She wasn't native to Luofu. Her mother had sent her there so she could broaden her horizons and embody the cultured spirit of General Shinsu, rather than just be a mere foot soldier. Yin Xiaowei turned around as if suddenly awakened. "What's wrong? I'm asking you, why aren't you speaking?" Su Shang was older than Yan Qing, with both parents and a family rich in military training. It was a time for him to build his foundation without worries, step by step. Yan Qing, however, was an orphan of the Cloud Cavalry, adopted by General Shinsu as his disciple. Therefore, he held Jing Yuan in exceptional respect, fearing he wouldn't excel enough and rise to the top, somewhat afraid of dishonoring his master. His earlier confidence in his invincibility among his peers had been shattered by the successive waves of masters he encountered in the past 2 years. This time, he had been commissioned by the military to escort the visiting delegation. Needless to say, Jing Yuan intended for him to experience real combat. There's a huge difference between going to the battlefield and going to the battlefield. Some people, despite sweeping through thousands of troops and outfighting tens of thousands, were still deemed unworthy of strategy. Others, despite repeated defeats, fought again and again, only to gather more troops and expand their territory. To become sword master, one must not only be single-minded and possess exquisite skill, but also possess outstanding moral character and a resolute disposition. Even better, possess the ability to adapt to changing circumstances. Only then will such a person become a pillar of Luofu, trusted with important tasks. Fighting solely against wealthy individuals, like Buliran, is ultimately a narrow perspective. It's a rare opportunity to encounter a role model like Wahlberg, a true champion regardless of victory or defeat. One must do whatever it takes to get their child there. Yin Xiaowei sighed softly. I'm wondering, if I were Wahlberg's commander, how would I win this battle? He thought about it over and over again, but the only thing he could imagine was him protecting everyone behind him and dispatching the enemy with a single flying sword strike. But that wasn't the answer his master wanted, and it was also the one he rejected deep within himself. How long can one man hold up a building alone? Or burn someone like the sun illuminating the sky? How long can he burn? Mount Tai shouldn't be placed on one person's shoulders. It's not like every generation of Luofu generals has been able to withstand the pressure for centuries. Is that so? It's certainly not easy for them to win, but I don't think it's that difficult either. Su Shang scratched the back of her head again, gesturing with her free hand. That leader didn't even raise an eyebrow. I guess he's anticipated every possible challenge long ago. When faced with trouble, he's prepared for this and that, absolutely everything. Hee hee. Her big eyes narrowed into slits. Besides, the Wahlbergs are protecting their home. They might not put in the effort to rob others, but they fight tooth and nail to protect their own warehouses. Yin Xiaowei, That made some sense, but it didn't jibe with his own thinking. What were you two talking about? The most striking thing about Miss Tingyun after she returned from outside was her tail. Ordinary foxes have either 1 or 0 tails, but she, alone, had 9, 8 more than the average member of her tribe. It felt unreal. Su Shang briefly reiterated what she and Yin Qing had been chatting about. Tingyun gently moved the small fan she held in front of her, and her fox ears twitched nimbly. No matter how much we speculate, we can't predict that gentleman's intentions. It's better to wait and see. That was true. No matter how they reasoned, this was ultimately a battle for the fate of the Walbug people. As they chatted, the White Sparrow Flower family's fleet had already passed the defensive perimeter of Walbug's core planet, and, with a highly impolite gesture, opened its cannons and charged towards the host's head. This. Su Shang's mouth dropped open, her eyes wide. Where's the defense network? I remember both the Wahlberg and Baikwawa families were on the board of directors of the Interstellar Peace Company. Just now, I was thinking they were all taught by the same master, so I was afraid I couldn't break their moves. Why is Wahlberg now crouching with his head in his hands? Is he giving in? At least show some composure. Yin Qing, seized by her arm in a fit of impatience and twisted back and forth, had no choice but to nod in response to the immense force. Don't worry. Let's see. After shouting, he felt a little guilty. This whole thing was Baikwawa's attempt to wipe out a family, and even the one they were targeting was their own daughters. It was truly unbearable. Had the young man, known for his chivalry, not just recently learned his lesson, he would have rushed out with his sword drawn to fight for justice. But this time, he controlled his temper, remaining quietly within the starship in low Earth orbit, observing this profoundly asymmetrical war. The White Sparrow Flower family likely wanted to seize an early advantage and secure a quick victory. As Anna had predicted, even the capitalists' coffers couldn't withstand the flames of war. Input and output must always be balanced. No one engages in a losing trade. After a massive bombardment, over half of the surface buildings on the core planet were reduced to rubble, with only Walbug Castle remaining intact. The remaining half remained intact because the planet's rotation hadn't yet fully completed. The White Sparrow Flower family then began urging the Walbugs to surrender, promising them various privileges. Houses, money, cars, and even wives were guaranteed for those willing to relocate. Bah! How shameless. This time, before Miss Suchan could grasp the point, the other immortal boat people began to spit in disgust. Isn't this just a big promise to deceive the Walbug people? The White Sparrow Flower people have told us everything, good and bad, sweet and stinky. They said they forgive the others if they hand over the ringleader, and then they show their weapons and deny their guilt. Who can do anything to them? But what's clear to bystanders isn't necessarily clear to the people involved. Walbug's counterattack soon appeared on the limited internet. Outside the well-lit family collection room in Walbug Castle, the black-clad leader of the resistance calmly sipped tea. What was surprising was that she, had removed the black bowler hat that habitually obscured half her face, revealing sharp features but a calm expression. Dear friends, she greeted, teacup in hand, leaning back in her chair and smiling. I know there have always been people speculating about who I am, where I come from, why I gotten involved in this mess with Wahlberg, and when I run. At this point, she couldn't help but shake her head and chuckle, and the observers from the Immortal Ship Alliance also chuckled. No matter how much energy and artillery you throw at them, they're not afraid. What other tricks do you have? A starship attack, only to find out it's useless after the attack. Isn't that pure fun? Now you see, I'm number 0824131, a fugitive from the Avel Interstellar prison, and a familiar face on the Interstellar Peace Company's wanted list. Her black hair had grown longer, and she always tied it back in a low ponytail. I'm still a slave Wahlberg bought from a slave owner, codenamed Anna. A weapon, a tool. Entering the Avel Interstellar prison was an order from the head of the Wahlberg family and the old lady. Like all previous orders, it was intended to disrupt the harmony of the Interstellar Peace Company's board of directors. Only by dividing them could Wahlberg have the opportunity to continuously approach and achieve their goals. I have worked for Wahlberg for nearly 10 years to accomplish this. After 10 years of painstaking effort, upon my return, my master saw my usefulness as little more than a female animal for entertainment or to produce superior breeds. This is the ultimate humiliation, my friends. No one, regardless of gender or age, could endure such humiliation. After being sold to the Wahlbergs, I became a Wahlberg. I thought my efforts would allow me to blend in and stop wandering. But my half-life of struggle hasn't made Wahlberg a better place, so I decided to change my path. A path that doesn't involve fawning and servility. You see, I'm right here, Whitebird. If you want to steal the blood and sweat of the Wahlbergs, you must first step over my dead body. From that day on, every day, at the same spot and with the same scenery, number 0824131 would appear on time to tell all the Wahlbergs that she was always with them, fighting alongside them. Chapter 302. It fits perfectly. The Rumi royal family rejected our reasonable request to purchase Elrose II on their own. In a rage, they imprisoned all 100 or so members of the royal family in the basement of the capital, Star King City. We weren't the ones who flooded the castle. If we had, no one in the royal family would have drowned. Phobos miraculously appeared in Wahlberg Castle, accompanied by a red-haired knight and a cowboy who boasted about his treasures. My dear sister, why are you here again? Why is it always you? Will the next time we meet be at Pierpoint? Having already met Phobos, Posha could certainly guess who was in charge of Wahlberg. After a few exaggerated jokes, he sighed and kicked his boots. I feel like the differences between people are sometimes greater than between people and Wuwubo. Indeed, they are different. How did you get in? Anna had expected the Popics to find a way to get in and report the news, but she hadn't expected Phobos to be with the silver. G and Cowboy appeared together. The ground outside was bomb flat. Are you safe? No, no. Poshio waved his hand carelessly, and Phobos took over with a smile. The white sparrow flower won't last more than 4 months. They simply appointed the family heir, the eldest daughter of the current head of the family, as commander, aboard the main ship. The tribesmen have already figured it out through their own connections. This commander, believing he has the support of a star god's emissary, is eager to establish himself and take over the family business, which is why he's acting so aggressively. Star god's emissary? Which one? Anna sat up straight, impressed by Popky's power. The enemy had to wait for her to reveal herself before they could obtain intelligence, while their team already knew exactly how old they were and whether they were still bedwetting. I never met such a pliable opponent. Phobos grinned from ear to ear. It's quite a coincidence. This envoy seems to be unstable, and you have a bit of a grudge against him. Oh, it's him. Anna understood. It was that oversized Sui-Yong, the destruction envoy Huanlong, the one who was targeting the hunting pit. White Sparrow Flower is in trouble this time, and her whole family is doomed. This Lord of Extinction was truly making the most of everything, preoccupying himself with killing and not burying. It didn't have any particularly powerful offensive capabilities, but was best at reading people's minds and sowing discord. Anna had previously accidentally stole one of its clones, but Huanlong had a rather celestial temperament, ready to retaliate whenever she saw an opportunity. With Wahlberg destroyed, as the emissary of destruction, it would naturally further deepen its understanding and control of fate. White Sparrow Flower's demise wouldn't matter to Huanlong, would it? It's a win-win situation, both internally and externally. Anna will either be retaliated against or used as a pawn. No matter how you look at it, it's not worth it. Have the tribesmen who are out there check for any strange energy fluctuations on White Sparrow Flower's main ship. She made a decisive decision. If the Lord of Extinction sent another clone, it would be a battle between emissaries, and she wouldn't sit idly by. Phobos nodded. All right, There are always those who are still out there, unable to return. It's a good opportunity to give them something to do and save them from unnecessary worry. After saying this, his smile faded slightly. I found a list of all the sales of Papikono over the years in the Rumi royal family's income records. We compare the list and the amount. We won't be careless with what's ours, and we won't take what's not. Although much of the Rumi royal family's wealth has been squandered, if we save up, we can still raise some money, which can be used to trade with the Polytechnic Society. Rather than the peaceful agricultural planet, everyone would rather go to the Star region where the First Truth University is located. He finished the rest of his story in one breath. Anna nodded as she listened, but the last sentence made her utter a puzzled word. Go to the First Truth University? She was a little confused and a little embarrassed. It was too hot to hide the fact that the instructor had hit her with a digital pen in class from her entire family. Do you object? My thinking is, at least most scholars are no match for the Bapuks. We can learn and cooperate, and it's safe. Cooperation is real, but safety is not. It wouldn't be normal if the Polytechnic Society headquarters didn't have 3 or 5 explosions every day. No, I don't object. Let's discuss it. But we also have to see what the Polytechnic Society thinks. If they don't agree, we can't force it. Anna looked away suspiciously, trying to suppress the urge to rub her forehead. Seeing she showed no sign of objection, Phobos breathed a sigh of relief. Actually, I have you to thank for the connection. The Polymathic Society hasn't refused, but they're sending 2 scholars to Elrose 2 for a field study. Who are they sending? Anna was already scratching her head. Young, knowledgeable, and somewhat self-sufficient scholars. Need I keep guessing? Professor Anaxa and Professor Laisho. Phobos finally laughed heartily. So I think the chances of this happening are very high. Otherwise, the Polymathic Society wouldn't have just happened to arrange for these 2 professors, who had a close connection with Anna, to make the trip. As expected, Anna paused for a moment, then smiled. That's good. The freedom of the Popiks is just around the corner. These 2 professors have different personalities, but they both love cleanliness. Professor Laisho, in particular, is very, extremely clean. I mean, you better prepare a larger bathtub. Phobos was taken aback at first, then immediately realized that this was a little habit unique to scholars. Treating professors on field trips well was also a sign of respect for the Institute of Knowledge. Okay, don't worry. It's just that Wahlberg. Do you need some help? The Popiks, especially those who entered the camp and underwent slave training, were masters who could rival the Destiny Walker. Clearly, the individual quality of Wahlberg's men was inferior to that of the Popiks. Helping out was a skill they had always possessed, and supporting their own people was their due. Don't rush, Anna told him to get back and run. First, secure the purchase of Elrose 2. Don't let me have any worries. As for the white sparrow flower, I wasn't completely certain before, but now I'm certain they can't hold out much longer. The tide of war is about to shift. The resistance forces on the ground were appearing fewer and fewer, and those previously blocked and unreachable coordinates were now furtively responding. For the White Sparrow Flower commander, the war situation was becoming increasingly clear. She was only one step away from victory. The staff shared the same view. Miss, shouldn't we consider a ground operation? Air suppression continues at this rate. It's clear the Wahlberg resistance can no longer mount an effective counterattack. The commander was none other than Anita Wahlberg's eldest sister, the first in line to the White Sparrow Flower family. It's not that there weren't Papikonos in the family who could serve as battlefield commanders, but the eldest daughter felt that such talent wasn't worth the effort of flying a starship to deal with a bunch of peasants. She had no part in Papikono's achievements, both internally and externally. His personality was also extremely eccentric, his single-minded loyalty to the current head of the family making him quite unlikable. Looking back, I can't believe it's a little untrue. The eldest daughter of the White Sparrow Flower family was already 30 years old, and it was natural for her to yearn to take over power from her father. She knew she couldn't delay any longer. If she did, her younger siblings would grow up, and the heir position could be taken away from her at any moment. Aides yearned for their master's trust and reliance. Only by assisting them in achieving tangible achievements could they rise to the top. Time waits for no man, young lady, he advised earnestly. In the past, I would have wholeheartedly supported any decision you made, but this time is different. The eldest young master is constantly organizing banquets and salons under the guise of avenging his sister, and the third young lady has been frequently visiting the head of the family with her husband lately. You must be on guard. Besides, with the assistance of that master this time, we needn't be afraid of a convicted felon who was born a slave. Besides, the bounty on number 082413221 alone is enough to make one salivate. And she's also guarding the Wahlberg inheritance. What a miser. This guy clocks in at the Wahlberg family's collection warehouse every day, punctually, as if mocking by Kawa for not daring to bombard her with his light cannon. Well, they certainly wouldn't dare. If they did, all the artwork, jewelry, and precious metals would be reduced to ash along with them. Why would the warship even bother making this trip? The young lady, who had been holding a diamond spoon in her mouth since landing, had never been treated so humiliatingly. Her face almost fell immediately as she looked at the staff. Sir, can you guarantee that I won't fail? The young lady knew her own limitations. Even 10 of her tied together wouldn't be a match for 0824131 in a one-on-one fight. But with the help of the destruction envoy, things would be completely different. Absolutely safe, the staff answered firmly. There are rumors that 0824131 has been promoted to the rank of destruction envoy, but she's been holed up in Wahlberg Castle for this entire time, not even daring to show her face. Is there such a cowardly envoy in the world? It must be a rumor. Furthermore, the appearance of Lord Illusion was enough to prove that 0824131 was not the destruction envoy. Who would be afraid of her if she wasn't one? Well then, send an advance team down to clear obstacles. Once it's safe, we can land the fleet. She didn't agree to any of the suggestions. If she could help it, who would want Sui Yang to parasitize them? Wouldn't that be pure trouble? But if the situation got out of control, there was no reason not to grit her teeth and fight for the position of head of the family. The commander gave the order, and the prolonged bombardment finally showed signs of stopping. As some starships lowered their altitude, the anti-aircraft guns ceased operation. Wouldn't they just bomb their own people if they continued? The advance team were mercenaries. Their casualties were so high they ran away. If they had run, who would have stepped on the minefield? The rebels, who had long since taken refuge in the turtle shell bunkers and underground fortifications, were energized and ready to fight, their eyes alight with the green light of eagerness for merit. Hurry! If you're slow, you miss out. Chapter 303. Victory or defeat between chess players often hinges on a single thought. White Sparrow Flower had chosen the wrong opponent from the start. The advance team starship slowly lowered its altitude as it approached the planet's surface. The land was devastated, scorched to the ground. Some areas had already vitrified from repeated bombing and intense heat. The first group of mercenaries emerged from the starship onto the black earth, silent only by the sounds of burning and crackling. Look! This is the fate of those who fail to recognize their identities. TSK, 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 pitiful. Not to mention a complete corpse. Wouldn't even a single strand of hair remain intact? Those stubborn poor bastards probably never saw a laser cannon in their entire lives. They deserve their deaths. Some gloated for a moment, then dispersed as the leader waved for the team to explore. Perhaps they could find a survivor? Judging by the situation, even if there were any survivors, they would be terrified and would surely worry about not answering enough questions. 100 or so mercenaries, laughing and joking, disbanded on the spot. Groups of 3 or 5 drove their all-terrain vehicles, strutting through the ruins with a haughty air. Quinn's team consisted of 6 men, a driver and mechanic, 2 breachers, a sniper, a demolitionist, and a logistics specialist responsible for medical assistance and cooking. Captain Quinn came from a family of self-sufficient farmers within the Baikwawa clan. Starting with his great-grandfather's generation, his family had gradually lost their land, and by his grandfather's later years, the family's land was completely confiscated. Quinn's father watched his grandmother starve to death while pregnant with his young aunt. To prevent his future wife and children from following the same fate as his mother and sister, he sold himself, like a dog, to the Baikwawa clan. Now, both father and son are hired thugs for the White Sparrow Flower family, making them half-employed members of the family. Quinn followed the eldest daughter to Wahlberg to fight for his right to become the next head of the family. Boss, what's this thing for? The heavily armored vehicle suddenly stopped in an open space. The mechanic angrily examined the vehicle's image. It turned out that the track had become stuck on a semicircular, semi-flat, and multiplying metal shell. ATVs usually tumbled blindly over places like this. The weight of the vehicle, combined with a completely collapsed ground structure, made it seem like a minor incident, yet it was this incident that forced the heavily armored vehicle to a halt. The driver hadn't expected such a sudden stop. It looks like a shell. Is it a remnant of fortification? Several people cautiously dismounted, their guns trained on the strange object, fearing someone might emerge from within. Quinn scanned it with infrared, empty, nothing. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, lowered their guns, and moved forward, smashing and prying. After a long effort, they finally freed the track from the all-terrain vehicle. Do you want to open it and take a look? The metal shell was deformed, but the change in physical structure hadn't altered the material's properties. The mechanic was curious about what design could compensate for the lack of material composition, and he especially wanted to hold it in his hands and examine it. Until recently, like everyone else, he assumed the shell was a local defensive device, but now, looking at it, it looked more like a horse block. A horse block capable of trapping an all-terrain vehicle. Well, it was like saying a star god had been beaten by his own destiny walker. The driver had given the all-clear, and the others immediately returned to the car to retrieve their tools. Since they had nothing else to do anyway, after a flurry of clatter and banging, everyone was sweating profusely. The deformed object before them was cut open, revealing its empty interior. So what is this thing exactly? The 6 of them gathered around it, speculating for a long time, but could not come to a conclusion. Finally, Quinn ordered them to continue, and everyone reluctantly returned to the car and set off again. The same scenario unfolded across the surface of the core planet. The further they advanced, the more relaxed the mercenaries became. With not a single living creature within their sight, there was no need to be wary. And then nothing happened. The rebels, who had been lying in wait for a long time, took advantage of the situation. 3 or 4 of them suddenly attacked one of them, swatting him and dragging him away, stripping him as they went. Waiting for Wahlberg's own factory to slowly scour it would take who knows when they get their weapons and equipment. Better to seize the loot directly, turning it in later would allow the entire team to share equally. We're all brothers and sisters in the same trench. Only with weapons and supplies can we protect each other. The mercenaries, naked, were carried into the underground city. Only then did they understand why the surface was so deserted. Aren't you all the Wahlbergs like ants? Carry them away. Carry them away. Take them to the prisoner camp to work. The officer in charge of maintaining order wore a red bandana around her arm as a sign, and everyone walking back and forth was required to obey her instructions. While confirming the number of prisoners, she also had to make sure the hard laborers needed medical support. Occasionally, when she encountered a team that was being too frugal, she would raise her voice and remind them, at least leave them some underwear. Cover them up. As desolate and bleak as the surface was, so bustling was the underground. Soon, 99% of the over 100 mercenaries in the advance team reunited underground. The Wahlbergs avoided torture and abuse, instead taking the captives directly to the mushroom farms and arsenals to work. However, the sad fact remains. The mercenaries have a higher literacy rate than the locals. It's not that Anna hasn't arranged for literacy classes, but learning is a process, not an end. Cultivating highly skilled workers takes time. Let's just use the prisoners first. We can't let them eat for free. The advance team lost contact without a single fuss. The staff member in charge of this matter on the White Sparrow flagship was terrified. So was the communications officer, who was desperately trying again and again. He didn't want to be sent down to explore the area. The staff member asked questions almost every 5 minutes, and the already tense atmosphere grew even more tense with his urging. The signalman's fingers were practically clicking away as he switched channels, trying to contact the mercenaries, who had vanished the moment they left the house. The Interstellar Peace Corporation had severed the interstellar network, preventing timely communication between the various rebel armies. White Sparrow Flower faced the same dilemma. Damn it! The staff member, unable to contain himself, pounded a fist on the printed document. The signalman, sweating profusely, suddenly stopped and began carefully adjusting his movements. His expression shifted from pale to ecstatic. Contact. What? Everyone was overjoyed. The staff member leaped over, shoved the signalman aside, and sat down in his seat, complaining and scolding. This delay in military operations nearly ruined the young lady and his plans. The signalman stumbled at the shove, a flash of anger crossing his face, but he forced himself to suppress it. This man was the eldest lady's confidant. He couldn't afford to offend him. The mercenary on the other end of the line, however, was quite good-tempered. He patiently listened to his staff's complaints before explaining. They had discovered a tunnel leading underground to Wahlberg, suspecting they could enter Wahlberg Castle from there. With luck, they might even be able to launch a surprise attack. Everyone gathered and went to investigate. If they found any good news, they would report it immediately. We captured a woman with a child. She had escaped through the tunnel. Shoot her child, and she'd tell everything. The situation inside Wahlberg Castle is not good. They're out of supplies. The news the mercenary brought back was crucial. The people of Wahlberg Castle were demoralized, and some began to flee. The lack of supplies indicated that the resistance had reached its limit. Add to that the existence of the tunnel. That was probably the escape route left by number 0824131. Keep going. Report any news immediately. Without even a glimmer of hope, the staff member hung up the phone and told someone to remember the frequency band. He stood up, grabbed the signalman, and ordered him to search for the several signal sources that had previously attempted to contact by Hua. He wouldn't easily believe a few people's one-sided claims. He needed more evidence before making his recommendations to the young lady. The signalman lowered his head, his lips tightly pursed. In another place, he have wanted to punch this guy, or at worst, quit his job. But he was in the military now, and the phrase court-martial was no joke. He scanned the long silent signal sources again, and found that several of them had actually come back to life. The signalman's intuition told him this situation wasn't normal, that there might be a trick going on. But looking up at the staff member's unsightly beehive, he retracted the warning he had just been about to offer. Why bother saying so much? This guy doesn't want to hear it. The signalman did as he was told, and found a few people who were supposedly loyal to the White Sparrow Flower. They were all once respected figures in Walberg. With the overwhelming force of the rebels, they had no time to escape and were ultimately forced into submission. If the White Sparrow Flower family could lend a hand and restore order, it would be a lifesaver for them. They all said that security in the Walberg underground city was deteriorating, and that more and more soldiers were secretly escaping Walberg Castle. If one person's words weren't credible, then everyone saying them was undeniable. The staff member dropped what he was holding and hurried to find the White Sparrow Flower commander to report the good news. The signalman pouted and cleaned up the mess he had made on the table. Oh, idiot. On the other end of the line, Mara quietly retreated into a corner, still pondering something in her hand. Kakavasa smiled at the group of people who were shuddering in fear. Thank you all for your hard work. Over the next few days, please follow the instructions I assigned you. Report the terrifying changes taking place in Walberg to the White Sparrow family with a passionate and urgent voice. As soon as he spoke, several people instinctively raised their hands to their heads, each one looking obedient and clever. This sudden appearance was truly terrifying. It was as if he could read minds, uncovering every hidden secret. No one could pull off a trick under his nose. No, even plans, not actions, would be seen through by him. No chance of survival. The soldier guarding the door snorted a cold laugh. Mr. Kakavasia is still too gentle. If it were them, they would just feed the soldiers with rifle butts and not care about the lives of these traitors and spies. Anyone who fails to meet the requirements would be dragged out and executed, so as to save some food for the guerrillas active on the front line. Chapter 304. Ever since entering the underground mushroom farms of Walberg, Quinn has lived a regular life. A 9-to-5 workday, 2 days off a week, with food, lodging, and medical care provided. The Walbergs never dragged prisoners out for torture, nor did they interrogate them for information related to the White Sparrow family. If the prisoners wanted to improve their food, they would report it on their own initiative. If they didn't want to, they didn't have to speak up, without worrying about being mistreated. Honestly, how could this be considered mistreatment? It was just hard farm work done at a fixed time, with good food, sleep, and even some recreational sports. When the mercenaries were with the White Sparrow family, they never had such a life. Everyone here, from top to bottom, ate the same food. The uniform rations couldn't possibly be anything delicious, but they were reassuring and comforting. The leader of the rebels, number 0824131, was no different. No one on the core planet received any special food. At first, no one believed it. Then someone, because they cooked excellent pig food, was transferred to the collective kitchen to help. Upon their return, all the prisoners knew about it. Number 0824131 was a picky eater. She didn't like canned beans. After being reprimanded by her assistant, she obediently ate the few remaining beans on her plate. Walberg's canned beans were quite unpalatable, and Quinn didn't like them either. A good harvest today. The captain of the next squad arrived with a lunch box, calling for his temporary companions to join him in the food queue. Quinn, without even turning back, shooed them away. Get out. Get out. Are you doing the disinfection? Just wandering in here, and if you bring in germs, I have you in for good. Mushrooms are one of the more precious fresh ingredients these days, mostly supplied to the elderly, the sick, and the wounded. Watching the children's cheeks bulge as they chewed their food, a sense of accomplishment welled up in his heart. I didn't go in. Why are you being so aggressive? The lunch helper rubbed his nose. Hurry up. There's another delivery guy coming down today. Maybe we can get some canned meat. If you're late, there'll only be soup left. Eat, eat, eat! You only know how to eat. Quinn cursed, his hands moving much faster. After checking the germination status of the last mushroom seed package, he immediately walked out of the shabby workshop, grabbed his bowl, and headed out. Delivery guys refers to the unfortunate individuals who kept coming down from the starship to test the waters. The Wahlbergs were not at all particular about confiscating supplies. At least, under the protest of the order keepers, they left the captives with a pair of decent underwear. Forget the rest. Weapons, protective gear, hidden money. Nothing was left except for their most valuable personal belongings. Everything was stripped clean. Besides the immediately usable equipment, the most sought-after items were the various foods. Every time a prisoner was captured, the kitchen would improve their lives, chopping up whatever was best and stewing it into soup so everyone could have a taste. Over the past 2 months, Quinn had tasted everything from canned beans to all sorts of rare ingredients. The Wahlbergs truly were generous, open-minded, sociable. I wonder who's coming down today. The food partner shrugged with a gloating smile. Since their capture, they'd seen the leader of the advance team, the squad leader of the White Sparrow Guard, and the squadron leader. The only thing missing was the senior officers and the commander. Quinn shrugged nonchalantly. Who cares? He's got to grow mushrooms with me. The mushroom farm is desperately short of manpower. We promised to capture new prisoners and send them to him this time. If they don't deliver again, he'd go to the person in charge and make a scene. Haha, I don't believe it. What would you do if the Legion commander came? Growing mushrooms and having to servilely serve the military master. The rice brothel originally became a mercenary because he had been rebellious since childhood and had offended the local gentry. To avoid trouble with his family, he ran away and became a scoundrel. Ha! Quinn rolled his eyes. Just put a sack on them and beat them. We're all prisoners, so who's inferior to the other? If the Legion commander were captured, he'd be even more embarrassed than me. I'm just a mercenary with a miserable life, but now I can stand on equal footing with the masters. What a win! The two of them chuckled, shaking their shoulders and huddling together. Neither of them looked like the best. Arriving at the cafeteria, they discovered that today's cauldron included a surprising array of fresh vegetables, tender orange, crisp light green, vibrant purple, and an appetizing red. Some of the dishes were completely unfamiliar to these captives from the White Sparrow star system. Oh my! Could Boss Anna have captured the young lady? The waiter gasped, then hurried to join the queue. In a short while, a long line formed at the collective kitchen window. Quinn rubbed his eyes, rubbed them again, and rubbed them again. Number 0824131, in a black suit and black hat, and her adjutant were also waiting in line for a free meal. She was tall, but not particularly broad, and possessed the air of a young woman with handsome features and a calm demeanor. Ha ha, ha ha, how many young girls could rebel like her at the mere thought of a disagreement? She even confronted the families of more than one board member. He looked again and again curiously, and suddenly the tall woman glanced sideways, her lieutenant glaring coldly. Quinn's breath hitched, and he lowered his head. Number 0824131 had a good temper, and didn't get angry when being stared at, but her lieutenant was incredibly bad-tempered. He wasn't even looking at him, so why was he so excited? It was a waste of that incredibly beautiful face. After dinner, Quinn washed the dishes and planned to go check on his beloved mushrooms. As he reached the entrance to the farm, he saw the Wahlberg man, who was responsible for assigning tasks to the prisoners, standing there waiting with a smile. Look! I got you some help. What do you think of these guys? They're young, quick, and easy to talk to. Brother, I'm being loyal, right? The Wahlberg folded his arms in triumph. Quinn went along with his half-hearted reply. Yeah, you're amazing. Let me see who they are first. The White Sparrow flower family's trademark large chin hurt his eyes. Good boy. Just now, he was being rude to his fellow diners, then he immediately became obedient. The Wahlberg could have sent anyone else, but a bunch of sideline children who followed the eldest daughter to gild their reputations. Even though they were sideline children, they were still powerful in front of the ordinary people in the galaxy. Work hard, don't fight. Don't bully others. If anyone is bullied, report to me. Do you understand? These words were addressed to the new captives. The Wahlberg ran away, fearing that the mushroom farm manager would stop and complain. There was a shortage of capable workers everywhere, and there was nothing he could do. Growing mushrooms is all anyone needs. Let's just make do with it for now. The arsenal is pushing them so hard they're practically mad. Quinn stood there, stunned, exchanging bewildered glances with the other young masters. The Wahlbergs are running so fast, abandoning their burdens without a trace of loyalty. Could they at least tell me about the war situation? It seems we're still at war situation. For the first month, the White Sparrow Flower bombarded relentlessly. In the second month, the White Sparrow Flower sent a massive supply shipment. In the third month, the enormous sunk costs slowed the White Sparrow Flower's progress. Now they can't stay or leave, feeling utterly torn. Young lady. The staff leaned over cautiously, glancing at the commander's expression. The remaining personnel on the starship were already under strain. They had to either launch a desperate all-out assault, or call it a day, and return to the White Sparrow Flower in disgrace. He hoped it wasn't the latter. You're going to persuade me too? The White Sparrow Flower's eldest daughter stood by the starship's viewport, her hands behind her back. Below her were the surface of Wahlbug's core planet, its altitude artificially lowered by the bombing. The staff member hurriedly lowered his head, speechless. Our equipment is clearly far more advanced, our soldiers are more physically fit, and I myself graduated from a prestigious private school. How could a battle that should have been won in less than 100 days have been reduced to this? Energy consumption had reached 65%, and battle losses a whopping 50%, yet she still hadn't managed to force the Wahlbugs to surrender. A pin drop could be heard in the vast command room. Forget it. She closed her eyes tightly. One must be cruel to oneself, otherwise one would have to wait for others to reveal their true cruelty. Go. Contact that master for me. Tell him that the first heir to the White Sparrow Flower agrees with her proposal. If she could possess the power of an emissary, she could single-handedly change the course of the war. Even if she had to become that master's bodyguard, it would be better than losing the battle for succession. Yes, yes. The staff member sighed in relief, bending down and retreating to work. A week later, the White Sparrow family's warships attempted to destroy a star in the Wahlberg system but failed. Inside Wahlberg Castle, Posha was talking to Anna, and the former's expression suddenly changed. It's coming. It's protesting against me. She put down the old actor's teacup in her hand. It wasn't that she particularly liked it, but rather that it was the only cup in such a large castle that wasn't considered an antique. Kakavaja, have everyone retreat to the second underground level and hide behind me. She walked towards the gates of Fort Wahlberg, looking up at the numerous black spots that had hung in the sky for over 100 days. The coming battle is likely a rehearsal for the Star God War, waged passionately by various destruction envoys in every corner of the universe. The young man wanted to say, I can go with you. Anna turned and gave him a gentle smile. The destruction envoys that protection will face are no illusions. You must record this battle and report it accurately to the Interstellar Peace Company's board of directors. I have a grudge against the company, but that's my personal matter. The Amber King's achievements in building walls to protect all living things are undiminished. He must not fall, no matter what. She walked under the clear sky, spread her hands, and slowly ascended into the sky. Kakavaja watched her rush to the battlefield, ultimately unable to throw the aventurine in her hand. You're right. There are too many people and things in the universe worth protecting. I can't stay in Wahlberg. Holy crap. It's a destruction. The cowboy nudged his hat with the butt of his gun. I take you and that kid back to the company's ship. If things go wrong, run for your lives. Run back to Pier Point. The destruction envoy, he's an old acquaintance of the Sea Patrol Ranger. Chapter 305. What? Is that? In low Earth orbit, the Xianzhou observation team and the company's staff expressed the same confusion. A powerful force suddenly erupted from Baichuahua's flagship. While the company staff were still analyzing it with their instruments, the Xianzhou people's expression suddenly changed, and they immediately sent a message to the main ship. Who the hell is this? Isn't this Wanlong, the one who destroyed Luofu and tricked Yaoqing? Is he afraid that we Xianzhou people won't remember the grudge well enough, so he just showed up to make a presence known? But then, a brilliant star rose above the core planet of Wahlberg. She was so young, as if she had just opened her eyes after billions of years of evolution, gleaming with a light that the Xianzhou people were all too familiar with. Emperor Baosiming. Qingke raised her hand to cover her mouth. Suzhang and Tingyun walked over to her, looking up at the dazzling star. This is the power of patrol. Unyielding and unyielding, they will never give up until they achieve their goal. The two forces confronted and evaluated each other, leaving the audience on both sides trembling with fear. The Xianzhou had their own means of circumventing the company's communications. Recently, all objective news related to Wahlberg had mostly come from the Xianzhou Alliance. Now was no time to delay their own children's complaints. Wait, the star network is back to normal. Zhu Ming's technicians opened the Jade diagram. The renewed flow of data meant the interaction had been restarted. Everyone looked at the Interstellar Peace Company's tourist ship docked not far away. It seemed that the Interstellar Peace Company was not unreasonable. At the critical moment of life and death, human reason triumphed over greed. P-45 Gold Sand, operating alone for nearly 3 months, reported back to Pierpoint that the White Sparrow Flower family had sided with destruction and must be guarded against. Other matters would have been fine, but the casting king of destruction had been eyeing preservation with a fierce eye. Even the slightest suspicion of rumor prompted the board of directors to immediately order the security department to conduct a thorough investigation of the White Sparrow Flower. You can't just put down your bowl after a full meal and curse the cook. Yin Qing crouched on the other side of the viewfinder, staring intently at the sky above the core planet of Wahlberg. Witnessing the battle from such close quarters was something an ordinary person would only encounter once in a lifetime. The soul-scorching flame stung the young man's eyes, and he couldn't help but recall a trivial matter he had pondered during a casual conversation with his master Jing Yuan. Why are there so many geniuses in the universe? There are always higher mountains, and the higher you go, the more despair you feel. At that moment, General Shinsu, clutching a chess piece, smiled and told him to go and ask someone he found approachable. So that's how it was. She must have endured countless hardships, suppressed her grief and anger for a long time, only to finally, at a certain moment of explosion, catch the attention of a star god. There are no such things as geniuses born from heaven in this world. There are only ordinary people who grit their teeth through adversity, and ultimately, after clearing away the sands, find gold. We don't glorify suffering, but it's true that only suffering can make one stand firm. Before being tempered, everyone is high-spirited and confident. After being tempered, those who remain calm and open-minded are the winners in life. The long-lingering anguish in the young man's heart seemed to be gently brushed away by a gentle hand, and his eyes lit up with a flickering fire. That fire, endless and everlasting, far outlasts the long lives of the immortal boat's inhabitants. Perhaps this is true immortality, he thought silently in his heart, as the two confronting orders took action. The heir to the White Sparrow Flower family. I really don't know what to say to her. She gave her body to Sui Yang as a whole, fearing a too easy death, or what? This Huanlong had finally seized some of Jinmu's power. Her combined strength of destruction and abundance had inflated her, and she was eager to find a target to test her skills whenever she went out. However, this guy's brief appearance did confirm General Facia's news. Huanlong was planning something on the edge of a remote galaxy. The Xianzhou Alliance had 7 orders, and Huanlong couldn't afford to confront the massive hunting force head-on, so she opted to pick on a lone, unlucky individual. She probably picked the wrong opponent. She was going to get beaten. The starship's helmsman and navigator were on edge. While others enjoyed watching the orders bicker, they were practically terrified. This stuff about the star gods is so idealistic, completely disregarding the laws of nature and physics. Most of the sages of the Polyscience Society would be jumping out of their coffins, their eyes ablaze with excitement, upon seeing what happened today. The aftermath of the overflowing power also transformed the orbiting starship into a helpless dinghy adrift on the sea. Besides the necessary plasma shields, they had to constantly calculate their stance to maintain the starship's stability. At least, they wouldn't be dragged into the heart of the conflict and become innocent bystanders assaulted by both sides. Fighting wasn't a big deal for Anna. What bothered her was that Huanlong's mouth. He just kept talking, and then he kept on babbling, raucously and incessantly. And yet, this guy had no self-awareness, always believing his divisive tactics would work on her. Come on, are you a Sui Yang who's easily provoked? Why do you think the hunter is brainless and easy to fool? The demonic body can experience confusion and memory loss, similar to Alzheimer's. But I'm not even 25 yet, and even a short-lived person without a demonic body is still a long way from Alzheimer's. Can you please stop arguing? Your breathing is irregular. What's wrong? Did I hit a sore spot? Right now, no one's standing behind you. How pathetic. The illusory clone, attached to Miss by K.Wa, was filled with a venomous desire to eliminate Anna, the person who had caused him such unwarranted harm, and set him back. General Xianzhou couldn't do anything about it, but it happened that the trap it had accidentally set caught its favorite clone like a rabbit, forcing it to bow down before the other destruction envoys for no reason. This hatred will never end, Anna almost wanted to sigh. Miss Bai Chuahua's skills were appalling, but the power Huanlong plundered from Jianmu more than made up for it. She took every blow, her wounds healing instantly. Without the support of abundance, she would have been dragged off by now, and become the inside of a traditional Xianzhou snack. Why aren't you talking? This envoy who doesn't even have a name, only a prisoner code as a codename? Huanlong raised his hand, and leisurely fanned it with the fan he had conjured. Or are you afraid to let others know your real name? Anna destroyed the pretentious prop with a single blow and sighed helplessly. Is reputation and status that important? She scratched her hair with her backhand, deeply troubled by opponents like Huanlong who even used their own pagers to engage in live chat therapy during a fight. Don't you Suiyang people go to school? Senior Suiyang, don't you study philosophy? There seems to be something wrong with your outlook on life and values, my friend. The right or wrong method is a question of ability, and the right perspective is a question of moral character. You don't seem to understand my purpose. Never mind, that's not important. Understanding your opponent was still a bit too difficult for Suiyang. Since logic didn't make sense, he could only try physics. The reason I concealed my two identities had little to do with my own interests. She backhandedly severed a vine that was attempting a sneak attack. The mystical lotus of abundance and mystical lotus of destruction in front of Huanlong obscured the sky, and the poisonous gas attempted to pass through and strike the Wahlberg core star. Huanlong was the one among the users of the destruction order who least liked direct combat. She believed that mere physical annihilation was not true destruction, only complete annihilation of the soul was the ultimate annihilation of a person. She excelled at inciting hatred, inciting conflict, and creating misunderstandings and disputes, but these tactics had no effect on the tightly knit Wahlbergs. Those pariahs who had crawled out of the mire, the easily fooled, hadn't heeded the well-intentioned advice of the great envoy. 3 months had been enough for her to nearly kill General Shinsu of Luofu, yet she still couldn't capture a newly reborn planet. This is truly infuriating. The poorer you are, the more stubborn you become, but that doesn't mean you should become stubborn in the direction of hunting. Oh! Why don't you tell me? She chuckled softly, grinding her teeth. What kind of idiotic talent is this heir to the white sparrow flower family? They've been blessed with abundant resources, their parents provided them with health, yet their strength is so poor. Have they ever seriously honed themselves? Yinya's blade flashed, and the black lotuses withered. Anna narrowed her eyes, her other hand held behind her back, gathering arrows of light on the fingertips. The illusory form is far from here, but it's not impossible to teach destruction a lesson. Don't think you can bully others just because you have some power. Another 3 months of war are almost enough. The Wahlbugs have learned unity. The flame ignited and passed on by the Wahlbugs will burn forever. Number 08241321 could be any ordinary person who has suffered humiliation and harm, not just me. Revenge is a legitimate human behavior. When society functions in an orderly manner, we rely on simple moral sentiments and fair legal judgments to achieve revenge. When society is disordered and powerless, revenge becomes an independent action based on emotion and violence. Only when number 08241321 exists and appears forever, beings with the power to insult and harm others will hold back their hooves and long beaks, knowing that once that line is crossed, the retaliation that follows will be fierce and thorough. But Anna is only a short-lived creature. In just 100 years, all the rats and maggots hiding behind the curtain will celebrate her death. So she must separate these two identities. Anna is an ordinary person who can die, while number 08241321 is destined to become the most feared sharp weapon by all the pests in the universe. Interesting. Very interesting. Huanlong leaned forward in surprise. Why don't you just destroy this elaborate illusion you created, and let everyone in the universe know that 08241321 is what it was? It could never say. The hunting command pierced the sky with a golden light from its fingertips, tracing the cause and effect. From the flagship of the White Sparrow Flower warship to somewhere deep in the depths of space, its arrow of light unstoppable wherever it pointed. Humanity's obsession with revenge and yearning for justice pierced through time and space, reaching the source of suffering. I walked battlefields, I walked beaches, I saw devastation, I heard widespread wailing. I wove a golden web to heal divisions and eliminate pain, and finally, I hurled the golden shuttle into the abyss. How can the pain be soothed and the wounds healed? Only by offering vengeance and death to the source of slaughter and hatred. In a corner of the universe, the stars trembled, and another arrow of light pierced the sky in response. I hear your prayers. Revenge. Revenge. For what? For the suffering I have endured, for the humiliation my bloodline bears, for the long-delayed justice. For every soul in every corner of the universe, utterly helpless and filled with rage and despair. Look up to the heavens, are you not merciful to me? The world is filled with restlessness, and you have sent this great calamity upon us. Without stability, the people will suffer. Thieves and pests will plague us everywhere. If the nets are not cleared, there will be no recovery. Note, on a certain day, in a certain year of the Amber Era, the interstellar war between the White Sparrow Flower family and the Wahlberg system, which had lasted over 3 months, ended with a showdown between two emissaries. On the same day, the Immortal Ship Alliance and the Interstellar Peace Company simultaneously declared their recognition of the Wahlberg Resistance's legitimacy and validity, and issued a strong condemnation to destruction. Although Nanook certainly didn't care, he still had to be scolded, otherwise the insult would have been in vain. Afterwards, Yin Xiaowei recounted the entire war's rise and fall to the Cloud Cavalry Army. General Shinsu applauded and explained, "It's true that the new generation pushes the old generation forward in the galaxy, and the human world never lacks talented people." Miss Tingyan submitted her observations to Lu Yu. This was a textbook example of the weak defeating the strong, truly captivating. Miss Su Shang returned home and devised a plan for 100 years of arduous training, aspiring to compete for the title of Alliance Swordmaster. As for Miss Chi Ke, she ordered a 10-year supply of Star Taro Bobo milk tea from Fu Taibu, imploring him to take care of himself and strive to sustain Luofu for at least 700 years, just like the current general. Fu Xian, you didn't let me go either. Chapter 306. Anna Febrecht, a sophomore in the Department of Philosophy, Natural Theology, at First Truth University's graduate school, returned to campus during the summer semester of her third year and submitted a brilliant graduation thesis. Her thesis was engraved among the stars, and even received the approval of the hunting star god. After the victory in the war, the Wahlberg system legally and legitimately enjoyed all the inheritance left by the Wahlberg family, and the White Sparrow family paid a heavy price for their greed. Everything progressed smoothly and orderly. The leader voluntarily transitioned to a mascot, even skipping the role and returning to submit his thesis with a bucket. Who still remembers that the whole thing began with a slave's unsuccessful attempt to redeem himself. Now, not only has the slave regained his freedom, but his entire family has also been freed and has been happily relocated to the system where the Polymath Society and First Truth University are located. The Bopuks pooled their savings from selling themselves, and the Bopuks who were still living abroad donated some money. With these sums and subtractions, the Bopuks, relying on cooperation, granted them an interest-free reconstruction loan of 1 billion credits, which was used to dispatch a starship to retrieve Elrose 2 from the Lumi system. It's undeniable that upon landing, many Bopuks received offers and employment agreements. Scholars who were usually too frail to travel far were eager to see the excitement in the Wahlberg system. This is a living witness to history, my friends. Can the fate of a star god be reversed by its own orders? Can fate be extended vertically within the realm of cause and effect? While Patrol itself has certain unique features due to Land's generosity, it's definitely enough for everyone to study. Furthermore, the demolition work on Wahlberg's core planet has been excellent. Nothing above the surface remains, and the replanning and infrastructure will yield many excellent papers. Going too late will miss out. Anna had barely disembarked from the starship when Professor Anaxis, who had rushed over after hearing the news, was whisked away. Professor Laisho hadn't even managed to snatch the attention of this colleague, who liked to claim to be not feeling well. "Don't rush back to the dorm. You have your work cut out for you once you get back," he snorted pointedly. "My nephew, Sid, and his friends are itching to get out of bed every day. Last year, they stole his invitation, and this year, they secretly adopted a truly incredible pet. They truly don't know how to spell death." February 20th had just returned. Perhaps young people could communicate better. Let her worry about it, and just consider it the cost of the stolen invitation. Anna submitted a 56,000-word draft of her thesis, and was subjected to 6 hours of intense interrogation by the professor. After successfully being released, she scrambled back to her dorm, her feet wobbling. The moment she opened the door, she was speechless with shock. What's going on? There were a lot more people in the dorm. Thankfully, they were all familiar faces. For example, there's Dan Hung from the Starry Sky Train, March 7th, Cheong, and the two Phaetons. That's right, two Phaetons. And you're back. The Phaeton, who had been grappling with reference books, threw them aside and rushed over to hug her tightly. You've been gone for a year. At first, there was some news, but then there was nothing at all. The Star Network couldn't contact us, and even external equipment couldn't. I asked the professor, but he wouldn't tell me. I was so scared. I thought I was going to lose you, Sob. The other Phaeton, who sat silently in the corner, emitting a dark aura, almost dropped the cup he was holding. He looked Anna over and over. There was no such person in the calculation data. So, you accidentally caused mitosis during your experiment? Anna rubbed the Phaeton's head in front of her, eyeing the other Phaeton cautiously. Her Yamaya was held upside down, but the blade remained undrawn. What? Are you? You couldn't blame her for being a little nervous. Anyone who had just recently defeated a destruction emissary, and then saw another sitting in their own home, would likely be unable to calm down. And relax. Qiong clutched her face and screamed, Xiaobai is a good guy. He's a good guy. Stop fighting. 2 emissaries engaged in a brawl in the First Truth University dormitories. The Star Train was likely to be blacklisted by the Institute of Knowledge. Anyway, this is a specialty we brought from Omphalos. We weren't sure what to do with it, so we just sent it over. After all, we met before at the Black Tower space station. We discussed the details online later. San Yueki kept winking at Danheng. The increasingly composed black-haired young man immediately stood up and said goodbye. Indeed, we were just passing through to visit for a while, ahem. He scooped up the still-throbbing Qiong with his backhand, and the 3 of them opened the door and ran away. Sid rubbed his brows and stepped forward to pull Phaeton away, refusing to let go. 2 months ago, we were just as shocked as you. Who could have known this guy would suffer nightmares, then insomnia, and finally a coma? When he finally woke up, he stared at me and Damon's and cried non-stop. He didn't feel better until the Star Express brought by here. Anna walked to the round table, pulled up a soft chair, and sat down. She coughed and scratched her ear. Well, keep talking. I'm listening. The young man named Bai was a near copy-paste resemblance to Phaeton, the only difference being his exceptional silence and dull blue eyes. You are also a commander. Bai spoke slowly, his perception a bit dull, and his overall mood seemed off. Anna's hand, scratching her ear, shifted to scratching her face. Under her roommate's astonished gazes, she uttered a faint hum. Yes, Hunter, what's the problem? Damon silently opened the virtual screen of his computer. The Hunter commander, who recently appeared, is the one who killed Destruction Commander Huanlong in the Wahlberg system. He doesn't have a universal codename yet, so why don't you think of one quickly? Phaeton lunged at him again, but this time he didn't attack. Instead, he settled into the soft chair next to Anna. You must come up with a cool and impressive codename. Sid began to rub his forehead. My roommates are all a bit seriously ill. Is now the time to worry about codenames? How can we kill destruction? Bai moved. Golden threads silently appeared and bound him tightly. Perhaps because he didn't want to struggle. Anna looked him up and down, then released the spring, a hard-to-describe expression on her face. You must have endured much injustice and suffering somewhere unknown to us. Thank you for your hard work. Take some time to rest. Destruction of destruction, how rare. True pain is indescribable. She stopped asking questions and answered his question. It challenged me, wanting to destroy something I cherished. So I responded to its challenge, and we fought a bit harshly. Then, just as the Star God was expanding his destiny, I finished it off. Huanlong's death was not unjust. It didn't take other people's lives seriously, so it certainly couldn't expect others to take its own seriously. The white-haired young man pondered. Taking advantage of his silence, Anna turned to Phaeton, Sid, and the others. You left such a high-risk agent in the dormitory? Does Professor Anaxa know? Sure you know. Sid looked up at Anna, not daring to look at her. Phaeton was similar, and let him stay, or he shatter. Then you have to let me know what he is. It's definitely not a carbon-based creature. Carbon-based creatures can't withstand such a heavy destruction factor. It all started when my nightmares got worse. Phaeton tried to keep his description short, finishing it within an hour. In short, he and I are essentially the same person, except I live in the physical world, while he, a string of code, strives to transcend dimensional limitations. Anna smacked her lips. So Nanak picked up a second-hand optical computer from the Master of Knowledge and used it for mining, but the high voltage applied caused the computer to explode, leaving him with a face full of debris, and the data leaked out, turning him into a mimetic creature? That's basically it. They didn't know much more, so I won't speculate here, especially not in front of others. Has he enrolled? Anna could accept the cubs created for her by the Wahlbergs, so she could certainly accept Phaeton's mitotic siblings. I can help him with his studies. Forcing people to study is a welcome sight. At this point, she suddenly realized, I got it. Delphi and Omphalos. The gods placed Omphalos at the very center of Delphi, declaring that whoever first touched the Emperor through competition and duel would be the world's strongest. This is a mythological story collected in the think tank of the Poly-Science Society, originating from the newly incorporated civilization system, Delphi. Omphalos is the reflection of Delphi, so the initial data collection all originated from Delphi. Anna glanced at the bewildered Bai, then lowered her voice to Damon's and Sid, I imagine you also see similar fellow brothers appearing one after another. Be prepared. Also, The story of Omphalos is likely to repeat itself in Delphi. Send word back, and be on the lookout for any destructive agents stirring outside the Delphic realm. Rofu was almost caught off guard by the illusion. Delphi currently has no emissaries to rule it, and its situation is precarious. Phaeton sat up straight, his whole body tense. Is that so? I'd do it right now. No matter what. He couldn't let the horrific scene from his nightmare replay itself in Delphi. He was afraid he'd go mad, and even crazier than Phaeton. Data has limits, people don't. Relax for now. We captured so many destruction factors, and the lab is methodically analyzing and interpreting them. Sid patted his shoulder. Professor Leisho's research can help us identify the locations of destruction factors and prepare effective defenses in a timely manner. Wars between star gods are difficult for ordinary people to intervene in, but everyone can contribute by protecting themselves. Indeed, instead of worrying about it, you might as well think about what to eat tonight. Damons looked at Anna. You just got back, so order first, as usual. Anna opened her external device and began to order ingredients. I'm almost getting PTSD from eating canned beans in Fort Walbug. How can something so disgusting exist in the world? She searched for Delphi's dietary habits, briefly glanced at Baia's figure, and then looked away. Toasted honey pancakes, bacon, and a fruit and vegetable salad with olive oil. And for dessert, how about honey fruit soup? The gloomy young man finally dropped his cup, and the housework robot screamed and rushed over to clean up the water stains and debris. Why are you looking like that? A young woman with short, dyed hair, a white shirt, a blue skirt, and a pink sapphire in her hair looked at him with a half smile. Don't be too moved. This is just a normal greeting for new roommates. Welcome to the physical world, and to your temporary residence at the First Truth University Dormitory, Mr. Baika Airslana. Chapter 307. Friendship and fate between people are truly difficult to define. Phaeton had already been leading Bai through his circle of classmates and friends for several rounds, and it just so happened that Anna, the last to show up, had the best relationship with this guy. It wasn't that they were particularly close, but he was the most responsive to Anna's actions, and his reactions were the most vivid. The Star Train and Phaeton discussed this for a long time, concluding that Anna, this friend, had never appeared in Baia's past, over 30 million reincarnations. She wasn't an obstacle to him, nor did he need to endure the pain of killing her, so she was a presence that made him feel relatively at ease. In short now, besides Cheong, this guy kept his eyes on Anna every day. Fortunately, the latter was a hunting commander, and wasn't afraid of being stared at by a destruction commander. Just look, what's the big deal? He didn't look with purpose or malice, simply to find a comfortable spot for his gaze, like a cat staring at something moving to pass the time. This guy had only recently left the data world, and sometimes he still couldn't quite figure out the boundary between the two worlds. Traveling around on the Starry Sky train could easily lead to danger. Wanting to find him a stable environment to heal his psychological wounds, Sky first thought of Anna. This older sister wasn't abundant, but her composure and her dependable demeanor, even when Pierpoint exploded in front of her, always gave the frightened little creature a sense of security. With Phaeton as a source of data, the train crew was able to send him to the First Truth University. With so many scholars present, everyone would treat Bai well, even for the sake of Bosch's safety. The life and death of the robot head depended entirely on his whim. He must be worshipped as a god. Today's schedule is horrible. Professor Leisho and Professor Anaxes. What's the difference between this and the end of the world? Anna ran one hand through her hair while operating the program called the flying car with the other. Luckily, each car had 5 seats, otherwise one of Phaeton and Bayer would have been hanging out of the exhaust pipe. I'm coming, I'm coming, I'm coming. I'm right there. Phaeton frantically called out in the bedroom as he put on his shirt. Bayer had already stood obediently at the door, observing silently. Damons brought 5 bags of breakfast from the kitchen. Sid was checking his homework on the virtual screen of his light computer. I have to wait for you every day. Reflect on this? The flying car arrived quickly, and the 5 of them huddled together, opening the door. Bayer sat nervously beside Anna, ready to help her clear any obstacles. Don't worry. The flight path is automatically controlled in the air by the system at the Air Vehicle Operations Center, so the probability of an air traffic accident is very low. Thank you for your concern though. Here, a snack. She pulled a handful of fresh snacks from her space button and stuffed them into his pocket, as if feeding a child. Bai looked at the large amount of food in the front pocket of his t-shirt and silently pocketed them. He also enjoyed feeding his companions. The air vehicle came to a steady stop at the air vehicle parking lot outside the teaching building. In theory, Bai should have gone to the law department with Phaeton, But he chose to go to the philosophy department with Anna. Well, not that it wasn't impossible. Sid walked on the other side, with a sullen look on his face. Professor Lachaud raised his eyebrows playfully the moment he saw Bai, but he didn't point it out, excepting this student, who was different from others naturally. Since a new student has joined midterm, I won't ask you any questions for a month. If you don't make up for the missed class, you'll be kicked out of my classroom. This was the highest respect Veritas Lachaud could offer the master of knowledge, considering Bai didn't hack the supercomputer. Anna almost reached for her handkerchief to wipe her tears. Professor Lachaud hadn't been so kind the year before last. He nearly double-killed 2 students with a single digital pen in the first class. Fabricator, stand up and answer this question. Whatever came to mind, the professor never hesitated to ask his death-defying questions. But Anna was no longer the empty-headed, illiterate woman she once been. She read thousands of books and traveled thousands of miles, and the questions in class were no longer a challenge. After calmly answering the professor's questions and earning 5 points, she sat down, Sid, Bai, and the other students sitting further away all casting heroic glances. Fabric took a year off to travel. It was assumed she had to retake or defer her studies, but she not only successfully completed her project, but also maintained her academic performance. So incredibly ambitious. So incredibly ambitious. After class, the students crossed the corridor to another classroom, where Anna and Faye joined them in the Ionian open-air auditorium. Professor Anaxer loved teaching in such natural settings. His classrooms weren't confined to reinforced concrete buildings, they could be in open-air auditoriums, on the bustling streets, or even in wheat fields about to be harvested. Let me see. There's a new student here today. He raised his voice and addressed the students. Meet Bai of Alemish. Where did this person come from? Who was this person? That could be summed up in one sentence. The word elephantine was quite interesting. As graduate students in the philosophy department, everyone had a certain understanding of linguistic vocabulary and mystical symbols. After a quiet discussion, the students readily accepted Phaeton's brother. Their resemblance was so stark that there was no need to doubt their relationship. Well, today's discussion begins with you, Professor Anaxes said, his 2 intact eyes fixed on the disciple, who was said to have killed him over 30 million times. Bai of Elephantine, what is your dream? Unlike his usual excitement, the professor now seemed incredibly gentle. The word's earnest guidance couldn't be more embodied. It has nothing to do with anyone else. It's simply yours, a thought that comes from the bottom of your heart, he added, glancing at Phaeton, who was laughing heartily. It's hard to imagine the hardships Phaeton must have endured to transform into someone like Bai. The young man said with difficulty, I want everyone's wishes to come true. The professor didn't comment. After a round of questions, he finally turned to Anna. What about you, Fabriquette? If there's anyone here who has fulfilled the wishes of the vast majority, it's Fabriquette. Hundreds of millions of people in the Wahlberg galaxy, millions of Bapuks, have been reborn because of her. Professor, I just hope I can pass your interview on my next exam. Anna gave an evasive answer. What student doesn't want to graduate successfully? Good-natured laughter echoed around them. Phaeton cleared his throat and leaned forward. I think so too. Sid and Damons nodded. The latter glanced at Bai and said, do whatever you like. No one here forces you, nor will there be excessive expectations that will overwhelm you. But I am. He wanted to say that being a savior meant carrying everyone's wishes and forging ahead. A group of scholars practically clamped his mouth in agreement. You're not. Everyone has their own wishes to bear, and you don't need to worry about them. Can you eat for me? Can you starve for me? Can you take my exams for me? Can you get my diploma for me? Can you work and live for me? You can't. He retreated somewhat dejectedly, with Phaeton behind him. He slapped his brother on the shoulder blade. Don't you have a wish to kill the star god of destruction? Tell me, the professor will love you to death. Bai, it's not a wish, it's a goal that must be achieved. It's a wish until you achieve it, don't be shy. He then shouted at the top of his voice, Professor, Bai wants to stab Nanak to death. Do you have any suggestions? Professor Anaxa, What are you taking me for? Early to bed, early to rise, balance nutrition, exercise, and start by striving to live longer. He actually gave some advice, which, thinking back, made sense. If you don't live long enough, you might as well be able to outlive Nanak. A gentle breeze rustled through the treetops, and the students' laughter carried far away. With 2 consecutive professional classes in the morning, the afternoon was naturally a bit more relaxed. 5 people went to Mr. Ying's free grade class together, and were pleasantly surprised to find that this particularly Buddhist and lazy lecturer actually prepared a batch of materials, and each student had a copy. They were asked to carve something in class and hand it in. The results would be converted into points based on their beauty and precision, and the points would be added to the final total score. Phaeton and Damons collaborated to carve a pair of fighting figures. Sid carved a seed, Anna carved a sundi, a type of arrow, and Bai carved something teardrop-shaped. Of course, some people designed assignments too complex to complete in one class. The instructor was kind enough to ask everyone to take their materials and tools home and continue working on them, just submitting them before the end of the semester. After finally wrapping up the day's classes, the students crawled back to their dormitories, barely breathing. An hour later, they were all out again, scattered everywhere. But Anna and the others didn't run away. Once back in, they were either busy with homework or taking exams, and some were taking extra classes. Why don't you sign up for a short course to get used to it? I happen to have a friend here who's also planning to sign up. Anna gave Bai copies of the materials she used for her extra classes, carefully numbering them so he could progress step by step. Kakavasia had previously said he'd visit the school. While I don't know how he got into First Truth University, I hope it wasn't some overly dramatic method. When he shows up, tie him up and shove him into class without a word, lest he learn the bad habits of his loan shark boss. The Strategic Investment Department. Loan sharks, debt collectors, gamblers, a complete den of bad behavior that needs to be cleaned up. You have so many friends. The young man's mood had improved significantly after a while. While it wouldn't be a quick recovery, he no longer had the occasional sudden silences or sullen rages he experienced before. Sid took out his thesis, intending to discuss it with someone. He smiled at this and said, "Aren't you gradually gaining more friends?" "We're all your friends." Bai seemed to find it hard to believe these words came from someone so resembling Professor Anaxes. His round, azure eyes widened, and after a moment, he whispered, "Let me take a look at these books first. It's been so long since I learned anything, I've forgotten a lot of what I learned." I had a 10-year extension from Professor Anaxes. The whole room stared at him in amazement. "Friend, did you throw a tantrum in front of the professor?" Otherwise, Professor Anaxes wouldn't have failed someone for 10 years straight. Bayer scratched the back of his head. "Hey." Chapter 308. There's a saying in the Immortal Boat Alliance, once there is, there will be another. Bayer's appearance was just the beginning, not the end for Omphalos. The school's curriculum cycled every 5 days, with rest on the 6th and 7th days, and the cycle repeated on the 8th day, essentially aligning with Pierpoint's schedule. I heard a young man on the Starry Sky train complained about this, suggesting there should be 7 Sundays a week. The students were delighted to hear his idea, but unfortunately, the school didn't adopt it. There were no classes on Saturday, and Anna had just returned from Walburg, so she didn't need to go to the lab for the time being. "Thank you, Professor Lachaud, for your mercy." After a rare, peaceful 8 hours of sleep, she opened her bedroom door early in the morning, dressed in her indoor shirt and trousers. The lights were off in the common living room, and the dim morning light cast a silhouette. "Bai! Up so early?" The difference between Phaeton and Bai was obvious, evident even in their demeanor. "Yeah, I couldn't sleep." The white-haired young man paused for a long moment before responding. Ting slipped out of Sid's room and circled around his legs. Bai carefully touched the little creature's forehead with his finger. Seeing that it was fine, he boldly scooped it up onto his lap and rubbed it. He was now a mimetic creature, the natural enemy of all Onyx and AIs. She clattered and dug 2 bottles of iced milk from the refrigerator. Then, thinking again, she pulled out 2 eggs and a bunch of grapes that the agricultural students had picked and sold last night. As a byproduct of her graduation project, as long as she didn't cause any trouble, the students were welcome to share it for a small price. "I'm not good at housework." She washed the eggs, threw them into a pot, filled it halfway with water, and brought it to a boil over high heat. She placed the washed grapes and iced milk in front of Bai. Fortunately, the ingredients are all fresh. "If I don't do it myself on my day off, do I have to drag Damons out to make breakfast?" Thank you." Bai thought carbon-based creatures might not be able to eat like that, but considering the other party's strength as an envoy, he finally held back his words of persuasion. The grapes were sweet, the milk was fragrant, and the deep-fried hard-boiled eggs looked very much like eggs. "What are your plans for today?" Anna asked casually, and then she saw the man across from her tense his muscles as if facing a formidable enemy. She sighed quietly and tossed him a candy. "I mean your life plans. Attending classes, taking a walk, going out, playing games, or working part-time?" Anything, he answered like a soldier awaiting orders. She paused, continuing to sip from her milk bottle, her other hand waving casually. I'm asking about your personal rest plans. The school wars have been over for a long time, and the current Polymath Academy is extremely peace-loving. Do you want to visit Professor Anaxa? I see you really enjoy his classes. Staying cooped up in the dorm all the time definitely won't do. Psychological trauma can't be healed simply by avoiding people. He needs to develop a new understanding to clearly distinguish between the digital world and the real world. The digital world can be replayed over and over again, but the real world can't. There is only one life, one that must constantly move forward. Even mimetic creatures can't let themselves regret. Bai shook his head quietly. Every Professor Nuxhaw was wise, which is why, in those over 30 million reincarnations, he would almost always choose to kill him first. Going to the club street? Phaeton likes it there. Ah, mainly for collecting the free supplies distributed there. As she spoke, she recalled another of Phaeton's hobbies, and pointed to the seemingly innocuous cuckoo clock hanging on the wall. This thing's been around for several amber ages. According to the common definition, anything over 100 years old is considered an antique. It's definitely an antique. The antique business is a classic example of 3 years of inactivity, 3 years of profit. Most of the time, antique shop owners have relatively little time, forced to do so, plenty of time to make friends and broaden their horizons. Bai glanced curiously at the cuckoo clock. It seemed to be trembling. What about you? How are you planning your time today? He asked, and Anna scratched the back of her head. Having her long hair cut short and dyed again was a bit of a stretch, but Anna couldn't possibly resemble 082411321. She tilted her head, thinking for a moment. First, I check on the business, then go back home. My people bought the planet they live on, and moved it to the star field where the university is located. I haven't been to see them since I returned. Bai looked longingly at her. Packing up and taking a habitable planet away is rare, regardless of era. It's not that the technology isn't feasible, but few people are willing to spend the money and effort. With so many habitable planets, wouldn't it be possible to just move on? Then let's go together. Anna made the final decision, bringing a friend along to help the Bopucks. I just take you this time, and next time I bring Phaeton and the others. A kind of small favoritism? She noticed that this guy had a natural affinity for data sources, yet was afraid to associate with them. Perhaps it was a desire to compensate his partners, while also being aware that they weren't the people he knew. Having always lived as a carbon-based creature in a three-dimensional reality, Anna found it difficult to understand Dataflow's thoughts. But Bai, no matter how you looked at him, was a person with rich emotions and easy empathy. At least he had been. After all, he considered himself a human, so she was willing to treat him as she would a human. Taking new friends back to her hometown in the suburbs for dinner on the weekend was just an ordinary student life. Ah! Okay. Bai became nervous again, but this time it was purely out of concern for his friends' families. Should I bring some souvenirs? Aglaia said. He paused, lowered his eyes, and pursed his lips. It's okay. What are your family's customs? Anna didn't know whose data Aglaia was, and she didn't want to ask about it. I come from a minority group, the Bapuk, and I'm not very well known, so it's understandable you haven't heard of me. Not long ago, we all had to rely on selling ourselves into slavery to survive. It wasn't much of a luxury. After politely declining his offer, she perhaps put herself in his shoes. Phaeton didn't have much money, and Bayer was likely the same way. Knowing Phaeton, he wouldn't be happy if Bayer were left to live on free food and drink. We just escaped from the Lumi system, and I'm afraid our home is a mess, and won't be a good place to entertain you. No need to bring a gift. If you don't mind, just help with some work. The guy was visibly more energetic. Okay, I'm doing great farm work. Maybe not farm work. I don't know. I have to go there to find out. To be honest, this was Anna's first visit to Elrose too. She wasn't her original self, so how could she know what the planet looked like? An hour and a half later, the two stood in a desolate, empty space, staring at each other. Because it was a newly joined planet, Elrose 2 had only a simple starship docking station. But considering it wasn't completely isolated and uninhabited before, it should have had some infrastructure. But there was nothing to see. Sorry, I lost my memory before, so I've forgotten a lot about my hometown. Anna offered her all-purpose excuse again, and Bai nodded in agreement. So you were injured. Are you healed now? A long time ago, I think. But lost memories can never be regained. With that, she chose a direction and walked forward. Underfoot was lush weeds, surrounded by a verdant riot of green. Tall trees rose from the ground, stretching their branches as far as possible in the sunlight. The middle layer was almost non-existent, filled with twisted vines and layers of light green leaves. Slightly lower, clusters of shrubs with slender branches and bizarre shapes clung to the last cracks in the sun. Further down, a naturally fertile layer of humus and gnarled, ridged tree roots lurched, new life eager to break through the surface. As soon as a sliver of ground appeared, it would seize the moment and fight tooth and nail to break through the numerous obstacles. Everything was so pristine and natural. Phobos never told me the Popics lived in the primeval forest. Be careful. Fire casually broke off a straight branch from a nearby tree and held it like a sword. I go ahead. I'm tougher. Anna rolled her eyes at him, gesturing to the device in her hand. Don't be silly. This is interstellar time, my friend. She sent a communication request to Phobos, and 20 minutes later, a group of Bopuks emerged from the dense forest. Welcome home, and your friends are welcome to visit too. But why are you in this nature reserve? Phobos was puzzled. Even the Bopuks, who had lived on the planet, rarely came here. Whether it was dangerous or not was another matter, but why were they coming in? To watch monkeys swinging on vines? Anna frowned. Looks like we encountered some impatient merchants. I was wondering why Elrose 2 doesn't even have a basic starship docking station. They just pick up and disembark people in any open space. It was a hitchhiking trip, and the kind of host you met was entirely a matter of luck. Apparently, Anna's luck wasn't much better, even after being promoted to a commander. Thankfully, they were both quite skilled, so navigating the starship wasn't a problem under these circumstances. One of the part-timers is too honest, while the other lacks common sense. If they were to switch, they'd be at loggerheads. Puff, cough, cough, Bai turned away, coughing strangely. Phobos glanced at him, his brow furrowed slightly, and he looked at Anna in surprise. The blonde guy who had been with her for only a few days had already been replaced by a handsome young man with white hair and blue eyes. One had to admit that it had good taste, but wasn't it a bit unethical to change him so quickly? After all, that blonde guy had been with us through thick and thin, and we couldn't afford to lose our conscience, he thought to himself, not daring to say a word. Anne's personal affairs were private, and it would be awkward if it turned out to be a misunderstanding. What are you coughing for? Are you allergic to pollen? Anna glared at Bai, then turned to Phobos. What are you looking at? Is life too leisurely, and there's nothing to do? Don't think I don't understand your hesitation. If you have such a wild imagination, you could become a writer. Chapter 309. The Bopuk people had already entered the early days of human civilization, when Elrose 2 was incorporated into the galaxy by the Rumi royal family. They had their own settlements, lived in clans, and coexisted harmoniously with nature. In simpler terms, they were in the stage of social development from a tribal alliance to a slave society, and were still exploratory in their development and transformation of the environment. After reviewing the situation, the two professors suggested that we preserve the pristine landscape of this place, and explore ways to integrate tourism with its biodiversity resources. Phobos led the way, and the dozen or so young Bopuk people instinctively gathered Anna and Bai in the center of the group. Even after years of continuous bloodletting, the entire tribe still had a population of several 100,000, evenly distributed throughout Elrose 2. It was impossible for such a large family to rely solely on their past, let alone their old ways. They had to find a new source of income as soon as possible. Anna followed his words, surveying the surrounding greenery. Professor Anaxa and Professor Laisho are both men of substance. The surface vegetation on Elrose 2 is indeed well preserved. As long as safety is guaranteed, many people are willing to spend money to enjoy this natural environment. Also, the Society of Knowledge has different specimen collection needs every month. You can select a few skilled individuals for training, and then have them bring back their skills to those members of the tribe who are willing to venture out and explore. Your friends told me you lost your memory. I didn't believe it before, but now I have to. Phobos paused and sighed. The entire forest on Elrose 2 serves as a natural training ground for the camp. You could even forget this. Alas, it's our incompetence that has burdened a young girl like you with so much. The surrounding Bopuks, who had taken on the role of guard, became increasingly cautious, as if Anna might fall and shatter at any moment. Don't push yourself too far, Anna said cheekily, rolling a handful of leaves in her hand. I can only offer opportunities. Aren't you the ones who seize them? Besides, I don't have the money. I can't afford over 80 billion credit points. 80 billion. Even if she surrendered herself to Pier Point and collected the bounty, it wouldn't be enough. Outside the dense forest was one of the camps being demolished. The Bopuks planned to convert all the camps into authentic jungle-style goose houses, following the advice of experts. Since they were charging a fee, the conditions naturally had to be more comfortable and safe. All the equipment used to hone the body and temper the will in the camps was removed, and the bare ground was to be planted with flowers or paved with paths according to different functional areas. The turned soil exuded a rustic, fresh scent. Some children, who had been brought to the construction site, squatted nearby, picking up one plump worm after another with their bare hands. Even so, how could the Avel Interstellar prison be a good place? The Wahlbergs are going too far. Phobos found a spot where they wouldn't interfere with the project. The surrounding Popuks, who had accompanied them out of the dense forest, dispersed, each going about their own business. Anna remained silent. The Wahlbergs were extinct, and the original body would have to settle accounts with the rest in the other world. Bai stood quietly listening to them. After a while, he slowly sidled up to the children rummaging for worms. After catching several oversized beetle larvae, he quickly became friendly with them. Phobos, haha, this young man really has a childlike innocence. He might not have lost his childishness. It's more likely that the scene just brought back some emotions. Don't worry about him. Just don't forget to call him when it's time to eat. Seeing Bai happily playing with the children, Anna breathed a sigh of relief. He's essentially a very mild-tempered person. Don't provoke him. You don't want to know what happens if you do. Phaeton was a very good-tempered person. He never took offense at his friend's barrage of sarcasm or outspoken criticism. He even collected free promotional materials from the club street and brought them back to share with his roommates. He was also very well received among his classmates. When he walked on the street, acquaintances would always raise their hands and say hello. As someone who had copied all of his data, Bai couldn't possibly have a bad temper. Furthermore, Anna learned from the pioneers that he and all of his companions were carefully selected by the administrators after careful calculations to find the best candidates who best fit the setting. Their goal was to destroy everything beautiful, repeatedly. To simulate the birth of the star god of destruction, thereby creating a commander specifically targeting intelligence. The Boise Academy also performs this kind of calculations within the virtual world, but they're not as sophisticated. They simply run back and forth comparing and analyzing experimental results, and definitely don't go to the trouble of designing numerous scenarios and stages specifically for this purpose. Please, the Boise Academy is mostly composed of scholars, not perverts. Bai enjoys playing with children, indicating that his soul isn't deeply entangled in destruction. There must be someone constantly supporting and encouraging him in various ways, even attempting to heal him. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult for him to survive over 30 million doomed outcomes and still maintain his humanity through his own will. It's not only difficult, but terrifying. Is there anything I can do? Anna couldn't sit still, yawning profusely after standing for even a moment, desperate for something to do. Phobos couldn't persuade her, so he pointed to a nearby clump of plants and said, "Go gather the flax. This isn't a camp anymore, and we don't need these teaching aids that give everyone allergic rashes." The children sent to the camp weren't allergic to anything they encountered in daily life, and their physical fitness was excellent, so they generally didn't get sick easily. To train them to successfully complete their tasks even when they were unwell, a number of things that would make people feel uncomfortable were planted around the camp. Weeding? Okay. She flung out her yinya, snatched a triangular scarf from Phobos, and tied it around her face as a mask. She slowly walked over to the flax field and began working with her blade. With a sweep of the blade, the grass stalks slid to the sides. Anna entered through the opening she had made, working methodically from the center outward. This thing thrived and grew too tall, perhaps due to the selective selection. Originally a maximum of only 1.2 meters, it had now reached over 2 meters. From the outside, patches of vegetation were suddenly missing, one after another. Plants lay fallen, and no one was in sight, as if an invisible beast was lurking within, stealing and scurrying. It took her nearly an hour to harvest the entire field. The fallen flax was bundled and carried away by the elderly Bopuks. To extract the flax fiber, it had to be retorted in a special pond filled with water. Once the organic matter had decomposed, what remained was the raw material for textile production. After she had laid down the last clump of green plants, Anna turned back and saw Bai tying the scattered, fallen plants into bundles at the edge of the field, making it easier for transporters. "Look, I got it all neatly tied up. My wheat fields turn golden in autumn, and lying there you can smell the fragrance of ripening wheat." He squatted there, working diligently, a clear example of a master of curling. Ailey Mish is nestled between the mountains and the sea, with a vast plain. The white-haired young man lowered his head and smiled shyly. I thought it was huge, but when I came to space from Omphalos, I discovered that the concept of big is, different from what I understand. Your hometown must be beautiful. Anna put away her teeth, untied her triangular bandana, and slowly approached the guest, who was working even harder than the host. There must be lakes and oceans on Elrose too. Wait until the water freezes over in winter, and then you can come and play. Just dig a hole, and the fish, unable to resist, will jump out. Ice fishing is a fun and rewarding activity. Anna has accumulated a lot of experience on Avel, and I think it will be equally applicable on Elrose too. What's winter like in Elemish? She also squatted down, tying another row of flax into shape. Bayes' movement slowed. He thought for a long moment, then shook his head calmly. I don't remember. Every reincarnation begins with autumn. I've seen autumn over 30 million times, and not once have snowflakes landed on the treetops in Elemish. Then you must go back with Phaeton to see what winter is like in his homeland. I hear it's a remote planet with stunning scenery too. If I hadn't been held back by the Wahlberg incident, I would have definitely gone there for 2 months this summer vacation. Anna hadn't tied a few bundles when Bai took over the remaining work. Soon, Phobos arrived to call for dinner. We caught a giant deer this morning, and it's almost roasted now. Wash your hands, and go to the fire pit to wait for dinner. The work on the construction site will be taken over soon, don't worry. The Bopuks don't hunt much. Today they caught a meaty animal simply to entertain their distinguished guests. Normally, they eat either imported meat or their own livestock. At least they previously sold themselves in a high-quality manner, and the Rumi royal family couldn't bear to watch their cash cows continue to languish in their early civilization. Although the infrastructure on Elrose too was a mess, food imports had always received the most favorable policies. Over the past few amber ages, the Bopuks had entered a hybrid era that was hard to describe. The original large hearth in the center of the camp had fortunately been preserved. Phobos had originally intended to use it as a tourist attraction to entertain tourists, but now it was just the right time to use it. Roasted giant deer. The antlers and hides have been collected, handled by skilled members of the tribe. With no one to blockade or sanction them, the Bopuks are confident about the future. Oh, good. Anna responded, clapped her hands, and stood up, leaving the flax field. This material is a very good raw material. Although few people wear clothing made of flax fiber these days, it remains popular in the pet and art markets. The words pure natural and pollution-free always hold Pierpoint, and some scholars in check. She walked a short distance forward and noticed that Bai hadn't caught up. She decisively turned back and offered a hand to the white-haired young man, who was still squatting in a daze. Your legs are numb. Get up and eat. They'd done a lot of work. A deer leg wouldn't be too much to handle later. Chapter 310. It turns out that hard workers are always big eaters. After a solid day's work and a hearty consumption of a whole deer leg from the Bapuk people, Bai, now overfed, or stuffed as he'd been called, sat leaning against a pile of logs, his gaze aimlessly following the tall, gray-haired woman. She didn't exist in Omphalos's calculations. She was a close friend of the data blueprint in the real world. This gave him a sense of familiarity yet freedom, like the new friend he made after the successful recreation in the Oracle. Welcome to the tangible world. She spoke, carrying with her the lingering smoke of war, and the familiar scent of fire and blood. A nimble golden eagle came into view, wings spread, chasing its prey through the air. The geese, caught in the sudden attack, fled in panic. The golden eagle's target was a young goose perched at the tail end of the flock. It flew in panic, screaming for help from its mother, but was eventually struck and sent tumbling. The eagle folded its wings and began to dive. Its graceful, sharp acceleration signaled the end of a perfectly executed hunt. But the young goose refused to accept becoming prey. It spread its wide webbed feet and, just as the golden eagle neared, flapped its wings vigorously to attack the approaching foe. The geese, forming a formation, closed in just in time, and occasionally, bold adults rushed forward to attack and harass. The eagle, unable to maintain its balance in its dive, failed again and again, forced to spread its wings and take flight again due to the close proximity to the ground. The young goose, its scalp pecked, barely escaped death. Mumbling, it found a patch of grass to land in. A robust adult goose eagerly followed suit. How wonderful. The young man remained in an uncomfortable position, motionless, reliving the sniper battle that had just concluded. This was the real world, no longer confined to a transparent square screen. He was lost in thought when Anna, who was chatting with her tribesmen, suddenly looked in a certain direction. After a few seconds of intense interest, her eyes lit up, and she turned towards the pile of logs. Come on, the fight started. Come with me to watch the fun. Her excited expression was familiar. Every time he and Madness competed, a crowd of people would gather with similar expressions. Huh? Bai was still dazed when Anna stepped forward, grabbed him, and dragged him away. The two tribesmen fighting each other have just regained their freedom. The families they once served were political rivals, and wars often broke out for various reasons. On the battlefield, they were evenly matched, with no clear winner. Now free, they still dislike each other and frequently challenge each other to fight. She looked like she was enjoying the fun, practically grabbing a handful of sunflower seeds and cracking them from the treetops. Dragged to a privileged viewing spot, Bai was jolted from his thoughts by the thud of fists and kicks. Do you people in the third dimension also engage in such passionate fighting? The passionate ones were the two middle-aged men. Although both were tall and muscular, a closer look revealed their different genders. The one with softer features was the woman, while the one with more rugged features was probably the man. They fought without weapons, relying solely on their bodies and skills. A group of onlookers around kept cheering and giving bad advice. Some people even made bets on who would win or lose, and the loser would have to do some small work for the winner tomorrow. Bai felt he should be more sociable. His new friend had been kind enough to play with him, but always looking sour was a betrayal. He pondered for a moment, nudging Anna, who was watching the fight from afar, with his elbow. Guess who's going to win? He decided to bet on the weaker opponent so Anna would win. A small win wouldn't mean much, but it would make him feel good. But Anna shook her head firmly. No, I always lose when I bet. I don't bet. Huh? This was beyond his imagination. How could someone have such bad luck? Is it true? Really? Anna's face was blank, as if she had suddenly mastered mind reading. I tell you a great way to get rich quick. Let's find a chaotic and evil planet and go to the largest casino. No matter how outrageous my bets are, just bet against me and you be fine. As long as you can beat the casino security, I guarantee you earn enough credits in one afternoon to last you a lifetime. She was serious. After all, luck was never something she considered a factor in her ability. Even Cock of Asia couldn't get it out. A constant is a constant. Bai, why didn't such an interesting person appear in Ompolis's calculations? He curled his lips, then lowered his eyes. No, it didn't matter if she didn't appear. Even if she was just data, she wouldn't have to endure round after round of pain. The two fighting in the arena finally decided the winner. The woman kicked the man back 2 or 3 meters, snorted coldly, clapped her hands like a general, and turned away. A group of people split into 2 groups, one to congratulate the winner, the other to help the loser up, humming comfort and advice. You can't pursue someone like that. Give them something, brother. Give them something useful. An acquaintance from the same period burst out laughing. While fighting is essentially a form of courtship, attempting to conquer the other through force, we're human. Don't be so barbaric. The most important thing is, you can't beat her. You should learn other tricks. Crows even build nests to lure females. What do you have? This is a good story. It actually has an unusual development and follow-up. Anna devoured the story with gusto, having long forgotten about her bad luck. Bai hadn't expected this to happen. He had been caught in the throng and couldn't help but join in the bad advice after listening for a while. They were all methods that were of little use, but had a lot of emotional value. A passing starship took them back from Elrose 2 to the graduate school in the core star field that evening. The neatly arranged dormitories had a hazy effect in the night. If it weren't for the flying car, not only Bai, but even Anna herself wouldn't have been able to tell which was which. Tomorrow I'm going to visit the professor. If he's free, stay in the dorm to read and do homework. You can go to the law school with FAE and the others more often, so you won't be scammed when you go out in the future. She opened the door of the flying car and jumped out. Bai slipped out the other side silently, with a somewhat unfamiliar clumsiness. The lights were on in the square, white, 2-story building. Behind the curtains, only the shadowy figures of several people could be seen sitting inside. His new residence was on the 2nd floor of that building. Unlike Oma, everyone here was the same. Whether you're an envoy or an ordinary student, even if you rent your own room, the standards are the same. Yes, there are no Goldens here, but instead, there are all sorts of different Fatewalkers. They're influenced by different star gods, and their destinies vary greatly, but ultimately, they're all ordinary intelligent beings. We're back, bringing with us some Bapuk's own handicrafts. Anna skillfully ascended the stairs, skillfully opened the dormitory door, and skillfully paused. Sid, is it your turn to mitosis this time? Ahaha, now that you're back, we're leaving. Bye. Xiong vanished with Dan Hung in tow, her legs on fire, leaving the students inside and outside the dormitory grappling with the situation. Hurry, hurry, or we be forced into a philosophical debate with Professor Nakashia. A serious philosophy scholar has returned. The Star Core spirit, the savior of saviors, spread his long legs and scurried away. Bye, eh. His scalp tingled. He wanted to run, but he couldn't. Metal wire, seemingly unseen, bound him tightly and dragged him into the dormitory. The green-haired man, dressed in home clothes, sat in a soft armchair, an intricately patterned patch covering his left eye. The metal chain reflected a faint halo of light under the light. Why are you standing there like an idiot? Come and sit down. He glanced at Bai leisurely, his gaze pausing as it passed Anna. What are you so nervous about? Professor Anaxa? No, not really. Although Professor Anaxa often made some noise with his experiments, Anna was absolutely certain that both of his eyes were intact during yesterday's class. If something like that happened within a day, Sid and the others wouldn't have left her in the dark. So you're also a mimetic life form, Professor Anaxagoras' data. She concluded, and the man in the chair let out a satisfied expression. Indeed, your brains are positively correlated with your looks. I'm so glad to have a student who looks and actually is smart. Even more delightful was that the child remembered his name clearly, instead of deliberately calling him Teacher Na, Teacher Xia, and Teacher Nikexia. Anna dragged Bai over to the sofa and tucked him in. Great, Bai, your teacher's here to pick you up. She learned this habit of only calling people halfway from Xianzhou, and Phaeton and the others always called her with just one word. Perhaps this is a Delphic tradition. Bai, bound with gossamer threads so that only his eyes could move, looked despairing. His expression, seemingly about to break, amused Mr. Nikexia. What are you struggling with? My student. Hida, expressionless, quietly turned on the soundproofing. As expected, the next second, Professor Anaxagoras' recognizable haha echoed throughout the dormitory. You've proven the foundation of Omphalos' existence with your actions, found the first person to plant the fire, and solved the mystery of why we are who we are, haha. Phaeton, eh. Daemons, eh. Double Professor Anaxas, double the madness and terror. Luckily tomorrow's a day off, otherwise I dread to think how many reports would pop up in the academic administration system tomorrow. Sid looked helplessly at Anna, who pulled out the traditional pickles Phobos had insisted she'd bring from the space button. Bopak handmade flavor? You guys aren't allergic to explants, are you? Of course not. Damons immediately went to the kitchen to get bread and a plate. Even if he had to eat it dry, he had to try the food his roommate had brought from home. Let's leave the master and apprentice alone for now. This is disaster relief food, it's a waste not to eat it. Chapter 311. Dawn. The white-haired young man sat up numbly from his bed. The window, automatically opened by the housekeeping robot, flew open. The morning breeze blew by, and the nightmare vanished. Downstairs was quiet, but he couldn't help but hear the familiar ha-ha sound. He couldn't help but raise his hand to his forehead and rub it vigorously. Now, he didn't need to rack his brains to kill that man first. After more than 30 million reincarnations, he could finally let go of his burdens and listen obediently to his teacher's teachings. He walked down the stairs with his hair disheveled, and was despaired to find 3 Nikashas in the common living room, Teacher Nikasha, Professor Anaxagoras, and their nephew Sid. Teacher Nikasha was poring over Sid's paper word by word. It was clear that he valued this nephew so much. Most people would hardly even glance at him, but now, he was willing to take the time to read his paper. The man laughed every few sentences, his voice as boisterous as a kookaburra. Professor Anaxagoras studied Mr. Nikasha closely. He was clearly intrigued by this mimetic being, a creature of his own, so curious that he even agreed to show him his beloved nephew's paper. Like a ruthless parent showing off their young child. It just so happened that I didn't have any experiments planned for fall and winter vacations. I have a new, smiling little brother. Sister will be delighted. He was always adept at killing with one blow. Mr. Nikasha suddenly fell silent, his fingers clenching around Sid's paper. Sister. Is she okay? Very well. Professor Anaxagoras struck a triumphant pose. Not only had he saved his sister, he also had a nephew. Win. Double win. Mr. Xia immediately booked a trip for several months, simultaneously making a new request. I'd like to use your laboratory, and the think tank of the Society of Knowledge. No problem, you're most welcome. Professor Anaxagoras was not a loner. He simply couldn't be bothered to communicate with anthropomorphic people who couldn't understand human language. Now, having someone equally as intelligent as himself was like finding a kindred spirit from heaven. He was brimming with happiness. The metal hairspring appeared stealthily, and Bayi obediently let itself be stealthily dragged into the kitchen. Honestly, was Anna really not the source of Aglia's data? Hair can be dyed, eye color can be changed, but their personalities and demeanor are vastly different. Perhaps their only similarity is their use of silk thread. Have breakfast, and wait until Professor Anaxer leaves before leaving. Several people were huddled in the small kitchen. Phaeton handed Bayi a plate and scooped him a spoonful of scrambled eggs. The pickles and broth from home are delicious, perfect with rice. Oh ah! Okay, thank you. Bayi nodded politely at Phaeton, who smiled brightly. I'm going to work part-time later, doing a virtual court session. Would you like to take a look? He hadn't yet obtained his professional license, so he could only help with data analysis and clerking. For a novice struggling through exams, observing actual practice was crucial. Okay. Bayi didn't know what to do or what to do. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone with Anna to Elrose 2 yesterday to do manual labor. After breakfast, the two professors outside were still giving Sid a private lesson. Even Damons couldn't help but look at him with sympathy. What kind of human suffering was this? Being surrounded by two Professor Anaxers, Anna slipped sideways back into her bedroom, then quietly slipped out again a moment later, carrying the documents. She was going to meet her mentor, Professor Lachaud, to discuss the arrangements for entering the lab. As soon as she ran, Phaeton and Bayi took off. The two identical white-haired young men walked to the taxi stand and waited for a long time before transportation arrived. I never understood this, Phaeton complained to Bayi, scratching the back of his head. Why are we all students at First Truth University, but we all ride for free, while it always has a taxi, and it responds at any time? Every reincarnation was like killing himself. Bayi listened quietly to him complain about his leisurely daily life. About nearly failing the final exam, the professor being too strict with course selection, getting dragged into it by his roommate, and the difficulty of preparing for the exam. Maybe Anna? He secretly followed Phaeton, omitting a word. She's just lucky and more popular with speedsters? That's impossible. Phaeton said firmly. Anything to do with luck has nothing to do with her. Some people's luck can be factored into their strength, but she's the type who subtracts it from their strength. It sounded miserable. Phaeton was a talkative man, barely finishing his recounting of Anna's first unfortunate experience with the Black Tower space station and her experiments. We went out together, and everyone else returned safely, but she ran headfirst into the Doomsday Beast. Her luck was incredible. Bayi, While it might seem inappropriate to talk about a woman behind her back, considering Phaeton's core point was consider factors other than luck for Anna, it's understandable that he used examples to illustrate his point. As they spoke, the car pulled up to the parking lot outside the law school building. Phaeton, holding onto the car door with one hand, jumped out, and Bayi followed suit. Either they were arrested together, or they were released together. From the first-floor classroom, the sound of the professor slowly reading from the material emanated, while students occasionally laughed and happily ate melons. The ivy clung to the brick-red exterior wall, its uniform swaying in the breeze creating a uniquely timeless beauty. Law school is like that. They teach logic and legal principles, but they also emphasize humanity and common sense. Phaeton led Bayi all the way to the top floor of the teaching building. The small classroom was equipped with an oversized projection system. I'm going to sit in on a divorce case in the civil marriage chamber of the Pierpoint District Court. It's going to be quite exciting. He excitedly pulled a suit from his briefcase and a bottle of juice, tossing it to Bayi. I go change. You don't have to wear formal attire to sit in the audience. It's uncomfortable. It's handsome, but a bit restrictive. You have to put on a lot of airs once you put it on, and you can't be lazy at all. Bayi, who prefers the classic purple and yellow combination, glanced at the black suit and white shirt in his hands, and secretly thought it might just meet Aglia's aesthetic standards. 10 minutes later, Phaeton reappeared in the small classroom, his arms spread wide, and a carefree smile on his face as he asked Bayi, "How's it going?" Handsome, right? He's seen this face over 30 million times, and had long since become numb to it, but he nodded gently. Yeah, very handsome. I'm so handsome, hee. Phaeton happily led Bayi to the projection equipment. Normally, we can project directly through the protocol in our personal computers, but I'm not sure if you can share my equipment. Since there are only two of us, why not take you to experience some professional projection equipment, the kind that's so lifelike it's practically indistinguishable from the real thing. Having only seen the human form condensed in the memory crystal, Bayi said he was from the village and couldn't quite understand it. It's okay, just relax. Phaeton wasn't worried at all. This guy is a mimetic creature, the uncrowned king of the data stream, a being capable of competing with the Punklods. After getting ready, the two entered the projection cabin. Bai didn't feel anything special. As soon as he opened his eyes, he was pulled away from the entrance by a similarly projected Phaeton. Ever since the Interstellar prison abuse case, the Pierpoint District Court has added a review process and a jury process to prevent wrongful convictions. Ahem, we discuss the details when we get back. First, find a good seat. Dressing in a black suit, as he'd been photographed, he walked to the back of the plaintiff's table, under the gazes of the jurors. Internship. He hadn't even passed the exam yet. Bai followed his instructions and chose a corner seat. The elevated spot afforded him a clear view of the entire courtroom. The two parties entered the courtroom on time, and after the jury took their seats, the auditorium gradually filled up. Phaeton, sitting in his accompanying seat, tilted his head back and smiled foolishly at him. This carefree smile only appeared on Enrico's 496 face at the beginning of each reincarnation. Let's go for a walk later. He mouthed the words, and Bai nodded in agreement without hesitation, fearing that he might be reprimanded by the judge if he didn't behave properly. He wasn't even that cautious when he skipped class. The judge rapped his gavel, and the courtroom slowly quieted down. The clerk was about to read the case information. Overall, this was a case of a reconstituted family being reconstituted. Neither party was present, and the court was litigating between their respective children. Their adult children. Over half a year ago, two elderly people went on vacation together on a planet. While boating on a lake, they were assaulted by a boatman with an oar. Fortunately, they called for help in time and were rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment. Afterward, the police investigation revealed that the two had been happily enjoying sunsets together in various corners of the universe every year. The only problem was that they each had a healthy family. One spouse was still alive, and they had more than one child. After the incident, the elderly couple, feeling the uncertainty of life, quickly divorced and remarried upon their release from the hospital. Yet, a year later, they were both cheating again, each seeking to end their relationship. Omphalos is really too narrow-minded about this. Bai said he never seen anything like it. Why don't you four just get together and live a good life? Taking the snacks Anna had just given him from his pocket, he huddled in a corner, intently watching the fun with various meat jerky and milk slices. Phaeton couldn't be like him. Sitting in the accompanying seat, he was easily noticed. He could only bury his head in memorization, and while writing, he had to try hard to recall all the sad things in his life to keep from bursting out laughing. He absolutely couldn't laugh, or he'd get his salary docked. That's the pay I earned after working like a slave. Chapter 312. The judge banged the gavel and adjourned the courtroom amidst the chaos of the plaintiff and defendant throwing paper balls at each other in an attempt to kill each other. Phaeton, head bowed, legs tucked under his heels, ran to Bai and plopped down beside him. Taking advantage of the chaotic departure of the audience, he buried his face in Bai's clothes, shaking with laughter. Bai, with a blank expression, followed his laughter, unwilling to believe that he had ever had such a low sense of humor. Ha ha. I'm going to tell Damons and the others about this, ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. Ha ha. How could there be such a person? Ha ha. Stop laughing, or you suffocate. The idea that the data prototype of the Savior died of suffocation from excessive melon eating was a joke in itself. After the audience had mostly left, Phaeton finally recovered from his laughter. Hee, I take you to the community street next to the Ionan open-air auditorium. It's a fun place. His beautiful blue eyes sparkled, without the aura of death in them. Okay. Bai heard himself gently and reluctantly agree to this completely meaningless activity, as if he couldn't help but make amends for the countless people whose tears had dried up in the heat. Phaeton happily exited the projection, and when the guy who looked just like him also exited, he pulled him away, saying, "Hurry up. The cafeteria will be open soon and people will leave." Shouldn't there be even more people wandering around the cafeteria? Bai buried his doubts in his heart and followed Phaeton down the stairs to the flying car, appearing outside the Ionan auditorium. This way. If you're lucky, you might get to try some food tastings and rides. First Truth University has no shortage of wealthy second generations, and various clubs are no shortage of patrons. With ample credit points, everything can be done to the best of one's ability. At least, that's how it works most of the time at school. I noticed a long time ago that by the time the cafeteria serves food, the club supplies are mostly gone, and what's left is useless stuff that can't be distributed. Phaeton walked faster and faster, and Bai had to match him. They were the same height and had long legs, and even when strolling around, they walked faster than the others. The club area was a mess, with all kinds of people. Bai watched the girls in front of him blush, shrieking softly and giggling. As they passed each other, he heard them excitedly exchanging information in hushed tones. So, have you read the master's new article? The other girls immediately nodded their heads, like chickens pecking at rice. We did. Oh my god. Mrs. Xiaodia is so strong. She's such a great match. A blessing for all the omnivores. The 0824131 and Fabriquet couple, a prisoner and an aloof scholar, is so intoxicating I can't take it anymore. Is the master's brain different from ours? Yes. It's so intoxicating I can't eat or drink. Fayette interrupted in a deafening coughing fit, and Bai pulled him back to prevent him from accidentally knocking himself to death. Their movements were a bit exaggerated, and the girl's eyes flashed green. Ah! A chill ran down my spine. Let's go! Phaeton pulled Bai up, and found a makeshift cafe that was having an event. They snuck in and sat down. Bai looked at him worriedly. Are you okay? I'm fine. Phaeton roared inwardly. Number 0824131 is none other than Fiberkite. Castorea and her sister probably don't know about this. Probably not. Ever since Damon's exposed his roommate's identity from the perspective of a commander, everyone has been wary and cautious, avoiding any public comment on number 0824131, fearing that a poor attitude would arouse suspicion and expose Anna. The commander or something doesn't matter, it's just a rare occurrence. But what if Pierpoint were to reveal their identity and send someone to arrest Anna? What if it happened during finals week? Ugh. He couldn't even think about it. No, it's okay. Last time, when Castorea was writing a story about me and Damon's, that guy cornered her and read out 5 systems. Ha! He laughed exaggeratedly 3 times. You can't tell, Damon's is the best debater in the dorm. I really can't tell. Madmose's data source is actually a history scholar who's a bit nearsighted and occasionally wears glasses. The thought is terrifying. Bayer's alopecia were trembling. He couldn't believe his eyes or his memory. What would you like? The waiter arrived late, wearing a black suit, a black hat, and a long, low black ponytail. Phaeton suppressed a cough that threatened to choke him, wiped his face, and pointed to the table. 2 glasses of lemonade, more sugar, less ice, thank you. Why would someone cosplay as an envoy? Bai quietly observed this bizarre world. After drinking his water, Phaeton dragged him out to line up for supplies. There were 2 of them, so they could have doubled the servings. As we reached the end of the long street, we saw more and more people dressed in bizarre attire, a mix of black suits and a chair. It was 2 years ago, didn't you know? Phaeton leaned forward and whispered to Bai, and was voted the beauty of the world that year, and as a prank, we took this magazine photo with her at the Black Tower station. It seemed that this photo would become a classic that would continue to be passed down for years to come. He pulled out an external device, pulled out an old photo, and held it in front of Bai like a treasure. Look, handsome! This was the second time he mentioned that word today, clearly showing a deep concern for his image. Yeah, handsome, very handsome, he replied, a second time, gently and helplessly. Incredibly handsome. The 2 of them went through all the stalls distributing supplies, each carrying a cardboard box back to the dormitory. Neither Professor Anaxa nor Professor Nuckshaw had disappeared. Sid lay sprawled on the round table, barely breathing. Damon softly asked him what he'd like for dinner. 1 uncle was enough to give him a headache, but 2 uncles. The love doubled, but the pain doubled. These 2 dear uncles together could tear Bosch's into pieces with a wrench. We're back. Wow. Sid, you look like a dish rag lying on the table. Phaeton barked as he entered, placing a box in front of his friend. Look, Bayer and I brought back a ton of pens and notebooks. Let's pick them out for you today. Sid single-handedly shouldered the responsibility of caring for the 2 professors and Axa. Truly magnificent. Sid let out a series of meaningless gasps, rolled over, and faced him with the back of his head. Phaeton glanced around the living room again. And hasn't come back yet? Didn't she go see Professor Leisho? Last time, she said she was going to Pinocchio to pick up Professor Leisho, and she disappeared for a year. This time it was Professor Leisho again. She wouldn't really delay her graduation, would she? Resisting the urge to reach for his external devices, he rambled through the living room, like a nagging old hen, sighing and moaning from time to time until Anna appeared, holding onto the door. You're back. The white-haired young man's eyes widened. Anna, with her dyed hair, nodded tremblingly. Yes, I'm back. Professors. Are they all so terrifying? With Sid still recovering on his left, and another shaky figure on his right, Phaeton finally faced the power of intellect. Knowledge can be quite burdensome sometimes. Professor Laisho was very pleased by Anna's proactive visit. Her treatment was similar to that of Professor Anax's. After a physical exam and data collection, she was peppered with questions. Her own mentor's questions were so intense that she finally managed to escape with a tangled brain. Professor Anax's sharp tongue was all, but Professor Laisho could wield a digital pen. Not bad. She lay there for a while, feeling better. She sat up straight and opened her personal computer to contact Delaney. She and Ginny were currently arranging the store opening in Luofu. She urged Anna to arrange shipments with Ms. Maya as soon as possible. It's about the part-time job, there's nothing I can do about it. Oh. Bai sat back down, looking from Sid to Phaeton to Damon's. This was one of the rare times he paid attention to these people. Damon's, who was very sensitive to gazes, looked back. What's the matter? Ah. He opened his mouth, and the person opposite him flashed a familiar look of impatience. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't be so hesitant. If it were Manmos, he would definitely have added the derogatory term savior at this point, but this person, after speaking his mind, took a detour. Do you have a special dinner you like to eat? Well, this was definitely not Manmos. That guy would just make a completely unpalatable meal and force it on him. No, thank you. I can eat anything. Or not. He took back the rest of his words, his eyes flickering to the ground, where Di Ting was running around with his tail wagging. I want to visit teacher Nakashia. At least, I have to apologize to him. Even if the teacher doesn't care, it's what he should do. The common living room fell silent. After more than 10 seconds, Sid propped himself up and sat up straight. I ask for you. Please make 2 extra dinners, and bring them to feed the 2 professors. A drone will be here to restock the food later. Anna looked at Damon's, who nodded silently, and went into the kitchen to open the refrigerator. Phaeton gasped, stood up, walked over, and patted him on the shoulder. Brother, you're a courageous man. I admire you. That's Professor Anaxagras. 2 of them. Are you trying to kill yourself? Anna rolled up her sleeves and walked with Damon's to the kitchen. Recalling her own sparse cooking skills, Bai quickly stood up and walked in. I help, with the ingredients. It's best not to let Anna get involved in household chores. Anyone in the dorm is better at it than she is. Chapter 313. After a flurry of activity, everyone in the dormitory was once again out in force. Bai was once again seated next to Anna, the only difference being that he was clutching an oversized insulated box. Please, we're just trying to give you the courage to go to Professor Anax's so late at night. Of course, you have to take the things, Phaeton said, as he thrust his dinner into his hands without hesitation, then flung open the rear door of the flying car and climbed in. He had, of course, been to the core area of the Poly-Science Society's headquarters before. Back then, Xiong had accompanied him to report in, and Bai remained almost unresponsive to any external stimuli. Now, his condition had improved considerably. The relaxed atmosphere, the tolerant roommates, the healthy living environment, all of this was slowly dissolving the heavy burden that had long since become part of him. Even the world-bearing Titan had to learn to slowly unload the dawn machine from his back. The lights in Professor Anax's laboratory were still on, the shadows of the trees overlapping the night sky, and only where the moonlight shone was a small, shadowy black patch. Bai, clutching the storage box, couldn't help but glance back after a few steps, fearing he'd find nothing behind him. Look ahead, the road lies ahead. Don't think we're so fragile. Damon's tooted, while Phaeton and Sid huddled together, whispering. Anna displayed Yinya for illumination. The pale gold liquid gold blade truly acted like a flashlight. Looking great. I saw that scene on Starnet, where you beat up Commander White Sparrow Flower in the Wahlberg system. What material is that blade made of? Phaeton's eyes lit up at the sight of Yinya. If Anna were a man, he'd probably have pounced on Yinya and groped him. The thought of commanders fighting each other in a war is unbelievable. But when it comes to the hunters, it's easy to understand. They take revenge, and they won't do it overnight unless they can avoid it. She raised her arm and swung the flashlight in her hand, its light flickering across the road. How should I know about the materials? You should ask Instructor Ing. He made this when he was young. He gave it to me when I was visiting Luofu. You're unlucky to run into a surprise attack by the Destruction Emissary while traveling. Sid shook his head sympathetically. Next time, let's all travel together so we can look after each other. It doesn't matter who looks after whom, or how, but she can't be left alone. It's bound to get into trouble. Ha. Anna gave a dry laugh and pushed Bai, who was walking in front, up the corridor steps. I didn't want to either. I was just bored, so I took the initiative to provoke destruction. Oh sorry, I wasn't talking about you. She patted Bai. The young man, listening intently, blinked innocently. Huh? Huh? Phaeton took 2 quick steps forward and made the same expression. Damons and Sid lowered their heads and chuckled. Identical, like 3D printed, the 5 of them laughed and walked to the bottom of the corridor. Phaeton stepped forward and knocked on the wooden door of Professor Anax's office. The housekeeping robot opened the door for them, rolling around on the ground with a small mid-green chimera on its body. Oh! Bai's incubator nearly fell to the ground. The chimera jumped off the housekeeping robot's head and headed straight for Sid. How could this happen? For a moment, he was a little confused about the timeline's divisions. Anna elbowed him. This is the product of an experiment we conducted with Professor Anaxa 2 years ago. Because it's so adorable, the Interstellar Peace Company bought the copyright. It's now a very expensive and luxurious pet breed. Awah! The little chimera, held in Sid's arms, tilted its head with wide eyes. The professor's voice came from the study. Why are you guys having dinner at my place so late? Hurry up. Phaeton took Anna's place and pushed Bai forward. They turned a corner and met. 3 professors in the living room. Professor Anaxa, Professor Nukshaw, and Professor Leisho. Thankfully, Damons' cooking was always generous, so there wasn't an awkward scene of someone watching everyone eat. Professor, good evening, hee. Phaeton patted Bai, who was trying to breathe more evenly to avoid looking too strange. Professor Leisho glanced at him for a few seconds and said coldly, stressed? Perhaps I provoke you. Teacher Nikexia tilted her head and said, after all, asking a good student to try to kill their teacher first after over 30 million reincarnations is indeed a bit too much to ask from a human perspective. I hope my students can go further than I have. Your students may not yet understand that a scholar's pursuit of truth can transcend the importance of life. Rita's Leisho's gaze fell on Anna. I was thinking that too many tests at once would be too much of a burden for you. Now that you appear to be back to normal, why not continue? Anna, She stood obediently in the testing area. 2 of the 3 professors flipped open their notes. Please gradually increase the release of your destiny power, and try to prolong this process. A pale golden arrow of light appeared at her fingertips again. With no target yet, it was sharp but harmless. Imaginary attribute, ha! Professor Anaxa glanced teasingly at Professor Leisho, whose forehead was practically bulging with veins. What's so strange about a disciple and mentor sharing the same attribute? Oh! Phaeton and the others hurriedly pulled dinner out of the insulated box and set a full table. Even amidst their busy schedule, they found time to watch the hunting emissary diligently perform data testing. As soon as one person started, everyone applauded, and Bai blended seamlessly in. An envoy is a fate walker who has traveled far enough on the path of destiny. A fate walker is a human who, at some point, resonates with their destiny and is observed by a star god. Or perhaps living creatures is a more appropriate generalization. This category encompasses both organic and inorganic life. As a scholar of natural theology, she doesn't worship the star gods, but she can't deny it. The star gods do exist, and have even repeatedly answered her prayers. The opportunity to embark on your fate? Faced with the last question, she removed the pink sapphire encrusted in her BLO tie. Professor, it was Abigail's death, but it wasn't limited to her. As you know, countless ordinary people like her have been deceived and trampled upon in the Iver Star prison. Before our escape, they claimed that no prisoner would ever leave alive. So it was altruistic anger and a pursuit of justice that pushed her down that path. The 3 professors simultaneously looked at the young man from Ali Mish, who had offered himself up. What about you? No, why is there something about me? You want me to forgive you? Teacher Nakishia raised an eyebrow and smiled meaningfully. Then cooperate with my new research. It's easy, isn't it? You don't need to kill anyone anymore, nor do you need to continue to carry any burdens. Just slowly tell the story of the past, and then let it go. It's the anger of being fooled, the grief for the repeated suffering of my comrades, and the rage accumulated over countless reincarnations. Whenever he recalled the past, he still clenched his fists. Phaeton silently patted his shoulder. He was the only one who understood Bai best at this moment, for he, too, was willing to sacrifice everything for a goal. Master, I'm sorry. Bai lowered his head, not daring to look at Nakishia. Nakishia, on the other hand, appeared quite relaxed, even rolling his eyes. All right. You single-handedly tore through the barriers between the digital world and the real world, and you really expect me to look proud of you? Phaeton retreated, joining Damon's and Sid in a burst of stifled laughter. Screwgum is still monitoring Delta Me-13's redundant data. The scepter began to decline after you two separated. The good news is that Bosch's brain has been saved. The bad news is that the Great Clever Club's curiosity about this matter is growing. Please be prepared. Professor Lachaud was also very curious, as would all the scholars present. The paper man had come to life. A true 2D to 3D conversion. Who wouldn't be curious? The clever scholars understood the implication and exchanged glances. This meant that not just 1 or 2, but 10, 12, or even more mimetic creatures would gradually share the experience package of the Iron Curtain and enter the real world. Even if they didn't emerge on their own, the Genius Club would find a way to pull them out. Phaeton had already submitted the list of individuals who could potentially serve as data sources to the Polymath Society when Bai was transported there by the Star Train. Professor Anaxes, with a quick review, had predicted which mimetic creatures would appear in the future. He put the records away and looked at Teacher Nuckshaw with a gloating look. It seems your students are coming to you one after another. Are you happy? Not to mention the students. Even Teacher Nuckshaw himself was less than 100 days old and was technically illiterate. Don't worry. Our speedrunner legends made the leap from literacy to writing a paper in just 2 years. I'm sure Mr. Anaxagoras won't be slower than that. After all, Anaxagoras' wicked tastes are sometimes hard to understand. Is it fun to bully another version of himself? He gradually slowed his speech. After all, your lovely students are still staring at you eagerly. First, don't call me Anaxagoras. Call me by my full name, Anaxagoras. Are you so young that you developed Alzheimer's and can't even remember your own name? Second, I'm surprised you're so foolish as to think being a scholar is all about academic qualifications. Ahem. Professor Lachaud cleared his throat. With one hand spinning a digital pen, he lowered his tablet with the other and gently waved twice at the students, who were staring at him with wide eyes. These two guys are at it again. What are you doing not running away? Do you want to see them bicker until dawn tomorrow? Please stay on topic, Mr. Anaxagoras, he said, briefly regaining his composure. The students hurriedly said their goodbyes. We have classes tomorrow morning, so... Goodbye, Professor Lachaud. Goodbye, Professor Anaxagoras. Oh, and Professor Nuckshaw. Teacher, goodbye. Phaeton, pulling by air with him and pushing Sid, slipped out of the professor's office behind Damon's. Looking up, he was shocked to find Anna had already scurried out. Isn't that the speed of patrol supposed to be used for this? Is this okay? This is not okay. Don't throw your brothers into a trap. Chapter 314. An uneventful week ended, and on Friday night, students hunkered down in their dormitories, scrambling to calculate credits. The summer semester was drawing to a close, and it was time for another year of graduation ceremonies and ceremonials. Graduate school was supposed to have a 3-year program, but in reality, graduating within that timeframe was unlikely. Besides, the usual score barrier had already held many people back. No one could guarantee they would receive credits from Veritas Ladio and Anaxagoras. Not bad, not bad. Phaeton nearly broke his calculator. I'm still 9 credits short. 2 semesters are enough, and I can apply for a thesis proposal. That being said, there were 5 people living in the dorm now, and 4 had completed drafts of their thesis. Sid silently put down the thesis manuscript his 2 uncles were arguing about. I'm still 8 credits short. Anna and I are the same, right? Anna nodded silently. The others went to see Damon's. How about you? How many are you short? Do you need any help? This man, unlike the others, was a history major. While philosophy and history go hand in hand, this was graduate school after all, and the curriculum was slightly different. Damon's glanced at the bright pink calculator in front of him. I'm still 10 credits short. If nothing goes wrong, I only have 4 by the end of this semester. So he was actually the one who was progressing the fastest and closest to graduation. Bai sat quietly in the corner, listening with rapt interest as they planned their futures. At that moment, there was a knock on the dormitory door. The housekeeping robot scurried to open it, with little D-Ting wagging its tail in pursuit. The door opened, and the gray-haired Star Corps elf's voice, still as energetic as ever, said, "Hi. Is everyone okay? You're here. Take a seat. There's drinks and fruit in the fridge. Help yourself." Anna was too lazy to move. Glancing at him, she turned her attention to preparing for exam week. Phaeton let out a whine. Why am I so desperate to get a certification? Can't I just be a casual consultant? Isn't it just not recognized by all the legal departments in the galaxy? What's the big deal? Just going crazy. How many subjects do you still need? Damon stood up and went to the kitchen to get something to serve the guests. Anna could chat casually with the pioneers because they were familiar enough, but he couldn't. Over a year of studying, and only 2 subjects left. Phaeton was barely breathing. Sid snorted and laughed at him. Don't say that. I think you were showing off. This guy always had a way of making people think he was ordinary and incompetent. In reality, graduating from the law program at First Truth University is second only to medicine in terms of difficulty. The fact that he could compete with those future doctors shows how difficult this program is. Not to mention that he successfully graduated and even passed every exam to obtain a professional qualification. So terrifying. Cheong, why aren't you coming in yet? Anna propped herself up, unsure of what the Starcore spirit was up to. Carrying the large orange cat notebook, she walked around the round table to the door and peered out. This? Hey, you know the process. We won't waste any more time. Bye, he said, and he ran off, leaving Anna and the pink-haired man standing at the bottom of the stairs, looking at each other in bewilderment. This guy is actually walking around the campus shirtless. Damon's. Anna turned and called back to the dormitory, go get some clothes. Forget about what's going on in the kitchen. Hurry. He's naked and covered in scarlet paint. What if he scares the neighbors? What's going on? Phaeton came up behind Anna and poked his head out. His eyes widened, and he turned around and shouted, Damon's. You're in mitosis. Puff. Sid nearly fell under the table. How can there be more? There aren't many rooms left upstairs. Will there be enough for them in the future? Damon's was confused, but he still grabbed his spare shirt and trousers and came out. He squinted his eyes, and then instinctively pushed up his glasses. Just then, the other man uttered a similar curse, HKS. What happened next was that the scholars became mere bystanders and background spectators. White moved so fast that Anna wondered if she was seeing things. In an instant, the small decorative piece in the garden was being banged by 2 imposing men. Like 2 bears, Sid commented, frowning. What are you doing? The commotion finally attracted the students from the neighboring dorm. Anna shoved her roommate into the dorm and waved at them. It's okay. They're planning a cosplay and are reviewing the script. Oh, I didn't expect Phaeton and Damon's to be so skilled. The neighbor's innocent and simple compliment made Anna feel a little embarrassed and a little hot. Judging from the average level of scholars, Phaeton and Damon's were indeed far superior to the students at First Truth University, but the 2 in the garden were clearly not in that league. Mimetic lifeforms were far more capable than the data source. Watching the situation worsen as grass and dirt flew into the air, Anna walked down the front steps and into the garden, leaning over to block the rigging with her fingertips. Bai and Guinan, who were fighting fiercely, were now securely tied up. Sorry to bother you. Bai. She nodded to her neighbor, dragged her 2 new roommates back inside, and quickly closed the door. Be quiet and stop fighting, or I hang you 2 from the eaves all night. Do you understand? Bai and the other man nodded in unison to indicate they understood, and Anna finally let go. Introduce yourself. What should we call you? She turned to look at Damon's, who gave her a rare blank look. Why are you looking at me? Nothing. I meant, do you want to tell your family? Damon's parents had long been divorced, but the sudden appearance of a son, he had to tell his mother. I video call her later. He tossed the shirt to the shirtless man, who uttered a name, Manmose. Very well, Mr. Manmose. There are 3 empty rooms upstairs. Take your pick. Also, Anna looked at Bai. Out of respect, I haven't asked you, but reality clearly requires me to understand Ophilos. So, how many people have been separated from the scepter? Bai tugged at Anna's hairspring, panting and trying to calm his irregular breathing. At least 12. Rent an apartment? Anna scratched her head. She also needed to rent an apartment near the school, and that hadn't been arranged yet. Phaeton raised his hand and said politely, No, there are some from Castorea's group who don't live here. Miss Terispios, Miss Aglaia, Miss Ophelia, Miss Hyacinths, and 2 others who are also women. Baies' breathing gradually slowed. Medemos, sitting next to him, grinned, his eyes piercing Anna. You are Miss Aglaia's data source? It didn't seem like it. Anna fell into deep thought, then clapped her fists. You must be talking about Professor Cartwright's. She works at the Origami University in Pinocchio, not the First Truth University. She opened a virtual screen of her light brain and sent a call request. An elegant woman in white and gold appeared on the screen. You're contacting me out of the blue. What's wrong, Anna? She stood there perfectly still, with the throbbing rock music and bold spray-painted paintings behind her. "I'm sorry to bother you," Professor Carr writes. "I like to ask when Origami University's campus celebration is this year. Could I get a few invitations from you? If not, just send this group to Pinocchio for a bit of fun before returning. Just don't get into a fight on campus." "Is that a fight? It's clearly demolition work." "Of course, I have my assistant send you the invitations." Just send a group invitation. You can fill out the number of people you want, and let the school know in advance." Professor Cartwright smiled and hung up. Anna rubbed her forehead, deciding to put this question off until she got the invitations. The moment they saw Professor Cartwright's, Bai and Madness relaxed their muscles simultaneously, slumping back in their chairs, as if certain of something. Damon stepped forward to take the ladder away, reminding him disapprovingly, as they ascended the stairs, to change quickly, and not to behave strangely, and scare his mother. As they left, Bai nudged Phaeton with his long leg. "Your friend, Damon's. My Demas's father poisoned his mother to death. When he grew up, he led the willing followers of the Xiefeng people to attack Xiefeng City, murdering his father, and seizing power. He had never met his biological mother before being thrown into the river Styx. It was unclear whether he could remain calm and composed upon suddenly meeting her in the tangible world. No, this is all just some outrageous story concocted by some pervert?" Phaeton frowned in disdain. "They tampered with Delphic myths and city-state history. I'm going to sue them for copyright infringement. I'm going to bankrupt them. Damon's parents are just divorced because of a bad relationship. His mother is the boss in their family. Even if his father had 100 guts, that coward wouldn't dare to harm her." Sid nodded. "That's right." They breathed a sigh of relief. "It seems Damon's mother is a woman of great authority." That's good, that's good. He didn't want his comrades to get hurt, nor did he want his new friend's mother to be frightened. Mademois's temper was like a roaring lion, and it was natural for the weak and timid to cry. But upstairs, everything was quiet. After the footsteps faded, there was no roaring or fighting. Anna huddled with Phaeton, whispering. After a while, the latter opened his laptop and began to write something. "Complaint? Is that wording okay? Isn't it a bit too emotional?" Sid took 2 cups and went over to look, keeping one for himself and placing the other next to Anna. Phaeton puffed out his chest with confidence. "Haha, you don't understand. Besides well-reasoned logic, heartfelt emotions are also considered by the judge. I'm about to sue Nanak and his lackeys, yet you're still so polite. Are you sick?" "That makes sense." Sid took a sip of water under Byer's shocked gaze. "I record the witness's testimony for you." The white-haired young man pointed at himself wordlessly. "Witness? Me?" The 3 audacious scholars looked up at him simultaneously, confident. "Of course it's you. What else?" Chapter 315. A few days after Mr. Madmose was delivered to her door by Star Express, Ms. Black Tower condescended to send Anna a message, informing everyone that she and Screwgum had retrieved all the data still holding independent consciousness from the Scepter, and that the starship would soon arrive in the star region where First Truth University was located. Under such circumstances, the dormitory was simply unable to accommodate them. In desperation, Anna contacted Phobos and requested a call to rent a newly constructed holiday camp. Bai knew the people and the way. He, Phaeton, and Sid went to the starport to meet the starship, while Anna, Damon's, and Madmose went to Elrose 2 to make some welcoming arrangements. After temporarily transferring a batch of ingredients from Delaney's warehouse, she and 2 cooks arrived on Elrose 2 ahead of schedule on a tailwind ship. The Bopucks were delighted to host guests from afar in their own home. Phobos handed Anna the key and left with a smile. Before leaving, he gestured to the overflowing warehouse and said, "There's plenty of firewood, and there's a water filtration system installed under the well. It only looks retro on the surface, but it's all technologically advanced. People of the interstellar age, after all, admire the old ways. Given a piece of barren land, they'd be willing to bend their backs and shovel dirt all day long. Okay, let's test these facilities to see if they're convenient and safe enough for your official business. If there are any problems, I'll let you know." She held the key between her fingers, shaking it back and forth. Phobos narrowed his eyes and said, "You have a stake in this business too. Don't forget, you're a Bopuck too. There's no need to be so polite with your family." "Oh, okay." Anna narrowed her eyes and smiled, and the 2 concluded their conversation in a harmonious and friendly atmosphere. Not long after, the Dioscuri sisters and their roommates arrived on a starship. Madams was stunned by the familiar yet unfamiliar foursome. This was. Only now did he feel an indescribable sense of reality. "Do you need help? Let me be clear, I'm only good at eating. The neat woman with short gray hair rolled up the sleeves of her black shirt. Castorea called to her from a distance, "Sephora, Perlusia's wheelchair seems to be stuck." "Leave it to me," she replied, spreading her hands and shrugging at the two juniors. "No, it's not that I don't want to help." With that, she ran off, leaving the other girl in a Lolita dress with a pursed smile. "I help. Go over to the long table and help set the table. If you don't know where anything is, ask Anna." Damons knew her well, and his tone was quite casual. The young girl happily accepted the task and turned to look for someone. After 2 turns, she finally found Anna, who was adjusting the equipment by the well. "And where are the cutlery?" Anna stopped pouring water and looked her up and down. Suddenly she made way. "Could you please try here? Don't worry, I won't let you fall into the well." The well's rim wasn't very high, and the guardrails were a bit low, making the surrounding grass slippery. For a Papakanu who had just emerged from the camp, accidentally falling into the well would simply involve hanging onto the wall and climbing back up. But for ordinary people, there was a risk of danger, and precautions were essential. "Okay," she did as she was told, walking to where Anna had been standing, moving back and forth several times, then pointing at the well's mouth. "Adults are fine, but children can easily fall in." "You have a point." The two discussed for a moment, then went to the camp warehouse to look for something. Bopuk is so skillful. Neatly arranged shelves in the warehouse were filled with various utensils painted with traditional patterns. Anna counted the number of people and took them out, handing them to the young woman, who then carried them to the long table carved from logs. "Wow! The bonfire's already lit? You're amazing." She squatted by the rectangular fire pit and watched for a moment. Suddenly, a mimetic creature resembling Damon's reached out and lifted her to the other side, setting her down. Huh?" She stood there in a daze. Anna, walking by, shook her head and explained, "The wind's changed. If you keep squatting there, you get hit by sparks. Madmoss isn't a talkative person, but he's a nice guy." "Oh," the medical genius finally realized. "Thank you, Mr. Madmoss." The tall man with orange-pink hair, who wouldn't button his shirt properly, walked away to the farthest corner, buried his head in his work. Anna suddenly remembered the large gray cat whose image hadn't appeared in her memory for a long time. The color was different, but the aura of a majestic figure with a clipped voice was quite similar. Professor Anaxa and Mr. Nuckshaw arrived later. The former had conducted field research on Elrose too, while the latter expressed a favorable impression of the towering trees and forests that obscured the sun. This place hadn't yet opened to the public, and it was quiet, with only a few people inside the camp speaking in hushed tones. The food delivery drone arrived. Damon stood up and checked and signed for it with familiarity. Mr. Medemos appeared behind him, seemingly out of nowhere. "Good quality ingredients." He glanced back and tossed over a pink, tender fruit. 23 candies tastes good. He himself prefers sweeter, anyway. As for whether this brother likes it or not, well, he can just not eat it. My Demas, with his bold attire and even bolder personality, took the fruit and wiped it with his hand. Crunch, he bit off a notch and chewed. It's indeed sweet. He discreetly examined the data source, finding it hard to imagine himself as a weak academic who even wore glasses. "What are you looking at?" Damon's, even with his back to my Demas, could sense his sharp gaze. Crunch, he took another bite of the fruit, and it took a long time for him to form his words. "Did you ever fight with that Phaeton?" "Who won?" Phaeton was a complete stranger to physical contact. He had the good temper of a Samoyed. The occasional physical altercations with his friends were just playful, quickly resolved. "Does rock paper scissors count?" "I lost." He didn't hide his defeat at all. Mad Moses' chest tightened, and he grumbled, "I never lost a fight with that guy." "Oh." Damons arranged the fruits, vegetables, and various meats separately, and slowly pulled a kitchen knife from the bag. "Got it. Does winning or losing matter? Do you want to listen to what you're saying? Dude, no smart person would offend the chef, so it's so flattering to beat a fool. TSK, is this mimetic creature born from me not very smart? Is it too late to send him to school to improve his intelligence? Spending money doesn't matter, but I'm afraid it won't work. It would be a waste of time." Manmos felt as if the data source had looked down on him, but the source was calm and composed, not responding to a single blow. He was like punching a fist into cotton or glue, neither advancing nor retreating. How could such a Shiafong person exist? HKS. Another system later, the Black Tower Space Station starship slowly arrived in low Earth orbit around Elrose 2. The travel cabin, acting as a barge, dropped the visitors to the surface. As soon as the door opened, Bai was kicked out by Phaeton. Get back to the hard work. You better not be entertaining the ladies anymore, you're such a nuisance. This guy was completely useless. He stood there like a wooden block when he saw anyone, neither greeting nor responding. It was frustrating to watch. They left first, and the others followed one after another. 3 little red-haired mushrooms chirped and ran around, exclaiming endlessly. Phaeton was naturally sociable. His friends had already finished their preparations, and he greeted one guest after another. Though they had only just met today, he seemed to have known each other for a long time, smiling broadly at everyone as if a spring breeze was embracing him. Bai was taken away by Anna, and he helped her carry firewood and ingredients. The meat is marinated. Just skewer it, and roast it slowly by the campfire. She instructed him to work, as if she hadn't noticed anything unusual. The white-haired young man's dazed mind slowly returned to consciousness through the repetitive manual labor. Ah! He looked at the mountain of skewers beside him, then at the people laughing around the fire. It wasn't a lot. Go to the warehouse, and pick up a bucket of cooking oil, and send it to Damon's. Then, deliver the firewood, and finally fetch water. Am I making myself clear enough? Most men, regardless of age, tend to only listen to the last word. Anna emphasized this, sending Bai off to run errands. She already provided the venue and the ingredients, so why couldn't she slack off a bit? Besides, if she could cook, who would dare eat? The external device buzzed. Anna opened the group chat and requested permission. Kakavaja appeared on the screen, smiling. Sister, you're in the dorm today. Eh? He had already noticed the lush green surrounding Anna, and his expression suddenly turned a little aggrieved. Camping vacation? On which planet? Elrose 2, The company should have received the report from Delta Me-13 Simulation Destruction Commander. This matter had been handled by the Genius Club, so there was no reason for the Interstellar Peace Company not to know about it. Kakavasia glanced casually at the bottom of the screen. Yeah, I saw that too. So the memetics are all here. I borrowed a campsite from Phobos for them to gather. What else? 10 or so people crammed into a tiny dorm. How shameless is the Polytechnic Society? Oh! He rolled his eyes, his lips curled slightly. Well, have fun, sisters. Anna felt strangely guilty. It's not that I didn't invite you to come, but you're in Pier Point, and it's tough getting back and forth. Finally, I made it to my day off, but I didn't rest properly, and came to the Polytechnic Society. It would be so tiring to rush back to work the next day. I might as well just lie down and rest at home. As she spoke, she became more and more confident. Kakavasia sighed. Sister, did you forget that the baby is still with me? Have you decided on a name for her? Citizenship? School plans? School district housing? Anna, She retreated again. Stop talking, stop talking. This person really isn't mentally prepared to be a mother, but she's already starting work. And I moved everything. Bai accidentally caught the camera carrying a rather unwieldy pile of firewood. Kakavaja squinted. Sister? Anna paused. Bai approached curiously. You can use your message slate like this. Is this your brother? You don't look alike. How could they possibly be alike? The Evakin are a rare beauty in the world, and the Bopuks certainly can't compare. No, he's not my brother. Anna didn't know why she denied it, but Kakavaja's expression visibly brightened. We're definitely not siblings, but that doesn't stop me from calling you sister, right? Sister. Soft and professional. Chapter 316. Kakavasia quickly hung up the phone. Anna waved Bai, a curious face, off to work. What curiosity is there in a child? Bai obediently carried the firewood away. She stood there inside. She felt a genetic affinity for the surviving child, yet she truly didn't know what to do with her. The child was a completely innocent victim in this entire incident. No one had asked for her opinion before bringing her into the world, even just to help her. Although her lucky escape was due to women not having first inheritance rights, it still left her with a sense of inexplicable anger. Providing the child with a safe environment and ample funds was her duty, but it now seemed Kakavasia was clearly more competent than her as a mother. He had done everything he should have done without a single complaint. In contrast, the mother had completely forgotten the incident. She rubbed her chin for 30 seconds, then decided to take the time to think about a name for her child. She didn't need to bear the Wahlberg surname, nor did she need to continue that rubbish family line. Feverket, fictional, but also a vibrant and dynamic entity. And, what are you doing standing here? Phaeton greeted everyone around, finally finding his roommate in the corner. She looked like she was in a difficult situation, her face wrinkled with the worry of overwork. What's wrong? Do you need my help? Nothing, nothing. Considering the man's worrying aesthetic, Anna casually lowered her arm and walked towards the bonfire. Guests from Omphalos can stay aboard Elrose 2 for the time being, but they can also arrange their own travels if they wish. I think they prefer to stay with their own data sources, but some of them can't find theirs right now. Well, thank you for offering to stay. He scratched the back of his head, his carefree blue eyes gleaming with determination. We already contacted the Delphic authorities. Since Omphalos is a reflection of Delphi, they are also Delphins and deserve Delphi's protection and recognition. Once the formalities are completed, a starship will be sent over. Perhaps only returning home can truly allow them to relax. I hope their lives will be filled with bright sunshine from now on, free from the gloom of despair. Anna tilted her head and pondered for a moment, then had to admit he was right. You observe them more carefully than I do, and you understand them better than I do. Phaeton couldn't stand praise. He'd become cocky when he did. Of course. I don't understand others, but I do understand myself, he chuckled. Professor Lachaud told us in our first class that we must learn to understand ourselves correctly. He learned well then. The dinner is about to start. Shall we hurry over? He extended his hand to Anna. New guests are arriving soon. As the host, who provided the venue and the ingredients, you can't be absent. He said this nonchalantly. She shook her head and placed her hand on his. Very well. Thank you for your invitation, Mr. Phaeton. The white-haired young man suddenly smiled naively again. He let go of his hand and walked to the campfire with Anna, one on each side. The elegant lady, who looked exactly like Professor Charites, was talking to 3 small red mushrooms. When she heard the footsteps, she immediately stopped the conversation and tilted her head. Excuse me, Miss Febricht? Thank you for your generosity and tolerance. Her eyes seemed. No need to thank me. It's just a necessary courtesy when welcoming a new friend. Anna wasn't good at the repetitive pleasantries. As she spoke, a gust of wind seemed to rustle behind her. The golden thread at her fingertips suddenly unfurled, and a gray-haired woman was tied to the other end. Ah! Another seamstress manipulating silk. She crossed her arms in anger. Anna retrieved the Padparadska from her tail and retied it in her tie. I'm sorry, these are the remains of a friend. Her mother asked me to take her on a tour of the world. I simply can't accept your kind offer to accompany her. The gray-haired lady's fur was about to burst. Meow. Your burial customs here are truly horrifying. Although romantic, they are still human remains. I'm so sorry. Your friend must have been very beautiful, so beautiful that I could hardly contain my eagerness. I apologize, Miss Febricht. The blonde woman lowered her head. Aglaia, that's my name. So she was Aglaia. Truly a leader, who commanded respect and trust from the moment she met her. I forgive Miss Seferia this time. As soon as the words left her mouth, the starry sky train streaked across the sky. Xiong was carried by Dan Heng, her limbs hanging down like a pitiful raccoon. Sanueki glared at him with her hands on her hips. Get rid of that trash can. Anna, who on earth did this kid learn this love of rummaging through trash cans from? It couldn't be her. Yes, it definitely wasn't her. If there had to be a source, it would be Mr. Blade. Hi. Hello everyone, here comes the hero. Xiong waved her arms, and a frown crossed Dan Heng's forehead. Don't let your raccoon statue become too popular. Alright, hosts, take your seats, guests present. Let's raise our glasses and express our gratitude for this gift after all the hardship we endured. Aglaia held up a carved wooden cup from the Bopuk people. Due to its material, it shone a rich golden hue in the sunlight, as if made of gold. The alcohol in the camp was quite strong, and Anna didn't even have time to remind the guests before they guzzled it down. Then, they thanked her, the host who provided the venue and supplies, the savior of the saviors, the Star Train, Ms. Black Tower and Mr. Screwgum, and the scholars who had taken in Bayer and patiently treated him. So much gratitude and thanks that Anna almost lost the ability to write thank you. Partway through the conversation, Phaeton, clearly a little tipsy, boldly helped out by requesting a call with Professor Charites. 2 identical women faced each other across the screen. One with clear eyes, the other with a gentle smile. As for Mr. Phaeton's brilliant idea of suing the star god Nanook of Destruction, I personally support it. Ms. Charites, who is extremely particular about copyright, doesn't appreciate the idea of having her data secretly collected and smuggled. While the star gods don't mind being in the dock, humans must make their stance clear. Who wants to be your pawn? Get out of the way. Strictly speaking, the defendant should be that Antikythera Ligus, Destruction's lackey. But Mr. Screwgum has taken him away, hiccup. Xiong peeked in, attempting to escape by joining the conversation, but was immediately captured by White and Maidmos and forced to drink. Don't even think about running away. Here, if an employee makes a mistake, the boss is jointly liable. Professor Cartwright nodded gently, and Ms. Aglaé agreed. I completely agree with your point of view, and I will do my best to cooperate with Mr. Phaeton in collecting evidence. Wow, Phaeton's social practice is secure, and his graduation thesis isn't a big deal. Why does it feel like everyone is ready for graduation in the blink of an eye? Anna strolled around the venue, wine glass in hand. Whenever someone raised a glass to her, she was sure to respond. This was a gathering of heroes from epic history, and she was willing to be a background figure in this celebration. The alcohol-fueled laughter gradually gave way to uncontrollable sobs. Enough golden blood had been shed, tears weren't a bad thing on a day like this. Bai and Chiln were surrounded and forced to drink. Donheng wanted to help, but he was too naive, and after a few rounds, he was fooled by the Golden Sisters. Phaeton offered a kind word of advice, but was quickly overwhelmed by their enthusiasm. Anna had ordered hangover medication in advance, and even reserved a treatment pod at the school infirmary as a backup. Phaeton, gazing up from her external device, ran towards her, his eyes vacant, and his steps unsteady. "Anne, help! Don't come over here." In the end, she could barely remember how she got back to the dorm, though she vaguely remembered Professor Anax's summoning a small intergalactic starship. The next day, everyone woke up late, unsurprisingly, their minds blacking out from drinking, and even waking up early was impossible. Thankfully, the weekend was a 2-day holiday, so everyone didn't gather in the common living room until mid-morning, their heads clutched. "My head hurts. Let's order takeout." The good news was that the treatment pod hadn't been used. The bad news was that Anna was still drunk, and the familiar dorm looked like a death trap. "Good morning." The other 3 roommates also appeared, clutching their foreheads. Anna glanced around the living room, but couldn't find Bai. "Well, it's nice to be with my dear friends. The Goldens will take good care of him." The delivery drone arrived, carrying the hangover medication I ordered yesterday. Damon sauntered out to sign for it, then tossed it onto the table. The others swarmed over like zombies siege. The stuff came in a dozen bottles, unsplit. Each person took a pill and eagerly downed it. After a while, they felt much better. "I absolutely won't drink again. The dorm reeks of alcohol." Sid groaned, slumped over the table. The housekeeping robot, sensing the key, opened the window for ventilation. Fresh air rushed in, completely clearing the dreary air in the room. Phaeton stared blankly at the screen of his external device, swishing back and forth. He didn't want to eat anything. But his stomach, hungry all night, refused to tolerate this humiliation and kept grumbling in protest. Damon's, with his flesh-pink, medium-length hair, looked like a frizzled lion. His shirt collar was open, making one wonder if he was influenced by that Medemos. There was another knock on the dormitory door, and he stood up and went to open it. "What have you ordered?" The tall, muscular young man, as strong as a wall, pulled the door open, his gaze fixed in midair. "Hello. Who are you?" A voice, sweet as honey, tinged with a chuckle, came from outside. "I am Sha Jin, here to visit Miss Febret." "Oh, this is the mysterious Aventurin." Damon's gaze lingered on the little girl in his arms. Her chubby cheeks were like a snow-white mochi ball, and her gray-blue eyes and black hair had a familiar, copy-paste quality. He turned around, his gaze blankly finding Anna. "And are you experiencing mitosis too?" Bai, stumbling down the stairs with her head covered, slipped and tumbled into the living room. Omphalos' calculations truly didn't include her. Chapter 317. Ever since he hung up the phone, Kakabasa fiddled with his external device, constantly opening and closing it. He wanted to go to Elrose too to see Anna. To meet her tribe, even her family, her classmates and friends, and all the people around her who made him so jealous. It would be best if he could bring the child with him, so that everyone would know the unbreakable bond between them, and that no one could ever replace him. After a day of agonizing silence, he put down his external device and opened his office computer to get down to work, as the assistant hesitated and hesitated. He could only confront Anna after finishing his work, and he couldn't go and disturb her with the child in his arms. It would be inappropriate to show up at such a happy moment after surviving a disaster. Besides, he didn't want to use the child as a tool. It wasn't a question of whether his sister would be angry, but he didn't want her life to start from a completely quagmire. His sister probably didn't want to see the child, and he understood. To use a crude analogy, keeping this child was like forcing Anna to give birth to a child she raped. She wasn't the product of her 10 months of pregnancy, nor was she willingly given her genes and maternal love. Self-preservation would have allowed the unprepared young mother to ignore the culprit, who could have ruined her life. This was understandable. It was human nature, etched into her genes. To be honest, this child had nothing to do with Cock of Asia. She wasn't his cub, and she carried a debuff that displeased Anna. Even if he had left her to a cold, naughty robot, no one would have criticized him. But that wasn't right. It had nothing to do with morality or anything else, it just wasn't right. He could cunningly and without blinking an eye, swindle the miser out of every last credit, but he couldn't be so cold and indifferent to a tiny Anna. Even if his sister got angry, he accepted. He could just find another way to cheer her up. So he brought the child with him, firstly to make his presence felt, and secondly to test Anna's attitude. If his sister couldn't accept sharing a space with her, he wouldn't mind spending the money to arrange for her to live elsewhere. Cock of Asia? Anna leaned out from behind the man, who was so burly he practically blocked the doorframe. Her gaze fell on the child, and a guilty expression quickly crossed her face. Something seemed amiss, but she couldn't quite place it. Come in first, and we talk. Anna walked out of the dormitory and stood on the steps, looking down at the cub in Cock of Asia's arms. She had been well cared for these days. Her eyes were bright and lively, her clothes were neat and comfortable, her fur was fluffy and her skin was plump, and her little feet were covered in adorable doll shoes. The cub looked up at the person before it, its small brain a bit confused. Children have memories, and even if they are hazy, they can still recognize familiar smells. At Walburg, Anna always wore a black suit. Now that she had changed her clothes and dyed her hair, the cub's cognition was severely challenged. Something was wrong, but the smell and feeling were right. Damons retreated to the dormitory with a sullen face, making way, not daring to look at Sid's expression. Phaeton reached behind his back and shook Bai, urging him to get up quickly. Anna fabrics melon. The child is learning to speak, and makes the same sound no matter who he sees. Cock of Asia carried the cub into the house he had been brooding over for a long time. At first glance, he was completely absorbed in the breathing creature. Bai had seen him on the screen. Phaeton slipped him a hangover remedy. The two identical white-haired creatures slid into a corner, waiting for their eyes and the melon. The cub uttered suspicious syllables again, its ball-like body desperately twisting toward Anna. Its chubby little arms stretched out, and its strong, powerful feet banged Cock of Asia several times. If I weren't a protector, I'd be kicked into the hospital by my cheap girl today. Sit, Anna sighed, reaching out to take the child and placing her on her arm. The large and small together created a more vivid visual effect. They couldn't be more alike. Sid leaned on the table, staring blankly at them. Suddenly, he realized something was wrong. Is it cloning technology? Even biological children wouldn't resemble their mothers to this degree. There's a joke about a baby being born that first resembles its mother, hoping she won't abandon it. After the nursing period ends, it becomes more like its father, reminding him to go out and earn money to support himself. The child was about 2 or 3 years old, and the nursing period had long ended. By now, she should have some differences from Anna. But no. In the past 3 years, Anna had spent more time at First Truth University than outside. Even when she went out, she usually went with everyone else. She knew exactly who she was, given birth, and there were so many people in the dormitory. Something between a clone and an artificial human, her genes have been screened and edited. Anna pinched the cub's chubby, fair face, successfully rubbing her hands with saliva. I'm the blueprint for the genes. This child's relationship to her was similar to that of Phaeton and White, the only difference being that she wasn't a 2D to 3D transformation. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Damons glanced at the child's sleek, black head several times before silently walking into the kitchen. Never mind the uninvited guest, the child is here. Cock of Asia handed the cub to Anna, looked down, and then walked halfway around before sitting down in a round chair. There was no particular reason for choosing this chair. It simply had a white porcelain water cup on the round table that matched it, a style Anna liked. Simple, practical, and without too many fancy decorations. Everyone sit down. What are you standing there for? He flashed the sales smile he only wore when addressing a target client, but Anna suddenly patted him on the back of his head. Don't talk to people like that. He looked so frivolous and glib, afraid he wouldn't be misunderstood. Okay, sister. Cock of Asia shifted her posture and picked up the white porcelain water cup on the table. Sister, can I use your cup? Anna, rescuing her hair from the cub's grasp, said without hesitation, take it to the kitchen and wash it before you use it. Phaeton and White looked at Sid sympathetically. Brother, this isn't a question of competition. This guy's too high level. You're clearly no match for him. Even after 3 years of studying together and living in the same dorm, Anna generally maintained a strong sense of boundaries and avoided excessive physical contact with them. She was so fast and agile that elbows wouldn't even touch even when she moved in and out, let alone with such familiar and affectionate movements. Her indulgence of the golden retriever even included allowing him to use her personal belongings. Let me hold her. She's so adorable. The skinny, green-haired young man smiled wryly and stood up, walking over to Anna. Anna had no objection and simply let the little girl go. Put her down. She's too strong. Was the original like this when she was little? The child wasn't shy, readily accepting anyone's embrace with a broad smile. The warm, incredibly soft cub squirmed in his arms. Sid held it for a while, experiencing firsthand what she's too strong meant. Is this really a 2- or 3-year-old carbon-based terrestrial human cub? Let me hold it, let me hold it. Phaeton took the little one from Sid's arms, and White followed behind him, looking on enviously. Like two Samoyeds, one holding a toy in its mouth, the other constantly exuding an aura of I want it too. Sister, have you decided on a name yet? Keep calling him baby. He'd be laughed at when he starts school in a few months. Cock of Asia actually washed Anna's cup and poured water into it before emerging from the kitchen. Always adept at taking the initiative, he thrust the cup directly at its owner. Also, you drank quite a bit yesterday. Do you have a headache? I put some sugar in the water. Maybe a little will help. Phaeton and White, vying to hold the child, sighed in unison. Not only was Sid no match for this guy, but even if everyone in their dormitory were bundled together, they wouldn't be a match for him. When it came to naming the child, all Anna could come up with was her fictitious surname. She had absolutely no idea about anything else. How about I ask the professor for help? She sat across from Cock of Asia in despair, choosing to just give up. Do you have any ideas? No, the blonde youth spread out his hands. Gold dust wasn't something he picked himself. As for asking the professor for help, Professor Veritas Ladio? He didn't want the little girl to have such a serious name. Do you have any ideas? Anna pinned her hopes on her roommates. She was a quickie, having barely touched any courses outside of her major. But these young people who had earned their way to First Truth University were different. They were the true academic elites. Bai was eager to try, but Phaeton quickly shoved the little ball into his mouth and covered it with his hand. Buddy, this situation is already complicated enough, don't get involved. The two of them looked at each other and finally decided to take the little one out to play in the garden. Two grown men couldn't keep an eye on a little girl? Impossible. As they slipped into the common living room, the space suddenly expanded exponentially. Damons, carrying a bag of snacks, chased after them. Let's take the child out, in the garden? Okay, it seems they don't have an idea either. Anna looked away, supporting her forehead. How about writing all the girls' names on pieces of paper, mixing them up, and you draw the name you get? This was addressed to Cock of Asia. She had never had much luck, but she hoped her children would have better luck. Take advantage of the luck of the European emperor. Cock of Asia watched through the window as the two white-haired men tossed the little ball back and forth, flying 2 or 3 meters high. She wasn't afraid at all. Her little hands spread wide, and she giggled happily. What if I pick a bad name? He was lost in foolish worry. Sid, who was also looking out the window, rubbed his forehead. Is Irving Tullen a little low in intelligence? I have a feeling this kid's future will be a bit bumpy under his watch. He glanced at Anna angrily, then dropped his gaze before saying anything else, deflated. All this happened in the distant past, unknown to him. The bond between them was unbreakable. If there was anyone to blame, it was only himself, arriving too late and not doing enough. He was unwilling to accept this. If you can't come up with one, why not take my advice? Sid lowered his head, his fingers scratching across the table. Her life is full of twists and turns. Nothing could be better than wishing her continued rationality, unperturbed by worries and confusion. So? Cock of Asia was even more concerned than Anna, his real mother. Sid rolled his eyes. Either it's a homophone, or a variation of an ancient word, or the name of a wise elder in the family, or a secular name for a deity. Forget about Burkus of knowledge, that's really going to make people laugh. Anna was already laughing. Although she looked nonchalant and unconcerned, at that moment, she was certain this was definitely her real mother. Sorry, so sorry. Please continue. Her smile lifted Sid's anger. Even if he was upset, they were still friends after all. Clevy Febrit, may she always be wise and sensible. He looked up at Cock of Asia, determined to lash out at him if he had any objections to the child's last name. However, the blonde youth accepted it more readily than anyone else. Okay, thank you, my friend. Is there anything I can do for you? If he hadn't been afraid of angering these noble scholars, he would have pulled out his checkbook. As the man handed Sid a piece of paper asking him to write down the spelling of Clevy, he cast a loving glance at Anna with his colorful eyes. Sister, the Epkins don't have last names either. Chapter 318. The little girl, finally given a surname and a given name, will be 3 in 2 months. What awaits her is preschool education at the First Truth University. Within the Star region, there are students, teachers, and indigenous people. Children start attending school at age 3, which can be considered a preparatory stage. Cock of Asia silently observed Anna all morning, confirming that Anna didn't reject Clivy, she just didn't know how to get along with her. That's right, she can be gentle and loving with unrelated cubs like Prada and Praya, so she probably doesn't dislike children. Sister, can little Clivy be registered under your name? The atmosphere at the First Truth University might be more relaxed for children. There's no need to be tactful with her when it comes to her own people. This guy's mind works in a straight line when facing the unsuspecting. In the garden, Phaeton and White made the little ball burst into laughter. Damons, holding a water bottle and snacks, reminded them to be more restrained. It's a child, not a toy ball. Of course, if you don't like it, I take her to Pierpoint. Cock of Asia cared more about Anna's wishes than Clivy. Pierpoint was full of people willing to work for Director Goldust. A tiny cub wasn't even a bother. She rubbed her cheeks, blinked, and finally sighed at the table. Since I gave her a surname, it means I acknowledge her existence. If not my name, whose name should it be? I take care of her citizenship and school enrollment. Thank you for taking care of her for me all this time. Anna stared blankly out the window at the little ball that kept flying up and down, but she smiled and shook her head. So Anna was so adorable when she was little? Most Popek children were sent to the camp for training between the ages of 5 and 8. Their original memories were limited to begin with, including no information about their parents or family. She herself hadn't yet recovered any information from before her awakening, and suddenly having a cub, it was like an additional anchor to her in this world. Sister is always adorable. Cock of Asia ignored Sid's odd expression and blindly agreed with everything Anna said. Why bother with the paperwork, sister? I do it. Although he had an assistant, it was better not to leave any loopholes for such extremely private matters. Cock of Asia couldn't trust anyone in this matter. But regarding enrollment, he spread his hands. I never been to school a single day, so I don't know much about it. Sid, you guys chat, I go out and take a look. So why was he sitting in the living room listening to these two people discuss how to get citizenship for their child and enroll her in kindergarten? Cock of Asia raised an eyebrow, a triumphant glint in his eyes. Humph, the young man clanked open the door and went out into the garden. Soon, a voice remarkably like Professor Anax's scolding reached him. Didn't anyone notice that Clive was sweating? Phaeton and Bea mumbled apologies. Damon said he had prepared a dry towel. Anna could only imagine how flustered 3 grown men would be trying to care for a tiny child. Or, I go. She and Cock of Asia said simultaneously, the latter acting more decisively. Through the window, Anna watched the blonde youth expertly place a piece of gauze with a duckling print on it under the back of Clive's collar. He didn't even frown when 2 small black and green paw prints appeared on the elegant collar. This guy was a real tidy guy. Even in Evers prison, he'd make every effort to keep himself clean and tidy every day, even spending countless hours doing so. He was now standing in the muddy garden, holding Clivy in his arms. With his other hand, he held a water bottle and whispered to her to drink. The little girl, with her tiny teeth bared, gave him a big wet kiss. A little strange. Let's see. Cock of Asia, she said, walking into the garden. She nodded to her roommates, thanking them for their generosity and kindness, and took the child who had opened her arms to be held. Let's go eat first, then get the ID and enrollment procedure sorted. He had brought the child here, so it certainly wasn't just to get her a name. I have some personal matters to attend to, so I might not be back tonight. Could you please bring my textbooks to class the day after tomorrow morning? Thank you. It might not be possible to complete all the procedures in an afternoon. Although there were self-service counters available on weekends, the processing speed was always slower than manual processing. Cock of Asia still had to get back to Pierpoint to work. Working like a slave wasn't easy. Bai looked at Phaeton, Phaeton looked at Damons looked at Sid. Sid looked at no one. I understand. But you better come back tonight, even with the kids. We help you. The 2 white-haired men looked respectful. Damons coughed twice. Yes, I haven't researched baby food yet, and this is a good opportunity to give it a try. Why don't you just open a restaurant after you graduate? Phaeton muttered softly. Bai elbowed him furiously. You can't beat the data source of Mad Mo's. Don't try to get yourself killed. It depends. Anna didn't say anything definitive. She pulled out her external device and called for Fish. She often helped people close accounts in the past, but this was her first time opening one, which felt quite refreshing. Kakavasia waved goodbye to her roommates, opened the car door, and sat down beside her without a trace of concealment. As Fish left, the 4 people in the garden rushed into the dormitory door like a sudden fast-forward button. Phaeton accessed the database of the Polytechnic Institute and even used all his connections in the legal community to search and investigate, thoroughly investigating the young executive of the Interstellar Peace Company. This is too. No wonder Anna indulged him so much. It was known that Anna was number 08241321, the escaped prisoner at large from the Ever Interstellar prison. The company's bounty on her has been closed. The number can be seen, but the system indicates that it cannot be redeemed. Gold Dust, a slave of Evican, also came from the Ever Interstellar prison. His prison record is still preserved in the system. Even his prisoner number. It's a consecutive number, so they were both cellmates and accomplices. As the Ever Interstellar prison abuse case became widely known, the blood and tears of the past gradually surfaced, and the prison records of number 08241321 could be found one by one. Phaeton, who had never considered investigating his cellmate's past, maxed out his personal virtual computer screen for everyone to see, then angrily retreated to the kitchen to find something to eat. Besides viciously munching on his snacks, he didn't know how to express his dissatisfaction. The sheer volume of review work in the prisoner abuse case nearly paralyzed the Pierpoint District Court, and it has now entered the claims settlement phase. Interstellar Peace's denials were awkward, but when it realized it couldn't, it quickly responded with compensation. Providing swift compensation to the victims' families will silence them sooner rather than later. This public opinion crisis will eventually pass. The follow-up investigation team has tried to maintain an objective and impartial approach to each prisoner's records, including the reasons for their imprisonment. Damon suddenly realized something after reading it. Sid lowered his eyes and sighed softly. A golden flame flashed in Bai's eyes. Interstellar Peace's Strategic Investment Department, P45, Gold Dust, absolutely lucky, preserving fate. Yukin, a survivor of the Kataka Yukin genocide, perhaps the only one. Simple explanation, yet beneath it a deep hue of blood and sorrow. As individuals similarly manipulated by fate, Anna embarked on a path of hunting revenge, while Gold Dust transformed hatred into a cherishment of all that is beautiful. Life is too fragile and short. We don't have the luxury of focusing on our enemies. As long as he's not a bad guy, Sid commented calmly, his chin resting on his hand. I won't be friends with him. This is my personal matter, don't get confused. People are blocking the door. This won't be the only time. Given Anna's indulgence of him, she likely won't get angry with him for this. In short, after the mimetic creature Bai, the dormitory has welcomed another irregularly reappearing member. Hey man, you're such a good person. Phaeton stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder. Before he could form his next words, the delivery drone arrived. Damons continued with his original question, what did you buy? I don't have any. Phaeton answered emphatically. Sid shook his head weakly, and Bai looked bewildered. His pockets were emptier than his face, so what could he possibly buy? This delivery drone was quite different from previous ones. It didn't just drop the package on the doorstep and leave. Instead, it unloaded a very respectable humanoid mechanical butler. The butler held the package with one hand and knocked twice on the door with his free hand. Dear guest, please allow me to deliver this package to your living room. The 3+1, all young men from distant galaxies, exchanged glances. Damons opened the door, and the butler, with his hand pressed to his chest, bowed slightly. Thank you for your thoughtfulness. Bai felt a PTSD attack coming on at the sight of this thing. Before he could knock the thing's head off, the butler gracefully placed the package on the table and, with a show of skill, conjured up a complete set of tableware to match the meal. Thank you for recommending XXXX restaurant. We're honored to have your presence. A snow-white tablecloth, gold-plated plates, bowls, and spoons, and a vintage crystal vase held a rose made from a napkin. Enjoy your meal, everyone. Goodbye. The butler bowed again and exited the living room, politely closing the door behind him. He quickly recovered to a state suitable for a drone and was whisked away. Everyone, Has technology and service advanced to this point now? The white-haired young man from the remote galaxy scratched the back of his head. Soon, His external device began to buzz, and Anna's voice came through. Kakavasa said he's sorry to have disturbed your rest. He's ordered takeout from a restaurant as apology. It's supposed to be quite good? Great, I get it. This isn't an apology for disturbing you. It's clearly a show of pride after kidnapping a living being. Chapter 319. Citizenship for minors is much easier to obtain than for adults. Anna provided Kelby's instructions, birth certificate, along with a DNA comparison report and her own citizen ID. The ruthless system took 3 system hours to review and approve the application, reminding the parents to complete any missing medical examinations and necessary registrations. Raising a cub is such a hassle. The two rushed to the school hospital with the little girl in their arms, and amid Kelby's loud cries, they hurriedly accompanied her through a series of medical examinations, including blood tests. Synesthesia beacon. Vaccines. Wait, what's this about tooth decay risk? Anna looked at Kakavasa in confusion, who innocently looked away. Yeah, what's going on? It's so strange. It definitely wasn't because I couldn't help but feed her too much sweets. Kelby's face was still covered in tears. Although small, she instinctively knew something bad was going to happen when a needle got close to her. She was sobbing and clutching the fur on Kakavasa's collar. The physical exam and identity card are complete. Enrollment can only be done tomorrow. Let me take a look first. She brought up the virtual screen on her personal computer. Kakavasa walked ahead, holding the cub. Sister, what do you want to eat tonight? After a lunch so dreadful she couldn't bear to look at the bill, Anna said without hesitation, the cafeteria. The cafeteria isn't bad, but are you sure you want to bring Kelby in? He smiled and stroked the cub's soft head. Let's go to the restaurant. We go shopping tonight. Figure out what to pack for school. Kindergarten is also school, so you absolutely must have everything you need. That makes sense. Anna has a paper to write and credits to earn over the next few months, so she might not have much energy to devote to the cub. It's best to try to finish things that can be done at once. All right, Anna said, convinced. She raised her hand and rubbed the top of Kelby's head. Little one. Hee hee. She covered her head with her chubby hands, her lively eyes blinking upwards. Anna, wait, this little thing can talk. She realized she discovered her blind spot. What's this person's name? The cub shouted without a second thought, Kakawasha. 2 or 3-year-olds may not be particularly articulate, but they can clearly express their needs. So, the little one's MAMAMA that morning was completely intentional. She was afraid of being disliked and abandoned, so she desperately reminded Anna of her existence, her acting so consummate that she fooled a room full of academic elites. You're being dishonest. I'm going to dislike you. She narrowed her eyes, and the cub tilted its head in a cute way. It's nothing. I just love him. No matter what, I love him. The 2 little arms cradling its head opened wide, filled with unconditional affection and love. Anna rubbed her chin. Let's get her IQ tested. I'm afraid regular preschool won't meet her needs. Kakavasa agreed. This kid can even play blackjack with him. But fearing a scolding, she didn't dare tell her sister. The 2 of them carried the cub back to the clinic to submit their application. The doctor cheerfully directed them. The testing room is upstairs. We have a rare expert here today. It's just an IQ test for a child, not an entrance exam for First Truth University, so there's no need for an expert. 20 minutes later, Anna and Professor Leisho exchanged bewildered looks in the testing room. Britas Leisho had been called in to help. Last night, a child with a rare disease had been brought in by their parents for treatment. The disease was so rare that the doctors were considering naming it after the child. He spent the entire afternoon fretting, never expecting something even worse to come. Hee hee. Professor, good evening. Anna steeled herself and basked in the stern gaze of her mentor. Leisho's gaze flickered between the student and the annoying creature, finally resting on the child's face. The professor had a bad night. Give me the form. He wasn't angry with the child, but as for this troublesome student, it seemed he hadn't done enough homework. Kakavasa handed over the stamped test application, casually showing off the payment receipt. Veritas, Why test this? Children this young don't need premature, formalized education. Appropriate instruction based on their natural instincts is sufficient. More importantly, they need to develop good study and living habits. He put down the list and looked at Anna disapprovingly. Forcing things isn't advisable, Febricht. She can coax Phaeton and Sid into a frenzy. Anna presented irrefutable evidence, and Professor Leisho choked. Leave the child to me. You wait outside. Even if Phaeton and Sid weren't particularly bright, they were still scholars in their 20s. The fact that he could communicate effectively with them was a testament to the child's intelligence. A back door opened in the system, and Professor Lachaud returned the little girl to Anna, take her home and educate her properly. I recommend her for admission. Just as Anna had imagined, ordinary early childhood education institutions would only limit Clevie's development. Judging by her IQ, this child is not far from embarking on the path of intellectual development. High intelligence usually means prioritizing emotional expression over rational thought. What's remarkable is that this little one is already able to understand and effectively express emotions. This shows that Fiber-Rich, the model, has truly been hampered by a lack of education. Tap, tap, tap. He tapped his fingers for a moment, pondered, then wrote down the recommendation and signed his name. Completely ignoring the golden retriever beside him, he said to Anna, "If you like, you can bring her into the lab." It's not that he's particularly tolerant or caring, but rather that Clevie Fiber-Rich and Anna Fiber-Rich share 100% identical genes, but have completely different life trajectories, making them the perfect control group for a social experiment. Professor Lachaud said he wouldn't mind taking some time to observe. Anna remained noncommittal. She certainly wouldn't focus her primary energy and time on raising a child, so it was truly wonderful that someone had offered to help. She had already done her utmost to open her network to this child. Few in the universe could possibly have the attention of Veritas Ladion at this age. I understand. I consider the details once the lab is established. With citizenship, a medical report, guardian registration, and a letter of recommendation for admission, in 2 months, little Clevie would begin a new chapter in her life. Ignoring Professor Lachaud's dismissive gesture, Caucavasia held up her external device, looking at everything and wanting to place an order. "Sister, how about we buy this, and this for Clevie?" "Huh?" Anna glanced at the shopping page he was holding, and was shocked by the price at the bottom. She hurriedly thanked her professor, then fled with her child, who seemed to be a master at playing the pig, and the golden retriever, who was caught up in a shopping frenzy. "Thank you, Professor, I need something." Breeze Lachaud, Are you crazy? Buying such expensive things for a child? Will other children dare to play with her? But she's really adorable, sister. Be reasonable, Caucavasia. Really not? No. Not long after that, Clevie was living a life of carrying a small backpack from morning till night. Anna hired a member of her tribe from Phobos to take care of her. The little one would be brought back to Elrose too on weekends and holidays. After all, she was a bowpuck, with a strong physique, great strength, and abundant energy, requiring extensive exercise to maintain physical and mental health. There was an element of laziness involved, but it wasn't entirely due to laziness. After arranging the arrival of the newly arrived cub, Anna turned her attention back to her studies. 8 credits left meant that, including this semester's credits, she still needed 8 credits to apply for graduation. With the fall, winter, and spring semesters, she would receive her first Truth University diploma and related degree certificates in 3.5 years, barring any unexpected events. Thankfully, the final thesis she submitted was full of practical information, leaving no room for mishaps. Meanwhile, the written explanation Phaeton and the others submitted to the Delphic authorities received considerable attention. Delphi, having recently joined the civilized system, was both curious and insecure. Suddenly, a local commander appeared, accompanied by a group of Fate Walkers. If only for the safety and tranquility of the galaxy, they would surely treat the Golden One who had escaped Omphalos with respect. The ferry arrived at the starport with great haste. Bai and Mr. Nakasha decided to remain at the First Truth University for the time being, while the others bid farewell to Elrose II and the Bapuks, who lived there, returning to the real Delphi with hope. For them, wasn't this a kind of recreation? Bai stayed at the Poly-Science Institute to facilitate their research on the destruction factor, and Mr. Nakasha stayed to join the research. In short, their reasons were quite compelling. The Delphic authorities were receptive. A commander was a commander, but a destruction factor. It would be wise for both sides to give each other a little more time to recover. For the farewell, Phaeton gathered all the data sources on campus and dragged Anna along to the starport. Xiong was sent by Miss Jeezy to help escort them. Aboard the starship, they said goodbye and promised to meet again during the summer vacation. "This time, I have to in. You stood me up so many times." On the way back to the dorm, the white-haired young man complained loudly. "This guy complains every year." Anna looked up at the sky with a blank expression. "It's only 2 years, okay. That's not standing me up. We didn't even agree to it in the first place. Professor Charit should have told you that Director Rick and Delphi are collaborating this year. They're planning to shoot a promotional video. It's probably going to be more lively and fun than usual. Okay, I get it. Anna just wanted him to be quiet. Bai sat beside her, his head bowed, trying to suppress a laugh that was shaking. There's no utopia in this world with a gentle west wind, but there is genuine friendship between people. Chapter 320. Sister. I'm here to see you. I'll be there soon. The moment after the final paper was successfully submitted, a message from the First Truth University's IP address arrived on my personal computer. Anna scratched her hair and turned off the virtual screen. Phaeton, sitting across from her, breathed a sigh of relief and leaned back in his chair. Thank God I didn't fail any classes this semester. Your qualification exam? Sid sat in another chair, a pile of paper books in front of him, exuding a stale smell. It's next week. The subjects are difficult, so I only signed up for one this semester. Whitehair held up a codex. The former savior, who looked exactly like him, took the mortally thick book and flipped it open, imitating Anna's example as he recited each line. The exam was approaching, and the madness he should have felt had already been unleashed. Phaeton calmly made his final preparations, struggles. The lawsuit against the star god of destruction, Nanuk, and his subordinate, Lycurgus, also known as Lycurgus's Omnic, was finally submitted to Pierpoint, where the local court accepted and completed the case. 12 victims' representatives alone were present, and witness testimony implicated the star gods of memory, Fuli, Liuguang Yiting, the star train of exploration, and even the star god of wisdom, Boschizan. Several witnesses confirmed that Lycurgus stole Boschizan's abandoned scepter and tampered with its data, intending to use the scepter's computing power to simulate the birth of the star god of destruction, and thereby create a destroyer against wisdom. Furthermore, Lycurgus's social experiment was not reported or properly safeguarded, resulting in the simulated reflection world of Omphalos experiencing over 30 million destructions, and the data streams he maliciously trapped endured inhuman torture. While whether mimetic creatures like Datastream can possess the fundamental rights of pangalactic citizens remains debatable, Mr. Screwgum, the master of Screw Planet and leader of all Onyx, has publicly expressed support for this legitimate lawsuit. Therefore, the Interstellar Peace Corporation, also targeted by destruction, is not shy about giving non-Onyx lackeys a taste of their own medicine. The Immortal Ship Alliance, upon hearing the news, sent representatives to witness the proceedings, and Aha's followers happily expressed their respect for this unique lawsuit. One can only hope that it's Aha's followers who come, not Aha himself. As the plaintiff's client, Phaeton maintains a remarkably calm mindset. There's no way he can lose. Neither Nanuk nor Lycurgus can possibly attend the trial. The contempt of court charge alone is enough to rule against him. Stop worrying about me, and think more about yourself. He was halfway through reciting the code when he refused to take up Byer's time. He took back the code and sent him back to his own business. Whether it's developing your cooking skills, exercising, going for a walk, visiting family and friends, whatever, it's all fine. People should live for themselves. Even if you're the savior of the world, you have to save yourself before you can save others. Damons took off his glasses and prepared to stretch his legs before heading into the kitchen. Anna quickly looked up and said, "Well, I'm not eating in the dorm tonight, okay? Golden Retriever asked you out again?" He paused, then sat back down. Anna nodded. "Well, Kakavasa doesn't have any other family, so he's always been more attached to me." The whole room was hesitant to speak. "Why don't you observe the way he stares at you carefully? If it gets too explicit, you can report him to the police for harassment, okay? What's wrong? What's with all those looks?" Anna narrowed her eyes and scrutinized her roommates. Phaeton clutched his chest, writhing on the table. "Anne, are you just going to throw away nearly 1,000 days of our close relationship like that?" Bai stared at his data source in amazement, looking like a bug within a bug. He'd get used to it. He must have been watching some online drama on his downtime these past few days. Sid expressionlessly interrupted Baimao's trick, throwing a ball of paper right between his eyebrows. "Behave yourself. Don't corrupt Bayer. He's only been born a few days ago. How could he possibly be corrupted by you? No, he doesn't need me to corrupt him." "You're mistaken." Phaeton's large, azure eyes widened. Bayer tilted his head, his face innocent. "Huh? He's even trying to be cute." Baimao raged briefly, then immediately transformed back into a fluffy Samayan. "But I'm so magnanimous. Even if you misunderstood me, I can forgive you." "Thank you so much." Bayer played the joke right on Phaeton, leaving him no room for error. The two identical white-haired young men instantly engaged in a fight. Everyone else continued reading or writing, as if nothing had happened. Bai would hold back anyway, Phaeton's attack would be no better than a stone dropping on his feet. Half an hour later, Anna looked up at the external device, leaped up as if burned, closed her book, and slipped out of the dormitory. Shortly after she left, the mechanical butler, who had met everyone briefly, appeared as promised. "Thank you all for your continued support of XXXX Restaurant." The butler set the table and quietly retreated. A large collection of equally exquisite plates filled the kitchen cupboards. Damons picked up a fork and examined the logo engraved on its back. Today was another day. He wanted to compete with the rich. Anna found Kakavasia beneath the white stone pillars of the Ionian open-air hall. He seemed to have lost his way with the word low-key, having changed into clothes that lacked dice and roulette elements, yet were equally outrageously ornate. "Sister," the blond young man said, as if he had a radar in his head. He turned to look at Anna at the exact moment. He had brought a bouquet of flowers, pristine white double-petal camellias wrapped in vintage-style wrapping paper. There weren't many, but the price was high. "Why did you suddenly think of buying flowers?" Anna took the bouquet and examined it. It took up quite a bit of space in her hand. Kakavasia also found the way she held the flowers a bit awkward, as if they were a magic trick from which she could pull out a 40-meter-long sword in the next second. "If you want to buy it, just buy it. Give it to me, sister." He took the bouquet from her hand, pinched it in his left hand, and joked with Anna, "I thought you didn't welcome me, sister." "Is it you, sister, who doesn't welcome me? Or are you worried that your roommate doesn't welcome me?" Anna instinctively sensed a danger in this question, and quickly turned her gaze to the white stone pillar behind Kakavasa. It really looked like a pillar. "Is your strategic investment department not busy lately?" "Ah, I'm not trying to pry, I'm just asking." The Xinguang community is filled with posts about office workers going crazy every day. Occasionally, even the enthusiastic netizen from faraway Luofu would complain about the workload and the strictness of the strategist, who wouldn't even let him eat snacks. Kakavasa looked much better than them. "Isn't that normal?" "Sister, ask whatever you want. I'm not hiding anything from you." "Can I come see you if I'm busy?" The blonde youth smiled and strode towards the taxi stop, taking advantage of Anna's daze. "There are 10 people in Stoneheart, and I'm not the only one. There aren't many in the universe who would dare to owe the Interstellar Peace Company a debt. There aren't many companies here who dare to come and collect debts. So he doesn't have to go every time a debt is collected. There are plenty of people willing to go." "Really?" The causal relationship here was a bit confusing. Anna instinctively pulled out her external device to call a taxi. Kakavasa opened the door for her. After getting in, she gave her address very naturally and smoothly. He really couldn't get a taxi in this area, but that didn't prevent him from finding one through other means. Yes. Sometimes she was really easy to please, perhaps because she was so powerful. "Sister, don't you like any of those glasses, chains, and tie knots?" The car drove steadily along the planned route. Kakavaja rested his chin on his hand and whispered, "It's okay if you don't like them. I also think my previous purchases were too plain. So, sister and I both appreciate more opulent styles." "That's great. Should we buy more gemstones this time?" Anna had just finished the previous topic when she looked up in shock at his words. "Thank you for the gift. I like it very much, but why buy it again? My bedroom door was blocked by so many boxes before I even found my bed after returning from Wahlberg." She didn't mean to be a spoilsport. The problem was that Kakavaja had no restraint in his purchases. 8 boxes of odds and ends. It makes me wonder if he has some kind of mental disorder. It's okay if he's sick, we can treat it. He should be nicer to himself. The pressure at Interstellar Peace Company is simply too great. Those are just a few items. It's obviously because your place is too small. The student dorms at First Truth University are a bit small. The only space truly belonging to the students is the bedroom. The rest is shared space. Anna, by chance, has a few easygoing roommates. Even a single idiot wouldn't be able to survive here. Kakavasia shifted his posture, propping up his chin. "Speaking of which, sister, do you hate me?" Not knowing what this guy was up to, Anna cautiously lowered her voice. "Why do you say that?" "I don't hate you. No one does. But your teacher hates me, and your friends don't like me either." He sighed wistfully. "That's true. I haven't been to school, and my reputation isn't good. You're the only one who can look at me with an impartial eye. Even so, I still hope to give you the best things in the world. I want to give it to my sister, but I have nothing but credit points, and my gift won't please you." Those beautiful eyes turned and looked directly at her, gleaming with tears. "Am I incredibly stupid?" Hey! Hey! Don't cry. Professor Leisho's strictness is equally harsh on everyone, and it's not just directed at you. Aren't you one of my friends? Madame Maya must be very fond of you, and Prada and Pria are worried about you too. Rosemary even sent me a message last time asking about your situation. How can you say my friends don't like you? The space in the flying car was still a bit cramped. Anna glanced around, not daring to stare at Kakavaja. As for your gift, of course I like it, but I just don't have the energy to put into matching clothes and accessories. It's nothing special. I use it when I have time. I definitely do it next time. Let's just say, why do Evikins have to look so good for no reason? I don't trust you anymore, Kakavaja said cautiously. Sister, when you say next time, there will never be a next time. This time it really means it, I promise. Anna was about to swear on the hunting star god, but the blonde young man glanced at the navigation map, his lip curled, revealing his true intentions. I supervise you. Sister, I understand you don't have the energy to put into your clothes and accessories, but I do have the time. Sister, he could pronounce a name with such twists and turns. Anna was so distracted by his humming that she couldn't tell east from west, south from north. She finally regained consciousness, shook her arms and shoulders, and shook off the streaks of black hair. Speak properly. So you agreed? Kakavaja's colorful eyes lit up, and his entire body glowed like a honey cake. You can't go back on your word. If you do, I cry. What did I promise you? Anna didn't realize this guy had already figured out her long-standing habits. She tilted her head, and tried to recall what she had so foolishly promised Kakavaja. No! Wait! Don't cry. Seeing the Evikins' tears well up, she surrendered. Okay, I promise you. Whatever. It's not a matter of principle. Let me talk about my acting. Kakavaja shoved her hands into her pockets, dropping the eye drops she'd been hiding. Sister, you promised me you come home for a short stay once in a while, and you couldn't refuse my gift. Huh? Anna tried to recall, making sure she had no memory of this. Home for a short stay to whose house? Did he mention this? Are you really going to go back on your word again? No. Wait, where is the car going to land? Of course, at our house. Huh? Look, it's turned.